Chapter 001. The Young Huangjong, Galloping on Iron Steeds. Ho! Recklessly rampant. Ho! Turning the world upside down. Ho! In the capital of the great Chu dynasty on the Tian D continent, within the estate of the esteemed General Fong, the air resonated with the sound of fists striking fiercely against one another, punctuated by powerful breaths and commanding shouts. Each utterance of ho reverberated like thunderclaps from the heavens. A small green bird flitted through the sky. The heavens shatter and the earth splits. Ho! Plop! The tiny creature's brain burst upon impact, plummeting to the ground. Thud! The bird landed in the hand of a middle-aged man clad in dark attire. With a twitch of his eye and a wave of his left hand, he commanded, "Stop." Nearby, 8 youths, all dressed in similar dark garments, halted their movements in perfect unison at the command, ultimately exhaling in synchrony, releasing 7 long streams of white mist. Indeed, there were 7 among them. The last and most slender youth, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, bore a sallow complexion, indicative of insufficient nourishment. As the others expelled their internal impurities with ease, he, however, struggled to exhale, his face turning crimson as he exerted himself, yet nothing emerged. The other youths could scarcely contain their laughter, some unable to hold back, their shoulders shaking in suppressed mirth, oblivious to the struggle it took to refrain from. Laughter, Huangjong. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he bellowed. Present, the youth Huangjong, the one unable to expel his breath, instinctively straightened his posture upon hearing the shout. "What are you standing there for? Clean this area and set up tables and chairs for the young masters prepare for class." Again, a flicker of grievance appeared in Huangjong's eyes as he lowered his head and began to move the furniture aside. He reminded himself of his father's words. "Today I serve others, but one day they shall serve me. Being young and under the roof of others, what does it matter if I endure a little hardship? A true man can yield, one must not suffer humiliation. As long as I'm not belittled, enduring hardship is a blessing." He repeated these affirmations in his heart, comforting himself as he continued to move the tables and chairs. "Everyone take a seat. You have practiced enough. It's time for class." "Wow!" Roar! Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the other 7 youths cheered joyously, each scrambling to find a spot to sit for class. "Quickly, Huangjong, bring a table over here." "Why so slow? Clumsy as ever. No wonder you can't achieve anything." "Huangjong, let me help you." Among the 7, only one girl, with a delicate oval face and round moon-like eyes, spoke up, revealing charming dimples on her cheeks, making her exceptionally endearing. "Humph!" In the crowd, 2 boys exchanged glances and simultaneously shot Huangjong a disdainful glare. In our great Chu, we establish our nation through martial prowess and hold martial arts in high esteem. The level of achievement in martial studies determines one's standing in our realm. You are all descendants of General Fong, who has traversed the battlefield undefeated. The middle-aged man commenced his daily discourse, eloquently articulating several hundred words. Below him, 8 listeners, save for Huangjong, were visibly weary, their faces marked with impatience. Only Huangjong arranged 7 chairs, stood erect, unyielding as a mountain, and quietly listened from behind the seat of the young girl, his ears attuned to the words of the middle-aged speaker. The man, named Fong Han, had followed General Fong since he was 13, once a formidable warrior. He had fallen victim to treachery on the battlefield, sustaining injuries that led him to retire to the general's estate, where he became the chief martial instructor in the Great Chu, where the nation was founded on martial prowess. The reverence for combat skills was paramount. In the households of the esteemed generals and lords, the masters of martial and literary arts were often one and the same, prioritizing the physical over the intellectual in their teachings. The martial path is divided into 6 realms: divine strength, bone training, energy cultivation, spirit concentration, internal elixir, and spiritual communication. The punches you throw now resonate with a thunderous sound, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Your shouts can even shatter the resolve of birds. This heralds the imminent transcendence from the mundane to the realm of divine strength, Fong Han proclaimed. At this, Huangjong felt a flicker of surprise. He thought to himself, "What? Just moments ago, our collective shout made the birds fall, and we have yet to transcend the ordinary? We have not even reached the first realm of divine strength." Sensing Huang Zhang's internal turmoil, Fang Han cast a sidelong glance at him before continuing. Divine strength. The force of gods and demons. Legend has it that in ancient times, gods and demons roamed freely, and humanity was enfeebled, merely seen as ants and slaves by these celestial beings, easily crushed without thought. That it was only when an extraordinary figure emerged from humanity, stealthily acquiring the arcane arts of the demon race, that he devised martial techniques suitable for our kind. This individual, often referred to as the Heavenly Emperor, empowered humanity, allowing us to gradually grow strong. Divine strength is no longer the measure of human capability. Our strength barely reaches a few hundred pounds, of a rarity capable of lifting a 1,000-pound cauldron. Such individuals are virtually unheard of, a testament to the limits of human power. However, once you each enter the realm of divine strength, your potential will be unleashed. You will draw a 1,000-pound bow and confront myriad foes with fierce iron fists, rendering yourselves invincible. In our great Shu, outside the battlefield, a practitioner of divine strength would face dire consequences for striking down an ordinary person. But, Master Fong, one of the students interjected, you previously told us that the resounding strikes and reverberations we create signify the divine strength realm. Why are we not there yet? Fong Han smiled gently. The preceding 6 realms are further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. An ordinary person in the initial stage of divine strength may produce loud, resonating punches that can daze mundane warriors with mere gusts of wind. In the middle stage, the sound becomes thunderous, shaking the heavens and earth. Just now, when the birds flew past, had you not shouted, a single punch could have shattered them. In the later stage, sound gives way to silence. Punches move like shadows, striking without a sound, catching foes unawares, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Though your punches generate sound, they are sporadic and disjointed, emerging only occasionally. True divine strength manifests in continuous, resonant strikes, where each punch reverberates powerfully. He paused before adding, I began my martial training 11, only grasping minor divine techniques by 18. After 30 years of practice, I have scarcely reached the mid-stage of divine strength. Do you think attaining such power is an easy feat? You are quite young, yet you have the esteemed general imparting profound martial arts to you. However, despite the foundation of such extraordinary skills, it is no easy feat to enter the realm of divine power without 3 to 5 years of dedicated practice. Huang Zhang, listening intently, was secretly astonished. To attain divine power would require 3 to 5 years. Surely, Fang Han's time frame did not account for him, and the journey to mastery would inevitably stretch into hundreds or even thousands of years for him to ascend even a single level. Mr. Fang, inquired a young lady seated before Huang Zhang. I have heard my third uncle mention that the realm of spiritual communication is not the ultimate limit of martial arts. Is this true? Indeed, Fang Han replied solemnly, his expression grave. General Fang, when he was young, found himself wandering the streets and by fortunate chance received teachings from an individual for 3 days, which is how he became one of the 3 great generals of the CHU. In the early stages of energy cultivation, he is unmatched in the world. However, even reaching the realm of spiritual communication is not the pinnacle. It is said that in ancient times, beyond spiritual communication lay the divine realm, which consists of 6 levels. Above the divine realm, there exists even the celestial realm. The texts state that when one masters their skills to the utmost, they could traverse 1,000 miles in a single step, move mountains and drain seas, achieve eternal youth, and transmute stone into gold. What? The 2 youths who had previously glared at Huang Zhang were now taken aback. If one could indeed transmute stone into gold, would it not be a fortune if they were to turn a pile of stones into wealth? Eternal youth? The young lady touched her face, pondering how delightful it would be to retain such beauty for 1,000 years. Moving mountains and draining seas? Only Huang Zhang clenched his fist, murmuring to himself, his face alight with boundless longing. Class dismissed. Just as Fang Han had ignited their enthusiasm, he suddenly waved his hand and gracefully departed, leaving the youths momentarily stunned before they erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Huang Zhang, go fetch some snacks from the kitchen for me. After a day of practice, I am famished, called out a boy with a small scar on his forehead, one of those who had just glared at Huang Zheng. His name was Fang Yuan, 17 years old, and the youngest son of the great general Fang Pedi. What is the matter? Can't you fetch it yourself? Huang Zheng is not a servant, the young lady admonished, pulling on Huang Zheng's sleeve as she confronted Fang Yuan. Her name was Yi Qingwei, and her father, Yi Jieshu, served as the Minister of Justice. Yi Jieshu's sister was the wife of Fang Pedi, making her a cousin to Fang Yuan. Seeing Yi Qingwei defend him, the expressions of the other 6 shifted dramatically, particularly Fang Yuan and another boy named Yi Cheng. Qingwei, step aside. Why do you protect him? Exactly. He is merely the son of a family retainer. If not for his father's past service to the general by deflecting an arrow, he would have long been sold as a slave elsewhere. The general's promise to teach him martial arts is already a tremendous favor. Does he truly believe he is of noble status? Coming here every day, acting all high and mighty. Indeed, what a fool. Overestimating himself. If he cannot learn martial arts, he should not pursue it. Yet he lingers here shamelessly. All believe that Huang Zheng's foolishness was a burden to them. Zheng Huang, I hereby command you to fetch some snacks at once, Yi Qingwei declared. The more she defended Huang Zheng, the greater Fang Yuan's fury grew. He abruptly stood, his finger hovering ominously above Huang Zheng's brow. Do not go. Yi Qingwei gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed intently on Huang Zheng, tears shimmering in her eyes. If he refuses, we shall beat him senseless, strike him. If he disobeys now, what will he be like when he grows up? The Fang family has raised an ingrate. Everything you eat, use, and live on comes from the Fang family. Can young Master Fang not command you? Beat that scoundrel. I cannot stand the sight of him. He is merely the offspring of a family servant. As the last speaker finished, a blur darted across the scene. Huang Zheng erupted, his figure like thunder, advancing upon him in a single stride. Unrestrained. Bang! A figure flew across the air like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 002. Who is the genius? No one anticipated that Huang Zheng would erupt with such ferocity, landing a decisive punch that sent the one who had insulted him sprawling. Shock reverberated through the crowd. Utter astonishment. The youths present, initially frozen in fear, quickly regained their senses. How dare you strike back? Fang Yuan commanded, and a swarm of youths surged forward, fists and feet flying. At that moment, martial arts and techniques were forgotten. It devolved into a chaotic brawl, with punches and kicks raining down upon Huang Zheng. Realizing he was outnumbered, Huang Zheng relentlessly pursued the one who had insulted him, landing brutal blows to his mouth. Scoundrel, dare you utter that again? Bang, bang. His back, face, and body bore the marks of the youth's onslaught. Yet he remained undeterred, fixated on punishing the one who had insulted him. Huang Zheng has gone mad. Pull him away. Someone cried out in alarm. Witnessing the victim of Huang Zheng's wrath succumb to unconsciousness, fear gripping their hearts. The other youths, upon seeing this, momentarily ceased their attack, frantically trying to restrain Huang Zheng, grabbing him by the waist and arms. Stop! Stop! Yi Qingwei cried, her voice a mixture of tears and desperation, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. In frustration, she stomped her foot and turned to chase after Fang Han. You mad dog! Fang Yuan, seeing several individuals restraining Huang Zheng, grew furious as he continued to kick the fallen person. In a fit of rage, he leapt forward. Unrestrained, he mimicked Huang Zheng, executing the same move, and to his astonishment, it produced a faint thundering sound. Huang Zheng, unable to evade as he was firmly held, braced for the impact. Bang! The punch struck Huang Zheng squarely in the abdomen. Huang Zheng doubled over, blood mixed with bile spilling onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the youths tangled their limbs around him, forcing him to the ground. Beat him! They rained down punches and kicks, each one adding to Huang Zheng's torment. Stop! Fang Yuan barked, and the other youths looked up at him in confusion. Zheng Huang, what skill is it to ambush and strike someone? If you have the ability, face me in a duel, Fang Yuan declared, seemingly fearful that others might accuse him of overpowering Huang Zheng with sheer numbers. He insisted on an unknown confrontation. The other youths regarded him with expressions of admiration. Young Master Fang, he is a madman, do not stoop to his level. To strike him, one suggested. Huang Zheng lifted his head, a defiant glare affixed upon Fang Yuan, his silence punctuated by an inferno of rage capable of incinerating all. Fang Yuan, sensing his own trepidation, instinctively stepped back. Why do you scowl? Young Master Fang is present. Do as I command. You obey like a dog, so why can't I command you? You are merely a coward who fears the strong. Utter nonsense. Huang Zheng retorted vehemently. Master Fang is my teacher, imparting the wisdom of martial arts and virtue. A student is forever indebted to his teacher. What son disregards his father's words? Who do you think you are to issue commands to me? I spit on you. Your Fang Yuan's face flushed crimson as he prepared to deliver another kick. Young Master Fang. The other youths, startled, quickly released their hold and stood obediently. Huang Zheng, are you all right? Yi Qingwei rushed over, her petite figure darting through the crowd to assist him amid the envious gazes of others. Huang Zheng struck Fang Cheng, rendering him unconscious. It was he who struck Fang Cheng first. Master, look at the severity of the injury. Nonsense. He insulted Huang Zheng first. Yi Qingwei protested. Silence. Fang Han bellowed, his fury palpable. I just left, and you all have created this chaos? Huang Zheng, confess, did you not strike first? Indeed. Huang Zheng replied slowly, rising amidst pain, unwilling to offer further explanation. But Yi Qingwei attempted to interject. The group of youths exchanged amused glances. All of you leave. Huang Zheng remains. Stand here without my permission. You are not to move, eat, or leave. Yes, the youths laughed heartily, swiftly lifting the unconscious Fang Cheng and fleeing in haste. But master, they were the ones who insulted Huang Zheng first. Yi Qingwei continued her futile defense. Fool! If others insult him, does he then have the right to strike? If they strike him, can he not kill them? Leave, you too. Wu Yi Qingwei cried as she ran away. In the courtyard. Only Huang Zheng stood resolutely, his frail frame starkly contrasting with Fang Han's imposing stature. Huang Zheng, do you defy my punishment? I comply. Huang Zheng is fully acquiescent. He remained motionless, adhering to his teacher's directive. What do you comply with? You undoubtedly curse me for favoring Fang Yuan, for flattering the young general, and for not daring to punish them while venting my wrath upon you, the son of a general. That is untrue. Master is correct. He insulted me. So, I struck him. If he struck me, would I not be compelled to kill him? Huang Zheng acted impulsively. Huang Zheng was in the wrong. Huang Zheng complies. I find that hard to believe. Fang Han observed Huang Zheng's expression, fearing that not having killed Fang Yuan might already be considered a stroke of good fortune. Huang Zheng, Fang Han's tone suddenly softened. General Fang has always held you in high regard, frequently mentioning your composure, calmness, and unwavering determination. If you excel in martial arts and eventually take up your father's mantle on the battlefield, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional general. What has driven you to such impulsiveness? Can it be that even the general has misjudged you? His voice shifted from gentle to forceful, escalating in intensity. Huang Zheng's lips moved as if to speak, yet he remained silent. What are you competing with Fang Yuan for? He is the eldest son of the general's residence. To put it plainly, with a single command, he could condemn you to death. Engaging in conflict with him is like using a feather to strike a stone, an exaggeration of your capabilities. Fang Yuan is exceptionally gifted, a prodigy in martial arts, already chosen as a disciple by the Tiansu Alliance, one of the 6 foremost sects in the world. His presence here, training with you, is merely a reflection of Master Fang's longing for his son, wishing for him to stay a few more days. The mention of the Tiansu Alliance sent a tremor through Huang Zheng. It was the emperor's esteemed sect, a sanctuary for martial arts practitioners, a place where all aspired to enter. You must understand that my punishment is, in fact, a measure taken to safeguard you. Had I not penalized you, Fang Yuan, who left with a smile, could have turned his fury upon you at any moment, using a fabricated order to command the guards to execute you. Furthermore, given Fang Yuan's current martial foundation, subduing you would pose no challenge. Huang Zheng fell into silence for a moment before nodding. Thank you, sir. Ah, Fang Han remarked, observing Huang Zheng before shaking his head and turning to leave, and as he walked away, he added, I know you respect your teachers, but should I not be present, do not be so rigid. With that, he vanished into the courtyard, implying that his earlier admonitions were merely for the others' ears, and now that he was gone, Huang Zheng could act freely. Yet, Huang Zheng remained standing still, fixated on the spot where Fang Han had disappeared. Time passed, and suddenly, a figure flitted into the courtyard. Yi Qingwei entered, carrying a basket of food, tiptoeing cautiously. Her large eyes were still red, clearly having wept profusely. "Huangzhong, are you hungry? I brought you some food." She stuck out her small tongue, and upon seeing Huang Zheng's expression, her heart ached even more. "Foolish girl, I am fine," Huang Zheng replied with a grin, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. He gestured toward the nearby table. "Go, keep an eye out, and be wary of anyone approaching." Then, he hastily opened the food and began to devour it voraciously. "Hey, you don't understand, do you?" Huang Zheng bit into a piece of food, his mouth full as he exclaimed, "I knew all along that Fang Yuan was going to the Tiansu Alliance. Normally, they all look down on me, always trying to bully me. Today, I'm just taking the opportunity to let loose. Once Fang Yuan is gone, without their leader, who would dare to provoke me? Otherwise, you know what I mean? Indeed, kindness invites deceit, and a gentle horse is ridden. This is an immutable truth of ages. Your brother is no different if I do not assert myself. They all treat me like a sickly cat." Why Yi Qingwei felt her face flush at the mention of her brother, her lips curling into a smiled at why brother wasn't always like this. He's been led astray by Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's talent for martial arts is truly, Yi Qingwei's admiration was evident on her face. Huang Zheng, observing her expression, immediately lost his appetite. "I'm done eating. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while." Yi Qingwei chuckled, her two dimples adorably pronounced. "What's wrong? I admire him. And that makes you unhappy? You little brat. Are you pretending to?" Yi Qingwei laughed heartily, gathering the remaining dishes and darting away in a flash. "A genius?" Huang Zheng scoffed, suddenly leaping into action, his left foot landing on a tree at the edge of the courtyard. With a powerful push, he vaulted over the wall. Beyond the wall lay another garden-like area. He sprinted onward, scaling another high wall, traversing several corridors, and leaping over yet another wall, arriving at a sprawling expanse of farmland. After a brief run, he reached the edge of a desolate hilltop. This land belonged to General Fang, who, due to his merits, had been granted 1,000 acres of prime farmland by the current emperor. This was merely a fragment of it. Huang Zheng climbed to the back of the hill, and then mountains and rivers, earth-shattering, iron steeds rushing forth, unrestrained and audacious, revolutionizing the heavens and earth. With each punch he threw, the air reverberated with a thunderous roar, shaking the surroundings. If Fang Han were present, his eyes would surely bulge in astonishment. Such sonic booms could only be produced at the mid-stage of the divine power realm, while the best talents in the mundane world, having achieved the initial stage of divine power, within a year were already being selected as disciples by the 6 major mysterious sections. Yet Huang Zheng, having only practiced the crumbling sky fist for just over a month, had already reached the mid-stage of divine power. Who truly is the genius, and who the fool? As he executed the final, earth-shattering move, Huang Zheng drew back his fists, gathering energy, and with a breath, released a plume of white vapor that shot forth like an arrow, striking precisely at a small tree branch ahead. Crack! The branch snapped and fell away. Chapter 003. Homicide. Huang Zheng gradually withdrew his energy and stepped forward to pick up the broken branch. Examining the fracture, he noted that it was rather uneven, suggesting a lack of force in the break, as if it had been snapped. Had his internal energy been profound enough to manifest like a sword, it would have sliced through cleanly, akin to a finely honed blade. He sighed, disappointment etched across his face. Mr. Fang had mentioned that in the later stages of divine power, a punch is delivered silently, appearing no different from an ordinary martial artist. Yet, even at my utmost effort, my strikes reverberate like thunder. It seems I am only at the mid-stage of divine power. How can I confront Fang Yuan? One strike would reveal my secret. Only upon reaching the later stages of divine power can one strike silently, vanquishing foes without raising suspicion, leaving them howling in despair. Resigned, he sat down on the ground and retrieved a piece of red cloth from his pocket, which appeared to be torn from a military armor on the battlefield. Scrawled across it were countless characters, the first line boldly declaring supreme sovereign skill. This supreme sovereign skill was obtained by his father from the hands of a slain enemy on the battlefield. After 13 years of diligent practice, he had only attained the mid-stage of divine power. It is said that martial arts are classified into minor divine skills, major divine skills, heavenly divine skills, and unparalleled divine skills. After 13 years of training, I have merely reached the mid-stage of divine power, which can at most be considered a major divine skill. Nonetheless, it surpasses many in comparison to General Fong's crumbling heaven fist. After contemplating for a moment, he folded the cloth and placed it back into his pocket. Recalling Fong Han's words, that brat Fong Yuan has been practicing the crumbling heaven fist for several years, yet has not even reached the initial stage of divine power. Is he truly a martial genius? What does that make me? The supreme sovereign skill is entirely different from the crumbling heaven fist taught at the Fong residence. The crumbling heaven fist develops from the external to the internal, focusing on punching techniques while simultaneously enhancing internal energy, combat through physical prowess and vitality. In contrast, the supreme sovereign skill emphasizes internal energy, devoid of specific techniques or lethal methods. Yet, after 13 years of practice, he had conditioned his body to be as resilient as steel. However, at that age of 7 or 8, no one took notice of him, dismissing him as merely a child who could withstand a few falls. By the 3rd year, his bones began to soften, making him prone to stumbles, and a mere pinch could cause him pain. By the 5th year, his blood became denser than that of ordinary individuals, resembling mercury. Sometimes during practice, he could distinctly feel his blood surging within him, like a long dragon of liquid metal, swirling and crashing through his veins, honing his blood vessels and meridians. From the 10th year onward, his physique appeared entirely indistinguishable from that of an average youth. Yet only Huangzhong knew that he had already refined the supreme sovereign skill to its utmost limit. When not channeling the supreme sovereign skill, he seemed like an ordinary boy. However, once he focused his mind, his body transformed into something as unyielding as iron, rendering even the kitchen knives of the general's residence ineffective against his skin. Of course, apart from mundane weapons, there are also magical artifacts, treasured weapons, and spiritual instruments. He had yet to test the efficacy of magical artifacts. It was precisely because of the foundation laid by the supreme sovereign skill that he had advanced to the mid-stage of divine power after practicing the crumbling heaven fist for just over a month. However, there remained one aspect that he could never quite comprehend. Why is it that after practicing the supreme heavenly skill for 13 years, I have yet to reach the realm of divine power, while a mere month of training in the crumbling heaven fist has propelled me to the mid-stage of divine power? Mr. Fong stated that it takes 30 years to attain the mid-stage of divine power. Could it be that my practice of the supreme heavenly skill has hindered my learning of the crumbling heaven fist? As he approached the outer wall of the Fong family estate, the sound of the guards marching echoed through the high walls, suddenly reaching his ears. This is troublesome. The day has grown late, and the outer courtyard's guard shifts have increased from 2 teams every hour to 5 teams every quarter. The place is now swarming with guards. After navigating around the outer wall and walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the West Street of the capital. West Street is a gathering place for the dignitaries and generals of the city, featuring 4 broad avenues wide enough for 8 horses to ride side by side. As Huangzhong strolled down the street towards the main gate of the general's residence, he pondered how he would explain himself if he encountered Fong Yuan and his entourage. They would surely report to Fong Han about his situation, and Fong Han would have no choice but to penalize him. Just as he was nearing the general's residence, a loud, boisterous laughter erupted from ahead. Look at Huangzhong, so arrogant. With young Master Fong gone, who can rein him in? Indeed. How can the son of a mere family soldier be so presumptuous? What are we, the young masters, to think? He is quite the lunatic. We should simply ignore him henceforth. He is as foolish as a pig, dragging us down. In my opinion, we ought to have young Master Fong devise a plan to expel him before we leave. Yes, after our visit to Bai Fong Lu today, we should approach young Master Fong tomorrow and collectively request him to deal with Huangzhong. This group of 6 youths, excluding Fong Yuan, included the one who had previously knocked Huangzhong unconscious. They discussed amongst themselves as they exited the general's residence, and after walking a few hundred paces, they turned into an alley, where they unexpectedly encountered a masked figure standing before them. Halt! Before Yi Cheng, at the forefront, could finish his warning. An explosive punch from the mysterious figure reverberated through the air. The 6 youths felt as if they had been struck in the head, their ears ringing violently. Bang! Yi Cheng, still in shock, was sent flying by a single blow. Bang! Bang! Thud! None of these 6 youths had even reached the initial stage of divine power. They were no match for Huangzhong, who was at the mid-stage. Feng Han had long asserted that the divine power realm was akin to a death sentence for ordinary people in the Great Chu. Had Huang Zheng not restrained his strength, he could have dispatched them all with a single punch. Like a tiger unleashed or a wolf among sheep, he struck with ferocity, delivering blows and kicks with such swiftness that within 3 breaths, the youths were sent sprawling, cries of anguish filling the air. Am I the madman? Huang Zheng thought fiercely, grabbing the masked individual and delivering several punishing punches to his face. Ah, Huang Zheng, you lunatic. It's you. Huang Zheng, you bastard. Do not think that just because you're masked we won't recognize you. What? Huang Zheng was taken aback, his heart racing at the sight of these individuals. In a moment of impulsive fury, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike them, oblivious to the fact that they had grown up together since childhood. Despite their strained relationship, his visage and physique could not be concealed by mere fabric. Have you recognized me? He wondered, momentarily stunned upon hearing their acknowledgement. His fists froze mid-air. In that brief moment of hesitation, a youth named Feng Wei, standing on the ground, glared fiercely and swiftly drew a short dagger from an unknown location. With a swift motion, he lunged at Huang Zheng, but Huang Zheng caught the blade effortlessly with one hand. Feng Wei's face turned pale in an instant. He actually drew a weapon? Fueled by rage, Huang Zheng reacted instinctively, twisting with force. The dagger shattered in an instant, and he retaliated with a swift thrust. Feng Wei, incredulous, looked down to find a dagger plunged into his chest. Ah, I've killed someone. His scream echoed in horror, prompting the other youths to scramble to their feet and flee in disarray. I've committed murder? I've slain the nephew of General Feng? He is the son of Feng Pity's servant. According to the laws of Dechu, my act of killing Feng Wei is a grave offense, punishable by death. Huang Zheng gazed at Feng Wei, whose eyes were wide open, lifeless from the fatal blow. As the evening breeze gently swept by, a chill enveloped Huang Zheng, sending shivers down his spine. Having taken a life, was escape his only option? The consequences of such an act, if discovered, would mean certain death. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Zheng turned and fled. The city gates of the capital would close at the hour of you, and although darkness had fallen, it was still November. Leaving him with at least 2/4 of an hour, he ran with abandon, unleashing his full strength, covering nearly 20 miles from the West Street to the western gates of the capital in less than 15 minutes. However, he had severely underestimated the response time of Dechu's capital. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of armored soldiers, their blades glinting ominously, as a 100-man squadron had secured the city gates. The leader, a captain of early divine strength, declared, "The city is sealed. We are closing the gates early today. Only entry is permitted, and those who defy this order shall face execution." A throng of citizens was hurriedly driven away by the soldiers. This is bad. So swift. Huang Zheng observed the 100 soldiers, one of whom possessed early divine strength, alongside nearly 100 seasoned warriors of Dechu's Iron Army. These soldiers were formidable, nearing the pinnacle of their divine strength, armed with powerful bows and arrows. How could he possibly contend with them? The military trained in the art of killing, while Huang Zheng had only just learned the basics of his martial technique, the crumbling heaven fist, and had never even killed a chicken. Moreover, the 100 soldiers stood resolutely, their expressions grim, exuding an aura of lethality that paralyzed Huang Zheng with fear. Was this the essence of martial prowess? He had heard that on the battlefield, 1,000 seasoned warriors could prevail against a single master of energy without even engaging in combat. In the midst of urban warfare, a master of energy cultivation can gradually eliminate an army of 10,000 seasoned warriors. On the battlefield, when faced with a singular adept, the formidable legion, if united, manifests an aura as solid as steel. In such a moment, a commanding shout from the throng could potentially shatter the battle resolve of the energy master. For Huang Zheng, a novice in the art of combat, the mere sight of 100 soldiers standing before him instills a paralyzing fear, rendering him hesitant to advance even an inch. What am I afraid of? What do I fear? I am at the mid-level of divine power, while he is merely at the initial stage. What can 100 men do? With a single punch, I could easily vanquish at least 10 ordinary warriors. I have trained in martial arts. My father often says that a warrior, a man of honor, possesses an indomitable spirit. I am that spirit. What do I have to fear? As he glanced around, he noticed that aside from the weapon wielded by the early-stage divine power practitioner, which appeared to be a martial artifact, the ordinary steel blades of the other soldiers posed no threat to him. With a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and strode confidently toward the city gates. Chapter 004. Life for a Life. Huang Zheng, originally positioned 100 paces from the city gate, moved stealthily among the throngs of merchants surging towards the entrance. His intention was to draw nearer to the gate, then, with a sudden burst of energy, to break free from the confines of the capital. 80 paces, 70 paces, 30 paces. Upon reaching 30 paces, the captain of the 100-man squad leading the gate suddenly had a glint of insight in his eyes. With a swift motion, he pierced through the masses of common folk and locked on a Huang Zheng with unwavering focus. Even amidst a throng of thousands, the aura of a mid-level divine force could not evade the keen perception of a seasoned warrior. Though the captain was not an extraordinary fighter, Huang Zheng was merely a novice. The captain, battle-hardened and having claimed countless lives, could sense the palpable resentment emanating from Huang Zheng long before he arrived. Close the gate. The captain barked sharply. Clang. The long blade was unsheathed, and a brilliant arc of light surged forth, traversing 30 paces in the blink of an eye, aimed directly at Huang Zheng's head. Is this the power of a magical weapon? Huang Zheng had no time to evade. He could scarcely fathom that the blade, once drawn, could strike from such a distance. Instinctively, he raised his arms. Thud. His arms were struck with tremendous force, first colliding with his forehead. Then he was sent sprawling like a meteorite, hurtling through the air. He quickly rose, only to find each arm marred by deep gashes, blood flowing profusely, and a numbing sensation coursing through his limbs. Thankfully, they remained intact. Is this truly the might of a magical weapon? Huang Zheng was taken aback. Even more astonished was the captain, who had received this inferior magical weapon as a reward after slaying 1,000 enemies. He had expected that one strike would cleave both man and weapon in twain, yet to his disbelief, Huang Zheng remained whole. Fortunately, he instinctively commanded, "Close the gate." Boom. Boom. 10 soldiers were already straining against the heavy gate. Meanwhile, another 90 soldiers drew their long blades, the tension palpable, readying their crossbows. In a matter of moments, 30 powerful crossbows were aimed squarely at Huang Zheng. At this juncture, there was no choice but to charge forth. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Huang Zheng's eyes as he let out a fierce shout, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The captain, sensing the urgency, sprang into action, his long blade sweeping through the air with lightning speed. The blade generated an electric aura, crackling ominously. Any ordinary individual who came into contact with this energy would be instantly struck down. With a thunderous might, Huang Zheng unleashed a punch, his left fist transforming mid-flight, resembling a solid stone. Divine arts? Mid-level divine force. The captain's eyes widened with a mix of astonishment and fury. Only generals in the army of Dechu were permitted to learn such formidable techniques. Even the most basic of divine arts was beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, he soon discerned that although Huang Zheng possessed some divine skill, he lacked experience, appearing to be nothing more than a novice. For Huang Zheng only knew how to attack, not defend. He launched his entire strength into the blow, the sound of his fist resonating like thunder. Boom. He barreled into the ranks of soldiers. Swish, swish, swish. His punch echoed like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air, causing the soldiers wielding crossbows to falter momentarily. In an instant, 7 or 8 of them involuntarily released their bolts. Thud, thud. The chaos erupted around him, as soldiers, merchants, and common folk alike were thrown into disarray. Huang Zheng's fist collided with the captain's long blade. Despite his lack of experience, he instinctively aimed to strike the blade's body rather than its edge. The captain felt a jolt in his palm, nearly losing grip of his weapon. At that moment, dozens of powerful crossbows were released, striking Huang Zheng with unerring precision. The captain's heart soared with joy, only to witness Huang Zheng's body being violently hurled forward, as if struck by an unseen force, causing the arrows to clatter to the ground. What? The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Huang Zheng had not been pierced by the bolts, the sheer force behind them had left him feeling bruised all over, resulting in him tumbling to the ground and rolling instinctively to regain his footing. Struggling upright, he leaped, surprising the soldiers who stood in awe at his resilience against the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed another punch against the city gate. However, the anticipated shattering of the gate did not occur. Despite his mid-level divine power and the immense force of his punch, the gate remained impervious, not even bearing a mark from his strike. How navi, the captain scoffed. The city gate was constructed from 1,000-year-old alloy, weighing a staggering 100,000 pounds, requiring intricate mechanisms for its operation. Even with 10 soldiers reinforcing it, the design aimed to withstand the might of formidable warriors. Did you truly believe in your mid-level divine power? You could breach the gates of the capital? Huangzhong, was it? I see potential in your martial skills. You are indeed a promising candidate for martial arts. Surrender, and perhaps your life may be spared. You could serve in the military and contribute to the nation, which is not without possibility. The captain signaled, and soldiers behind him summoned reinforcements, fearing they might be overmatched. Do you think you can deceive me? Delay time? Huangzhong was not skilled in combat, but such rudimentary tactics could not elude his perception. Glancing around, he dismissed the gate as a viable escape route and resolved to ascend the city wall instead. Is what the general said true? Huangzhong, would you plead for me, so that General Fong might spare my life? As he spoke, he advanced forward. Of course, the captain nodded eagerly. Those who can reach mid-level divine power in the military are at least qualified to be a lieutenant. In the future, Lieutenant Huang will stand above me, and I will need your guidance, ha ha ha. The exchange between them was laced with mockery, each treating the other as a fool. This is a death sentence. Do you think you can decide my fate? Huangzhong suddenly shouted, leaping to the left in an attempt to bypass the captain and ascend the wall. His powerful shout resonated, momentarily stunning the ordinary citizens. However, the elite soldiers of Daichu merely felt a buzzing in their heads, momentarily taken aback. Kill! The captain barked, regaining his composure. In response, countless crossbows were unleashed. On the city wall, numerous soldiers swarmed like ants, blocking the steps. I do not wish to take lives. Do not force my hand. Huangzhong leapt, using his arms to deflect the arrows flying towards him, swatting them away with great agility, yet still sustaining several hits. Undeterred, he plunged into the throng, minimizing their chances to fire, delivering blow after blow to those who dared to stand in his way. With a resounding thud, the chaos erupted. Huangzhong vividly demonstrated why inflicting harm upon ordinary individuals in the divine strength realm was a capital offense in the Great Chu. He surged into the throng of soldiers, delivering a single punch that felled numerous foes, all while consciously restraining his strength. The captain, realizing the dire situation, could no longer afford to wait for reinforcements. He leapt into the air, brandishing his long blade, sending forth a shimmering strike. This time, Huangzhong was prepared. He leaned to the side, and thud. The radiant slash cleaved a soldier directly in two, splattering blood across Huangzhong's form. Infuriated, the captain gritted his teeth and sprang behind Huangzhong. Swift as the wind, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, accurately targeting Huangzhong even amidst the chaos of battle. As Huangzhong advanced, evading blows while using the soldiers as shields, he grew increasingly adept. The overwhelming numbers of his opponents inadvertently facilitated his dodging. The captain, frustrated by his inability to land a single blow, nearly struck down a comrade in his rage. In just 5 breaths, Huangzhong ascended the city walls, despite the captain's relentless pursuit. He could not pin Huangzhong in place. This was the stark disparity in their strengths, mid-tier versus early stage, an unfathomable gap. Ha ha ha. My gratitude to the general for the escort. Until we meet again, Huangzhong proclaimed upon reaching the parapet. Though countless soldiers remained in sight, he felt liberated, as if the vast sky and the boundless sea could no longer restrain him. With a determined leap, he catapulted himself from the 15-jong high wall. A command from behind sent a flurry of arrows hurtling towards him. Thud, lacking mastery over his energy manipulation. He landed heavily on the ground but quickly rolled to his feet, glancing upward at the multitude of heads above, all glaring and shouting curses at him. Laughing heartily, Huangzhong felt a surge of exhilaration and turned to flee. Where do you think you're running? A cold, unyielding voice resonated, akin to the relentless decree of fate, shaking his very soul. For every life taken, a life must be repaid. Do you still wish to escape? Suddenly, an enormous hand descended from the wall, seemingly capable of grasping the very fabric of the heavens and obscuring the sun and moon. As it reached for Huangzhong, he was engulfed in an overwhelming sensation of darkness, as if the world itself had been shrouded, depriving him of breath. The rush of wind echoed in his ears as he felt himself seized and lifted into the air. Thud! Huangzhong was forcefully cast onto an open expanse, and the colossal hand vanished from sight. He raised his eyes to behold Fong Han, Fong Yuan, and a middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe. Alongside an elderly figure of around 50 years, Fong Taizan, the steward of the estate, whose son, Fong Wei, had met his demise at Huangzhong's hands. The master's art of heaven and earth grasping immortal technique traverses the cosmos, capable of seizing individuals from 1,000 miles away. Indeed, it is an exquisite skill, unmatched in its prowess. Fong Yuan's countenance radiated sincerity and innocence, utterly devoid of any semblance of the menacing demeanor one would expect from someone of his stature. Even his flattery was delivered with an unblemished sincerity. The azure-clad gentleman, Fong Yuan's master, nodded with a sense of pride. This is but a trifling achievement. My own abilities are merely modest. The true adept of our celestial strategy alliance, when cultivated to the utmost, can pluck the stars from the heavens with a mere gesture. That is the essence of genuine supernatural prowess. Plucking the stars with a gesture? Although Huang Zheng was engulfed in despair, he could not suppress the boundless yearning that such words inspired. Huang Zheng, do you have anything further to say? Fong Han shot him a glance and stepped forward. What prompted you to murder Fong Wei? You possess great audacity. As soon as the insolent Fong Han spoke, Fong Taizan erupted in fury. A life for a life, especially since he was the son of a family guard. What right do lowly servants have to speak? Fong Tiashan's eyes blazed with rage, tears streaming down his face. Only by slicing his flesh piece by piece can my heart's hatred be assuaged. With a clang, a short dagger materialized in Fong Tiashan's hand as he gritted his teeth and advanced step by step. Chapter 005, The Mysterious Golden Paperweight. A pallor crossed Fong Han's face as he stepped forward to block the way. Get out of the way. Fong Taizan was incensed. Fong Han, you are merely a subordinate of my elder brother. What do you intend to do? Are you attempting to defend him? Humph. According to the laws of the Chu, Huang Zheng's actions are tantamount to rebellion, a grievous crime deserving of death. Even if my elder brother were here, it would be of no consequence. Fong Taizan was resolute today, unwavering even in the face of Fong Padi's arrival. The vendetta for his son was irreconcilable. Huang Zheng must die. Master Fong, you misunderstand. Fong Han's countenance remained impassive. Huang Zheng is my disciple. He has committed a grave offense, and I too share the blame. Allow me, as his master, to accompany him on his final journey. Ha ha. Fong Taizan laughed boisterously. Do you take me for a fool? No need for that. I shall handle this myself. It shall be more gratifying. Before he finished speaking, he moved, sidestepping Fong Han with a swift motion, and thrust his dagger toward Huang Zheng's heart. His intention was to kill Huang Zheng slowly, but Fong Han's interference prompted him to strike directly, seeking a swift resolution. Like Fong Han, Fong Taizan was also at the mid-stage of divine power. With this strike, even a fellow mid-stage practitioner would find themselves fatally pierced. However, Huang Zheng reacted like a ferocious tiger, flipping over in an instant. With a fierce shout, his powerful voice resonated, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Everyone, save for Fong Yuan, who was near his master, felt the impact, and even Fong Han was momentarily dazed, his vision darkening. With a swift motion, Huang Zheng seized Fong Tiashan's dagger, twisting it in his grip, and pulled Fong Taizan in front of himself. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was pressed firmly against Fong Tiashan's throat. Mid-stage divine power? Fong Yuan's master gazed at Huang Zheng with astonishment, unable to comprehend how he had failed to perceive this hidden strength earlier. What kind of divine ability allowed him to conceal such power from my awareness? Do not come closer. If anyone approaches, I shall kill him, Huang Zheng warned, retreating step by step while maintaining his grip on Fong Taizan. Do not act rashly, Huang Zheng. Fong Han was both alarmed and elated. He was thrilled that his disciple had managed to conceal his true strength from him, revealing himself to be of mid-stage divine power, and judging by that earlier shout, he surpassed even Fong Han himself. Yet, he was astonished that this unexpected turn had allowed him to seize Fong Taizan, compounding the crime to an unforgivable degree. Release him. The young man sneered. There is no need to threaten me with him. If you let him go, I can assure you a comfortable death. Pausing, he cast a disdainful glance at Fong Taizan. We of the Tiansu Alliance govern the celestial path and command the world. We are not subject to anyone's threats. Do you think that by capturing him, I would spare you? You are gravely mistaken, young one. Release him, and I shall grant you a complete corpse as a reward for your youth and evident prowess. To this man, both Fong Taizan and Huang Zheng were mere ants, easily disposed of at his whim. The mere fact that he was conversing with them was a testament to the fortune he had accrued over several lifetimes. Such was the majesty of the Tiansu Alliance. Huang Zheng, release him and kneel to plead with this esteemed senior. Suddenly, Fong Han was struck by a thought. He turned to address the elder from the Tiansu Alliance, saying, Senior, Huang Zheng is a young prodigy with remarkable abilities. He is indeed a rare talent. Senior, the Tiansu Alliance gathers the world's elites. Please grant Huang Zheng an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan's expression darkened, turning as cold as ice. His eyes fixed intently on Fong Han's face. The young man in blue seemed momentarily swayed by Fong Han's words, scrutinizing Huang Zheng with a contemplative gaze, weighing the potential of the situation in his mind. Master, this Huang Zheng, despite being a servant, is arrogant and reckless, unrestrained in his actions. And he even dares to kill at will. Given his character, should he join our Tiansu alliance, it would be a trivial matter to accept him. But he would run amok and tarnish your reputation, Master. Fong Yuan's meaning was unmistakable, and the young man in blue nodded in agreement, saying, no need for further discussion. Huang Zheng, you are granted one final opportunity. Will you seize it? Huang Zheng's eyes flashed with a glint of malice as he suddenly drew a blade, slashing at Fang Tieshan's throat, causing a spurt of blood to erupt. With a swift kick, he sent Fang Tieshan's lifeless body toward the young man in blue, then leaped backward, using a nearby tree to vault over the surrounding wall. Stunned, both Fong Han and Fong Yuan were momentarily rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that Huang Zheng would possess such audacity, killing Fong Taizan in cold blood. The father and son had perished at his hands in less than an hour. Beast, the young man in blue erupted with fury, his rage so immense that even the vast ocean could not quell it. He sprang into action, his shoulder colliding with the Fong family's courtyard, shattering it to pieces. Looking up, he saw Huang Zheng plunge into a river. This river led from the Fong estate to the outside world, a route Huang Zheng was well aware of from his youthful escapades. Having spent over a decade in the Fong residence, he was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny. And upon being thrown here, he quickly assessed his surroundings, contemplating his escape options. However, he had grossly underestimated the prowess of the young man in blue. Just as he plunged into the river, the young man in blue raised his hand in midair. Heavenly Tao Supreme Slash. His left hand transformed into a massive long blade, swiftly descending to cleave through the water, creating a vacuum devoid of liquid. This was disastrous, as Huang Zheng's head barely dipped into the underwater passage. He was struck violently by the blade. Blood surged from the pond, and as the long blade vanished, the water returned, leaving the entire Fong estate eerily silent once more. Master? Fong Yuan, witnessing the earth-shattering blow, turned pale and asked, where is Huang Zheng? Humph, under my heavenly Tao Supreme Slash, he has undoubtedly been cleaved in two. Go. Send someone to retrieve his remains. Yes. Fong Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, quickly turned to summon servants and guards. Cleaved in two? Fong Han stood frozen in place, engulfed in despair. What? Is there nothing in the pond? Only one passage leading elsewhere? The expression on the face of the man in the green attire changed dramatically. How could this be possible? Even if his body and weapon were the same, a single strike from me would surely cleave them in two. Should I search more meticulously? Could it have flowed through that passage to another location? What about the Tianxiang River leading to Nanjia? Should we send someone to check there? A bookish-looking attendant, who likely had also played in the pond, spoke timidly. Nonsense. Why haven't you dispatched someone immediately? Fong Yuan shouted in anger, but upon turning back, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Master? Is it possible that this rascal has escaped? The man in green glared, skeptical of my abilities. Fong Yuan immediately lowered his head in submission, remaining silent. At that moment, Huang Zheng had already fled down the river to Tianxiang River, bursting forth from the water. He glanced around and saw not far off the grandest brothel in the capital, Tianxiang Tower. The sky had darkened, and while light shimmered in the distance, this area remained shrouded in darkness. He leaped onto the bank, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Regaining his composure, he soared towards Tianxiang Tower. Before he could approach, a procession of horse-drawn carriages, adorned with floral decorations, passed by on the street. Make way. Make way. This is the horse brigade of General Long Qijian, one of the three great generals of the current dynasty. Do you wish to court death? Numerous patrons hurrying towards Tianxiang Tower barely managed to evade them. The caravan soon halted outside the brothel. From within the floral carriage emerged a young nobleman dressed in splendid attire. Though slender, he emanated the authority of a martial artist. Clearly a talented scion of a prestigious family. Today, I shall treat you all. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest, my brothers. His attendants erupted in exuberance. Thank you. Second young master. Surrounded like stars around the moon, they escorted the second young master into Tianxiang Tower, while behind them, several groups of patrons followed, shaking their heads in resignation. In the distance, a large herd of horses continued their rhythmic march towards Tianxiang River under the night sky. So soon? Huang Zheng was startled, glancing around cautiously. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he quickly moved into the floral carriage of the second young master. The interior of the carriage was lavishly adorned, filled with fragrant warmth, featuring small beds and tables, all illuminated by the scent of overseas dragons' saliva incense. Huang Zheng let out a long sigh of relief, reclining upon the bed, feeling every part of his body ache. The earlier strike had clearly landed on his back, yet he had survived. Reflecting on that earth-shattering blow, he felt a lingering dread. It must have been executed by a master, at least at the level of qi cultivation. He reached back to touch the area, discovering that his clothing was in tatters, yet something akin to armor was wrapped around his back. Is this the red cloth that records the dominant ruler's celestial technique? He feared losing this cloth, typically wrapping it from his back to his chest, only to reveal it when necessary. Could it be that this very cloth had absorbed the impact of that formidable strike? He stretched out his hand, forcefully tearing the cloth from his back. A distinct, shallow cut was clearly visible on the red fabric. Oh! Huang Zheng was once again taken aback. The scarred area shimmered with a radiant glow, as if beneath the crimson cloth there lay another layer, emanating a soft golden light. Just as he was about to tear it apart to examine further, the red cloth suddenly disintegrated into fine ash, revealing a delicate parchment, as gossamer as a cicada's wing, radiating a gentle golden luminescence in his grasp. This was the residual force from the supreme Taoist strike that day, which had only now fully dissipated, shattering the crimson cloth and unveiling the golden paper beneath. Coughing, Huang Zheng felt a jolt in his heart, aggravating his wound, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, splattering the golden paper around him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden paper swiftly transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly vanishing into the center of his brow. What? Huang Zheng was alarmed to find his hands now empty, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Chapter 006. The Edict of the Celestial Emperor in the Realm of Divine Providence. It is proclaimed, I have heard of the malevolent figure, Lu Zhan, who wreaks havoc across the three realms. This news incites my wrath, and thus I command the esteemed ninth-rank Celestial Lord, Feng Jianheng, to lead a legion of 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. Within Huang Zheng's consciousness, an extraordinary world materialized, boundless and infinite, traversing the annals of time. Celestial clouds adorned the skies, countless palaces rose majestically, and throngs of celestial warriors, along with numerous divine beings drawn from ancient tomes, soared through the air. A towering figure stood at the heart of this realm, as imposing as a mountain, garbed in a robe of purple gold adorned with 10 dragons. With 10 dragons encircling his head, exuding the aura of a sovereign that reverberated across the landscape. He stood at the epicenter of this world, which seemed to tremble beneath his presence. As he spoke, each word emerged like sacred scripture, shimmering with golden light as they cascaded from his lips. These words arranged themselves in the air, forming a magnificent scroll. With the final utterance, a resounding boom echoed, and a brilliant golden light illuminated the three realms, heralding the Edict of the Celestial Emperor. As the edict materialized, it swiftly transformed into a humanoid form. Bowing respectfully before the towering figure, we humbly convey the Emperor's decree. I shall depart. The humanoid form, once the edict, soared across the vast expanse, tearing through the heavens, arriving swiftly at the far end of this limitless world. With a crack, the edict morphed once more, revealing a long sword, encircled by 9 dragons. Suspended in midair, with a swift motion, the sword pierced the sky, and the edict descended, revealing yet another dim and tumultuous world within Huang Zheng's mind. In this realm, countless deities and demons wreaked havoc. Colossal celestial beings clashed with fearsome demons amidst a backdrop of bloodshed and war, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. At the center of this chaos stood a sword, thrusting skyward, shrouded in demonic energy as the chaos danced around it. Upon witnessing the arrival of the edict, the sword trembled with eager anticipation. With a thunderous roar, the sword transformed into a humanoid figure, mirroring the edict's transformation, and the two figures faced each other at the center of this realm. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Huang Zheng's mind, and the preceding scenes vanished without a trace. He exhaled deeply, realizing that the debilitating pain he had felt moments before had entirely dissipated. Even the wounds on his arms had healed completely. Where is the golden paper? Where is the golden paper? Upon reaching the divine force realm, a mundane warrior can awaken their divine consciousness. This consciousness allows one to perceive their surroundings even with closed eyes and to listen intently to the world beyond. Huang Zheng closed his eyes, probing within himself, only to discover that his once red blood had transformed into a radiant golden hue, reminiscent of the resplendent robe of the Celestial Emperor, imbued with nobility. The golden paper had seemingly vanished, as if it had fused entirely into his blood. What is this? He was astounded to find, within his dantian, two youths seated motionlessly, one clad in black, the other in yellow. They were as small as sesame seeds, silently resting in his dantian, devoid of breath or movement. As if in a state of death, the youth in yellow bore a striking resemblance to the earlier manifestation of the Celestial Emperor's edict. Huang Zheng's divine consciousness gently probed toward him, seeking to ascertain whether he was alive or dead. Suddenly, a surge of immense authority, capable of annihilating the entire Heavenly Emperor continent, viciously pierced through his consciousness. Huang Zheng's head throbbed with excruciating pain, yet amidst this agony, countless characters and images cascaded into his mind like rain, coalescing into a sacred scripture, the finger of demon slaying in the primordial dawn of creation. The one was born, leading to the division of two, the transformation into three, and the evolution into myriad forms. With a single finger, demons are vanquished, and celestial fiends are slain. Huang Zheng was utterly astounded. This was a transcendent technique that surpassed the sovereign's celestial skill by unfathomable magnitudes. Seemingly descended from the heavens. Could it be a heavenly-grade divine ability? Perhaps an unparalleled divine art? Mr. Fong had mentioned that among the myriad sects of the world, only 6 possessed heavenly-grade techniques, and the existence of unparalleled divine arts was rumored only beyond the Heavenly Emperor continent. As Huang Zheng silently recited the finger of demon slaying in his mind, he felt an explosive energy erupt from the tip of his right index finger. In an instant, a blade of light shot forth, piercing the flower bridge directly before vanishing into the ether. Huang Zheng felt utterly drained after the strike, gasping for breath. The exertion was akin to running several dozen miles without drawing upon his divine power. As he struggled to breathe, the golden blood within him surged like dragons, coursing through his veins and cleansing his meridians. His strength began to rejuvenate, and the power he had just expended started to restore. He continued to scrutinize the scripture while simultaneously feeling an intense pressure building at the tip of his index finger, as if something within yearned to be unleashed. Should he release it again, the impact would undoubtedly be even more cataclysmic, potentially shattering the flower bridge into fragments. Huang Zheng gritted his teeth and hastily completed his reading of the scripture. According to its teachings, the finger of demon slaying comprised 81 levels. The first level transformed a finger into a blade, inflicting lethal damage within a mile. The second level allowed a single finger to become 2 blades, extending the range to 10 miles. As one progressed further, the number of blades created from a single finger multiplied exponentially, culminating in the final level, where a mere touch could yield countless blades, raining down upon the heavens and earth, leaving no one capable of withstanding such onslaught. Having finished the scripture, Huang Zheng sighed in relief as the throbbing in his finger gradually subsided. If an adept were to observe him at that moment, they would discover a golden short blade subtly concealed at the tip of his index finger. Is there blood here? It seems to lead toward the Tianxiang Tower. An authoritative voice echoed from outside. Huang Zheng jolted awake, sitting upright and gazing through the opening created by his earlier strike. He spotted a contingent of nearly 50 guards from the Fong residence, led by a mid-stage martial officer, advancing from Tianxiang River. Without hesitation, Huang Zheng silently channeled the sovereign's celestial skill, deeply concealing his presence. Quickly, quickly, someone urged as a rider galloped away. Oh no, Huang Zheng thought, realizing that the elite from the Tiansu alliance might soon discover he was still alive and could potentially pursue him here. Should we make a break for it now? Outside, a commotion had erupted. General Fong had allowed a significant prisoner to escape, and we must now search Tianxiang Tower. How outrageous. Who is Fong Padi? The city's commander? The court? Without an edict from the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Justice, I doubt anyone would dare to conduct a search. At that moment, a burly man with a red face emerged from Tianxiang Tower. Huang Zheng casually glanced at him and noted that he was at the mid-stage of divine strength. This establishment was one of the most renowned brothels in the capital, frequented by nobles and high-ranking officials, boasting connections that rivaled even Fong Padi's. They would hardly regard this captain with any seriousness. The leader of the Fong household, known to Huang Zheng, was Fong Xing, the captain of the household guards, who also held the rank of lieutenant in the military. Fong Xing, having been obstructed, furrowed his brow slightly. Zhu, this criminal is of utmost importance to our general. Could you? He invoked Fong Padi's name. Little did he know, Zhu. The innkeeper had barely listened, waving his hand dismissively. Impossible. Tianxiang Tower is currently in operation. What do you brutish men think you are doing blocking our entrance? If you don't leave, I shall promptly report this to the city government and the commander of the capital." Fang Xing's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand. "Surround this place for now. We shall wait for orders from the estate." The soldiers responded in unison, quickly dispersing to encircle the area. However, given the vastness of Tianxiang Tower, it was impossible for them to completely surround it with just a few dozen men. They merely stationed themselves every few paces, soon encircling the vicinity. What business can I conduct under these conditions?" Zhu, fuming, was about to unleash a tirade when his eyes caught sight of a line of carriages outside. With a swift change of demeanor, he declared sternly, "You may encircle us, but do not damage the carriages of Tianxiang Tower. These are meant for our esteemed guests." With that, he turned away, muttering curses. "A bunch of brutes. Pfft. How absurd." Two of Fang Xing's subordinates, both at the initial stage of divine strength, were incensed by Zhu's murmurs. One of them approached a carriage and leaped atop it, taking a seat. The other stealthily moved to a horse, suddenly kicking it. The horse neighed in pain, collapsing to the ground. "Ha!" Fang Xing joined in their laughter. Their mirth echoed, and from within Tianxiang Tower emerged a warrior at the mid-stage of divine strength, flanked by two initial stage followers. His eyes scanned the scene, and he erupted in fury. "Who dares to sabotage our horses? And you?" He pointed at Fang Xing's guards. "What are you doing sitting in our Longfu's carriage?" "What Longfu?" Fang Xing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. Was this Zhu's doing? The surname Long? Among the great generals of the Chu dynasty, only one, Long Qijian, was as renowned as Fang Pudi. This Long Qijian held a higher rank in the military than Fang Pudi, due to the former's illustrious family lineage, while the latter had emerged from humble beginnings. Nonetheless, with both parties' masters absent, he would not allow the Fang family's reputation to falter. "What are you? Do your carriages bear the name Longfu?" Fang Xing retorted angrily, his divine strength at its peak, unafraid of a few at the mid or initial stages. The audacity of the Long family had evidently reached new heights, prompting them to strike preemptively. Just as his adversary moved, Fang Xing shifted his stance, and with the power of the crumbling heaven fist in his grasp, he unleashed a different kind of might. The very earth trembled beneath him. His punch, though devoid of sound, resonated through the heavens, leaving his foes feeling as if the ground was quaking beneath their feet. "Halt! Halt!" The second son of the Long family, having emerged from the Tianxiang Tower, joined the fray. Behind Fang Xing, the men clad in azure from the Tianxing swiftly arrived, one of them holding Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan? Long Zhong?" Both young generals exchanged puzzled glances. "Long Zhong, this is my master, the formidable Mo Qianheng of the Tianxing." "Master, this is Long Zhong, the second son of Long Qijian." Mr. Mo, Long Zhong, upon learning of Mo Qianheng's prowess, felt a flicker of surprise and respectfully raised his hand in greeting. "Humph." Mo Qianheng paid him no heed, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. In an instant, his gaze fell upon the concealed Huang Zheng at Huajiao. He truly survived? Mo Qianheng's expression reflected disbelief. This youth was an enigma. The concealed divine power had eluded even my senses, and after I wielded my great adeptness against him, he still did not perish? My intent to kill him has now transformed into a desire to capture him. "Come here." He extended his hand, a colossal force surging forth before the gathered crowd. Not good. Huang Zheng, taken aback by the swiftness of the assault, found himself engulfed by darkness as the entire Huajia shattered with a resounding crash. Thud. Once again, he was seized and thrown before Fang Yuan, this time utterly subdued by Mo Qianheng, reduced to crawling on the ground, unable to move. "You?" Long Zhong, witnessing the destruction of his Huajiao, felt a surge of fury, his family's reputation utterly tarnished. "You little beast, where do you think you're running? Someone behead him." Fang Yuan commanded, drawing forth a low-grade magical artifact. "Wait," Mo Qianheng interjected, raising a hand. "Master?" Fang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Huang Zhong, tell me, how were you able to conceal your aura and survive my blade? Speak, and I shall spare your life, allowing you to depart unharmed, with a guarantee that the Fang family will no longer pursue you." Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Such was the might of the Tianxing. Beneath the celestial order, all were but ants. Even General Fang held no regard in their eyes. Chapter 007. The young girl Huang Zheng was utterly indifferent to him. At the moment he was suppressed to the ground. The noble blood coursing through his veins seemed to be insulted, boiling with fury, strength surging within him. In the depths of his being, two unique wills roared in defiance. The Emperor of Immortals, with unparalleled majesty, who dares to provoke the Emperor's dignity? Such an affront is a capital offense, utterly unforgivable. Kill, kill, kill. I am the demon king of the gods, who dares to trample upon my honor. Slay him, annihilate his entire family. No reparation can amend his transgressions. I, Huangzhong, embody the will of the Emperor and the Divine King. How could a mere wretch like you compel me to bow? With a thunderous roar, Huangzhang's voice resonated through the heavens. Boom. At that moment, he broke through to the late stage of divine power, and within him, his burning blood and surging strength shattered the seals binding him. How could this be? A mere divine power cultivator breaking through the restraints of a qi-nurturing expert? Mo Qianheng stared in disbelief at the disintegration of his bindings. With a flick of his finger, Huangzhang unleashed the demon-slaying blade. He soared into the air, his finger pointing with the wrath of the heavens, the Emperor's decree, wielding the blade that governs the cosmos. The speed of this strike defies description. A resounding crash echoed as Mo Qianheng's figure was hurled away like a falling star. Master? Fang Yuan cried out in terror, his voice barely fading. Without hesitation, Huangzhang struck a powerful blow atop Fang Yuan's head. A brilliant golden light surged upwards before Fang Yuan as Huangzhang staggered back several steps, turning and leaping into the darkness. Mo Qianheng had come to escort him to the Tianzu Alliance. If he perished here, the Fang family would suffer dire consequences. Coughing, Mo Qianheng sat up, a crimson mark now etched upon his brow. Huangzhang had aimed to kill him, striking precisely at his forehead. However, given Huangzhang's current prowess, the blow merely left a red mark on the brow of a qi-nurturing master. Divine power is divine power. How could one fathom the chasm between realms? Mo Qianheng sneered, yet he was profoundly astonished by Huangzhang's strike. This move was masterfully executed, inescapable, swift, and devastatingly powerful. In the mortal realm, those in the divine power stage are referred to as warriors. In the realm of mysticism, they are called xianshi upon entering the stage. The xianshi's divine power is merely the honing of strength, enhancing their punches. Upon reaching the bone refining stage, their sinews grow robust, comparable to inferior-grade magical artifacts. And upon advancing to the qi-nurturing stage, they can condense energy within their bodies, refining their physical forms daily, achieving a corporeal strength akin to medium-grade magical artifacts. Mo Qianheng had spent 20 years in the early qi-nurturing stage, and his physical strength was already equivalent to an average medium-grade magical artifact. Thus, Huangzhang's strike merely left a red mark on his brow. Yet, Mo Qianheng remained astounded. How could someone in the late stage of divine power deliver a blow surpassing that of the bone-refining stage? Should a xianshi of the bone-refining stage be present, they would likely be pierced through by Huangzhang's blade, dying instantly. Rest assured, he cannot escape. Mo Qianheng's determination to capture Huangzhang intensified. Without further ado, he swiftly darted into the night in pursuit of Huangzhang. Young Master Long's eyes gleamed with intensity as he summoned a nearby attendant, whispering words that were lost to the shadows. Instantly, the attendant vanished into the darkness. As Huangzhang fled, the golden blood coursing through his veins surged like an ancient dragon, bestowing upon him formidable strength. Yet, regrettably, after a single strike, his power proved insufficient for another. He required at least 10 breaths to gather the energy necessary for another blow. Alas, he was acutely aware that he would not be granted such a luxury of time, and even if he were, it would not suffice to vanquish Mo Qianheng. Mo Qianheng was far too powerful. Even in the early stages of qi cultivation, he had honed his body to the caliber of a medium-grade magical artifact. Huangzhang's blade aura merely equated to that of a medium-grade artifact as well. Medium against medium meant that a mere couple of strikes would yield no results. However, if he could unleash dozens, if not hundreds, or even thousands of blows, he could shatter Mo Qianheng's form through sheer force. Moreover, he had merely grasped the powers of the yellow-clad individual. The black-clad individual's earlier roar had already surpassed those of the yellow-clad. What transcendent abilities might he possess? Huangzhang believed that as soon as his divine consciousness enveloped the black-clad figure, he could swiftly learn the peerless powers of the latter. For now, survival was paramount. Only then could he amass the strength he needed. Time equated to life, had finally revealed its truth to him. Given enough time, he was convinced that he could even rise against the Celestial Strategy Alliance. Yet, Mo Qianheng offered him no such reprieve. A vast and overwhelming divine consciousness surged from behind, pursuing him relentlessly. In the early stages of qi cultivation, one's divine consciousness could stretch for 1,000 zhang, and though Mo Qianheng was still at a distance, his awareness was already firmly locked onto Huang Zheng's position. Where was he? In the cloak of night, Huang Zheng found himself utterly disoriented, unable to discern the direction of the capital. He had spent all his time honing his skills within the confines of his estate, rarely venturing beyond its limits. In a state of panic, he stumbled onto a wide thoroughfare, ample enough for 8 horses to traverse side by side. Mo Qianheng was drawing nearer, his divine consciousness locking onto Huang Zheng's location with alarming precision. A colossal hand tore through the air with a deafening rush, looming ominously overhead. The Celestial Technique of the Celestial Strategy Alliance? Huang Zheng had heard of this name, even before the hand arrived. He felt a tingling sensation prickling at the back of his neck. This was one of the Alliance's formidable techniques. Once a target was locked, even in the early stages of qi cultivation, one could seize a person from dozens of miles away. The last time at the city gates, soldiers had fired signal flares that had revealed Huang Zheng's position to Mo Qianheng. This time, he had locked onto him directly. As the enormous hand approached, Huang Zheng sensed the threat drawing ever closer. He was utterly convinced that should Mo Qianheng catch up to him again, he would undoubtedly be captured or killed. Though his own powers surpassed Mo Qianheng's in intricacy, their realms were staggeringly disparate, and facing him one-on-one would surely lead to his demise. At this critical juncture, did he have no choice but to fight? In this moment of life and death, Huang Zheng felt a surge of calm. Acknowledging his inability to match Mo Qianheng's strength, he resolved to seek external assistance. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a grand estate ahead, its opulence rivaling that of the Fang residence. In the night, the estate shimmered with brilliant lights, bustling with life reminiscent of the renowned Tianxiang building on the main street. He would fight with all he had. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Huang Zheng propelled himself forward, disregarding everything as he raced towards the grand estate. Attempting to flee? At this moment, Mo Qianheng was less than 100 paces behind Huang Zheng. As a practitioner in the early stages of qi cultivation, it was quite humiliating for him to have pursued someone in the later stages of divine power for such a prolonged period. Should his fellow disciples learn of this, he would undoubtedly become the subject of scornful ridicule. Yet, one could hardly blame him, had they been on level ground. He could have caught Huang Zheng with a mere gesture. However, within the confines of the capital, shrouded in the night, Huang Zheng deliberately navigated the winding streets. And only now had Mo Qianheng managed to close the gap to within 100 paces. Under the heavens, all are but ants. Huang Zheng should relinquish any thoughts of resistance. A wisp of divine consciousness, akin to an enchanting curse, infiltrated Huang Zheng's mind, word by word. His frantic pace abruptly diminished. In the blink of an eye, a massive hand caught up to him, seizing him with a fierce grip. It was done. Mo Qianheng was elated. Suddenly, a streak of brilliance pierced through the night. Then, with a resounding crash, it struck Mo Qianheng's outstretched hand, shattering it instantly, causing Huang Zheng to crash heavily to the ground. He tumbled and found himself leaning against the wall of the grand estate. Figures flickered before him. Mo Qianheng and a girl in white appeared, confronting him. The Divine Power Sect? Yun Wuxue? Mo Qianheng, what are you doing? The girl in white was none other than Yun Wuxue, a formidable practitioner from the Divine Power Sect, also in the early stages of qi cultivation. The Divine Power Sect and the Heavenly Strategy Alliance had been embroiled in a bitter rivalry for supremacy among the 6 major sects for countless years. Their disciples were invariably envious of one another upon encountering each other. What is your purpose here? Is it any of your concern that the Heavenly Strategy Alliance is apprehending someone? Mo Qianheng's temper flared, but today, considering the capital's atmosphere and the necessity of capturing Huang Zheng, he was reluctant to unleash his fury upon Yun Wuxue, lest he invite complications. However, Yun Wuxue showed him no courtesy. This youth is a disciple we intend to recruit for the Divine Power Sect this year. Mo Qianheng, you should depart. What? Mo Qianheng was instantly incensed. I distinctly heard that this year your sect planned to recruit Long Tong, the eldest son of Long Qijian, not Huang Zheng. Has that little scoundrel Long Zheng sent you to sabotage my endeavors? Nonsense. Does the Divine Power Sect need to report to your Heavenly Strategy Alliance when recruiting disciples in the Great Shu? Yun Wuxue's expression remained impassive. In truth, she was extraordinarily beautiful, her flowing white attire lending her an ethereal grace. Yet, her demeanor and speech mirrored Mo Qianheng's. In her eyes, the mundane were akin to ants, unworthy of even a glance. The Divine Power Sect and the Heavenly Strategy Alliance each accepted but one disciple annually from the Great Chu dynasty. Had she not known Mo Qianma was present, she would have deemed it beneath her to even approach. Kneel down. Is your name Huang Zheng? Yun Wushua's expression remained devoid of emotion. Kneel and bow to me. I shall accept you as a named disciple of our Divine Power Sect. And Mo Qianma cannot do anything to you. Yun Wushua's demeanor was akin to a noble princess bestowing a favor upon a beggar. Just moments ago, having felt a flicker of gratitude towards her for saving him, Huang Zheng was now engulfed in a tempest of fury. These sects of mysticism, each more arrogant than the last, regard us, mere mortals, as inferior even to swine and canines. I, Huang Zheng, kneel before my father and my mother, apart from them. Neither you, my little girl, nor even the heavens or the sovereign, could compel me to bend my knee. Little girl? Yun Wushua's countenance darkened, her face turning a steely hue. How dare you refer to me as a mere child? I rush to your aid, bestowing upon you the immense favor of granting you an opportunity to enter the sect, and yet you call me a little girl? Ha ha ha, well said, well said. Young brother, you truly articulate the heartfelt sentiments of us men. As the saying goes, pity the hearts of parents across the world. In our eyes, apart from our parents, who is worthy of our submission? With a whoosh, a surge of righteous energy erupted from the courtyard behind Huang Zheng, illuminating the night with its brilliance. Bang! A scroll flew forth from the courtyard, landing gracefully in Huang Zheng's grasp. My young brother, I feel an instant kinship with you. Hold this character in your hand. Depart from the capital, and from henceforth, the sky is yours to soar, the sea yours to traverse. No one in the capital will trouble you again. The arrogant Mo Qianheng seethed with fury. How dare you? Yun Wuxue retorted fiercely. Chapter 008. A cup of tea for you. What word possesses such power? Not only Huang Zheng, but even Mo Qianheng and Yun Wuxue were utterly astonished. Despite their furious outbursts, none dared to act. Their eyes were fixated on Huang Zheng's hands. Just one character? In the capital, could there be no one to challenge him? Huang Zheng's hands trembled slightly as he glanced at Mo Qianheng and Yun Wuxue. With a sudden flourish, he unfurled the scroll he held. On it was inscribed a grand character, Zheng. This seemingly ordinary character, written in black ink, erupted with brilliance upon being revealed, casting forth a dazzling golden light that surged within a radius of 10 feet, a formidable aura of righteousness ascending skyward, accompanied by a resonant chant that faintly reached their ears. One glance at this character revealed that its author must be a scholar of profound knowledge, a paragon of virtue. Yi Zheng, the esteemed Prime Minister of Dechu? Yun Wushue's face turned pale. This was written by Yi Zheng? Mo Qianheng felt a weight in his heart. Yi Zheng, styled Piaoyang, was the Prime Minister of Dechu, renowned as the most gifted scholar of his time. Having been acclaimed for his learning since the tender age of 18, it was said that during his 3 years at the Dede Academy, his recitations of the Book of Songs could cleanse the hearts of all who listened, drawing even stray cats and dogs to the Academy's gates to hear his verses, undeterred by rain or shine for 3 consecutive years. It was also rumored that his writings could ascend to the heavens or transform into fish in the waters, achieving a level of mastery akin to the inner alchemy of a profound sage, despite never having studied any mystical arts. He was a remarkable individual, a paragon of justice and wisdom, self-taught and effortlessly talented, whose mere pen strokes could evoke celestial phenomena, making him a legendary figure of the ages. The characters penned by Yu Zheng were worth their weight in gold, with a single character fetching a price equivalent to a precious artifact. As Huang Zheng unveiled the character, both Yun and Mo's expressions shifted dramatically, and they could not suppress their laughter. Mo Qianheng, little girl, may I take my leave now? You? Mo Qianheng was so infuriated he nearly spat blood. That impudent boy. Yun Wuxue began to stomp her foot in frustration. Yu Zheng was revered throughout the Dechu dynasty, held in higher esteem by the populace than even the emperor himself. Although Mo Qianheng was arrogant, she understood that Yi Zheng was at least a master of inner alchemy. Such a person, within the ranks of the Tiansu Alliance in the Divine Arts sect, was among the highest echelons of expertise. A rare figure who seldom revealed themselves to the world. He knocked his head 3 times against the wall, having previously stated that he would not kneel even before a king. Yet, in his heart, Yi Zheng was 100-fold more significant than any monarch. The debt of gratitude for saving his life would be repaid with the utmost sincerity when Huang Zheng returned. A mere word from Lord Yu would compel him to retrieve even the stars from the heavens. Yun Wuxue regarded him with disdain. How arrogant. Mo Qianheng scoffed, shaking his head with a cold laugh. Go on, go on. A golden-scaled fish cannot be confined to a mere pond. One day, the winds of fate will transform it into a dragon. At that moment, Yu Zheng regarded Huang Zheng's youthful jest with an air of indifference. Without a backward glance, Huang Zheng dashed away, cradling the character as if it were a treasured possession. The expressions of Mo and Yun shifted once more, and they were about to act. What are you doing? It is a rare occasion for me, the Prime Minister, to invite two esteemed guests for a cup of tea. Are you both unwilling to oblige? The courtyard resonates with the bubbling sound of boiling water. Is it truly appropriate to indulge in tea at such a late hour? Despite their reluctance, Mo Qianheng and Yun Wuxue exchanged glances and mustered their courage, expressing their gratitude to Lord Yi. The two of them leaped over the wall, while Huang Zheng seized the opportunity to escape far away. With this single character, is there truly no one in the capital who can trouble me? Holding the character Zheng pinned by Yu Zheng, Huang Zheng sensed its latent power, a wave of righteous energy cleansing his mind. Is this a treasured artifact? A low-grade treasure? What was once an ordinary piece of paper transformed into a low-grade artifact by the mere stroke of Yu Zheng, who is at the inner Dan realm. What extraordinary prowess is this? Treasure artifacts, as chronicled in ancient texts, are those revered items from antiquity. Superior artifacts can create their own realms, store goods, and even sustain life. Above treasure artifacts lie spiritual devices. These spiritual devices, endowed with their own consciousness, are said to possess personalities akin to humans. Recognizing and following noble heroes while resisting ignoble individuals, rendering them useless if they fall into the hands of the wicked. Here I am, Huang Zheng, having just embarked on my journey as a practitioner, and I have already acquired a treasure artifact. Today, I must be exceedingly fortunate. Observing Mo Qianheng and Yun Wuxue, who possessed not even a single artifact, underscores the rarity of such treasures. Cradling the character as if it were a precious gem, he swiftly made his way to the northern gate of the capital. What is your purpose? Halt. Who goes there? After the hour of Su, trespassing the city gates is punishable by death. Clang, 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 numerous blades and crossbows were aimed at Huang Zheng. Is that you, the criminal Huang Zheng? The captain of the gate, seemingly favored by the Fong family, recognized him. How audacious. What is your name? Which regiment are you from? I, Huang Zheng, am a student of the esteemed Prime Minister Yi, revered by the court. How dare you accuse me of being a criminal? In the moonlight, the character Zheng radiated brilliance, causing the surrounding ordinary soldiers to close their eyes and retreat. Only the captain turned pale. The character, pinned by Lord Yi, being at the initial stage of divine power, he, though a soldier, was considered a half-practitioner. The legend of Lord Yi Zheng is well known throughout the Great Chu, revered by all. Such a character, others could not replicate. You assert it is true? The captain, likely a former subordinate of Fong Pity, clenched his teeth. Cease all movement. I shall summon Officer Fong to verify. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to block Huang Zheng, intending to seek someone from the Fong residence. If this character is indeed written by Yi Zheng, not just Officer Fong, but even Fong Pity himself would have to grant Huang Zheng passage. Bold indeed. Huang Zheng shifted his stance, lifting the character high, an invisible force compelling the captain, at the initial stage of divine power, to retreat, unable to maintain his footing. You possess great audacity. Even if Fong Pity were here, he would not dare to confront the Prime Minister. Holding his character, even if I were to slay you, it would be without guilt. Will you not open the gates? The authority of Yu Zheng's writing is not inferior to that of the Emperor's decree. The captain's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally shook his head and declared, open the door. The capital of Dechu? With a swift motion, he soared through the air, soon vanishing into the night. Huang Zheng opted to exit through the northern gate, for beyond it lay the vast Lianqing mountain range. This mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, traversing 11 prefectures of Dechu. Crossing the Lianqing Mountains would lead him to Hangzhou, the border province of Dechu, beyond which lay the Han Dynasty. Huang Zheng intended to navigate through the Lianqing mountain range, traversing the 12 provinces of Dechu, ultimately reaching the Han Dynasty. Among the 6 major mystical sects, the headquarters of the Tian-Su Alliance resided within Dechu, while the headquarters of the Divine Power sect was located in the territory of the Dezhou. The Han Dynasty was the domain of the Jianjin sect. Upon reaching the Han, would that not render Mo Qianheng powerless against me? However, the Lianqing mountain range was not without its perils. Huang Zheng had heard tales in the Fong residence about the 4 major camps of the capital, which organized a real combat exercise into the Lianqing Mountains each year. This event typically drew over 10,000 participants, as the mountains were teeming with wild beasts and ferocious creatures, including those said to have reached the realm of divine power. Beasts that attained divine power were referred to as demonic beasts, akin to mystical practitioners, capable of learning and wielding supernatural abilities. If they further progressed to the realm of chi cultivation, they could even assume human form and speak. Such demonic beasts were of a higher echelon, with formidable bodies and innate supernatural powers, making them challenging adversaries for even equally ranked mystical practitioners. Under ordinary circumstances, even adept chi cultivators would hesitate to traverse the Lianqing mountain range. Yet, Huangzhong found himself with no alternative. He was unaware of when Imo Qianhing and Yun Wuxiwei would catch up to him. Taking the main roads of various provinces would certainly lead to his discovery by them, or even the mobilization of the Fong family. Only by traversing the Lianqing mountain range could he evade their pursuit, for it was a place that even chi cultivators approached with caution. He sprinted through the northern gate without pausing for nearly 2 hours, finally arriving at the Lianqing mountains just before dawn. Before him stood 2 towering peaks, nearly 100 feet high, flanking a narrow passageway between them. Entering this passage would signify his official entry into the Lianqing mountain range. Huangzhong took a moment to assess the 2 mountains before climbing to a cave at the halfway point of one of them. To safely navigate the Lianqing mountain range, one must possess formidable strength. Huangzhong sought to bolster his power, beginning with this low-grade treasure artifact. The character he held, inscribed by Yi Zheng as a gift, was indeed a treasure. If he could not utilize it, it would be of little value. He examined the character, turning it over repeatedly, perceiving it merely as an ordinary scroll with a single character inscribed upon it. Yet, how might he harness this treasure? Suddenly, Huangzhong recalled the day he had spat blood onto the golden paper, which then flew into his brow. Indeed, ancient texts spoke of blood recognition for treasures. He gently bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the scroll. To his astonishment, he observed the wound on his finger healing at a discernible speed, quickly returning to its original state. Once again, since the golden paper had entered his body and transformed into his blood, no matter how grave his injuries, they could automatically mend themselves. He no longer had the luxury to study his own blood. With a mere thought, he scanned the character Zheng. As soon as his consciousness made contact with it, a tremendous force engulfed him, transporting him into an expansive chamber. This room was perfectly square, approximately 20 zhang in length, width, and height, with diminutive versions of the character Zheng adorning the walls. What is this? What is this? Huangzhong glanced around, seeing nothing of note. Could it be? Could this be a storage space? Initially disappointed, he contemplated and then came to a realization. Yes, it must be a storage space. Lord Yi, being upright and selfless, would never bestow upon him a weapon of aggression. Given his scholarly pursuits, it was assuredly a storage space that had been gifted to him. Now understanding, Huangzhong felt a sense of relief. At least within the Lianqing mountain range, he would have a place to store any valuables he might discover. With a slight movement of his consciousness, the character Zheng penetrated his body, and he decided to name it the Zheng House. What about that figure in black? Huangzhong recalled the finger of the man in yellow wielding the demon-slaying blade. Perhaps the figure in black possessed even more formidable powers. His consciousness began to search for the figure in black within his dantian. Chapter 009, The Distinction Between Immortals and Demons as Before. The moment his consciousness brushed against the figure cloaked in black, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of the wrath of ancient deities and demons, leaving Huangzhong's vision swirling. Countless images and characters surged into his mind like arrows, embodying a martial art of divine and demonic origin, overbearing and audacious. Even when imparted to Huangzhong, it felt akin to a forceful bestowal, conveying the impression of a gift rather than the sensation of being consumed as experienced with the figure in yellow. Through strength and spirit, through murder one becomes a deity, through the slaughter of millions, one transforms into a demon. With each life extinguished, my power amplifies. With the demise of countless souls, I ascend to a realm where no divine entity exists. This martial art commenced with the apparition of a towering, ethereal being, whose visage remained obscured, delivering each phrase that sent shivers down Huangzhong's spine. This divine technique is known as the limitless art of immortals and demons. Its formidable essence lies in the act of killing. Each life extinguished allows for the plundering of its essence, even its very existence. Huangzhong was utterly astounded. Contemplate this. If the slaying of one individual could seize their life force, what then could be the consequence of vanquishing 10,000? How many years could Huangzhong potentially extend his own life? According to ancient texts, The lifespan at the spirit connection realm barely reaches 10,000 years. Should this technique fall into the hands of malevolent forces, the world would be plunged into chaos, with untold lives lost. Moreover, what is this essence? What constitutes the essence of a person or a life? The limitless art of immortals and demons? Here, limitless signifies infinity. Huangjung could potentially kill without bounds, endlessly evolve, and thereby achieve infinite life. This was indeed a transcendent art that could stir the heavens and shake the ages. Huangjung was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing control. Though he would not indiscriminately take lives, he understood the necessity of strength. He yearned for power, and without hesitation, he commenced his practice of this divine art. Boom. As he delved into the technique, the figure in yellow, who had kept his eyes firmly shut, abruptly opened them. Those who descend into the path of darkness shall face the retribution of the celestial emperor. In a flash, a finger emerged within his consciousness. Summoning the demon exterminating blade, 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 3 multiplied into countless. The sky was filled with blades of light, raining down upon Huangjung's consciousness. Boom. The figure in black also opened his eyes in an instant. With the slaughter of millions, I become a demon among deities. A monstrous entity roared forth from Huangjung's mind, its vast maw consuming the sun and moon, swallowing innumerable demon exterminating blades. Yet, Huangjung felt a searing pain within his skull, as golden blood surged through his veins like boiling water, an intense heat enveloping his entire being. This cannot continue. If this persists, I will either be consumed by pain or burnt alive. My blood rebels against me, demanding the punishment of the celestial emperor. Enraged, Huangjung bellowed, "What constitutes a demon, and what defines an immortal? With my enchanted blade in hand, I confront injustice, embodying the essence of the celestial. When others wield divine weapons to seize and plunder, they too embody malevolence. Why should it matter whether I am of the demonic or the divine?" Suddenly, a surge of divine consciousness from Huangjung reverberated within him, illuminating the character in his core, radiating brilliance in all directions. As the light spread, the tumultuous blood within him gradually found peace. Ha ha ha, you, as a celestial sovereign, possess insight no greater than that of a mere child. The mocking laughter of the cloaked figure echoed incessantly within Huangjung's consciousness. What is the demonic? What is the divine? The voice of the yellow-clad man murmured in contemplation, repeating the question several times, as if coming to a realization. Finally, he closed his eyes, as if nothing had ever transpired. Within his dantian, the figures of black and yellow remained as if they had never opened their eyes. Huangjung continued his cultivation of the boundless divine and demonic art. A ferocious beast, resembling a bear yet bearing the visage of a monstrous creature, roared with fury, its murderous intent manifesting in Huangjung's consciousness. Was this the ancient deity that once ruled over myriad races? In an instant, this entity dissipated into nothingness, leaving Huangjung feeling the essence it had transformed into, flowing through his veins like a mighty river, suffusing his entire being with formidable strength. He believed that a single punch could shatter the protective jade pendant that had once safeguarded him. Another, even more colossal deity began to take shape in his mind. Yet as it formed halfway, Huangjung sensed a lack within himself, an absence of something essential. With a burst, the partially formed deity vanished without a trace. Huangjung exhaled deeply, pondering what was still missing, convinced that if he could attain it, he could once again coalesce this deity and refine it within his body. Augmenting his power, he leaped from the cavern, soaring into the air. In a single bound, he ascended over 30 feet. To his astonishment, having never practiced the art of chi manipulation, he found himself leaping so high. Just then, a piercing cry echoed through the air as a great black eagle soared overhead. Was it true that with each life he extinguished, he would gain strength? Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed his finger, unleashing the blade of demonic extermination. The blade's force shattered the bird into fragments. In that fleeting moment of the bird's demise, only Huangjung, the practitioner of the boundless divine and demonic art, perceived 2 streams of energy, one black and one white, swiftly penetrating his being. The black signified essence, while the white represented life. Huangjung was unaware of how much life he could gain, yet this essence instantaneously melded into his divine consciousness. Soaring? Again, the previously vanished deity manifested within Huangjung's mind. This time, it bore wings 2 dark, robust appendages sprouting from its sides. Alas, it was only slightly more substantial than before when, with a sudden burst, it vanished yet again. I comprehend, I truly comprehend. Huangjung has finally grasped the essence. It is a unique trait of life, a manifestation of his capabilities. Should he be a mystic, it is likely to be his divine powers or wisdom. Upon slaying a bird, the newly formed demonic entity grew slightly larger. If he were to extinguish more lives, it would ultimately give rise to a new demonic being. With each emergence of a demon, power converges within him, and as he terminates more lives, the manifestations of demons multiply, leading to an exponential increase in his strength. Indeed, in the act of slaying countless beings, I become a demon among gods? Huangjing landed atop the mountain, casting his gaze around, and with a gentle step, extinguished a small insect on the ground. This insect was minuscule. Its demise barely contributed to the essence he had previously gathered for the formation of the demon. Thus, it seems that the more advanced and grand the beings he slays, the greater the potential benefits or detriments. Just as Huangjing began to grasp this profound technique, a distant bird approached. Behind the bird, two figures streaked through the night, illuminated by the moonlight, racing towards Huangjing like shooting stars. Cursed be it! Huangjing suddenly recalled that this bird belonged to the Black Hawk, trained for nocturnal reconnaissance within the Great Chu army. Surely, the guards at the northern gate had notified the Fong family, who dispatched birds to locate him. The specter of doom lingers, and Huangjing felt a surge of anger. A man of valor should face his actions with courage. Where could he flee? Even if he escaped beyond the Great Chu, the Fong family would inevitably find him. As these two figures approached, their voices reached Huangjing even before their arrival. Experts at the late stage of divine power? Two formidable individuals? Huangjing recognized them both as disciples of Fong Dahu, one of the 10 tiger generals of the enemy army. One was named Yin Kai, and the other, Zhong Shan. They were seasoned warriors, adept in the use of mystical powers, having sprinted across the land in pursuit of him, following the Black Hawk. By the time they uttered their first words, they were still a mile away by the time they finished. They had reached the foot of the mountain where Huangjing stood. Yin Kai looked up at him, and the towering height of the mountain appeared as mere flat ground in his eyes. I hear that Lord Yi Piaoyang is protecting you. Perhaps this is your chance to soar to greatness. Oh, you have also attained the late stage of divine power? In the army, you could serve as a lieutenant. You are a talent, and Madame Fong will offer you opportunities. The two stood below, silently recuperating while subtly persuading Huangjing. Having sprinted dozens of miles, they were panting heavily, ostensibly encouraging him while covertly regaining their strength. Huangjing, unaware of their ruse, deliberately awaited their recovery, then smiled faintly. Have you two regained your breath? Seeking demise. As soon as the two regained their composure, their ferocity became apparent. They lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance from the foot of the mountain to its peak in mere breaths. Clang! As the two experts reached the summit, low-grade magical weapons appeared in their hands. Let us test my boundless demonic powers. Huangjing had long been eager to demonstrate, and with a resounding roar, an ancient demonic voice seemed to erupt from within him as he leapt downward. With a swift extension of his left fist, the first manifestation of the divine demon re-emerged within Huangjing. At that moment, the hand of the divine demon became Huangjing's own, and the body of the demon was equivalent to his physical form. This formidable being surged forth with a thunderous roar, exuding immense strength. Leaping into the air like a tiger descending from the mountains, Yin Kai and Zhang Xuan had just activated their magical artifacts when a hand, reminiscent of an ancient demon's claw, struck their instruments, shattering them with a resounding crack. What kind of divine ability is this? The two were utterly astounded in all their years. They had never witnessed anyone of the same realm capable of obliterating magical artifacts with bare hands. Bang! As the two figures reached the summit, Huangjing's punch sent them plummeting like disconnected kites. Thud! They landed one after the other, their bodies crashing to the ground from a height of 100 feet, akin to stones hitting the earth with a dull thud. You? Yin Hai struggled to lift his gaze, pointing weakly at Huangjing atop the peak, blood spilling from his mouth. And he perished on the spot. Swiftly, two dark figures and two white figures shot towards Huangjing from the foot of the mountain. What? They were so easily defeated? Huangjing had initially intended to injure them, to make them retreat in despair. To his astonishment, the activation of the divine demon's boundless power resulted in an overwhelming force that shattered both their magical artifacts and their very beings. The essence of these two divine power practitioners flowed into Huangjing's body. A thunderous roar erupted as the winged divine demon grew even more powerful. 3/4 of its form had already solidified, appearing poised to take flight into the heavens at any moment. Chapter 010. Promotion of Bone Refinement. Comfortable, indeed. Huang Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of ecstasy as he absorbed the essence and life force of the two divine power masters he had slain. Although merely 18 years of age, he had already experienced the pleasures of intimacy, which he regarded as one of life's greatest enjoyments. Yet, the euphoria derived from absorbing the vitality of others paled in comparison. This sensation was enigmatic and ineffable, intoxicating and addictive. In that fleeting moment, a fervent desire surged within him, a desire to kill, to vanquish more formidable opponents, to eradicate all practitioners of the arcane. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing himself to madness, a character denoting Zheng illuminated his mind, casting a brilliant light that clarified his thoughts. What a close call. Huang Zheng exhaled deeply. The ease with which he could acquire power through murder was dangerously seductive. He now understood that the stronger the life he extinguished, the more potent the benefits he reaped. Should he slay a true deity or demon, he could potentially gain authentic divine power. Regrettably, true deities and demons were elusive, and these two were merely at the late stage of divine power, hardly significant. The mountains towered, the heavens quaked, and the earth trembled. He practiced his techniques with fervor, executing the shattering sky fist with a skill that rivaled that of Yin and Zhang, whose decades of dedication to martial arts had been mostly absorbed by Huang Zheng. Was this the power of the divine? To plunder the strengths of others for one's own gain? Such practices defy the heavens and invite the wrath of celestial beings. Yet, what did Huang Zheng have to fear? As long as he could enhance his strength, he would risk divine retribution without hesitation. With sufficient power, neither heaven nor fate could impede him. After absorbing the gains, Huang Zheng approached the bodies of his fallen foes, meticulously searching them. He found some silver coins and notes, which he readily took, as he was currently devoid of funds after his hasty escape. Having collected all that was salvageable, he stored the items in his spatial ring. Upon looking up, he noticed the sky was beginning to brighten. The sun was on the verge of rising. He leaped into the air, heading towards the Lianqing mountain range. He sprinted swiftly and soon delved deep into the mountains. A quarter of an hour later, as the horizon glowed with the dawn, Huang Zheng realized he had lost his way. Without any preparation, he had ventured deep into the mountains. Fortunately, as a practitioner of the arcane, he could survive without food or drink for months. Were he an ordinary mortal, after a night of such exertion, he would have been dizzy from hunger and unable to continue. This cannot persist. At this rate, it would take a month to cover a mere 100 miles. Aware of his predicament, Huang Zheng refrained from wandering aimlessly. After careful contemplation, he resolved to seek out a water source, hoping to follow it. He knew that this area was frequented by disciples of the arcane and worldly masters who formed hunting parties. And even those above the bone refinement level came to hunt beasts. These creatures bore treasures. Those with cultivated energy contained cores, and those with inner elixirs possessed demon pills, each a priceless gem. If he were to cultivate to the later stages of qi nurturing and consume a complete demon pill, his chances of breaking through to the inner Dan realm would increase by 40%. Soon, he discovered a water source, a small stream nestled in a mountain gorge, flanked by wild thickets. After a night of relentless running, parched and exhausted, he plunged into the stream, eagerly quenching his thirst with hearty gulps of water. The mountain stream was icy and refreshing, invigorating his very soul. As Huang Zheng savored several mouthfuls, contemplating whether to take a bath, a sudden, fearsome roar echoed from nearby. A wild beast. No, a demon beast. Instantly, Huang Zheng sensed it was a mid-stage demon beast of considerable power. Before he could even lift his head, a fierce wind rushed past him, and a yellow-furred black ape lunged at him like an arrow. The black-bone ape, with its tough bones capable of crafting magical artifacts, was the very material used for the powerful arrowheads of the Imperial Palace's crossbows, capable of penetrating the bodies of early bone practitioners within 100 feet. It was Huang Zheng's first encounter with such a creature, yet a flash of memory, whether from Yin Kai or Zhang Shun, flickered in his mind. In a moment of desperation, Huang Zheng's arm swelled to twice its size as he reached out, resembling an ancient deity reborn, with enormous claws grasping the heavens and the earth. To the black-bone ape, the once diminutive Huang Zheng now appeared towering and formidable, emanating an ancient, divine presence that shook the very core of the beast. Terror filled the ape's eyes as it sought to retreat, but Huang Zheng's hand, like that of a god, stretched impossibly longer. With a swift motion, he seized the ape's head. He squeezed with all his might, and two swirling orbs of black and white energy surged into his being. With a resounding roar, Huang Zheng threw his head back and struck his chest with his hands. Should anyone else have been present, they would recognize this as the triumphant gesture of victorious apes. Huang felt his bones transforming. A second divine entity emerged, clearer than before, with lustrous black wings. With a powerful flap, he stirred the very air around him. His eyes gazed deeply into Huang Zhang's, as if urging him to slay another, to slay another, to slay another, so that he might be summoned into Huang Zhang's body. Slay another? Huang Zhang was filled with a resolute killing intent. Suddenly, a bird call pierced the sky. He looked up to see that the black eagle, which had previously attracted Yin Kai and Zhang Shun, had not yet departed and was circling overhead. Beast, still unwilling to give up? Do you wish to draw the Fong family upon us? It was less than 100 feet away. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Zhang pointed a finger. With a swift motion, the demon-slaying blade shot forth like a powerful crossbow. The black eagle, realizing Huang Zhang's intent to kill, flapped its wings and soared into the sky like an arrow. Yet, it could not outpace Huang Zhang's demon-slaying blade. With a sharp sound, the eagle's lifeless body plummeted to the ground. Finally, the second divine entity fully manifested within Huang Zhang's consciousness, towering at 3 meters high. With wings that could eclipse the moon. Step by step, he entered Huang Zhang's body, shaking the very earth beneath him. He transformed into pure energy, merging seamlessly with Huang Zhang's body like a mighty river. A surge of immense power struck Huang Zhang once more, causing the veins within him to shimmer with a golden hue. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in his mind as Huang Zhang broke through to the late stage of divine power, entering the initial phase of bone refinement. It was all thanks to the black-boned ape. Huang Zhang understood that the ape's formidable skeletal characteristics had propelled him into this phase of bone refinement prematurely. While others required years, even decades, of arduous training in the late stage of divine power to refine their bones to the point of being akin to magical artifacts. He absorbed the essence of the black-boned ape, undergoing a sudden transformation that evolved his bones instantaneously. With a flourish, 2 enormous wings sprouted from Huang Zhang's shoulders, each nearly 5 zhang in length, far surpassing his own height. These were the wings of divinity and demons, capable of traversing the 3 realms and soaring across the galaxies in ancient times. Whoosh! He took flight, ascending into the heavens, soaring to heights of 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, and finally 6,000 zhang. At this altitude, the pressure of the atmosphere shredded his garments to tatters, prompting him to refrain from ascending further. As he grappled with his frustration, a sudden sound caught his attention. He heard the swift approach of several skilled individuals drawing near. Could it be that the Fong family was pursuing him again? However, upon observing the direction, he realized they were emerging from the depths of the mountains, likely hunters or practitioners returning from their trials. Just as he pondered this, several figures materialized before him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" they exclaimed, equally astonished. 4 individuals emerged, 3 men and 1 woman, all around 30 years of age, skilled practitioners, 1 in the mid-stage of bone refinement and 3 in the late stage. In the Grand Army of Dechu, any of them could easily attain the rank of lieutenant or even general. "I am Huang Zhang," he introduced himself, noting the bewildered expressions on their faces, realizing they had never heard of him. "Hiki, I seem to have lost my way. Might I inquire about the esteemed presence of the 4 of you?" The 4 were taken aback, incredulous that someone would claim to be lost in such a place. Observing Huang Zhang's initial stage of bone refinement, the leader, clad in a dark green robe with a somewhat somber expression, appeared to be calculating. It was evident that such a young individual reaching the initial stage of bone refinement was exceedingly rare in Dechu, aside from a few disciples of prominent sections. Huang Zhang had merely practiced the family techniques haphazardly. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and frustration. How could one reach the initial stage of bone refinement through mere haphazard practice? Despite their youthful appearances, the youngest among them was nearly 40, with 2 others exceeding 60. However, practitioners age more slowly upon entering the realm of divine power, giving them the appearance of individuals in their 30s. Seeing that Huang Zhang was reluctant to share the truth, they chose not to press further, acknowledging that everyone harbored secrets. Yet, given Huang Zhang's disheveled state, covered in mud and tattered clothing, they couldn't help but wonder if he was a fugitive from the court, having fled into the Lianqing Mountains. The 4 individuals regarded Huang Zhang from diverse perspectives. The leader, clad in green, bore a beaming smile, while the other 2 young men exhibited expressions of disdain and contempt. The young woman, her eyes sparkling like flowers, covered her mouth as she fixated on the least clothed areas of Huang Zhang's attire. They were indeed in a moment of appraisal, simultaneously assessing Huang Zhang and communicating through their thoughts, soon engaging him in amiable conversation. It turned out that these four were formidable experts, summoned at a high price by the esteemed Prince of Yu from Dechu, with a singular purpose, to hunt a phantom tiger for the prince. It was said that the prince intended to present this phantom tiger on the occasion of the Dechu Emperor's 50th birthday. A phantom tiger? The information surged through Huang Zheng's mind, perhaps from the tales of the black bone ape or Yin Kai. The phantom tiger, with its snow-white fur, excels in stealth, relishes ambushes, and appears and vanishes like a specter, making it a formidable adversary. Is this truly the king among beasts? Chapter 011. The first encounter with the phantom tiger. Huang Zheng initially intended to decline. Burdened by pressing matters and wary of potential pursuit from the Celestial Strategy Alliance and the Divine Passage sect. However, the allure of the phantom tiger's ability to become invisible was irresistible. The prospect of absorbing its essence and gaining the power of invisibility was tantalizing. It was rumored within the mystical sect that relying on talismans and magical artifacts to conceal one's presence was considered inferior, while using supernatural abilities was of intermediate caliber. The utmost mastery, of course, lay in being born with the gift of invisibility. While humans lacked this talent, various demon tribes possessed it in abundance, with the phantom tiger being a distinguished exemplar among them. Very well, I shall assist you, Huang Zheng affirmed with a solemn nod, adding, I seek nothing in return. My joy lies in helping others. The others exchanged knowing glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Among the group, the enchanting woman, Xiao Xiaoyu, was at the mid-stage of bone refinement, while the remaining three were named Yu Qitian, Lan Cufeng, and He Zhongwen. These individuals were not military leaders, but rather adept practitioners from lesser mystical sects, serving the Prince of Yu in hopes of reaping substantial rewards. Yu Qingtian, the leader, directly informed Huang Zheng that the reward amounted to 10,000 low-grade spirit energy pills, with a promise to allocate 1,000 to him upon successful completion of the task. Spirit energy pills were elixirs cultivated by adept practitioners of the mystical sect to enhance their cultivation. Only the 6 major mystical sects produced these pills, and mid-grade and higher varieties were limited to these 6 and a few ancient sects, totaling no more than 10. This scarcity elucidated the phenomenon where larger sects grew increasingly powerful, while smaller ones dwindled. Yu Qitian's sect could only manufacture low-grade spirit energy pills, and as resources became scarce, even those were produced in diminishing quantities. It was evident that reaching the late stage of bone refinement was their ultimate limit. Beyond that, advancement was impossible without mid-grade spirit energy pills. It was no wonder that the court's adept practitioners fell short compared to those from the mystical sects, as the critical resource of spirit energy pills remained firmly within the latter's grasp. After hearing this, Huang Zheng was further resolved to depart and seek refuge among the mystical sects of other dynasties. As the 5 walked and conversed, they arrived at a secluded gorge. Brother, to speak candidly, given your current realm, you may not be of much assistance to us. However, we possess 1,000 beasts incense which we intend to ignite here. It will attract all demon beasts within 1,000 miles. Yet, the phantom tiger's ability to become invisible poses a challenge. Even if it arrives, we may remain unaware. Thus, we require someone to stand in the open, Yu Qingtian stated bluntly, his gaze ardent as it fell upon Huang Zheng. You may withdraw if you are unwilling. We will not compel you, he added straightforwardly. Xiao Xiaoyu, noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Huang Zheng's eyes, chimed in with a smile. It is not your lower realm that makes you the bait. Rather, the phantom tiger is rare and its presence uncertain within this vicinity. Furthermore, we need to ambush it. And if we miss our chance, deceiving it again becomes exceedingly difficult. They believed Huang Zheng's lower realm and diminished power would make him a suitable decoy, yet feared that the phantom tiger might escape. Very well, Huang Zheng replied without hesitation. But let me state my conditions up front. I am only at the initial stage of bone refinement. I can barely withstand attacks from those at the late stage of bone refinement. Any demon that has reached the nurturing energy stage can transform into a humanoid form. If I encounter such a being, I will turn and flee without hesitation. How refreshingly candid, Yu Qingtian remarked, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes. With a cold smirk, Lan's disdainful tone echoed, what audacity! Do you dare claim to withstand the later stages of bone refining? A mid-stage opponent could easily crush you with a single blow. And as for encountering the chi-nurturing demon clan, where could you possibly flee? As the aroma of the 1,000 beasts incense wafted through the air, each of the 4 individuals produced a talisman, affixing it to themselves, gradually rendering their forms as elusive as the ethereal ghost tiger. Huangzhong observed the imprints left on the ground retreating one by one, as the four concealed themselves behind two massive boulders within the canyon. Is this the talisman from the Xiamen? Truly remarkable, Huangzhong mused, a sense of trepidation washing over him. If one could hide so effectively, a surprise attack would spell disaster. The more he learned, the more he sensed the terrifying nature of the Xiamen realm. As time elapsed, the thousand beasts' incense began to reveal its potency. A thunderous roar announced the advance of three mid-stage black-bone apes. Upon catching sight of Huangzhong's fierce gaze, they split apart, launching themselves from three different angles to encircle him. In his current state of early bone refining, Huangzhong found it as effortless as slicing through vegetables to slay them, yet he refrained from employing his divine magic or the finger of demon extermination. With a resounding thud, the second ape fell, still without any visible consequence. How could this be? Huangzhong pondered, only to see the third ape meet a similar fate. Two unseen energies, one black and one white, surged into his being once more. It dawned on him that it was not guaranteed to receive such energy with each kill. Huangzhong finally grasped the situation. With another roar, this essence coursed through him, and he sensed a colossal, entirely black-furred ape-like demon gradually taking shape in his mind. At the first sight of this magnificent creature, one word resonated within him: immense. It was truly colossal. The celestial ape demon, with the ability to reach the heavens and possessing unparalleled strength. Mysterious inscriptions began to materialize within his consciousness. This was an occurrence unlike any he had experienced with previous demons. Whether it was the advanced nature of the celestial ape demon or a result of his ascension and bone refining, new information about this formidable being began to unfold in his mind. This creature, a behemoth from ancient legends, was said to tower 10,000 feet tall, capable of plucking stars from the sky. After the initial shock, Huangzhong succumbed to a state of stupor, based on the essence he had just acquired. It seemed he would need to slay at least 10,000 black-bone apes to glimpse the entirety of this creature's form. It appeared that the formation of each subsequent demon became increasingly arduous. However, if he could indeed manifest this celestial ape, its power would be unmatched. Suddenly, a flurry of white-headed eagles emerged from the sky. These intelligent creatures, known for their cooperation and lethal claws, were notorious beasts of the region. Huangzhong assessed the scene and felt relieved. There seemed to be only around 100, none having reached the divine strength to become demon beasts. With a commanding cry from above, the 100-plus white-headed eagles formed into a square formation, diving towards Huangzhong like a volley of arrows. Each eagle brandished sharp talons aimed directly at him. As he watched their descent, he sprang backward, striking a nearby tree with a resounding blow, causing it to splinter. And with a fierce grip, he swept the fallen trunk through the air. A towering tree, several times larger than himself, swept horizontally from the ground up. Upon noticing that he wielded a weapon, the bald eagles swiftly altered their commands, dispersing to avoid his onslaught. However, in the hands of the adept, the lengthy tree felt as light as a mere straw. With a sudden leap into the air, he nearly matched the altitude at which the bald eagles flew, sweeping left and right with fervor. In an instant, a flurry of white feathers filled the sky as one bald eagle after another fell like raindrops. This time, he caught them off guard, dispatching over 30 bald eagles, yet only about 10 could be absorbed, suggesting a rough probability of 1 in 3. Of course, there were moments when several could be absorbed in succession, and at other times, none at all. Huangzhong increasingly felt a sense of familiarity and anticipation regarding his abilities. What else remained undiscovered? Indeed, he had yet to continue his communication with the man in the yellow robe. Perhaps, after mastering the demon-slaying blade, there would be further revelations? Huangzhong felt a surge of impatience, just as the bald eagle soared into the sky, evading his presence. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the jungle. The king of beasts, the phantom tiger, had arrived. With that sound alone, Huangzhong recognized its approach. The sovereign among beasts, a master of ferocity, it emerged from the depths of the earth and struck from the heavens. It was declaring war on Huangzhong, asserting dominion over this jungle as its territory. The bald eagles, sensing the phantom tiger's wrath, though they were creatures of the sky, acknowledged the might of the king of beasts. Reluctantly, they cast one last glance at Huangzhong on the ground before spiraling away in 2 lines. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, an unsettling quietude. All beasts and demons seemed to have fled in an instant. The phantom tiger had arrived. With a rustling sound of leaves beneath its paws, it closed the distance to Huangzhong, vanishing entirely. It had cloaked itself, approaching without a sound. This was a phantom tiger that had undoubtedly reached divine power, capable of moving as silently as the adept, appearing and disappearing at will. The phantom tiger must be eliminated. Huang Zheng stood there resolutely, driven not by anything else but the necessity to extinguish this creature's innate ability to cloak itself and its essence as the king of beasts. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. For a full 30 breaths, the scene remained eerily quiet. Huang Zheng understood that the greater the silence, the more terrifying the impending assault would be. Mature phantom tigers strike and vanish in one blow, instinctively cloaking themselves for protection. If they fail to secure a kill with the first strike and alert their prey, the opportunity may never arise again. Yet, just as he prepared to strike back, an unseen shadow lunged silently from the front. A pair of white-pawed claws crashing down upon Huang Zheng's chest. No one had anticipated this. Astonishingly, there were 2 phantom tigers, one enticing Huang Zheng from behind while the other attacked stealthily from the front. The hidden four remained motionless. Bang! Huang Zheng's fist collided with the front paw of the phantom tiger behind him, eliciting a pained cry as the creature flipped and rolled, disappearing from sight. Bang! Huang Zheng was struck fiercely in the chest, his garments rent asunder by the tiger's claws, leaving a trail of crimson lacerations across his body. He was propelled backwards as if struck by a meteor, soaring several feet before crashing heavily against a large tree. To his astonishment, the ghostly tiger that had sent him flying did not remain concealed. Instead, it crouched low to the ground, its expression directed at Huang Zheng's face revealing a hint of smugness. Lying on the ground, Huang Zheng gasped for breath, his fingers already coalescing a blade known as the demon-slaying knife. With a flick of his finger, he was certain he could deliver a lethal strike. The demon-slaying knife was astonishingly swift, outpacing even the fastest crossbow of the Great Chu by a factor of 10. He was fully confident that he could eliminate his foe before it could vanish from sight. However, the 4 hidden adversaries remained motionless, each waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 012. Huang Zheng's might with a resounding roar echoing in his ears. Huang Zheng was suddenly ambushed once more by the ghostly tiger, which had just been struck by his punch. This time, the beast launched its attack from behind a tree, sweeping towards Huang Zheng's vulnerable eyes as he lay on the ground. The ferocity and cunning of such a creature sent a shiver down Huang Zheng's spine. Fortunately, he had anticipated this stealthy assault. Sensing the wind shift behind him, he rolled swiftly, narrowly evading the tiger's devastating paw that tore a massive chunk from the tree. The 2 ghostly tigers worked in perfect harmony. As Huang Zheng rolled away, the first tiger leapt forward with ferocity, aiming directly for his lower region. It seemed to sense something extraordinary about Huang Zheng's physique, prompting it to strike at such a crucial point. Are you not going to intervene? Huang Zheng thought. Enduring the dual assault from the tigers, his resolve wavering as he grasped the demon-slaying blade. With a forceful push against the ground, he propelled himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick, an explosive move that would leave anyone, including Feng Han, astounded and breathless. Yet, the ghostly tiger appeared to possess some martial knowledge. In midair, its massive form twisted, and its claws shredded Huang Zheng's trousers, exposing his thighs, which were marred by deep, crimson lines, a ghastly sight. To the unknowing observer, it would seem as if the tiger had pulverized his leg with a single blow, just as the ghostly tiger was about to land. The concealed four finally made their move. 2 glimmering blades flashed through the air, striking the airborne tiger before it could touch the ground. The massive head of the beast crashed heavily to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the other 2 launched their attack, 2 beams of light shot forth like arrows from a taut bow. The tiger, which had attempted to ambush Huang Zheng, vanished into thin air, only to be struck down relentlessly. With a cry of anguish, it tumbled to the ground, much to the delight of the 4. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind stirred behind Lan Qifeng. Suddenly, a tiger's head materialized, sinking its teeth into his right shoulder. With a violent flick of its tail, it hurled him into the air, and before he could descend, he was lifeless. Indeed, there are still more. He Zhengwen had not finished his warning when he was struck by another ghostly tiger, which slammed into him with its head and claws. Though he was in the later stages of bone refining, his body was no match for Huang Zheng's resilience, and he instinctively recoiled in agony. The ghostly tiger retreated a few steps, revealing the gruesome scene before them. He Zhengwen's entrails spilled onto the ground, and with a final gasp of blood, he fell lifeless. My brother, Lan Qifeng, Qiao Xiaoyu, and Yu Qi Tian stood together, stricken with shock and sorrow. Among the 4 ghostly tigers, 2 lay on the ground. One fell by a blade to the head, the other pierced in several places, trembling and whimpering as if death was imminent. The surviving two pressed their heads against their fallen companions, mourning their plight. Without the spectral tigers, neither Qiao Xiaoyu nor Yu Qi dared to move. The cunning nature of the spectral tiger rendered them hesitant. They were uncertain if more lurked nearby, and could only defend themselves back to back. I had long suggested to bide our time before striking. How could there possibly be just two spectral tigers? Yu Qi cursed Qiao Xiaoyu. His gaze not straying from Huang Zhong. Qiao Xiaoyu remained silent, casting a glance at Huang Zhong, who sat against a grand tree, sneering. Yu Qi's implication was clear. He intended for Huang Zhong to serve as bait, completely resigning himself to the role of a sacrificial pawn. Perhaps Qiao Xiaoyu had signaled for an early strike? Very well, I shall save Qiao Xiaoyu and let Yu Qi meet his demise. Huang Zhong resolved this in his heart. A resounding roar echoed from afar, soaring into the heavens. This immense bellow erupted as if from a crystalline cannon, penetrating the sky and dispersing like a tumultuous wave. The expressions of Huang Zhong, Qiao Xiaoyu, Yu Qi and the two standing spectral tigers shifted dramatically. Even a seasoned warrior in the later stages of bone refining could not muster the strength to project his voice into the sky and create such an uproar. This was a creature of formidable might, a beast of the later stages of bone refining or even the early stages of energy cultivation, vast and overwhelming. The ground trembled with a series of resounding thuds, trees in the jungle collapsing as an enormous silhouette materialized before them. The two mobile spectral tigers emitted mournful cries, vanishing in an instant. Faced with this formidable foe, they had no choice but to conceal themselves. The two remaining tigers on the ground continued to struggle, their heads bowed in despair, seemingly aware that their doom was imminent. For what approached was none other than the most terrifying beast king of the Lianqing mountain range. The giant armored wolf. Towering like an elephant, clad in heavy armor, resembling a wolf, this beast weighed as much as a mountain. A typical giant armored wolf could tip the scales at 8,000 pounds, with limbs as robust as a human's body, and a maw capable of swallowing a full-grown spectral tiger. It was not only the king of beasts in the Lianqing mountain range, but also one of the most feared creatures among warriors. No one could have anticipated the appearance of a giant armored wolf in the later stages of bone refining before the three. If there had been a sliver of hope against the spectral tigers, there was utterly none against the impervious giant armored wolf. Yu Qingtian and Xiao Xiaoyu had initially intended to wait for one of the tigers to perish and seize a corpse before departing. However, now, they found themselves bereft of any opportunity. The first act of the giant armored wolf upon arriving was to lift its foot, with a resounding crunch. The two spectral tigers on the ground were crushed instantly. Huang Zhong gained nothing, and a peculiar thought struck him. Could it be that if he did not personally slay the beasts, he would have no share in the spoils? The nostrils of the giant armored wolf flared, releasing two jets of searing air. At the very moment it crushed the spectral tigers, both Yu Qingtian and Xiao Xiaoyu dared not even claim a corpse. Instead, they swiftly turned to flee. Suddenly, two shadows emerged from the void, lunging towards them. Cursed be the spectral tigers. These spectral tigers, having been grievously harmed by their hands and subsequently killed by the giant armored wolf, sought to ensnare the two of them. With a swift motion, the two individuals found themselves suspended in midair, desperately brandishing their long blades to shield their bodies. The sound of the spectral tiger's claws clashing against their blades resonated like a melodious chime of metal. A thunderous roar erupted from the colossal armored wolf, its voice echoing across the realm, leaving the less experienced Xiao Xiaoyu momentarily deafened. Suddenly, the massive beast leapt into action, its imposing form eclipsing the sky. Moving with a speed that belied its bulk, charging towards the two humans and two tigers with a fierce growl. Clang! The blades of Yu Qingtian and Xiao Xiaoyu struck its forepaw first, but in an instant, a resounding crack reverberated as their weapons flew from their grip. Meanwhile, the spectral tiger leapt away, attempting to vanish from sight. The ground trembled as the armored wolf landed heavily, causing the earth to sink beneath its weight. The two spectral tigers cloaked themselves, leaving only 4 distinct paw prints visible. With a swift sweep of its tail, the colossal wolf struck. The sound akin to a whip cracking as it lashed out at the two spectral tigers, who reappeared, sent sprawling against the trunks of 2 nearby trees. Despite its cumbersome form, the armored wolf exhibited extraordinary prowess, its movements fluid and graceful, akin to that of a human. As it swept its tail, it simultaneously brought its forepaw crashing down. The force was akin to a mountain collapsing, leaving Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Qingtian no choice but to brace themselves, extending their hands in a desperate attempt to block. Thud! Their palms met the wolf's forepaw, their hands appearing as insignificant as a toddler's against an adult's. A sickening crack echoed as their arms shattered, and the weight of the paw forced them downwards, blood erupting in a spray around them. A deafening roar erupted once more, shaking the heavens. This time, the source of fury was Huang Zheng, who had been ignored, seated against a tree. The spectral tigers presumed he was incapacitated due to his injured legs, as did Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Qi Tian, and even the approaching armored wolf shared this belief. Yet Huang Zheng was enraged, unleashing a fury that surpassed that of the colossal wolf. If he did not act, the spectral tigers would be slain, leaving him with nothing. In a flash, Huang Zheng leapt into the air, soaring towards the armored wolf. What? Was he courting death? The agonized Yu Qi Tian and Xiao Xiaoyu, writhing on the ground, could hardly believe his audacity. They found themselves unable to escape, while Huang Zheng, instead of retreating, chose to attack. With a finger pointed towards the demon-slaying blade, Huang Zheng executed a precise movement midair. The spectral tigers, lying on the ground, were caught off guard as two beams of light pierced through the heads of each tiger. In an instant, one of them was infused with black and white energies, merging into Huang Zheng's being. To slay countless foes is to embody a divine demon. In that fleeting moment, Huang Zheng transformed before the eyes of Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Qi Tian, resembling an ancient deity, vast and imposing, with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The colossal armored wolf's eyes widened with fear, its body trembling as it faced Huang Zheng. Yet, Huang Zheng's fist struck his head with a resounding thud. The punch landed squarely on the creature's nose. To Huang Zheng, it seemed merely a blow to the giant armored wolf, but to Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Qi Tian, it appeared as though an ancient, colossal demon had descended, its massive hand crashing down and shattering the earth, akin to a gentle tap on a ball. The giant armored wolf let out a tragic scream as its entire head disintegrated in an instant. With a thunderous crash, its enormous body fell heavily, like Mount Tai collapsing. In a single stroke, Huang Zheng had incapacitated the formidable beast, renowned for its impenetrable defenses, with just one punch. Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Qi Tian stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting their own pain. Thud. Huang Zheng, too, collapsed before their astonished eyes. That single strike had drained him completely, leaving him utterly exhausted. He now comprehended the overwhelming power of the ancient demons. Their rapid progress came with a staggering toll. Gasping, he lay on the ground, reflecting on the fruits of his labor, the essence of the ghostly tiger and that of the giant armored wolf. Roaring, in his mind's eye, a colossal demon clad in armor, radiating dark light, advanced with the weight of a mountain, each step seemingly capable of extinguishing an entire world, while countless weaker demons quivered and cried beneath its feet. The ironclad mountain demon, encased in impenetrable armor, resistant to both fire and water, stood firm upon the earth. Yet, the shadow and essence of this demon flickered and vanished without a trace. Huang Zheng realized that his level was too high, and that the essence extracted from the slain giant armored wolf was insufficient, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 013. The mysterious Qi pill. The dominant heavenly technique allowed for a remarkably swift restoration of power. Lying on the ground, he felt an infusion of strength coursing through him within just 10 breaths. Yet, in the midst of battle, 10 breaths could spell death 100 times over if adversaries remained. As he lay there, the others, including Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Qi Tian, sensed something amiss. This fellow had exhausted himself? What kind of divine skill had he learned to slay a bone-refining giant armored wolf with a single punch? Without a moment's hesitation, he suppressed his agony, leaping forward with a single bound. In midair, a long knife appeared in his hand, aimed viciously at Huang Zheng. Xiao Xiaoyu watched in disbelief. No one anticipated that as Yu Qi Tian vaulted forward, a white shadow flickered in the air. The ghostly tiger, hidden until now, pounced on the prostrate Huang Zheng. The ghostly tiger had been cunning, lying in wait until it saw Huang Zheng collapse from exhaustion, finally deciding to launch a surprise attack. Yet, in the midst of its charge, it spotted Yu Qi Tian leaping toward Huang Zheng and mistakenly assumed he was coming to aid him. With a roar, the ghostly tiger vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Yu Qi Tian, its jaws snapping fiercely into his left shoulder. Yu Qi Tian let out a horrific scream as the tiger's powerful jaws flung him into the air, sending him soaring several feet high before crashing down with a resounding thud, dead on the spot. With Yu Qi Tian dispatched, the ghostly tiger wavered momentarily before fading from view. However, Huang Zheng remained on the ground, extending a finger, a single point of the demon-slaying blade. In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the air, and a circle of crimson blood appeared. Suddenly, with a thud, the ghostly tiger emerged from its invisibility, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It had remained hidden for too long, failing to evade Huang Zheng's precise strike. Two streams of vital energy surged into Huang Zhang's body. A roar echoed in his mind as a creature resembling a black bear materialized within. It flickered in and out of existence before vanishing from his consciousness. The invisible demon, adept at stealth and elusive as a wisp, was a formidable foe from ancient times, dreaded by all who encountered it. Due to the limited number of ghostly tigers Huang Zhang had slain, it merely flickered past in his mind. The forest fell into a profound silence as Huang Zhang slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. 5 ghostly tigers, 1 giant armored wolf, and 3 human corpses lay scattered about, with the only survivor being the mature woman Xiao Xiaoyu. She was grievously injured, her arms and legs shattered by the wolf's powerful strike, lying on the ground. Her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Huang Zhang, the bait they had all looked down upon, now sweeping the battlefield with unmatched prowess. His abilities were mysterious and unfathomable, capable of transforming into divine beings. Young brother, in my youth, I heard within the confines of our sect about ancient texts that record the existence of 6 realms beyond the realm of spirit communication. The first of these is the divine realm, wherein one can summon deities and demons from the other world into their own being, wielding the true power of primordial gods and demons. Cough, cough. You, so young, already wield powers akin to those of the divine beings. If others were to witness this, it would indeed be a death sentence. Xiao Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, the reason unclear, yet her words revealed a profound concern for Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang, equally fond of her, stepped forward a few paces and inquired, "How are you? Is there any way to heal you?" With a bittersweet smile, Xiao Xiaoyu responded, "Young brother, you would do us a great favor by delivering one of the ghostly tigers to Prince Yu, would you not?" Huang Zhang fell silent, contemplating. "But I wish to go to the Han Dynasty. The reward for a ghostly tiger is 10,000 low-grade Xuanqi pills, which can significantly enhance one's cultivation speed, an essential elixir for practitioners of the Xian realm. With your abilities, having a substantial number of Xuanqi pills would inevitably lead to your advancement in nurturing energy. Why do you not deliver it yourself?" Huang Zhang asked, puzzled. With a sorrowful smile, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, "Both my hands and legs are broken. To Prince Yu, I am but a worthless pawn. I have many enemies. How shall I live on from here? If you deliver the ghostly tiger, Prince Yu will surely treat our family well. I beg of you." She glanced at the small pouch in her embrace, then lifted her gaze to Huang Zhang, offering him a desolate smile, her exquisite features blooming like a flower. Before Huang Zhang could utter a word, she suddenly bit her tongue, blood gushing forth from her small mouth. Huang Zhang's heart turned cold as he realized her intentions. He could have prevented her suicide, yet for reasons unknown, he hesitated upon hearing her words about the innocent. All were dead, every person and beast. No one would ever know of the events that transpired today. Huang Zhang suddenly felt his heart grow colder. Ever since he learned the immortal demon art, his heart brimmed with a boundless desire for slaughter, devoid of compassion. Perhaps this is the true will of the ancient gods and demons. He approached Xiao Xiaoyu, gently reaching into her embrace, where he discovered a small pouch. A storage pouch? Huang Zhang had previously heard Feng Han mention that one must possess sufficient spiritual consciousness to unlock a storage pouch at the bone refining stage. Even a common storage pouch is exceedingly valuable. His spiritual consciousness surpassed that of ordinary practitioners by countless magnitudes. With a slight extension of his will, he found the pouch contained merely a 1 wide space, within which lay several hundred white jade pills. He extracted one for inspection. It appeared to be the low-grade Xuanqi pill of legend. Additionally, there was a jade slip inscribed with the characters Prince Yu, confirming that this was indeed the handiwork of the esteemed Xiao Xiaoyu. Among the 4 individuals, only one held a storage pouch, while the other 3 possessed a jade vial containing Xuanqi pills, totaling less than 1,000. It was likely that this storage pouch was intended for transporting the ghostly tiger. So Huang Zhang placed one ghostly tiger within that pouch, while the other items he stored in the space that Yu Zheng had provided for him. The colossal armored wolf was also confined within the main chamber. However, due to its massive size, along with several spectral tigers, there was little space left in the room. These mystical beasts, if brought to the grand city for trade, could fetch a substantial sum, and Huang Zhang intended to sell them all. After tidying up, he buried 4 individuals and swiftly concealed himself atop a mountain. The mystic energy pill? He retrieved one, examining it closely as a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Controlled by the various mystical sects across the land, the supply of these pills was scarce, with the imperial court having an even more limited allocation. It was said that even masters below the qi nourishing stage were unworthy of receiving low-grade mystic energy pills, reserved solely for supreme experts like General Fong, who received 100 pills monthly in the early stages of qi nourishing. One mystic energy pill equated to a day of arduous training. What results could a day of my training yield? He tossed the pill into his mouth. It melted into a sweet nectar, its delightful aroma coursing through his limbs, swiftly transforming into mystic energy that surged within him. The mystic energy increased, as did his strength, and Huangjing finally sensed subtle changes within. Mystic energy represented one's cultivation, and cultivation was synonymous with mystic energy. Thus, mystic energy pills served to enhance an individual's prowess. Was one pill truly equivalent to a day's effort? What about 1,000? Why did they not consume them all? Could it be that one could only ingest one per day? He tossed another pill into his mouth, feeling a torrent of mystic energy surge forth, and once again he sensed an increase in his power. The foundation of his bone refinement became even more stable. After consuming 10, then 20 pills, Huangjing realized that any further intake yielded no additional effects. The limit was 20 pills per day. He felt a pang of regret, having believed he could consume all 1,000 within a single day. Yet, had he known that within the mystical sects, those capable of consuming 2 pills a day were deemed exceptional geniuses, while those who could manage 5 were regarded as rare prodigies, he might have reflected differently. After consuming 20 pills, Huangjing felt his strength surging like a tempest, and a faint pain coursed through his fingers. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a strike, and the demon-slaying blade transformed mid-air into 2, cleaving a distant tree with a resounding crack, splitting it into 3 segments. 2 strikes from a single gesture? Huangjing was filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. However, the previous strikes had been erratic, lacking control. I shall try again, after a brief respite. With renewed focus, he gestured once more, directing his mental energy, 1 strike to the left, another to the right. With a resounding crash, 2 distinct trees fell before him. His mental energy flowed seamlessly, akin to an extension of his arm. This implied that in the future, with a single strike, he could potentially eliminate 2 adversaries. This was truly an extraordinary feat, and Huangjing increasingly recognized the immense power of this technique, compared to the boundless might of the divine demon arts, which could shake the earth and obliterate the heavens with a single punch. This technique of the demon-slaying blade, when mastered to its utmost potential, could unleash countless blades with a mere gesture, capable of simultaneously vanquishing innumerable foes on the battlefield. While the explosive power of the divine demon arts could shatter the morale of an entire army with a single blow, this technique could eliminate 1,000,000 soldiers with just 1 pointed strike. Each has its merits. Ultimately, who is truly stronger or weaker? His heart stirred slightly. He closed his eyes and contemplated, his thoughts once again locating the figure in yellow robes who had been sitting in stillness all along. Chapter 014. The true path lies in divine powers. As a cascade of symbols and images fell into his consciousness like rain, Huangjing found himself bewildered. Each character was chaotic and unsightly, every image blurred and indistinct. How could this be? He pondered. Perhaps it was due to my insufficient realm? He firmly believed that this was yet another unparalleled divine power, resonating with the ages, yet it remained utterly incomprehensible to him. Lacking a higher realm was the only explanation he could conceive. Unwilling to surrender, he focused his thoughts on the figure in yellow, but the confusion persisted, with the characters and images remaining disordered and unclear. Could it be that the individual in yellow was displeased with my acquisition of the divine and demonic boundless art, hence choosing to disregard me? Huangjing then attempted to communicate with the figure in black. Suddenly, a mighty roar erupted from the black-clad figure's head, and an onslaught of words pierced Huangjing's mind like a multitude of venomous thorns. Huangjing cried out in agony, acutely aware that the words were equally muddled and indistinct. Being amidst a treasure trove yet unable to attain its riches intensified Huangjing's resolve to ascend further. He needed to acquire a substantial number of Xuanqi pills. Currently, he only possessed inferior-grade ones. To obtain medium-grade Xuanqi pills, he had to enter the Xianmen. Those in the later stages of bone refinement who lacked medium-grade pills would remain trapped in that stage for life, a fate Huangjing was determined to avoid. The distinction between bone refinement and qi cultivation was stark. Observing Imo Qianheng effortlessly snatching a person from dozens of miles away revealed the prowess of qi cultivation. Feng Pidi, a general renowned in the Feng estate, was in the early stages of qi cultivation and was reputed to be unmatched in the world, showcasing the formidable nature of this practice. However, Huangjing's understanding was still limited. The true power did not solely lie in the qi cultivation stage. Divine powers were paramount. Imotianhing's mastery of the celestial arts of heaven and earth, a divine ability of the Heavenly Strategy Alliance, was what allowed him to exert such influence over Huangzhong. Huangzhong himself had also learned the divine and demonic boundless art, utilizing the demon extermination blade, a divine power of unknown rank, to triumph over foes of higher standing. While realm was significant, divine powers were the true essence of strength. The distinction between a high-level practitioner and a novice was akin to that between an adult and a child. The foundational disparities were evident. In a barehanded contest, the adult would undoubtedly prevail, yet divine powers resembled exquisite weaponry. An adept child wielding a powerful bow could force even the unarmed adult to retreat. In time, Huangzhong would come to understand this truth. 10 days later, Huangzhong found himself in a peculiar state atop a location in the Lianqing Mountains. His expression strange as he gazed down at his feet. Anyone who happened to witness his lower half would be struck with terror, perhaps even fainting on the spot. For Huangzhong had no legs. Indeed, below his knees, there was nothing but emptiness, giving the eerie impression of a person floating in midair, severed at the knees. Damn! Huangzhong muttered in disbelief after observing himself for a while. During these 10 days, he had followed the jade slip map left by Qiao Xiaoyu and others towards Yuzhou, slaying a total of 16 spectral tigers that had ambushed him along the way. Half of these he had absorbed, yet this meager power had only sufficed to render his legs invisible. It seemed he would need to eliminate thousands of spectral tigers to achieve complete invisibility. Once he attained the ability to become invisible, Huangzhong transcended the realm of the phantom tiger. His powers were akin to those of the invisible demon. All the life he had extinguished, their essence absorbed, coalesced within his consciousness, manifesting as corresponding divine demons. The invisible demon, elusive and spectral, far surpassed the phantom tiger in magnitude. One was a deity, the other merely a beast, making comparison futile. However, this realization bore little significance. He pondered whether he could slay any more invisible beasts. Huangzhong had no intention of lingering to hunt thousands of phantom tigers. These creatures were inherently rare, and during his 10 days of ruthless slaughter, countless beasts had fled at the mere scent of his presence. To amass 1,000 kills would require years of effort. Thus, he departed, casting a final glance at the valley behind him. With a swift motion, his wings of divine demons soared into the sky, their vast, black expanse unfurling majestically, slicing through the cosmos. Each powerful beat of those wings stirred the surrounding air like a blade. In an instant, he vanished into the Lianqing mountain range, quickly becoming a mere speck against the backdrop of the sky. What exhilaration! Huangzhong, in this moment, truly grasped the liberating joy of soaring freely, unconfined by earthly bounds, gliding gracefully through the heavens. His divine power was that of the arrow-winged demon, the weakest among divine beings, lacking any offensive capabilities, possessing but a singular skill, to fly with the swiftness of an arrow. As he soared, he calculated the celestial technique of Mo Qianheng, swiftly concluding that as long as he ascended before Mo could act, the latter's celestial grasp would never reach him. As he flew through the sky, the fierce winds cut against his face, causing a stinging sensation, and he felt a warmth on his shoulders. Glancing back, he noticed that his garments had torn. Although he had already changed into clothing from another storage bag, they had succumbed to destruction as well, the fabric yielding to the expansive force of his wings. Could you refrain from shredding my clothes in the future? If every deployment of my wings results in torn garments, no amount of attire will suffice for replacement. As this thought crossed his mind, his wings flickered with a swift motion, retracting and extending anew. Remarkably, this time, they did not tear his clothing, appearing to sprout directly from the fabric itself. Excellent. Might I request that the wings be slightly smaller? Their current size is far too conspicuous. With a series of swift adjustments, his wings diminished from 5 zhang to 4, then 3, and finally to 2. Upon reaching 2 zhang, Huangzhong discerned a clear correlation. The smaller the wings, the slower the speed. He decisively halted at the 2 zhang mark. At his height, wings of 2 zhang appeared most normal. Even if observed from the ground, onlookers might mistake them for those of a colossal eagle. The previous 5 zhang wings would have led spectators to suspect a bizarre creature. Maintaining this size, Huangzhong traversed the expanse into the territory of Dazhou in less than an hour. Yuzhou, one of the 72 states of the Great Chu Empire, is characterized by its vast but sparsely populated territory, lacking in wealth. This land is governed by the Prince of Yu, one of the 6 major princely rulers of the empire. The Prince of Yu and the current emperor share the same mother, yet their destinies diverge. One ascends to the throne while the other rules as a prince. This distinction breeds apprehension among the court officials regarding the prince's potential for unrest, resulting in him being allocated the least favorable territory among the princely domains. Nevertheless, the emperor, cherishing their fraternal bond, generously doubles the prince's annual salary. The reputation of the Prince of Yu is known even to the likes of Huangzhong, a mere servant in the capital. He is said to be indifferent to court affairs, dedicating himself solely to the study of esoteric texts. It is rumored that the prince delights in forging connections with scholars of the mystical arts, engaging in discourse on martial prowess, with the utmost aspiration of guiding his young lord into the realm of the mystics, to become a practitioner of the arcane. Furthermore, the Prince of Yu is noted for his benevolence, showing compassion for the common folk within his domain, even utilizing his own salary to alleviate the tax burdens of the impoverished citizens. However, Huang Zhang's perspective shifts dramatically upon recalling the words of Qiao Xiaoyu before her untimely demise. How could one who does not cherish his own subordinates possibly show compassion for the common people? Lost in thought, he inadvertently gazes ahead, where faint azure streams of energy suddenly ascend into the sky, sporadically shimmering. Ah, have I arrived in Yuzhou? In a swift motion, he descends rapidly, landing upon a high stone after scarcely 2 breaths, having plummeted 300 zhang from the air. As he raises his gaze, the formidable walls of Yuzhou come into clear view. The azure energy emanates from the city walls, embodying the spirit of martial warriors, the indomitable essence of the military. Yuzhou is fortified by an army of 10,000, ostensibly stationed for defense, yet in reality, it serves to monitor the Prince of Yu. The fervor of these 10,000 troops surges skyward, coalescing into a formidable force, and the more potent the mystic's abilities, the more one can perceive this sensation. Previously, during Huang Zhang's period of strength, even with 200,000 troops stationed in the capital, he had never experienced such a phenomenon. Now, confronted by a mere 10,000 soldiers, the overwhelming vitality amalgamating before him causes trepidation even in a seasoned mystic like Huang Zhang. If 10,000 troops are this formidable, what would be the case with 100,000 or 1,000,000? With a sense of foreboding, Huang Zhang approaches the city gates. Halt! You seem unfamiliar. What brings you to Yuzhou? The guards, upon noticing Huang Zhang's mystic aura, quickly obstruct his path. While ordinary citizens may enter freely, a mystic's entrance demands scrutiny, as they are often elusive and difficult to apprehend should they commit transgressions. I am a family member of Qiao Xiaoyu, sent on her behalf to convey important matters to the princess residence. It appears that Qiao Xiaoyu possesses some renown here. Upon his declaration, the guards turn, casting skeptical glances at Huang Zhang. Observing their expressions, he produces Qiao Xiaoyu's token, emblazoned with the insignia of the royal residence, to bolster his claim. Very well, follow me. Before the guards can respond, a mystic approaches from behind Huang Zhang, nodding in acknowledgement to him before offering a respectful nod to the guards. Mr. Qi. The guards salute the mystic with utmost reverence as he strides past. Then someone returned Qiao Xiaoyu's waist to Huang Zhang, clearing the way. Mr. Qi led the way into the city. Huang Zhang pondered, could it be someone from the Wang residence? The city gate guards were unusually accommodating. He hurriedly followed suit. Mr. Qi, are you also from the Wang residence? Huang Zhang scrutinized him. At the early stage of bone refining, Mr. Qi was of equal standing, yet still inferior to Qiao Xiaoyu. I serve General Du Minji, the governor of Yuzhou, replied Mr. Qi, casting a languid glance at Huang Zhang. It appears you are new to Yuzhou. Why do you claim to be related to Qiao Xiaoyu? Huang Zhang immediately sensed an underlying tone. The title of governor signifies a military authority within a province, while it may not hold much weight in other states. In Yuzhou, it implies a special mission, overseeing the Wang residence and monitoring the Prince of Yuzhou. Mr. Qi, there's no need for further company. I shall proceed to the Wang residence alone, Huang Zhang declared, ready to turn away. Where do you think you're going? Mr. Qi chuckled. In Yuzhou City, all practitioners of the mysterious arts face only 2 paths, either to ally with General Du Minji or to assist the Prince of Yuzhou. My young friend, you are a clever individual. Surely you know how to choose? I'm afraid I have never favored being coerced into decisions, Huang Zhang replied. I am merely here to deliver a message. I wish to assist no one. Farewell. Stop. Mr. Qi's expression darkened. Since you dislike making choices, allow me to make one for you. What message are you delivering? Hand it over. I represent the governor's office and suspect you are a spy from another nation. Moreover, you are quite young, merely at the early stage of bone refining. Which sect do you belong to? Chapter 15. The divine fist of lifting the cauldron. The man surnamed Qi displayed a ruthlessness that knew no bounds. When Huang Zheng refused to acquiesce, he resorted to intimidation. In his eyes, Huang Zheng, being young and frail, would surely capitulate after a loud demand for the letter. Huang Zheng, however, paid him no mind, instead surveying his surroundings. The two found themselves on a quiet street in Yuzhou City during the morning, where, despite the sparse foot traffic, people continued to come and go. A sudden smile graced Huang Zheng's lips, revealing a row of pristine, white teeth. "Catch me, and I shall hand over the letter." With a swift series of movements, he vanished into a narrow alleyway. A glance over his shoulder confirmed that the man surnamed Qi was still trailing him with a grin. "I told you, there's no escape. To flaunt your skills so openly as a practitioner of the arcane, it seems you are not a disciple of any reputable sect. Hand it over, surrender the letter." Huang Zheng regarded him with a pitiful gaze. "Remember this, the one who will end your life is Huang Zheng." With a clang, a surge of sword energy erupted, dazzling as lightning. Before the man surnamed Qi could react, Huang Zheng's finger, wielding the demon-slaying blade, pierced through his forehead. The distance between them had been far too close. Even as he fell, the disdain in Qi's eyes remained palpable. A rush of black and white energy surged into Huang Zheng's body. Qi Feng, a disciple of the Golden Cauldron sect, was a guest expert summoned by the governor of Yuzhou, Du Minji. With Qi Feng's demise, Huang Zheng successfully seized his essence, along with numerous memories. Eager to grasp the situation in Yuzhou, Huang Zheng reveled in the thrill of killing, a sensation that had become increasingly intoxicating to him. He yearned to slay more foes. After all, he was merely at the initial stage of bone refinement, a triviality compared to his aspirations. As Huang Zheng grew stronger, the efficacy of his plunder diminished. Now, at the early stage of divine power, slaying an adversary of equal standing only allowed for fleeting glimpses of the divine and demonic. This time, the apparition that flashed before him was that of the celestial ape demon, as Qi Feng's teachings were rooted in strength, much like the formidable ape itself. Huang Zheng had become more adept at mastering his boundless divine and demonic skills. Essentially, the spoils he reaped from defeating an enemy corresponded to the type of divine or demonic presence he encountered. By absorbing Qi Feng's memories, he also discerned why the imperial court held the Prince of Yu in such high regard. The Prince of Yu and the current emperor were not only born of the same mother, but the prince was also the elder brother. In theory, the throne rightfully belonged to him. However, it was ultimately the decision of the previous emperor who was to inherit the throne. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the rationale for not passing the throne to the Prince of Yu was his status as a practitioner of the arcane arts. According to the laws of the Great Chu dynasty, royal offspring who practiced divine skills were barred from succession. Once one entered the realm of the arcane, their lifespan would gradually extend, particularly at the initial stage of inner alchemy. One could live for 2 centuries, and with each subsequent level, their lifespan would double. If the emperor also practiced divine skills, how long could he maintain his reign? However, the Prince of Yu had only embraced the art of the arcane after losing his claim to the throne. Consequently, regarding what Xiao Xiaoyu had said about the prince intending to present a phantom tiger as a gift to the emperor for his longevity celebration, Huang Zheng remained skeptical. Although the city of Yuzhou is vast, locating the Wangfu is quite effortless. After departing from there, he inquired with several passers-by along the way and soon found the residence of Prince Yu. The prince, a robust man appearing to be in his 40s, looked significantly younger than his actual age, possessing formidable strength at the late stage of body refinement. The specter tigers? Prince Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed upon the storage bag presented to him by Huang Zheng, which contained 2 specter tigers. After a moment of ecstatic joy, he abruptly realized, where are Yu Qingtian and Xiao Xiaoyu? What has become of the 4 of them? Huang Zheng recounted the events briefly, omitting some embellishments, merely stating that the 4 had encountered him, invited him to hunt the specter tigers, and after slaying 2, met with their demise. Huang Zheng's account was succinct, and although Prince Yu understood the perils involved, he was more astonished by the fact that Huang Zheng had survived while those at the mid and late stages of body refinement had perished. Before he could voice his inquiries, Huang Zheng spoke decisively. I fulfilled their last wishes solely for a reward of 10,000 low-grade Xuanqi pills. Prince Yu, you sought 1 specter tiger, and now I present you with 2. I hope to receive the Xuanqi pills promptly and depart from here. Prince Yu hesitated momentarily, as if there were words he wished to convey to Huang Zheng. However, upon observing Huang Zheng's frail physique and youthful visage, he nodded. Very well, Brother Huang. Please wait a moment. The 10,000 low-grade Xuanqi pills were handed over to Huang Zheng, and despite his low regard for Prince Yu's character, Huang Zheng found him rather straightforward in providing the reward. Just as Huang Zheng was eager to depart without delay, a cacophony erupted from outside, accompanied by the sounds of chaos. "Your Highness, trouble? The officials from the governor's office have barged in, claiming they seek the murderer." "What?" Prince Yu's complexion shifted dramatically. "This is dire." Huang Zheng had not anticipated the officials would arrive so swiftly. Originally, he had planned to vanish immediately after obtaining the Xuanqi pills, believing that when the officials reached the Wangfu, his presence would no longer concern them. Should I leave at once? Huang Zheng's demon wings unfurled, and he felt confident that none here could detain him. However, a formidable aura suddenly locked onto him, a presence at least 10 times stronger than that of Yu Qingtian, nearly rivaling Imoqianeng. The initial stage of qi nurturing, Huang Zheng instantly discerned the individual's cultivation level. The imposing warning he had received from Imoqianeng lingered in his memory. Facing someone at the qi nurturing stage while airborne would be disadvantageous. Even if he wished to flee, he would need to eliminate this qi nurturer to ensure a safe escape. He remained still, standing quietly beside Prince Yu, deliberately stepping back a couple of paces to appear as the prince's confidant. Prince Yu recognized Huang Zheng's intent and smiled wryly. Before he could prepare himself, a loud crash echoed from the entrance of the Wangfu, as 2 figures tumbled in, shrieking in distress. The Jinding sect was a minor faction within the Great Chu dynasty, and even those at the qi nurturing stage were considered top-tier experts among such sections. The leader of the Jinding sect was merely at the initial stage of qi nurturing, and only 3 individuals in the entire sect had reached that level. Behind Duan Lei were 2 body refinement cultivators at the late stage and 3 officers at the initial stage of body refinement. 6 individuals stormed the Wangfu, their eyes completely disregarding Prince Yu, the lord of the estate. An officer by Duan Lei's side spoke to Prince Yu without a hint of deference, insinuating that when the time came, he would report to the court, implicating the prince in the schemes of his subordinates. Infuriated, Prince Yu trembled with rage. Having almost ascended to the pinnacle of power, he found himself evaded by a group of martial artists and a mere officer. Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. He could forfeit 10 Huang Zhengs without a second thought, for this particular Huang Zheng bore no relevance to him, yet he could not afford to lose face. Huang Zheng was a distant relative of his esteemed martial artist, Qiao Xiaoyu. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this matter? Before Prince Yu could finish his words, Huang Zheng's countenance darkened with fury. How dare you speak such nonsense? Who do you think you are, barking orders like a mere servant? The prince and the surrounding guards were taken aback. They had not anticipated Huang Zheng would dare to insult a master of qi cultivation, collectively gasping in shock. The words uttered by Huang Zheng left Prince Yu astounded. What? He had slain Fang Peti's nephew and received aid from Minister Yi? Minister Yi? Their sect. The Golden Cauldron possessed a formidable technique known as the Divine Fist of Lifting the Cauldron, derived from the ancient legends of the Great Overlord. From the initial stages of qi cultivation, a single punch could unleash a force of 1,000 pounds, and as one progressed, this power would multiply exponentially. Upon reaching the initial stages of qi cultivation, a single punch would wield a staggering 64,000 pounds of strength, truly embodying the might of lifting the cauldron. Unparalleled in its ferocity. With a resounding bang, he remained rooted in place, yet his fist cleaved through the air, swelling with power as if transformed into a colossal hammer. The force of 64,000 pounds struck the air, akin to thunder rumbling in one's ears. A deafening explosion reverberated, causing all ordinary guards in the vicinity of the royal residence to succumb to darkness, collapsing in a faint, while several lower-level cultivators, including Prince Yu, screamed in agony, spewing blood. This exemplified the audacity of a master of qi cultivation. Even within the royal palace, he dared to act with impunity, completely beyond the law. Chapter 16. Slaying the nurturer. The monstrous hand loomed large and fierce, extending to grasp with a force exceeding 60,000 pounds. In an instant, Duan Lei felt a shiver run down his spine, as if his fist were ensnared by a bizarre, otherworldly creature, sending goosebumps coursing through his entire being. Just as terror seized him, the scene before him shifted dramatically. Huang Zheng was propelled like a meteor, crashing violently against the courtyard wall of the Prince of Yu, resulting in a resounding thud as both man and wall crumbled to the ground. The formidable power of nurturing qi was undeniable, despite Huang Zheng's formidable abilities. He remained infinitely outmatched in raw strength. Attempting to withstand a blow, he was sent flying backward. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Slowly rising to his feet, Huang Zheng felt an urge to laugh towards the heavens. For an ordinary practitioner, the nurturing Qi realm merely granted a body akin to a mid-tier magical artifact. However, after enduring a direct hit, Huangzhong realized that while his strength was still far inferior to that of an early nurturing Qi master, the resilience of his body had surpassed that of a mid-tier artifact, reaching the level of a superior artifact. What did this signify? Without a treasure, he had become an indomitable force. His blood surged within him. A tempest of fury reminiscent of exalted celestial beings and ancient deities struck down in their prime. How could a mere ant dare to challenge the might of the divine? Duan Lei was equally astonished. How could someone in the early stages of bone refining endure a blow from him and still survive? The disparity was 3 realms apart. Before Duan Lei could strike again, Huangzhang let out a resounding roar, a primal cry echoing with the essence of the divine. Suddenly, the sky darkened, enveloped in ominous clouds that obscured the sun. As a small, shadowy fist ascended into the air, transforming into an ancient, formidable hand of a deity. What sorcery was this? Duan Lei's countenance shifted dramatically. Sensing the overwhelming divine power, fear gripped him, and he instinctively retreated several dozen paces. With unrelenting momentum, Huangzhong unleashed a punch that, in the eyes of the Prince of Yu, resembled the colossal paw of an ancient black bear descending from the heavens, its weight pressing down upon the earth. To Duan Lei, it appeared as Huangzhang's divine fist, while the prince perceived it as a divine foot, establishing dominance over the world. Huangzhong roared, executing the ultimate technique of the lifting cauldron fist. As the cauldron, I shall establish the world. Radiating golden light, Duan Lei was enveloped in a faint aura, his presence shimmering with brilliance. Strike. He embodied the cauldron, his fist a manifestation of that very essence, merging man and fist into one. The air hummed with a resonating thrum, akin to a great cauldron descending from the heavens, its weight akin to that of Mount Tai collapsing upon its foes. With a weight of 100,000 pounds bearing down, even a magical artifact could shatter under such pressure. In response, Huangzhong flicked his fingers, producing a sharp sound like the ringing of metal. 2 beams of golden light materialized, transforming into twin golden daggers, shooting forth in succession. The first blade struck against the protective aura surrounding Duan Lei, producing a resounding clang akin to a collision with a great cauldron, instantly dissipating the aura. The second strike landed squarely on Duan Lei's brow, shattering the short blade upon impact. Duan Lei's body plummeted like a meteor, a trickle of blood cascading down from between his brows. With a thunderous crash, his head sank into the granite of the royal courtyard, the earth fracturing beneath him, sending tremors through the palace. Huangzhong retracted his fist, taking 2 quick steps back to the side of the Prince of Yu, inhaling deeply several times to quell the turmoil within him. Your Highness, I have fulfilled my duty and eliminated them all. What the hell? Are you trying to ruin me? The Prince of Yu stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Just how immense would the power of a truly refined heavenly ape demon possess? Could one reach the heavens with a mere outstretched hand? Indeed, it was as remarkable as rumored. Huangzhong reveled in his achievements, while an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. With a single punch, Duan Lei had rendered all the palace guards unconscious. Present in the royal residence, only the Prince of Yu and a few of his retained experts, no more than 5 in total, remained in a daze. This was a challenge surpassing 3 levels, testing their intellect. In this world, challenging even 1 level was the feat of a genius. Surpassing 2 levels was the stuff of legends, and overcoming 3 levels belonged solely in the annals of history. Yet today, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. The Prince of Yu was momentarily stunned, a bitter smile crossing his face. This time, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. However, as a member of the royal family, without evidence of rebellion, Du Minji could do nothing against him. Quickly, tidy this place up, he commanded, quickly regaining his composure. Summon the young prince to my study. Huang, my friend, please, I have an urgent matter to discuss. Would you be so kind as to assist me for a moment? The demeanor of the Prince of Yu had shifted dramatically, as if he had descended from the heavens to the earth. Such was the advantage of power. With strength came respect, no matter the setting. Following the Prince of Yu into his study, Huangzhong spoke calmly. Speak, for you have seen that my cultivation requires risking my life for victory. It is only by striking them when they least expect it that I can achieve success. Should you learn of my abilities, I would only have the option to flee. He assumed the Prince of Yu wished to enlist him against some master of cultivation once more. At that moment, Huangzhong began to grasp the advantages of divine abilities. While realms were indeed crucial, it was the powers that truly reigned supreme. My friend Huang, you misunderstand. I wish to enlist your aid in a matter. offering 100,000 low-grade spirit energy pills and 1,000 mid-grade spirit energy pills as compensation, laying all my resources bare. Though he was a prince, he possessed discerning vision and could tell that Huang Zheng was not a disciple of any sect, but rather an independent cultivator. Thus, he openly offered a high price for his assistance, declaring he had already exhausted his fortune. Upon hearing of the mid-grade spirit energy pills, Huang Zheng's eyes flickered. Only the 6 great sects could produce such treasures, and those that circulated in the market were priced at 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. What matter do you wish to discuss? This prince has a son, only 19 years of age, who possesses a notable talent for martial arts. Originally, a venerable master from the renowned Jianjian sect, one of the 6 great mystical sects of the realm, had agreed to accept him as a disciple. However, unbeknownst to us, Dumingyi intervened surreptitiously, presenting his own daughter to the Jianjian sect instead. The 6 great mystical sects admit but one disciple each year from our great Chu, brother Huang. The aforementioned master had assured us that if my son could reach the Jianjian sect, he would be welcomed as a disciple. Yet, the journey to the great Han dynasty, where the Jianjian sect resides, is fraught with peril, spanning thousands of miles over treacherous mountains and treacherous waters. The most skilled warriors at my side are merely at the late stage of bone refinement, leaving me deeply concerned about their ability to ensure my son's safe passage to the Jianjian sect. Prince Yu finally unveiled his true intentions. It turns out he seeks the phantom tiger, intending to fashion its pelt into an invisibility cloak. He plans to send a few individuals to escort his son to the great Han dynasty, so that, should they encounter danger along the way, they might elude it by becoming invisible. This, indeed, is the real reason behind his desire for the phantom tiger's skin. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng was perplexed. Is the Jianjian sect truly so far away? Is it not situated within the great Han dynasty? Indeed, it lies to the west of our great Chu. However, the territory of the great Han dynasty is over twice that of our great Chu, and the headquarters of the Jianjian sect is located at the far western edge of the great Han. It is said that there stands a mountain known as Jianjian Mountain, or the Mountain of 10,000 Swords, rumored to be the resting place of an unparalleled artifact. Thus, one must traverse nearly half of the Great Chu and then cross into the Great Han Dynasty to reach the Jianjian sect. To speak candidly, Brother Huang, your abilities are boundless, yet your cultivation remains modest. Though you may progress swiftly, the true advancement lies within the 6 great mystical sections. Your powers, akin to neither demon nor monster, would surely attract the attention of the Heavenly Strategy Alliance, which prides itself as the foremost righteous sect. They would not overlook your extraordinary talents. Therefore, I implore you to escort my son to the Jianjian sect. With your prowess, gaining entry into the Jianjian sect would be a near certainty, thus aiding both the prince and yourself in the process. Chapter 17. The prodigy Xiangli, the son of Prince Yu, is named Xiangli. The royal family of Dechu bears the surname Xiang. Prince Yu has 3 sons, with Xiangli being the youngest and his most cherished. From a young age, he displayed extraordinary talents, and his father hoped for his longevity, wishing to shield him from the intrigues of the imperial court. At the tender age of 19, Xiangli had already reached the early stages of divine strength, a remarkable achievement in the secular world, especially when others his age had yet to attain such prowess. While those approaching 18 were selected as prodigious disciples by the Tiansu Alliance, it was presumed that Xiangli would have little difficulty gaining entry into the Jinpai. Unfortunately, Du Mingyi intervened, forcefully seizing the opportunity meant for the Dechu dynasty. The 6 great mystical sects of the realm each select only 1 disciple per year from the Dechu dynasty, underscoring the rarity and value of each coveted spot. Du Mingyi's success was largely due to his cousin being the wife of Fang Pedi, one of the 3 great generals of Dechu. Consequently, Fang Pedi's son entered the Tiansu Alliance, which paved the way for Du Mingyi's daughter to join the Jianpai. This was a contest among the mystical sects, and Prince Yu was rendered inconsequential. Had it not been for the glowing recommendations from the scholars who came to select disciples, Prince Yu would not have considered sending his son to the Jianpai. There are only 2 pathways for disciples to be selected by the 6 great mystical sects. The first involves yearly selections from various dynasties, while the second requires individuals to journey to the headquarters of the 6 sects themselves. Only those who possess the ability to reach the headquarters are deemed worthy of becoming their disciples. Huang Zheng understood this clearly and recognized that his initial decision to approach the Jianpai was indeed correct. He had within him a level of divine ability he was unaware of, but after consuming the Xian Qi pills, he realized that taking 20 pills in a day was tantamount to practicing for a year, equivalent to 2 decades of effort for others. The Xianqi pills were crucial. Having contemplated this, Huangzhong decided to extend a favor. He could escort Xiang Li to the Jianpai, but he made it clear that he could not guarantee Xiang Li's safety. Should they encounter formidable enemies, Huangzhong would not be a match and would only flee. Unable to concern himself with Xiang Li's well-being, Huangzhong preferred to be prudent and straightforward, wishing to avoid being disparaged later. Upon hearing Huangzhong's candid words, Prince Yu's eyes lit up. Excellent. If young brother Huang can assure me of my son's safety, I might be skeptical. Such honesty is commendable. Lier, what do you think? He inquired of Xiang Li, who, though only a year his senior, appeared far more mature than Huangzhong. Life and death are predestined, and fortune lies in the heavens. A true man is not afraid of making mistakes. Rather, he fears not daring to try. Brother Huang, do you dare accompany me? His words resonated with nobility, and Huangzhong recognized the weight of such sentiments. Knowing they stemmed from years of experience in high offices, he internally scoffed, realizing that officials often spoke beautifully but acted differently. He replied calmly, "As long as you understand my character, let us proceed." He offered no further words. For today, they had already eliminated members of the Jinding sect. Prince Yu could conceal the matter for a time, but not indefinitely. It was likely that by the next day, the Jinding sect would pursue them. Come, I have prepared the sweat blood dragon horses for you, ensuring a smooth journey ahead, he commanded. Shortly thereafter, 2 sweat blood dragon horses galloped westward, departing from Yu Prefecture. Riding upon the majestic blood-sweating dragon horse, Huangzhong expressed his astonishment. According to Xiang Li, this magnificent creature is a hybrid of the ancient blood-sweating steed and the descendants of dragons, adorned with scales that deflect swords and blades. Possessing immense strength, capable of traversing vast distances even while bearing a weight of 5,000 pounds. Despite their frail physiques, the 2 youths found themselves effortlessly carried by the steed, racing across the plains at a speed surpassing 3,000 miles a day. If the terrain remained flat, they could reach the Jian Point sect in less than half a month. Huangzhong, my brother, he began. I have heard from my father that your mystical abilities are formidable. What rank do they hold? Xiang Li, having learned that such powers were categorized, revealed that his own abilities were a modest technique acquired by his father many years prior from a minor sect, a mere minor mystical art. Huangzhong paused momentarily, contemplating the remarkable feat of mastering initial divine strength by the age of 19 through a minor technique. It was no wonder that the masters of the Jian Point sect had taken an interest in him. My mystical abilities, Huangzhong continued, are a family heirloom, unworthy of grand acclaim. Furthermore, my swordplay is unorthodox. While it may strike down 1,000 foes, it also inflicts great harm upon oneself. Though my power is considerable, it comes at a cost to my health. True mastery of mystical arts must be sought from the 6 great sects of the world. Xiang Li merely chuckled in response, choosing not to pry further into Huangzhong's secrets. He understood that everyone harbors their own mysteries. However, he wholeheartedly agreed with Huangzhong's last statement. True mystical prowess emanates from the great sections. It seemed Huangzhong had aspirations to join the Jian Point sect, indicating that he was no mere disciple of any other faction. This implied that, despite Huangzhong's formidable abilities, they could not surpass those of the Jian Point sect. With this realization, Xiang Li no longer envied his mystical arts. 3 days later, the pair arrived at the crucial stronghold of Pingyang Pass, marking the border of the Great Chu. Beyond this pass lay the Chuhan River, with the Han dynasty situated across its waters. Here, they could no longer ride, as the blood-sweating dragon horse drew undue attention in the mundane world. Only those bearing the insignia of the Prince of Yu could traverse the lands of Great Chu without hindrance. Upon entering the Han territory, they would become targets, easily mistaken for spies. Finding stones to sit upon, Xiang Li produced a Xuanqi pill and smiled. I have not practiced for 3 days. After covering such a vast distance, the disciples of the Golden Cauldron sect should not be able to catch up. With that, he closed his eyes and tossed the pill into his mouth. It was Huangzhong's first experience witnessing another's cultivation. He watched for quite some time, yet Xiang Li remained with eyes shut, which struck him as peculiar. Does it take so long to refine a single pill? Are our Xuanqi pills not the same? He compared his own with the one given by the Prince of Yu. Noting that they were indeed identical, both procured from the slain master of the Golden Cauldron sect. Observing Xiang Li, he decided to follow suit, popping a pill into his mouth as if it were candy. 1, 2, 3, until he had consumed 20. After finishing the 20 pills, Xiang Li still had not opened his eyes. It was not until a considerable time had passed that he exhaled deeply, his eyes fluttering open with a broad smile. One Xuanqi pill is equivalent to 12 hours of arduous training for an ordinary martial artist. Truly, this is the miraculous elixir of the sect. Huh, Huang Zheng. Why do you not partake? Without waiting for a response, he took another pill, once again taking nearly the duration of a meal to finally open his eyes. After consuming 2 pills, their fatigue from 3 days of relentless travel seemed to vanish entirely, and Xiang Li rose with renewed vigor. According to Feng Han, once mundane martial artists reach the level of Xian Shi, they can survive for dozens of days without sustenance. Upon entering the nurturing phase, they could even live a lifetime without partaking in worldly fare. However, many Xian Shi, who relish the pleasures of the palate, still prefer to indulge in earthly delicacies. After ingesting the Xian Qi Dan, the exhaustion from 3 days and nights without food dissipated instantly, and they exchanged glances, sensing each other's unique qualities. Hey, Huang Zheng, why aren't you taking the Xian Qi Dan? Didn't my father give you plenty? Xiang Li remarked. You seem so spirited without consuming any. It's no wonder you're in the bone refinement stage. I have already taken some, Huang Zheng began to respond, but Xiang Li, seemingly understanding, smiled gently. No worries. If your refinement takes longer, I can wait for you. Huang Zheng was at a loss for words. It was evident that Xiang Li was the one thriving. Brother, I finished 20 pills, and you haven't even digested one. Xiang Li, brimming with pride, continued. I heard from a master of the Jin clan that among the 6 major Xian sects, only someone like me, capable of refining 2 pills a day, is considered an extraordinary genius. Those who can refine 5 pills a day are truly rare, yet I still take too long. He mentioned that among this year's newcomers at the Jin clan, only 3 can refine 2 pills, but my speed is ranked outside the top 10. I've heard of a super genius who can refine a pill in just 30 breaths. Alas, it's disheartening to compare. Let us go. I wish to set off early and reach the Jin clan as soon as possible, Huang Zheng stated, rising to indicate it was time to depart. Xiang Li, mistaking Huang Zheng's hesitation as embarrassment about his slower refinement, smiled quietly and chose not to speak further. The master from the Jin clan mentioned that the slowest among them takes an entire hour to refine a single Xianqi Dan. How could such fools even enter the Jin clan? Surely, I, Xiang Li, am destined to become a genius of the Jin clan in due time. The more he pondered, the more he felt his future was boundless. If someone as foolish as Huang Zheng could reach the bone refinement stage, how could he, Xiang Li, fall short? He completely disregarded the fact that Huang Zheng was a year younger than him, as Huang Zheng had claimed to have begun cultivating divine powers at the age of 5, while Xiang Li had only started at 12. After all, one must have a starting point. The two continued in silence, pressing forward. After crossing the Chuhan River, they prepared to acquire 2 fine steeds or seize 2 military horses within the territory of the Great Han. The first state within the Great Han was called Guanzhou. Upon entering a village beneath Guanzhou, they observed the sparse population and the pervasive smoke of conflict, indicating the area had suffered greatly from the ravages of war. The Great Han's infantry was formidable, while the Great Chu's navy was powerful, leading to frequent skirmishes across the Chuhan River, resulting in the desolation of the eastern part of Guanzhou. When wars ignite, it is the common folk who bear the brunt of the suffering. Why can't nations coexist peacefully? Huang Zheng gazed at the barren surroundings and sighed heavily. My father says that even among 3 people of our kind, divisions arise, let alone between nations. This world is forever governed by the law of the jungle. Might prevails, and plunder comes first. The young Xiang Li displayed an unusual maturity, his gaze tinged with disdain for Huang Zheng's perspective. Huang Zheng regarded his thoughts with disdain, believing that to plunder one must possess strength. How could a mere novice in divine power dare to speak so presumptuously? My own prowess in the art of plunder allows me to seize all. Yet I would not claim the audacity to do so indiscriminately. The disparity in their backgrounds gave rise to a divergence in their perspectives. Both parties found the other somewhat tedious, when suddenly they heard a rhythmic thumping from behind. Thud, thud, thud. A contingent of horsemen appeared in the distance. Chapter 018. A single punch sends them flying. The cavalcade approached from a direction identical to that of Huang Zheng and his companion. Among them were 8 horses, each ridden by a solitary rider, while 4 horses were harnessed together to pull an extravagant cart. The opulence of this cart was unlike anything Huang Zheng had ever witnessed. Even the offspring of the great general of the Fang family would never have such a finely crafted vehicle. How had they evaded the border guards? How had they crossed the Chuhan River? Huang Zheng exchanged a glance with Xiang Li, both perceiving the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Xiang Li, hailing from noble lineage, possessed a discerning eye. He leaned slightly closer and whispered, "Those are the renowned jade crimson flames of the great Zhou dynasty. Currently, they are trotting, but at full gallop. Their hooves would emit a faint red flame, a sight to behold under the night sky." How did people from the Great Zhou arrive in the Great Han? To the east of the Great Han lay the Great Chu, and to the east of the Great Chu was the Great Zhou, separated by an entire dynasty. How had this group traversed the Great Chu to arrive here? "Let us disregard the Great Zhou and the Great Han," Huang Zheng stated, ever reluctant to instigate trouble, before turning to continue on his path. Had it not been for his desire to conceal his abilities from Xiang Li, he would have already soared to the point sword sect with his divine wings. After a short distance, the cavalcade caught up with them. While Huang Zheng preferred to avoid conflict, Xiang Li, emboldened by his status as a young prince, suddenly called out as the riders passed, "My good brothers, would you be willing to sell us a couple of your jade crimson flames?" Despite his efforts to speak gently, the habit of a young prince seeped into his tone, rendering it somewhat authoritative. Huang Zheng felt a flicker of annoyance. Was he not provoking trouble? He had observed the cavalcade closely. The cart was drawn by 4 horses, while the 8 riders were all at the late stage of bone refining. There were 8 more horses, unmounted, likely intended for the riders to swap out. Such a formidable entourage could only be associated with a powerful clan or sect. Why provoke them? As expected, none of the 8 riders acknowledged Xiang Li. To them, his initial stage of divine power was akin to that of a mere ant. However, a woman's voice emerged from within the cart, dripping with scorn. "With your means? Can you afford to buy even one? A single jade crimson flame fetches a price equivalent to that of a mid-stage practitioner of divine power in the Great Zhou. You are worth less than a horse's leg, yet you dare to ask for my horses." Ha. The laughter of the 8 practitioners echoed in unison, their mirth resonating through the air, even causing the jade crimson flames to stomp their hooves, as if joining in the mockery. Xiang Li, being a young prince, had never before been subjected to such ridicule, especially not to be compared unfavorably to a horse's leg. Yet, while he could articulate his thoughts freely in front of Huang Zheng, he found himself at a loss for words against this unknown woman. He felt the urge to retort but hesitated, fearing the repercussions of arguing with a lady. The woman's voice carried an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a seasoned noble, imbued with both maturity and hardship, as if she had weathered the trials of life. She had just claimed that one jade crimson flame could be exchanged for a mid-stage practitioner of divine power. Yet now she demanded 2 mid-stage practitioners in exchange for a mere early stage one, clearly underestimating Huang Zheng. Angered, Huang Zheng shot back with a retort, "If it includes you, then I would gladly make the exchange." "Ha!" Xiang Li laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with a wild abandon. In his heart, he mused that dealing with such individuals would require Huang Zheng's intervention. His father had mentioned that Huang Zheng was the son of a former household guard. And indeed, he bore a resemblance to the common ruffians of the streets. Born into royalty, although Huang Zheng's prowess surpassed his own, Xiang Li still harbored a tinge of disdain towards him. How audacious! How foolish! The 8 warriors, each at the pinnacle of bone refinement, simultaneously shouted with authority, their gazes sharp as blades, sweeping through the air with a fierce intensity. However, it seemed they were well trained, for despite their fierce exclamations, they refrained from attacking without a command. The imposing presence of the 8 warriors was directed towards Huang Zheng, yet it forced Xiang Li to retreat repeatedly. In the realm of spiritual power, he was at the initial stage, while they towered over him by 5 entire levels, rendering him nothing more than an ant in their eyes. Even Huang Zheng, who was merely at the initial stage of bone refinement, was viewed as little more than a grasshopper, hardly superior to an ant. Now, as the 8 formidable tigers turned their gazes, the ant, Xiang Li, trembled in fear, while the grasshopper, Huang Zheng, remained unfazed. He lifted his head, devoid of fear, and instead of focusing on the 8 warriors, his consciousness extended like an eye, probing into the carriage before him. The awareness of a mystical adept can pierce through miles, while Huang Zheng's current capabilities might not extend that far. Half a mile posed no challenge. The enemy's convoy had halted, mere 10 paces away. As he extended his consciousness, he entered a realm imbued with the delicate warmth of soft jade, adorned with crimson candles and opulent curtains, revealing exquisite legs of flawless beauty. This discovery ignited a furious wrath from the opposing party. Delving into another's consciousness was inherently an unfriendly act among mystical practitioners. It was an unspoken rule to refrain from such probing unless one intended to sever ties with violence. Yet, Huang Zheng, a novice unconcerned with regulations, sought to unveil the identity of the individual within, thus employing his consciousness to peer inside. The owner of those beautiful legs, gritting her teeth in anger, bellowed. Swiftly, one of the mystical practitioners reacted. Before her voice could fully dissipate, his body had leapt into the air. Employing a mysterious technique, he soared upward, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that swept across, instilling a bone-deep frost. Suspended in midair, a sinister grin adorned his face as he commanded, "Kneel." A colossal hand descended from above, its palm glistening as though crafted from the purest pearl, the intricate veins within faintly visible. The chill was palpable, even at a distance. Xiangli sensed a frost forming above his brow, while his limbs grew numb with rigidity. Should that hand strike him squarely, would his flesh not turn to ice? Suddenly, another massive hand emerged, morphing into an enormous fist amidst the wind. The fist of the cauldron? Xiangli gasped, as the woman within the carriage expressed her astonishment. Huang Zheng, appearing as a frail youth, stood defiantly against the sky, raising his hand as though lifting a cauldron. The fist he unleashed was incongruous with his slender frame, appearing almost ludicrous, yet none in the arena could muster a laugh. For with a single punch, Huang Zheng unleashed a resounding boom. A prolonged and thunderous sound echoed, comparable to the resounding strikes of a mid-tier spiritual power, yet marked by a rapid succession of sharp, explosive impacts. A deep sigh escaped as the herd of horses neighed in alarm, their agitation causing a tumultuous uproar within the ranks. The horsemen, skilled practitioners of the bone refinement stage, found themselves unable to quell the panic, resulting in the carriage swaying precariously, likely causing chaos within. Even more astonishing was the encounter in midair, where the palm of a late-stage bone refinement practitioner collided with Huang Zheng's colossal fist. With a resounding crash, the practitioner was sent hurtling like a severed kite, careening towards the carriage. Huang Zheng seemed intent on sending him crashing into the vehicle, exposing his vulnerable leg for all to see, thus shattering the carriage and revealing the contents within. Such a lofty woman, if exposed to the gaze of her subordinates, would surely wish for death. Hence, when it comes to insidiousness, Huang Zheng surpassed even the likes of Xiangli. With a thud, the practitioner indeed collided heavily with the carriage. The horses shuddered violently, yet the carriage merely emitted a dull thud. There was something peculiar about this carriage. Otherwise, the woman inside must possess formidable powers. Huang Zheng quickly discerned the anomaly. How could a late-stage bone refinement practitioner, whose strength rivaled that of inferior-grade magical artifacts, crash into the carriage without causing a stir? Even a small mountain would shatter upon such impact. At that moment, the remaining 7 practitioners of bone refinement drew their weapons in unison, each wielding a long, broad-bladed magical sword, all of which were of medium-grade quality. "Cease," commanded the woman in the carriage, her voice firm. Instantly, the men fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, broken only by the whinnies of the agitated horses, while everyone stood in stunned silence. A late-stage practitioner had been struck down by an early-stage one? Such occurrences were rare. Yet witnessing it firsthand left all in a state of shock. Huang Zheng remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the carriage. At this moment, aside from the owner of those exquisite legs, nothing else captured his attention. Simultaneously, his mind raced, contemplating the potential prowess of his opponent and his own odds of victory. He calculated that he would require 9 breaths to fully recover. Earlier, at the royal palace, he had executed the demon extermination blade and the infinite divine demonic technique consecutively, and having not exhausted his strength on the spot was already a significant improvement. It was these essence-infused pills that had bolstered his power, granting him the necessary energy to continue the fight. If the demon extermination blade and the infinite divine demonic technique failed to vanquish that woman, it would spell his own demise. 9 breaths were sufficient for a late-stage practitioner to end his life 100 times over, leaving him with only one opportunity to unleash his powers while reserving strength for a hasty retreat. As for the late-stage practitioners, he could dispatch them one by one with his Titan's fist. The Titan's fist was like an arrow, and his body, akin to a powerful crossbow, in his hands. Its might far surpassed that of an ordinary early-stage bone refinement practitioner. He had confidence in facing bone refinement foes with standard techniques. Yet he felt inadequate to confront those who cultivated qi. His techniques and power dictated that he must strike decisively. Failure to do so could lead to his own demise. Thus, he resolved to exercise caution in their use, particularly until his strength was sufficiently replenished. In this fleeting moment, Huang Zheng's mind whirled with countless thoughts, contemplating various strategies. Yet his focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the carriage. He had no desire to further provoke this woman, as long as she ceased her reckless words. What is your name? Which disciple of the Golden Peak sect do you belong to? The woman began to speak in a measured tone. You are Xiang Li Yuan, are you not? How absurd. Were it not for the fact that we are on the same path, I would be tempted to unleash a torrent of invective. Humph. There are countless individuals with the surname Xiang in the Great Shu. Does my surname Liu imply that I am part of the Han imperial lineage? Indeed, she replied, seemingly unfazed. Her tone shifted once more, that you are young and possess quite the temper, and while you may have some talent, you remain unaware that the newly blossomed is prone to breakage. Allow me to impart a small lesson, so you may grasp the truth that there are greater heights beyond the heavens. Here is my proposition. I am in a good mood today. So sever one of your own arms and depart with your friend. Chapter 19. The terrifying mist. The gazes of the 8 bone refiners all fell upon Huang Zheng, each face reflecting a semblance of sympathy, as though they were beholding a youth with a severed arm. In their eyes, Huang Zheng's loss of limb was an established certainty. The lady had commanded him to surrender an arm, and it was evident that she would never demand a leg, let alone a foot. Xiang Li felt a wave of trepidation. As a young prince, he seldom ventured beyond the confines of his domain, naively believing that in the city of Yuzhou, everyone would show deference to the Prince of Yu. He was taken aback to discover that even a simple desire to purchase 2 horses could lead to such dire consequences. Shall we depart? Xiang Li's complexion drained of color, gesturing for Huang Zheng to follow. Depart? Where shall we go? Either he leaves with 1 arm, or you leave with 1 leg. The woman's venomous words sought to incite discord between Huang Zheng and Xiang Li. True to her intent, Xiang Li instinctively recoiled, hesitating to reach for Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng remained composed, his gaze fixed on the carriage as he spoke. His words had the potential to infuriate a woman thrice over. I detest arrogance and hubris. You, a woman, should be at home tending to your husband and children, yet here you are, flaunting your legs in public. I would tear your garments and rend your backside. Aware of her formidable prowess, Huang Zheng aimed to provoke her further. The impact of his words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the bone refiners momentarily stunned, nearly causing them to spew blood from sheer shock. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with the woman in the carriage seemingly fainting from fury, unresponsive. Good heavens! This youth dares to address the mistress in such a manner? A chill of impending doom washed over all present, their faces paling. They knew that merely hearing such words could lead to their demise. Even if the mistress were to slay this youth today, they would still face death for having heard that which should not have been uttered, for it could jeopardize their mistress's standing if word got out. I deserve to die. One of the late-stage bone refiners suddenly leapt from his mount, kneeling in supplication, his voice a desperate wail. Please, miss, show mercy, show mercy. Upon uttering these words, he raised his head, filled with loathing as he glanced at Huang Zheng. Then with a swift motion, he drew his blade across his own throat, ending his life on the spot. Xiang Li instinctively retreated 2 steps, his countenance reflecting horror. As a young prince, he possessed some discernment. He realized that the lady's status was unimaginably exalted, and her cruelty towards her subordinates was equally unfathomable. The bone refiners were terrified that she might deem them unworthy, fearing they would allow Huang Zheng's words to escape. Thus they chose death, believing it would afford their descendants some measure of protection from her wrath. What manner of being is this lady? A sudden shiver coursed through Xiang Li, and he began to regret his earlier attempt to engage her. Silence prevailed within the carriage, and Huang Zheng sensed the atmosphere had shifted. What was she waiting for? Was it possible? I deserve to die. One by one, the bone refiners knelt. With a series of swift motions, 6 more drew their blades across their throats. Only the last one remained standing, appearing nearly as young as Huang Zheng. Trembling on unsteady legs, his pallid face fixed on the carriage. Miss, I heard nothing, I swear. Mississippi. As he uttered these final words, he collapsed to the ground, a grown man weeping uncontrollably. At last, a voice emerged from the carriage. Do you still have an elderly mother and siblings in your mundane household? Though you remain unmarried, your mother still lives? The tone was chillingly cold and devoid of compassion. Alas, I have erred. In a swift motion, a flash of steel claimed yet another life. In the blink of an eye, 8 formidable warriors, renowned even within the military and esteemed disciples in the realm of the mystical, chose to end their own lives. All due to a single disparaging remark from Huang Zheng, for they feared that his words might tarnish their mistress's reputation, leading to her ridicule. Do you see? The voice from the carriage continued. Your words have led to the demise of my 8 subordinates. Even if one subordinate were to cost you an arm, what of the 4 limbs between you two? Why, young man, I had offered you a chance. Why do you choose your own path to destruction? The woman's voice resonated with a profound sense of sorrow, devoid of anger. Nonsense, Huang Zheng retorted, recovering from his shock, unwavering in his defiance. You possess not an ounce of humanity, treating the lives of your subordinates as mere livestock. How can someone like you continue to exist in this world? Am I at fault? Huang Zheng questioned his own culpability. Xiang Li found this incredulous. The error lies in your prior threat to ruin my dignity. Women like you, who deserve nothing less than annihilation, should not be spared. The thought of even touching you sullies my hands. The sight of your limbs makes me feel compelled to gouge out my own eyes. Xiang Li recoiled in terror. The woman in the carriage finally unleashed her fury. With a thunderous boom, the carriage erupted in sound. Huang Zheng instinctively retreated, only to find no one emerging. Before he could comprehend the situation, a handprint appeared above him, inscribing a large character that descended ominously upon him. This character shimmered like gold, radiating brilliance, exuding an essence of education and moral rectitude. It was hard to fathom that such a character could be pinned by one who had just driven 8 valiant guards to their demise. Under this character's weight, even Huang Zheng felt that his previous demeanor had been rash and his words harsh. He was ready to accept punishment. He stood still, awaiting his fate. This character seemed intent on erasing him from existence. Suddenly, as if awakened by the challenge from the divine realms, a surge of power coursed through Huang Zheng. He let out a furious roar, shaking off his stupor. With a swift motion, his left hand rose instinctively, pointing skyward. The demon-slaying blade, akin to a powerful arrow, shattered the character with a resounding crack. What? The woman in the carriage responded with incredulity, her voice steeped in astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? She immediately recognized the uniqueness of Huang Zheng's power. In a flash, he turned and leapt away, disregarding Xiang Li as he fled. This woman was exceedingly formidable. With a mere stroke of her pen, she nearly sealed his fate. Realizing she had remained within the carriage the entire time, he did not hesitate to escape. Xiang Li, witnessing this, hurriedly followed Huang Zheng but soon felt something amiss and pivoted in the opposite direction. The woman sought to kill Huang Zheng. He had no reason to remain with him. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Huang Zheng, while running, counted his breaths. After 2 breaths, the woman finally reacted, indicating her complete confidence in her abilities. She never anticipated being thwarted by Huang Zheng. Boom. Another loud cry erupted from the carriage. For breaths, 5, 6. Huang Zheng continued to run. He believed that his supreme power could only be wielded twice, having just used it once. He awaited the 9th breath for another opportunity to strike the woman down. 9 breaths. No response. Suddenly, with a distance of merely 100 yards, Huang Zheng leaped into the air. Roar. Do not transform into a demon, he thought, desiring to conceal the essence of his powers from others. Indeed, he succeeded. As he envisioned, his frail form soared through the air. With a flash, a beam of light emanated from him, and the once slight boy rapidly expanded, the air around him crackling with the sound of rupturing pressure. The woman's expression in the carriage shifted dramatically. To shatter the air indicated a strength of at least the initial stage of energy cultivation. In Huang Zheng's mind, a colossal demon moved its bulk, soaring into the sky. The weight of the 5 mountains pressing down, its fists capable of breaking heaven and earth, emanating a potent aura of demonic energy. He concealed the demon's visage, yet could not mask its essence. Whoosh. Above the carriage, a word erupted from Huang Zheng's head. It was the character for kill. Kill, kill, kill. The atmosphere transformed from the previous civility into an overwhelming aura of slaughter, vicious and bloody, tearing through the heavens and earth, conjuring an illusion of ironclad warriors in the cacophony of battle before Huang Zheng. Clang. The word for kill morphed into a sword, swiftly aligning with Huang Zheng's fist. Bang. Crash. The killing sword shattered, and Huang Zheng's world-shattering punch was similarly obliterated. He was flung back like a meteor before he could even reach the carriage. Thud. He landed heavily on the ground, rolling several times before springing back to his feet. Demon wings, flee. Without a second thought, he intended to activate his demon wings to escape. Whoosh. The character for kill reappeared, striking Huang Zheng's brow. Before his demon wings could unfurl, blood splattered from his brow as he fell heavily once more. A flying sword pierced through his brow, aimed at his heart, heralding his imminent demise. Roar. At that moment, the cloaked figure's eyes widened, and a demon tenfold more formidable than before manifested within Huang Zheng. It opened its mouth and swallowed, the flying sword vanishing without a trace. Golden blood? The people in the carriage were astounded. At this juncture, Huang Zheng had succumbed to unconsciousness, his wounds healing. Yet the weight of that sword strike had knocked him out cold. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the woman's gasps of astonishment. Self-repair? The woman gazed at the peculiar phenomena on Huang Zheng's body, utterly astounded. I struck him with a sword and he did not die? Golden blood? Self-repair? Such an unprecedented power. What secrets does this youth harbor? Is it murder or capture? The woman fell into a brief contemplation. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth from the direction of the great Chu dynasty in the east. This is bad. So soon? Cursed be it. The woman cast a glance at Huang Zheng, her teeth clenched in frustration. Had it not been for their delay, how could they have been pursued so swiftly? Chapter 20. Adding a pair of legs. Huang Zheng abruptly sat up, instinctively touching his head. Astonished to find his wound healed as if it had never existed, he was still alive. If you wish to live, come quickly to my carriage. The woman beside the carriage spoke urgently. Upon hearing her words, Huang Zheng instinctively prepared to summon the wings of the divine and flee. But he soon sensed a force magnitude stronger than Mo Qianhing enveloping the entire space. Who has arrived? Suddenly, the atmosphere was saturated with an overwhelming pressure, rendering Huang Zheng immobile, stifling any attempt to take flight. This force surpassed even the might of the words inscribed by the woman at the carriage, and it bore a chilling intent of death, seemingly emanating from the depths of a dark abyss, intent on extinguishing all life. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surrounding trees withered, flowers wilted, and Huang Zheng witnessed the 8 skeletal remains decaying at an alarming rate. Thud, thud. His heartbeat slowed dramatically, akin to an elderly man nearing death, bracing for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Huang Zheng's vision dimmed once more, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, the eyes of the figure clad in yellow within him snapped open, and a more potent consciousness surged forth. Who dares to threaten the celestial monarch's life? This is a challenge to the gods, invoking the monarch's wrath. Boom! Huang Zheng's heart raced anew, his spirit invigorated as the oppressive force began to wane, albeit gradually. However, that formidable divine presence seemed to sense Huang Zheng's resurgence and locked on to him with unwavering intent. What kind of master is this? Damn it! Without hesitation, Huang Zheng leaped to the side of the carriage. In contrast to the woman's arrogance, he felt a deeper fear of this new adversary, one imbued with a deathly will. He unhesitatingly positioned himself behind the carriage. Humph, I thought you were too proud to show up, the woman scoffed, mocking Huang Zheng. He dismissed her derision. 2 horses, plus you, in exchange for me. What? The woman thought she misheard. What did you say? Repeat that. Give me 2 horses, along with yourself, and I will protect you. A woman should let a man safeguard her. Having been rescued twice by the figures in black and yellow, Huang Zheng was convinced of his chance to survive, his confidence swelling. The woman seemed to find the situation hilariously absurd. You must understand, I am the one protecting you. Don't you feel that the pressure around my carriage is not so overwhelming? Then let me swap 2 horses and myself in exchange for you. For you to protect me, Huang Zheng quickly countered. The woman was rendered speechless. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man with such audacity. Having previously asserted that it was a man's duty to protect women, she now found herself reconsidering her stance. Xiangli? Huang Zheng suddenly realized she was addressing him. Can you be any more shameless? The woman surprisingly did not express anger, instead engaging with Huang Zheng as if they were friends. If you are willing. I wish to gaze upon you above the thighs. Huang Zheng spoke with an unwavering countenance, devoid of both blush and breathlessness. The woman in the carriage was momentarily rendered speechless. A raucous laugh erupted, stirring the air around. A cacophony that could only be produced by a powerful strike in the early stages of energy cultivation. In the wake of this man's laughter, strange phenomena manifested from all directions. Ruan Su Shui, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament today? A shadowy figure emerged from beyond the carriage, appearing as if the Grim Reaper had arrived, silently ushering away the essence of life itself. The figure was obscured in darkness, with not even the eyes visible, resembling more a demon than a human. Even the deities and demons conjured in Huang Zheng's mind paled in comparison to his monstrous visage. Has the old bull taken to tender grass, seeking a young man? The figure chuckled eerily, for his features were concealed, his voice echoing as if it originated from the very fabric of the surroundings, creating an unsettling ambience. Little one, you wish to see above her thighs? You truly do not know how to write the word death. Ha ha. The man in black regarded Huang Zheng with amusement, likely contemplating how best to ensnare him for sport. Yet, Huang Zheng's words were infuriating. If you were a woman, I would also wish to see. The man in black was rendered speechless by Huang Zheng's retort. The woman in the carriage, Ruan Su Shui, was now laughing so heartily that her bosom heaved. Chu Heiyu, if I were you, I would swiftly take my own life with a blade. Her laughter was melodious, yet her mirthful tone was excruciatingly grating. Could you refrain from such laughter? Your words are pleasant, yet your laughter is utterly unappealing. Have you ever considered the feelings of others? Huang Zheng stated bluntly, causing Ruan Su Shui's countenance to flush crimson. How outrageous! In my entire life, who has dared to speak to me in such a manner? Her laughter now seemed to resonate with the clattering of her teeth, and had it not been for Chu Heiyu's presence, she might have struck Huang Zheng down without hesitation. His words were crisp and clear, demanding a surrender without resorting to violence. He was determined to eliminate him regardless. Moreover, he had granted Ruan Su Shui ample time for contemplation, for individuals like her, when pressured, would often fly into a rage, likely acting on impulse. Now, with Chu Heiyu granting her a brief respite, she would have the opportunity to calm her thoughts and weigh her options. It must be said, Chu Heiyu possessed a profound understanding of Ruan Su Shui. After a moment of silence, Ruan Su Shui contemplated, what realm is he at? Huang Zheng suddenly inquired of her. This was a stark contrast to the aggressive demeanor he had maintained since their first encounter, which had inevitably led her to grow accustomed to his presence. How could this be? Ruan Su Shui found it incredulous. She had always been in a position of authority, commanding and dictating. How could she have so swiftly adapted to the presence of a stranger man? Consolidating energy master? During the chi nourishing stage, one can cultivate energy to enhance the body, elevating it to the level of a mid-grade magical artifact. Upon reaching the consolidating energy stage, the energy gathers into a mass, accumulating in the dantian, rendering the body indistinguishable from a superior grade magical artifact. The most crucial aspect of the is that the energy flows ceaselessly from throughout the body, significantly enhancing endurance, at least tenfold compared to the. If Mo Qianheng could pursue Huang Zheng for 10 days without exhausting his power, then during that, he could chase for at least 100 days. Fortunately, it is merely the early stage of, had it been the later stage, with the energy coalescing into a false. Stepping into the realm of, severing hands and feet, would still allow for regeneration akin to Huang Zheng's. This would pose a much greater challenge. Huang Zheng instantly compared the combat capabilities of both sides. And you? What realm do you occupy? Huang Zheng inquired of Ruan Su Shui. This woman, exceedingly proud, frequently threatened to eliminate others. Dare to repeat that? I will promptly assist Chu Heiyu, first defeating you, then stripping you of your garments. Huang Zheng spoke without reservation. Was he attempting to intimidate someone? You cannot escape the carriage, yet you remain so arrogant? I can flee at any moment. Ruan Su Shui felt this to be the unluckiest day of her life. Injured and confronted by a formidable adversary, she was further humiliated by a mere man. Nonetheless, she refrained from repeating her words. Even Chu Heiyu, who understood her well, was astonished. This was not characteristic of Ruan Su Shui. Time is running out. Have you made your decision? Chu Heiyu stepped forward, and the 16 horses began to collapse one by one, lamenting, with only the 4 horses pulling the carriage remaining composed and stationary. Xiangli, isn't it? Ruan Su Shui finally spoke. You may provoke my authority, and I shall forgive you, provided you assist me in repelling him. This individual is named Chu Heiyu, a master of the Dark Hall. His apocalyptic dark catastrophe technique is among the celestial powers of the Dark Hall, unparalleled across the Tian-Di continent. Chu Heiyu remained motionless, listening intently. Huang Zheng also stood still, absorbing the information. The Dark Hall is one of the 6 supreme sects of the world, a prestigious faction separated by 7 dynasties from the Great Chu dynasty. How did they come to this place? In a moment, I will attack while you defend. I will unleash my full strength, and you must protect my carriage. If I succeed in repelling him and you safeguard my carriage, you shall be greatly rewarded, and I, Ruan Su Shui, shall never hold you accountable. Chu Heiyu laughed, seemingly amused by the absurdity of a late-stage bone refiner attempting to withstand a lethal strike from an early stage. Ruan Su Shui, are you jesting? Very well, Ruan Su Shui. I shall await your assault, and then I will make my move. Do not claim I did not offer you an opportunity. He stood in the center with arms crossed, resembling a lifeless corpse, standing straight and still. Absolutely not. Huang Zheng firmly rejected. And with those legs of yours, should you manage to repel him, allow me one more glance at your beautiful legs. Chu Heiyu and Ruan Su Shui were both rendered speechless, frozen in place. Yet Huang Zheng continued unabated. If I assist you in injuring him, grant me another view of your bosom. I, Huang Zheng, have a penchant for women with ample bosoms and lovely legs. Chu Heiyu and Ruan Sushiwei remained in a state of shock. Both were supreme masters of the, rarely emerging from seclusion. When had they ever encountered such crude remarks? Particularly Ruan Sushiwei, who was utterly bewildered. However, Huang Zheng was far from finished. If I were to assist you in eliminating him, I would spend the night with you, my being entirely at your disposal this evening. Ruan Su Shui, whether influenced by Huang Zheng Shui or not, spoke with a startling audacity. Opposite her, Chu Heiyu nearly fainted at the audacity of her words, his battle-ready aura dissipating in an instant. Kill. At that moment, Ruan Su Shui seized the opportunity and finally struck. Chapter 021. The Sword of Fire and Destruction. This time, the resounding clatter of the carriage was utterly absent. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within, and through the crack of the carriage door, a pale beam resembling a celestial rainbow descended swiftly upon Chu Heiyu. This radiant arc, imbued with a power that transcends time, struck a profound chord within the heart, carrying an aura reminiscent of ancient epics. Though it appeared as a mere arc, it bore the lethal sharpness of a weapon. Huang Zheng realized now that Ruan Sushiwei had not even begun to wield her true strength against him. Had Huang Zheng been able to peer inside the carriage at that moment, he would have witnessed Ruan Sushiwei spitting forth fresh blood in response to her own words. Kill. Chu Heiyu seized the opportunity. With a grand gesture, he extended his hand, casting down an overwhelming shadow, dark as the abyss, imbued with an apocalyptic essence. Then, with a resounding crash, the darkness erupted and scattered in all directions. Wisps of dark energy spiraled forth, enveloping the carriage and assailing the ground. Every inch of space around Huang Zheng became ensnared by these tendrils of darkness, heralding calamity, disaster, impending. Mysterious words spilled forth from his lips. And as the final syllable escaped, a deafening roar echoed. Huang Zheng felt the world around him dim, as darkness enveloped everything within a radius of 5 zhang, rendering visibility non-existent. He could no longer see the sun or moon, as if cloaked beneath an ethereal artifact. Then came a cacophony of destruction. The very fabric of space within that 5 zhang began to collapse and disintegrate. The ground quaked, the carriage plummeted, and Huang Zheng, perilously close, nearly tumbled into the yawning chasm that opened beneath him. It was as if the cataclysms chronicled in ancient texts were unfolding anew, an annihilation of the world. Within this confined space, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, Huang Zheng stood utterly astonished. Was this the essence of celestial magic? A force capable of causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to sink? What truly constituted divine magic? This was the epitome of divine power, a manifestation of true transcendence. He could vividly envision that, should Chu Heiyu succeed, everything within this 5 zhang would vanish eternally from existence. For he had simulated the creation of a localized cataclysm, a cosmic obliteration. According to ancient manuscripts, epochs occur every 60 billion years, culminating in the destruction of all things. A return to the primal chaos from which life must be reborn. The Dark Hall celestial magic had already unleashed a miniature version of this devastation. Such was the might of celestial magic. What then could be said of his own abilities? At that moment, Huang Zheng was overwhelmed with fervor and excitement, his blood surging with exhilaration. In the midst of his astonishment, he even forgot to defend himself. Just then, a flash of light pierced through the darkness. The radiant arc re-emerged, slicing through the gloom as if it were a beacon of hope. With a swift motion, the collapsing space was severed, and the oppressive darkness was torn asunder. To his astonishment, this arc transformed instantaneously into a magnificent celestial bird, adorned with a rooster's head, a swallow's beak, a serpentine neck, a turtle's shell, and resplendent, multicolored plumage, its long tail resembling cascading willows. His entire body was enveloped in a faint azure flame, as if he had emerged from the heart of a fire, reborn through flames. A phoenix? Huang Zheng beheld the mythical creature, a sight only recorded in ancient texts. His mouth agape in astonishment. The phoenix let out a furious roar, opening its beak to unleash a torrent of flames. Whoosh! From a distance of 5 zhang, jets of fire erupted, engulfing the sky in a blaze, the acrid scent of charred earth wafting through the air as darkness was consumed by the inferno, and the very fabric of the world melted away. The figure clad in black, Chu Heiyu, could not evade in time. With a hiss, his entire body ignited, swiftly transforming him into a being of fire. The enraged phoenix then vanished in a flash, merging entirely with the dark-clad Chu Heiyu. Ah, wretched fool! You have actually mastered the flames of the heavenly sword." His words barely escaped his lips when, with a swish, a sword, wholly engulfed in flames and adorned with engravings of a phoenix soaring through the heavens, emerged from his body. This sword continued to emit the resonant roars of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. In a fit of rage, Chu Heiyu, ablaze and with the sword piercing through him, did not perish. With a vehement shout, he exploded into fragments. The surrounding darkness dissipated in an instant, and light re-emerged, revealing the figure of a young man in white robes, elegant as a jade tree, leaping forth from the flames like a beam of white light into the distance. Wretched fool! The figure in white continued towards the carriage. As he leapt, Huangzhong unleashed his long-prepared demon slayer blade. The two beams of light struck true, landing squarely upon Chu Heiyu's shoulder. "Ah!" Chu Heiyu cried out in agony, plummeting from midair. However, being in a state of focused energy, he regained flight midway. This time, he realized the gravity of his situation. He had anticipated that after facing Wan Sushue's strike, he would have no strength left. Yet he had underestimated Huang Zheng's abilities to injure him. Unaware that Huang Zheng could only unleash a single strike in a brief moment, he swiftly chose to flee. Huang Zheng looked up. The collapsing space around him had astonishingly reverted to its original form, as if the preceding events had been but a vivid dream. Only the sunken earth and the fallen carriage served as reminders of the cataclysmic changes that had transpired in this confined area. Clang! A long sword, radiating flames, lay quietly upon the ground. The horses that had fallen were now reduced to two, their mournful cries echoing in the desolate surroundings. Inside the carriage, not a sound could be heard. Aside from Huang Zheng's own breath, the only sounds were the lamentations of the remaining two horses. Wan Sushue had been injured. Having unleashed a tremendous attack, she must be as exhausted as I am. In a fleeting moment, Huang Zheng contemplated numerous possibilities. This cunning woman had deliberately placed me in a defensive position while she attacked, making it seem as though she was weaker in defense, thus dispelling Chu Heiyu's wariness. In truth, her offensive prowess was astonishing, capable of obliterating obstacles, and indeed, she had seriously wounded Chu Heiyu. How treacherous! His gaze fell upon the sword ablaze upon the ground, its very essence igniting the stones beneath it. As his consciousness swept over it, he sensed a formidable power repelling him. Spiritual artifacts, vessels of communication with the ethereal realm. This could very well be one such artifact. If I were to seize it, not only might I face the threat of incineration, but even the risk of being pierced by its edge is imminent. He cast a swift glance before pivoting with haste, stepping forward to the fallen carriage. "Miss Ruan, are you alive? If not, do rise and show me your leg." Inside the carriage, silence reigned, as if Wan Sushue had succumbed to unconsciousness. Huang Zheng observed the scene for a moment, then abruptly reached out, grasping the reins of the two jade-red steeds before exhaling forcefully, "Come up." Drawing upon all his strength, he pulled on the reins. The two jade-red horses seemed to comprehend Huang Zheng's intent, leaping forward with fervor. With a resounding crash, the carriage, along with the two lifeless horses, was abruptly hoisted up by Huang Zheng. Remarkably, the ropes held firm. The weight of the carriage astonished Huang Zheng, for it must have weighed at least 10,000 pounds, yet it did not sink into the stony ground as it raced forward, only falling after being struck by Chu Heiyu's supernatural force. He searched for the carriage door, but it was sealed tightly, revealing no cracks, as though the carriage itself were a confined space. Is it a treasure? Indeed, a treasure? As Huang Zheng possessed a treasure of his own, he instinctively recognized this carriage as one, and its quality surpassed that of his own abode, likely classified as a mid-grade or superior treasure. Without the benefit of formal training in the mystical gate system, he relied solely on his intuition to discern its nature. Knock, knock, knock. Huang Zheng rapped on the carriage door. "Miss Ruan, are you awake? Are you feigning silence and pretense of unconsciousness to evade me? We had an agreement. Having injured him, I must see your leg and chest. Should you remain silent, I shall slay your horses, bury your sword, and depart." Proclaiming to the world that I have glimpsed Wan Sushue's leg. To his surprise, a voice finally emerged from within the carriage, and the usually dignified young lady let slip a curse in her moment of desperation. Huang Zheng's conjecture proved correct. Wan Sushue had indeed attempted to feign unconsciousness, hoping to see if he would reach for the sword. Should he do so, the spiritual artifact would automatically inflict harm, thus eliminating Huang Zheng without requiring her to reveal her leg. Yet, the allure of the coveted spiritual artifact lay before Huang Zheng, and he merely cast a fleeting glance at it. This Huang Zheng is no ordinary individual. Ruan Sushu amused, her head throbbing with frustration. As the esteemed Miss Ruan, she had always been a woman of her word, yet today seemed destined for misfortune. Ruan Sushue began to devise a means to refute his claims. The body of a condensed spirit realm practitioner is akin to that of a superior magical artifact. I observe that your blade holds power equivalent to that of a superior artifact. How could you possibly injure him? Surely, my efforts contributed to his retreat. I struck him from midair, albeit momentarily, causing him to fall. If that is not considered a defeat, then what is? You, when it comes to absurdity. Ruan Sushue could not contend with him, her face flushed with indignation. Do you believe I wouldn't kill you? Ruan Sushue seethed with fury, her injuries already severe. Having just expelled a mouthful of blood due to Huangzheng's provocations. To claim she did not wish to slay Huangzheng would be a blatant lie. You now lie grievously wounded within the confines of the carriage, and 2 more horses have perished. You have taken my life. Who shall escort you hence? Huangzheng began to ponder. You claim you cannot part with the horse-drawn carriage. Does the horse possess the ability to carry you away on its own? As men, we must adhere to our word. Can those in positions of power act without integrity? If you choose not to let me gaze upon your legs, then bestow upon me a celestial skill instead. This, indeed, was the final sentiment that Huangzheng wished to convey. Chapter 022. The Haotian star system. From the moment Huangzheng heard the first words from the woman, he discerned that she was a person of her word. If Ruan Sushue were not steadfast in her promises, her subordinates would not have committed suicide so decisively. It was clear that these individuals were assured of Ruan Sushue's unwavering commitment to care for their families, which allowed them to take such a drastic step without hesitation. Only a master who is resolute in her promises can cultivate subordinates who are willing to die for her. Ruan Sushue fell silent once more, contemplating the balance of gains and losses. She had to decide whether to allow Huangzheng to gaze upon her legs or to impart to him a celestial-level divine skill. This young man truly displayed audacity and ambition. Since their first encounter, Huangzheng had not exhibited even a trace of timidity. He had extorted, teased, and even dared to kill with a boldness that few, even at the initial stage of energy condensation, would dare to match. Very well. I shall teach you a celestial-level divine skill, but you must escort me to a certain location, Ruan Sushue declared. In her eyes, the precious celestial-level divine skill paled in comparison to the importance of her own legs. For every woman values her purity above all. Though Huangzheng had glimpsed her, it was not a true sight. Should he gaze upon her once more, Ruan Sushue would prefer to pass on a celestial-level skill instead. Huangzheng's reaction surprised Ruan Sushue. He too pondered quietly. Where to? Is it far? Take me to the headquarters of the Point Sword sect, the foremost sect of the Great Han Dynasty. Ruan Sushue articulated her destination. Oh, what a coincidence, another traveler to the Point Sword sect. Huangzheng's eyelids twitched as he recalled that they had just been pursued by the Dark Hall. You? Are you a master of the Point Sword sect? Hardly. What is the Point Sword sect to me? Ruan Sushue scoffed. If I were not injured and under restrictions, I would not even regard the Dark Hall. It seems I have fallen from grace, bullied by a mere child like you. Now, let us proceed to the Point Sword sect. Without uttering a word, Huangzheng leapt onto a horse in front of her carriage. My map jade slip is with Xiangli, who fled earlier. You guide the way, and I shall ride. Wait, first help me bury all of my subordinates. Ruan Sushue, once a fierce and venomous woman, suddenly softened. Hold on, did you say that person's name was Xiangli? And what is yours? Ahem, my name is Huangzheng, he replied. Rascal, how dare you lie? Ruan Sushue added another reprimand. This is not lying, it is merely adaptability. Huangzheng retorted defiantly. The two, who had moments ago wished each other dead, now conversed as if they were old friends. Guangzhou was the easternmost province of the Great Han Dynasty. The journey from Guangzhou to the Jian province, where the Point Sword sect resided, spanned over 14,000 miles. If one could fly in a straight line, it would be significantly quicker. However, Ruan Sushue had previously sustained severe injuries, and, after having coughed up blood due to Huangzheng's provocation, was in no condition for swift travel. Previously, she had been recuperating in the carriage, maintaining a speed of 500 miles with the Jade Red Fire, but now could only manage 100 miles to facilitate her recovery. When Huangzheng heard her maliciously recount that she could only travel 100 miles each day, he immediately realized he had been deceived. Over 14,000 miles. With a mere 100 miles traversed daily, how long would it take? By then, not only the Dark Hall but even the Golden Cauldron sect might catch up. What is there to fear? With my abilities, I could recover half of my injuries in less than 10 days, enabling me to cover 500 miles a day. In no more than 15 days, I shall be able to take flight from the carriage. In short, within a month, I will certainly reach Point Sword Mountain. Point Sword Mountain, as it is referred to outside, is known as the Mountain of 10,000 Swords. According to Yuan Su Shui, it houses a divine artifact, a treasure beyond mere spiritual implements. It is said that every divine artifact in the world is a relic left by ancient gods and demons, each possessing unimaginable power. Ordinary practitioners cannot wield these divine artifacts. Only those with the powers of gods and demons, or those possessing divine bloodlines, can utilize them. In ancient times, gods and demons coexisted with humanity, and numerous human men and women formed unions with deities. Those whose fathers were gods or demons bore descendants with divine blood, while those whose mothers were deities left behind unique offspring endowed with divine powers. The various sects across the realm regard these two types of individuals as prodigious disciples worthy of immediate recruitment. For only these individuals not only progress rapidly in their training but also have the ability to wield divine artifacts. The Mountain of 10,000 Swords maintains a collection of 99,900 swords. Each time the Point Sword sect takes in a new disciple, they are tasked with ascending the mountain to find a sword for themselves. Upon successfully recognizing the sword, they may begin to learn the various mystical arts of the sect. Prior to recognizing its master, the quality of each sword remains unknown. However, those fortunate enough may discover they have acquired a spiritual implement, while the less fortunate might end up with mere magical artifacts. The Point Sword sect determines the worthiness of a disciple based on the quality of the sword they obtain, deciding whether or not to nurture their talent. Yuan Su Shui aims to ascend Point Sword Mountain to claim a sword. Her blood-burning sword technique requires the refinement of 81 high-grade spiritual swords to reach its zenith. After years of tireless effort traversing several continents, she has managed to gather 80 high-grade spiritual swords, leaving her just one short of completion. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Although he was new to the world of practitioners, he had long heard that a single spiritual implement was exceedingly precious, with the sects of the realm being few and far between. The 5 major spiritual implements of the Great Shu dynasty were all of inferior quality. What a grand undertaking for Yuan Su Shui to claim she had traveled across several continents to assemble 80 high-grade spiritual swords. Wait, did she truly say she had traversed several continents? Could it be that beyond the Heavenly Emperor continent, there are indeed other lands? Engaging with Yuan Su Shui had opened a mysterious door for Huang Zheng. Previously, while studying in the Feng residence, he had thought the accounts in ancient texts were merely rumors. Yet Yuan Su Shui claimed to have visited several continents. Yuan Su Shui's disdain was palpable. Did she not realize the ignorance of the provincial folk? Please pluck a leaf for me, commanded Yuan Su Shui. As they rode swiftly through a certain part of the Han dynasty, Huang Zheng promptly slowed his pace, reaching out to grasp a palm-sized leaf from a passing tree. He tore it into smaller pieces, though he did not comprehend her intent. Following her instructions, he meticulously shredded the leaf into 7 or 8 fragments of varying sizes and tossed them into the air. With a flourish, Huang Zheng waved his hand, and the fragmented leaves, suspended midair, seemed to defy gravity. Do you see? Yuan Su Shui inquired, her tone laced with pride. See what? Huang Zheng replied, bewildered. Are they not just 8 leaves floating in the air? Clearly, it is your magic that keeps them aloft. Simply throwing them into the air does not yield such results. Frustrated, Yuan Su Shui retorted, each of these leaves represents a continent of the Celestial Emperor, amidst an infinite cosmos, where countless such continents float, scattered across the starry expanse. This particular starry realm is known as the Haotian star system, and the Celestial Emperor continent is merely one of 36 within it. Astonished, Huang Zheng was taken aback. He had believed there to be only one Celestial Emperor continent, yet here he learned it was but a single landmass within a vast star system, surrounded by 35 others. Impossible. How could our continent be so? I have read ancient texts that describe our land as round, with a gravitational pull allowing individuals to stand upon its surface. How could it resemble a leaf? Folly, he exclaimed. Who penned such foolishness? It is ignorance to assert that there is gravitational pull beneath. How could practitioners of the mystical arts ever soar? The entirety of the universe, all places where life exists, resembles these leaves. Consider the sun and moon above, round as discs, yet devoid of life, for one cannot stand upon them. In many locations, standing would mean tumbling into the abyss. The Celestial Emperor continent you inhabit is merely one of the lesser lands within the Haotian star system. Once you ascend to the higher continents and immerse yourself in the various realms of knowledge, astronomy, geography, celestial arts, you will grasp the true nature of the universe. Ruan Su-shui seemed reluctant to elaborate further. She merely informed Huang Zheng that the universe comprises countless star systems, each containing numerous continents, some numbering in the billions, while others possess only a handful. The Haotian star system, she noted, is among the smaller celestial realms. Upon attaining the realm of spiritual communication, one can traverse between continents, moving from one to another. Beyond that lies the 6th level of the divine realm. Upon reaching the 5th level, practitioners can leap between star systems. Ascending further leads to the realm of immortals, which is said to also consist of 6 levels, though such tales pertain to higher star systems. Known only to Ruan Su-shui through ancient texts, it is said that the higher one's knowledge, the more acutely one perceives their own insignificance. After merely a few days of discourse with Ruan Su-shui, Huang Zheng found himself enriched with more knowledge than he had acquired in over a decade at the Feng residence. At last, he comprehended that Ruan Su-shui hailed from another continent, one situated adjacent to the Tian-di continent. The pursuer, Chu Heiyu, was not the genuine Chu Heiyu. Rather, he was a master who transcended the realm of spiritual communication. Utilizing his unparalleled divine abilities, he projected himself into the Tian-di continent, seizing control of Chu Heiyu's body to hunt down Ruan Su-shui. Upon hearing this revelation, Huang Zheng was somewhat taken aback. This implication suggested that Ruan Su-shui must have possessed at least a level of spiritual communication mastery, as she had previously asserted that only those above this level could traverse between continents. Yet, how did she come to have so many subordinates here? Could it be that they were transported within spiritual artifacts? Huang Zheng was beset by numerous questions, but Ruan Su-shui remained reticent about her own affairs. Chapter 023. Eliminate this woman. The carriage continued its journey, and as Ruan Su-shui's injuries healed, the exchange between the two became increasingly frequent. In the end, apart from the two enigmatic figures in black and yellow, Huang Zheng even sought Ruan Su-shui's guidance on the Supreme Sovereign's heavenly skill. Your Supreme Sovereign's heavenly skill is at least a celestial level technique. I never expected that at such a tender age, you have mastered a celestial skill. Ruan Su-shui often remarked on Huang Zheng's youth during their travels. Despite Huang Zheng's repeated inquiries about her age, she chose to ignore him. In retaliation, Huang Zheng withheld the secret of his recovery, the transformation of his blood to gold. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a tacit agreement not to pry into each other's deepest secrets. However, it was evident that this technique was incomplete. It was likely merely the first tier of a celestial level skill. If she were to master it fully in the future, she would undoubtedly become formidable. It was thanks to the Supreme Sovereign's heavenly skill that Huang Zheng, in the mid-stages of divine power, was able to refine his body to the level of an inferior magical artifact. After advancing to bone refinement, his physique transformed to that of a superior magical artifact. Previously, Huang Zheng believed this was solely due to the mysterious yellow paper, but through discussions on martial arts with Ruan Su-shui, he became aware of the true essence of the Supreme Sovereign's heavenly skill. On the Tian-di continent, a mystic master with a refined bone body is akin to an inferior magical artifact, while a chi-nurturing body resembles a medium-grade artifact. Only when one reaches the stage of concentrated spirit does the body resemble a superior artifact, and upon entering the inner dance stage, it is akin to an inferior treasure. Huang Zheng now comprehended why Lord Yi Zheng's every character resembled a treasure. It turned out that the ink he used was mixed with his own essence blood, which, like his body, meant that an inner Dan master's physique is akin to an inferior treasure, thus making even a single character resemble a treasure, writing with essence blood. Lord Yi Zheng must have held Huang Zheng in the highest esteem to do so. At this rate, your body in the mid-stages of bone refinement could be likened to an inferior treasure, and in the later stages, to a superior one. Upon advancing to concentrated spirit, wouldn't you become a spiritual artifact? Ruan Su-shui pondered, increasingly astonished. In the Tian-di continent, a spirit communication master's body is merely equivalent to a medium-grade treasure, which is the pinnacle achievable by mystic masters. On our continent, the 4th stage of divine realm is the utmost, with the body akin to a superior spiritual artifact. Henceforth, regardless of the 5th or 6th stage, the quality of a superior spiritual artifact remains the zenith. If you continue this way, without reaching the inner Dan realm, could your body attain the status of an inferior divine artifact? Huang Zheng chuckled. That is impossible. You have stated that my technique is incomplete. Perhaps a magical artifact or a treasure is the ultimate limit. That is a possibility, Ruan Su-shui conceded thoughtfully. Their understanding was to converse for half an hour each evening before she would drift into slumber, allowing Huangzhong to continue his arduous journey. After becoming a mystic master, the need for food, drink, and sleep diminished significantly for Yuan Sushua, whose daily rest was solely for the purpose of recuperating from her injuries. While Huangjing pressed on with his labor, under the night sky, 2 horses, a carriage, and a young man traversed the path. The hooves of the jade crimson fire flickered with a faint red glow, creating a striking yet eerie spectacle. Huangjing now understood the formidable nature of this jade crimson fire. They seldom traversed through towns, instead opting for winding mountain paths, steep inclines, deliberately avoiding crowded areas. The jade crimson fire moved as if gliding over flat ground, maintaining its speed, far superior to the blood-sweat dragon horses of the Great Chu dynasty. It is no wonder that there is a saying, the Han excels in foot soldiers, the Chu thrives in water, and the Zhou boasts of its valiant cavalry. Utilizing the exquisite Yuchi fire horses, which surpass all other nations in equine quality. Yet, this is not the most extraordinary horse. The neighboring Wu dynasty to the east of Chu possesses the legendary river horse, capable of galloping at incredible speeds, traversing both land and water. Capable of covering 1,000 miles in a single day, especially on water where its pace exceeds that on land. Each hoof has 8 toes, allowing it to tread upon the water's surface with an imperceptible swiftness, akin to a master martial artist, its 32 toes moving with an agility that defies the eye. Today marks the 9th day. She proclaimed that in 15 days she would be healed and emerge. Tomorrow, her speed could increase to 500 miles a day. One wonders what she truly looks like, for her legs are undeniably enchanting. Huang Zhiming is aware that Yuan Sushue's age may surpass his imagination, yet as night falls, his mind is incessantly plagued by thoughts of those captivating legs. This is the only thing that occupies Huang Zhiming's mind during his solitary nocturnal journey. As he reflects on Yuan Sushue's beauty, a triumphant voice echoes through the mountain night, enveloping him from all directions. Yin Wuxue? Huang Zhiming's eyes widen in disbelief. He had anticipated that Mo Qianheng or the Jinding sect might pursue him, even that Chu Heiyu might come after him. But he never imagined that Yun Wuxue from the Shenong sect would follow. This marks his first realization that a woman's pettiness can be truly formidable. Before Yun Wuxue even appears, her voice latches onto his carriage. Huangzhong, how audacious of you to call me a little girl. Today, I shall make it clear what fate befalls those who offend me. Yun Wuxue. Suddenly, the 2 Yuchi fire horses, upon hearing her words, crash into an invisible barrier, their heads jerking back, causing the entire carriage to shudder. If Yuan Sushue were to intervene, she could easily eliminate Yun Wuxue with a single strike. Yet her condition may not allow her to act again. As this thought crosses Huang Zhiming's mind, he looks up to see a figure draped in white. Standing proudly atop a distant tree, the enchanting Yun Wuxue, her face adorned with triumph. Had it not been for your Yuchi fire, drawing attention to you, I might have had difficulty locating you. Huang Jing, you flee with such arrogance. Indeed, you are born to be reckless, ignorant of fear. Yun Wuxue, you are gravely mistaken if you think I would chase you across continents just for a mere taunt. At the mention of such words, Yun Wuxue's fury ignites. Her foot stomps down, causing branches to tremble in the night breeze, and in an instant, her 5 fingers are before Huang Zhiming. She moves with such swiftness, akin to his own magical blade, appearing before him despite the Tinjiang distance between them. However, ever since he laid eyes on her, Huang Zhiming has maintained his full attention, momentarily forgetting the carriage behind him. As the cloudless sky remained still, Huang Zhing's hand moved with an almost instinctive swiftness, reminiscent of his last strike. With a mere flick of his fingers, 2 beams of blade-like light shot forth. The first blade struck true, shattering a massive hand that had appeared before him with a resounding crash. Upon closer inspection, Huang Zhong realized that it was not Yun Wuxue herself who stood before him, but rather a manifestation of her divine abilities that had somehow morphed into 5 fingers, grasping at him. The second blade continued its trajectory, and in a swift motion, Yun Wuxue's true form darted gracefully through the night, her lithe silhouette a fleeting vision. With a thunderous crack, the tree she had just occupied collapsed under the force of her evasion. This marked the first occasion where Huang Zhong, despite being merely 10 paces away, failed to strike his adversary. A flicker of intrigue crossed Yun Wuxue's eyes as she remarked, I have heard tales of your remarkable speed with the finger blades. Had it not been for my void seal of the 5 fingers, evading your strikes would have proven exceedingly difficult. Clearly, she had been forewarned by Long Zhong about Huang Zheng's formidable prowess, having witnessed his awe-inspiring attack against Mo Qianheng. Your youth belies your strength, granting you the potential to join the esteemed sects of the realm. Should I choose to overlook this encounter, would you consider aligning yourself with the divine art sect? Unwilling to entertain the proposition, Huangzhong promptly declined without a moment's hesitation. You? Yun Wushue's anger ignited, her almond-shaped eyes widening with fury as a subtle aura of menace emanated from her. Did I err in my previous statement? Where is the notion of overlooking this incident? If joining the divine arts sect requires me to bow before you, why would I consent to such a thing? Huangzhong remained resolute, challenging her authority. I call you little girl, is that a transgression? Who's to say you do not appear younger than I? Bowing? You are not my master. What grounds have I to submit to you? Very well, Yun Wushue retorted, her laughter tinged with rage. You presume to be above all, wielding your minor talents with such arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate to you the true might of the great sections. Her intent to eliminate Huangzhong had solidified, driven by the indignation of a woman scorned. Unlike Mo Qianheng, who sought to capture Huangzhong to extract his secrets, Yun Wushue, being a favored daughter of destiny, could not tolerate being humiliated by one she perceived as insignificant. At that moment, from within the carriage behind Huangzhong, the voice of Ruan Sushue echoed. That girl has already set her sights on you. Be cautious. There are others here? Yun Wushue had not detected any presence within the carriage, her spiritual awareness far surpassing Huangzhang's. She had scanned the area earlier and found nothing, thus the sudden revelation startled her. Unbeknownst to her, Ruan Sushue had taken extra precautions since Huangzhong had caught a glimpse of her, employing a divine technique that rendered her invisible to those of lesser cultivation. Another little girl? The mention of those words ignited Yun Wushue's fury further. Huangzhong, both of you shall perish. With a swift motion, she raised her right hand. Fingers pointed skyward, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Ruan Sushue remarked once more, I have mastered the divine arts of the heavenly extreme. Specifically the mystical unfettered seal. With but a gesture of my fingers, I can strike 1,000 miles away. This young girl likely possesses only the rudimentary level of skill. While she cannot kill from 1,000 miles, she poses no threat at 10. If you wish to preserve your life, come closer to the carriage. At this moment, Huang was approximately 10 paces away from the carriage, and Yun Wushue was similarly distanced. Upon hearing Ruan Sushue's words, Yun Wushue's heart quivered, paralyzing her into inaction. Though she was youthful and spirited, she was not ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Her spiritual sense could not penetrate the materials of the carriage, yet she discerned that Ruan Sushue was undoubtedly a master among masters. Huang did not retreat, but calmly inquired of Ruan Sushue, if I were to request your assistance in eliminating this woman, what would be your price? A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Eliminate me? Yun Wushue nearly leapt in disbelief, incredulous that anyone would contemplate her demise. Such a beautiful and charming girl. To kill her? Ruan Sushue too believed she had misheard. Observing Huang's evident admiration for her legs, she thought it only natural that he would cherish her. If one seeks to take my life, I shall likewise strike back. Miss Ruan, let us discuss a reward. Assist me in ridding myself of her. Chapter 024. His illness could cost him his life. Yun Wushue was both astonished and furious, her attention predominantly fixated on the carriage. Despite her mental probing and attempts to discern its contents, she found herself unable to unveil what lay within. Could it be a peerless master? Should I flee or confront? Yet, this cunning scoundrel might be conspiring with others to intimidate me, which would be utterly disgraceful. But what if he truly is a formidable opponent? Caught in a whirlwind of contemplation, Yun Wushue hesitated, feeling as though she were trapped in the saddle. Requesting me to kill? Do you think you can afford that? Ruan Sushue mocked Huangzhang, her laughter grating and unpleasant, abruptly falling silent. To your dismay, I only slay men, not women. If it comes to it, I would let my subordinates do the deed. However, Huangzhang was undeterred. Your name is Ruan Sushue, and hers is Yun Wushue. Just based on the name Wushue, you ought to eliminate her. You scoundrel! Yun Wushue's petite foot instinctively stomped in irritation. Huangzhang, what sort of coward hides behind a woman? Show yourself. In her desperation, she called for Huangzhang to emerge, revealing her reluctance to strike. The world of the mysterious sects often looked down upon others. Brimming with arrogance, Yun Wushue's words reflected her genuine hesitation. Indeed, she was but a young girl, lacking the experience of the likes of Huangzhang. Let us go. Let us go, little girl. If you dare to obstruct my carriage again, while I may not kill you, I could certainly injure you severely, leaving Huangzhang to strip you of your garments. Ruan Sushue, too, perceived Yun Wushue's fear, and with a long sigh, signaled Huang Zheng to depart on horseback. Humph. Huang Zheng leaped onto his steed, provocatively challenging Yun Wuxue. The carriage resumed its course. Severely injure me and strip me? Yun Wuxue was truly incensed. As a woman, how could you utter such lewd words? Moreover, the lecherous glint in Huang Zheng's eyes suggested he had already begun envisioning the disgraceful scenario. I refuse to believe it. If you were truly a master, you would have acted by now. Yun Wuxue, consumed by indignation, cast aside all caution. Huang Zheng shouted, and in a graceful motion, Yun Wuxue leaped backward, having already plotted her escape route, swiftly distancing herself by at least a mile. With a flourish, she formed a 5-fingered seal in the air, propelling her retreating figure like an arrow. The Xiantong Wujie seal, Yun Wuxue unleashed a divine technique of the heavenly grade, aiming to obliterate Huang Zheng in an instant. Seated in the carriage, Huang Zheng looked up, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about the hand seal. This is what you call a heavenly grade technique? Before he could finish this thought, a shrill cry erupted beneath him as the jade-red flames recoiled in alarm. Suddenly, golden light erupted in the sky, and countless rays scattered from the hand seal, piercing Huang Zheng's eyes with excruciating pain, rendering his vision a void of darkness. Simultaneously, the seal in midair expanded exponentially, transforming from the size of a palm to a colossal imprint that encompassed a radius of 10 zhang, shimmering with blinding golden light. As symbols danced in the waves of the spell surged. At this moment, Huang Zheng found himself paralyzed, unable to move an inch. The seal inscribed upon the handprint astonishingly immobilized the very fabric of space and restrained the body, rendering Huang Zheng as if he were rooted to the spot. With no alternative but to endure, he sensed for the first time the terrifying approach of death. The force of this seal surpassed the Jinding sect's renowned raising the cauldron fist, capable of flattening everything within a 10-zhang radius, potentially causing complete collapse. A tiny pearl of light emanated forth. From the carriage behind Huang Zheng, Ruan Sushui let out a soft sigh, seemingly reproaching Yun Wuxue for her failure to flee. At that moment, a resplendent character for stability appeared mysteriously above Huang Zheng's head, radiating golden light, as if capable of stabilizing the universe with a singular strike. The formidable heavenly-level divine technique of the divine teaching, known as the mysterious no-calamity seal, was forcefully brought to a halt beneath this character. The luminous seals, the incantations, and the handprints were all confined. Even Yun Wuxue, 5 li away, found herself entrapped. Ruan Sushui inscribed a character for stability above Huang Zheng, and even Yun Wuxue, from such a distance, was ensnared. With a sudden roar, Huang Zheng's eyes burst open, and the immense pressure he bore dissipated. Ruan Sushui had secured Yun Wuxue, yet she had not restrained Huang Zheng. In a flash, he leapt forward, his movement swift as lightning. What? Ruan Sushui gazed in disbelief at Huang Zheng's reckless pursuit, her expression incredulous. I have restrained Yun Wuxue for you. And you intend to chase her down? Did he truly lack compassion? Initially, Ruan Sushui believed Huang Zheng's words to be mere jest, but the moment he acted, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, transforming him into a relentless harbinger of death. Yun Wuxue, paralyzed with fear, finally grasped the formidable prowess of the expert within the carriage. Her exquisite eyes widened in disbelief at the prospect of Huang Zheng truly seeking to end her life. Although unable to speak, her gaze fixated on Huang Zheng's approaching figure, seemingly conveying, I am the pride of the divine teaching. Do you dare to kill me? In a mere 5 li, he needed no divine wings. With 3 swift leaps, he could reach her. Enough, Huang Zheng, she is but a young girl. Just moments before, Ruan Sushui had shown no hesitation in slaying her subordinates. Now, she transmitted a silent plea for Huang Zheng to show mercy. Huang Zheng sensed the gravity of the situation. He was now less than 30 zhang away from Yun Wuxue, who remained suspended in midair. Her terrified gaze locked onto him. With a flick of his finger, the demon-exterminating blade unleashed 2 beams of brilliance. As he had initially intended to close the distance and summon a divine fist to end her life. However, he perceived Ruan Sushui's reluctance to kill Yun Wuxue, and thus he hesitated, shaping his fingers into a blade. At that moment, the character for stability vanished, granting Yun Wuxue her freedom of movement. Yet, the demon-exterminating blade surged forward instantaneously. In a swift motion, the first strike found its mark upon Yun Wuxue's forehead. Huang Zheng's method of killing was characterized by precision, favoring a swift and assured strike to the center of the brow. He exhibited no mercy. The first blow struck true. A transparent wave of energy flickered before Yun Wuxue, an unknown technique or treasure that deflected the initial strike. However, the second strike followed closely behind. Yun Wuxue, in a state of utter terror, staggered backward and was struck in the left side of her chest. Blood gushed forth, and her frail form plummeted downward. Roar! I shall establish my dominion over the world. As the tripod, I shall set the world in order. Kill! A massive cauldron, akin to a clenched fist, combined with an iron fist, surged forth to strike at the still-falling Yun Wuxiwei. From a distance, Wan Sushiwei was utterly astonished. Huang Zheng was merciless in his assault, relentlessly determined to eliminate Yun Wuxiwei in one fell swoop. She had previously spared Yun Wuxiwei, realizing that should she intervene again, Huang Zheng might harbor animosity towards her. With a long sigh, Wan Sushiwei lamented the perilous nature of a petty man. Huang Zheng's fury was palpable as he shouted at Yun Wuxiwei, never anticipating that he would dare to kill her. She failed to acknowledge that she had initially sought to kill Huang Zheng. Why could others not do the same? With one last penetrating glance at Huang Zheng, seemingly intent on etching his visage into her memory, she spat out a mouthful of vital blood. In a flash, a brilliant light erupted from her body, piercing through the darkness, and she vanished along with that radiance. Huang Zheng's decisive strike ultimately did not claim Yun Wuxiwei's life. From the moment Wan Sushiwei inscribed the character for established to Yun Wuxiwei's escape, merely 3 breaths had passed. Both Huang Zheng and Yun Wuxiwei had danced on the precipice of death, and in the end, Yun Wuxiwei fled, the swiftness of her departure leaving one astounded. Now, I finally comprehend the unbearable nature of a man's pettiness, Wan Sushiwei jested, having chased a mere girl in vain for so long. Did you not see that she sought to kill me first? This woman followed me from the Great Chu dynasty to the Great Han merely because I referred to her as a little girl, revealing her narrow-mindedness. Such a woman, even if I were to show her compassion, would not spare me. Do not cast your disdainful glances my way. I have merely aided you by letting her go. Leaving us even, I remain indifferent to your displeasure, yet I find a certain delight in witnessing Huang Zheng's discomfort. How amusing it is to see him, who carries himself with such arrogance, now vexed. Wan Sushiwei, reveling in his misfortune, let out a strange laugh. All the descendants of deities and demons are elites from various sects, prodigious disciples, which portends that one day, an expert shall seek revenge against Huang Zheng for past grievances. Huang Zheng, however, dismissed such notions. What of these descendants? I, Huang Zheng, am the progenitor of deities and demons. Will I even be present in the heavenly emperor continent in a year or 2? Come, let me escort you to the Pointing Sword Mountain, where you shall impart to me your celestial-level divine abilities. From this point onward, we shall owe each other nothing. I, Huang Zheng, do not wish to see you again. Wan Sushiwei, caught between laughter and tears, pondered, You claim you never wish to see me again? Do you have any idea how many await a meeting with me beyond the heavenly emperor continent? You insolent child. The day will come when you kneel and plead before me. Wan Sushiwei's intent to conquer Huang Zheng was slowly taking shape. As night descended, 8 fiery hosts of extraordinary steeds galloped forth once more, with Huang Zheng continuing his journey toward the Pointing Sword sect in a horse-drawn carriage. Chapter 025. Who is the killer? 7 days later, the carriage arrived at the pivotal region of the Great Han Empire, Fengzhou. Beyond Fengzhou lay the sprawling Jianjin mountain range, a vast expanse comparable in size to half of the Great Han dynasty itself, filled with endless forests and towering peaks. This place is a forbidden land for the mundane, yet a paradise for the practitioners of the arcane. Among the 1,600 million inhabitants of the Great Han Empire, every individual yearns to venture into the Jianjin mountain range in search of the fabled Jianjin peak, aspiring to join one of the 6 esteemed sects of the realm, the Jianjin sect. Regrettably, the Great Han Empire has stationed a formidable force of 600,000 troops in Fengzhou, forming an unyielding line that firmly separates the Jianjin mountain range from the mundane world. Only practitioners of the arcane may enter. Any ordinary person from the secular realm is forbidden from trespassing into the mountain range. This decree originates from the Jianjin sect itself, and even the Great Han Empire must comply. This measure is, in fact, a precaution for the mundane. Within the vastness of the Jianjin mountain range, one could encounter formidable beasts connected to the spiritual realm. Should an uninitiated individual dare to breach its boundaries, their demise would be all but certain. At the western gate of Fengzhou, Huang Zheng drove the carriage forward at a leisurely pace. The streets were bustling with people, particularly with martial artists and practitioners of the arcane. Those who traveled here were often from the Great Han Empire or even far-off realms, seeking to join the Jianjin sect. However, as Huang Zheng observed the myriad of martial artists and practitioners lining the road, he lamented that the odds of those entering the Jianjin mountain range and ultimately surviving to meet a representative of the sect were dismally low, certainly less than 1%. Seated in the carriage, Huangzhong contemplated the incessant flow of martial artists and practitioners around him. Why doesn't the Jianjin sect establish a recruitment outpost here? He mused. Must they remain complacent in their prestigious status? Without a continuous influx of new disciples, how can the Jianjin sect maintain its status as one of the 6 great sects of the world? Mastery of the arcane requires a solid foundation. A sect that neglects its disciples cannot endure through the ages. He scoffed at the thought of their arrogance, likening them to frogs confined to a well, ignorant and unafraid. Meanwhile, Ruan Su Shui remained in the carriage, yet to emerge. With 1 million disciples wielding arcane power, the Jianjin sect is already overburdened. Each year, at least several 100,000 aspirants from across the realm flock to them. If they were to accept every practitioner, the sect would soon outnumber even the population of the empire. Practitioners tend to live longer than ordinary folk, if they were to admit hundreds of thousands annually. In less than a century, a single sect could swell to billions. How would the sect sustain itself, let alone pay its disciples? Moreover, the treacherous terrain of the Jianjin mountain range serves as a trial. Only those who survive its challenges gain the right to be called disciples of the Jianjin sect. Huangzhong pondered aloud. So, it seems that finding the Jianjin sect won't be an easy task? Stick with me, and it will be effortless. Ruan Su Shui replied confidently. My injuries will heal soon, and once we depart Fengzhou, we can leave the carriage behind. Imagining her appearance, Huangzhong felt a flush of embarrassment as Ruan Su Shui teased. Are you thinking of me? Am I beautiful? No, he stammered, caught off guard by her perceptiveness. Feeling a wave of shyness wash over him. Ha ha, Ruan Su Shui finally laughed in a manner that felt genuine. Stop. Is there any ordinary person in this carriage? Suddenly, their carriage was halted at the city gate. Certainly not. As a practitioner of the bone refinement level, how could I bring a mundane person into the Jianjin mountain range? Open up and let us see. The military leader, possessing mid-level divine power, unceremoniously demanded Huangzhong to open the carriage. How does one open it? Huangzhong chuckled bitterly, about to speak when he heard a series of clicks, and a small door, half a foot high, appeared as a section of the carriage vanished. Damn it, has she employed a prohibitive divine art? Huangzhong could not see, but the soldier climbed in unperturbed. Huangzhang's eyes nearly popped out. This woman was so accommodating, allowing someone to enter? Was she perhaps revealing her thighs again? To his surprise, nothing was visible. What purpose does this carriage serve? The soldier examined the interior, frowning as he emerged. No one. What a clever Ruan Su Shui, deceiving all with her immense powers. Such abilities were beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners at the spirit concentration stage. Save for those like the phantom tiger who could become invisible. Traveling by day and sleeping within the carriage at night, Huangzhong chuckled to himself. Let us move. Although the soldier found it peculiar, he had indeed found no one and could not hinder these enigmatic practitioners, so the carriage continued through the city. Upon exiting Fengzhou City, they encountered over 100 miles of plains and hills, followed by the densely forested Jianjin mountain range. Huangzhong, at the initial stage of bone refinement, drove an unusual carriage pulled by a rare steed, attracting the attention of the surrounding practitioners leaving the city. Young brother, might you take us a short distance? We have journeyed for 2 months to arrive here from the great Zhou dynasty. To Huangzhang's left stood 2 middle-aged men and a young man, all at the late stage of divine power, waving at him. Should he take them along? Huangzhong communicated with Ruan Su Shui through his thoughts. What do you say? Let them ride in your carriage while you dismount and follow? Ruan Su Shui scoffed. My carriage is meant for me alone. Ignoring the trio, Huangzhong pressed on, preparing to unleash his full speed. Strike him. Strike that Chu dog. How dare a Chu dog from the great Chu come to our Han and act so arrogantly? Just as his carriage surged forward, its powerful hooves kicking up dust, a commotion erupted nearby. Chu dog? Upon hearing this term, despite being countless miles from the great Chu dynasty, Huangzhong instinctively felt a jolt of his eyes and turned his carriage towards the fray. Bang! Bang! In the distance, a young man with divine power was fending off 5 opponents. To be precise, it was 1 against 5. The solitary fighter was merely at the initial stage of divine power, while his adversaries included 1 at the mid-level and 4 at the initial stage. The group toyed with the young man, kicking him around on the ground, laughing uproariously, incessantly taunting him as a Chu dog. Nearby, a young man and woman stood together. The boy strikingly handsome and the girl stunningly beautiful, both at the mid-stage of bone refinement, watching with smiles as the beleaguered youth struggled to evade their kicks. Xiangli? Huangzhang's carriage sped towards the scene, coming to an abrupt halt before the crowd. The nearly beaten youth was none other than Xiangli, who had arrived in the Great Han alongside him. It was unexpected that he had made it here alone. Xiangli had traversed through towns, while Huangzheng had taken the wild mountain paths, and they found themselves arriving at Fengzhou City simultaneously, yet the emotions upon their reunion were markedly different. Huangzheng, save me. As the illustrious prince of the Great Chu, I have been beaten to a pulp, and to make matters worse, I have been witnessed by that country bumpkin, Huangzheng, whom I have always looked down upon. I could very well wish for death at this moment. Another Chu dog has arrived? Ha! Let us strike together. A cultivator at the bone refinement stage? Young Master Dong, is this a bone refinement stage Chu dog? With a chuckle, as this divine strength cultivator turned his head to mockingly refer to him, his head was abruptly struck with a punch, causing a sickening crunch. Ah! The remaining four exclaimed in shock. In that instant, Huangzheng leaped into the throng, swinging his fists with lethal intent. Bang! Another adversary was struck so hard that his chest caved in. Before he could collapse, Huangzheng delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling, and with a swift motion, he seized a divine strength cultivator attempting a sneak attack from behind. With a heaving effort, Huangzheng lifted the man as if he were a mere weight, hurling him violently towards another divine strength practitioner. The two collided with such force that they both spewed forth blood. Young Master Dong. The last individual barely uttered a word before Huangzheng seized his throat, twisting it with force, adding yet another corpse to the ground. In a span of mere breaths, Huangzheng, like a tiger amidst a pack of wolves, had decisively dispatched 5 divine strength cultivators. The gap between divine strength and bone refinement is vast, especially when facing an opponent capable of killing those in the qi-nourishing stage like Huangzheng. Throughout this ordeal, Xiangli had not even reacted. The two youths standing at the side, rather than expressing anger, applauded enthusiastically. Well done. What is your name? Do you wish to join the Point Sword sect as well? Do you know the consequences of killing my Dong Xins men? The young man posed 4 questions in quick succession, without even casting a glance at Huangzheng, revealing his status as a high-ranking figure accustomed to commanding others. The deaths of 5 subordinates seemed to him as trivial as the loss of 5 dogs. Huangzheng did not regard him either. His gaze was fixed on Xiangli. Brother Xiang, speak up. How shall the men perish? And how shall the women meet their end? Just give the word, and I shall fulfill your wishes. His expression twisted into a near-manic grin. The men shall be slain, and the women stripped bare and executed as well. Xiangli, not one to be swayed by lust, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the 2 individuals who had treated him like a mere spectacle. Very well, as you wish, let them all be slain. Huangzheng, and he exchanged words, condemning the 2 to death. Arrogant and ignorant. Dong Xin was incensed. How dare a mere bone refinement novice speak so boldly to 2 mid-stage bone refinement practitioners? Just as both Dong Xin and Huangzheng prepared to make their move, a figure flashed through the air, appearing between them. Clad in azure, the late-stage bone refinement expert was over 30, with a dark complexion and a grim expression. He surveyed the scene with a furrowed brow. Who is it? Who dares to kill so recklessly here? Is there no regard for our Point Sword sect? It was them. They are the ones who killed our Dong family as house guards. Esteemed brother, we are the disciples of the Dong family from Fengzhou. The young girl beside Dong Xin, his cousin Ma Rou, swiftly pointed out Huangzheng upon the sudden arrival of the members of the Dianjian sect. Her tone suggested that she was leveraging the esteemed reputation of the Dong family to establish connections. Suddenly, a figure shot in from the distance, landing amidst them once more. A practitioner at the initial stage of qi nourishing from the Dianjian sect had also arrived at the scene. At this moment, the crowd around them grew larger, as onlookers from Fengzhou City, drawn by the commotion, gathered to observe. They whispered and gestured towards Huangzheng and the others. Yet none dared to meet the gaze of the qi-nourishing expert. Who did it? Step forward. The gaze of the qi-nourishing practitioner swept back and forth between Huangzheng and Xiangli. Chapter 26. Who kills whom? Xiangli was terrified. He stole a glance at Huangzheng and slowly retreated several steps. Swish. The gaze of the qi-nurturing expert fell upon Huangzheng. Are you from that imperial dynasty? The rules of the Diansword sect dictate that no wanton killing is permitted within or outside Fengzhou City. Only within the Diansword Mountains can vengeance be taken and survival of the fittest prevails. You have quite the audacity to kill outside the city. No wonder Dong Xin showed no anger. His subordinate was slain, yet he seemed almost pleased. Had he anticipated the arrival of the Diansword sect's disciples all along? We hail from the Great Chu Empire and are unfamiliar with the local customs. We beg your forgiveness, elder. Huangzheng remained silent, but Xiangli, mustering his courage, stepped forward to explain. After all, Huang Zheng had just saved him. The Great Chu Empire? The chi-nurturing cultivator paused, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dong Xian seized the moment to bow respectfully and address the chi-nurturing expert. Elder, this brat dared to kill outside Fengzhou City. According to the Diansword Sect's rules, our Dong family has the right to execute him. Who kills whom remains to be seen. Huang Zheng sneered from the side. Were it not for the carriage nearby, he would have long since fled. What use was there in reasoning with these people? Enough. The early-stage chi-nurturing expert of the Diansword sect waved his hand, as if recalling something. Senior brother Gui Jingzun, a core disciple of our sect, is arriving to receive someone. Clean up and stand aside at once. What? Just like that? Dong Xian's expression darkened, but before he could protest, the chi-nurturing expert's sharp gaze silenced him. Yes, of course. Dong Xian's face shifted swiftly from indignation to obsequiousness as he nodded repeatedly. Quickly, clean this up. Onlookers hurried to dispose of the corpses, tossing them far away. A core disciple? Aren't they candidates for the future sect master of Diansword? Rumors say even the weakest core disciple is at least at the early stage condensed spirit realm. That kid offended the Dong family. Even if he survives to reach Diansword, his days won't be peaceful. True, I heard decades ago, someone from the Dong family also ascended to core disciple status. Who could Gui Jingyun be receiving? For a core disciple to personally come, such an honor. Even sect leaders of ordinary sects wouldn't warrant such attention. For the Diansword sect to send someone beyond Fengzhou City meant the guest's status was extraordinary. Their importance unparalleled. Whose carriage is this? Move it aside. The early-stage chi-nurturing expert cast a dismissive glance at Huang Zheng. Reluctantly, Huang Zheng guided the carriage to the side. This expert had arrived with imposing authority, yet the mere mention of the Great Chu Empire softened his demeanor. Could it be? Were they expecting someone from the Great Chu Empire? Who? Just who could it be? Then, from the depths of the Diansword Mountains, an overwhelming divine sense swept forth, arrogant, domineering, and utterly unapologetic. Every soul touched by it shuddered, as if laid bare and stripped of all dignity. Yet Huang Zheng, with his head bowed in silence, displayed a subtle fear upon his countenance, while his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. Even Ruan Sushue was unable to perceive the figures in yellow and black within me. How could a mere novice like you possess such ability? I have encountered Brother Gua, yet Brother Sha has yet to arrive. However, I have just received a message via Feishu, indicating that he shall depart within a quarter of an hour at most. The individual I encountered earlier, in the initial stages of cultivating his energy, was named Song Pingwei. His demeanor towards Gui Jingyun resembled that of a worldly subject in the presence of a sovereign exalted above all. This is hardly surprising, for each core disciple of the Dianjin sect possesses the potential to ascend to the esteemed position of the sect leader. A lack of respect now could lead to dire consequences when one of them ultimately attains that lofty status. You have yet to behold our esteemed brother Gua. Song Pingwei cast a fierce glare across the assembly. Before Gui Jingyun, he appeared as a submissive canine, yet in the eyes of others, he resembled a ferocious tiger capable of devouring men. I have met Senior Gua. I have met Brother Gua. Two distinctly contrasting voices resonated throughout the gathering. Subsequently, all gazes turned peculiarly towards Huang Zheng. Song Pingwei addressed him as brother, as they belonged to the same sect. The others, adhering to convention, were now obliged to refer to him as senior. Having just entered the Dianjin sect, Huang Zheng, being a novice, was unaware that when Song Pingwei referred to him as brother, he reflexively echoed the term. Both Gui Jingyun and Song Pingwei simultaneously perceived him. Were these two individuals from the Great Chu dynasty? Song Pingwei hurriedly alerted Gui Jingyun. Gui Jingyun paid him no heed. His nose twitched slightly, and then his brows furrowed. Has someone been murdered? Who has committed such an act here? Although the corpse had shifted and the scene had been cleared, Gui Jingyun remained motionless, sensing the presence of death without even glancing at the ground. Song Pingwei's expression changed slightly as he prepared to explain. Song Pingwei, in this regard, Brother Gua, it is thus. Regardless of who has committed murder here, it is imperative to adhere to the regulations of the Pointed Sword sect. Whose kin has perished? Is anyone present here? Is it my Dong family's kin that the young man has slain? Maro leaped up once more. Her round, expressive eyes were fixated on Gui Jingyun, brimming with tender affection. Did this enchantress truly cast her allure upon Gui Jingyun? Huang Zheng and Xiang Li simultaneously looked down upon her. However, for someone like Gui Jingyun, who devoted himself entirely to martial arts and sought to attain enlightenment, No beauty could ever eclipse the significance of martial prowess in his eyes. He didn't spare a glance at Ma Rou. Was it a member of the Dong family who perished? One of the Dong family members should step forward and duel him. His words were spoken casually, yet they carried an undeniable authority. Thank you, Brother Gua. Dong Xin, filled with joy, was about to take a step forward when Ma Rou, standing beside him, swiftly grasped his arm. Allow me. Her delicate face was flushed bright red. She was eager to impress Gui Jingyun, knowing that if he took notice of her, she could be directly welcomed into the sect without having to navigate the treacherous paths of the Jian mountain range. Cousin, kill him. You must kill him. Dong Xin glared fiercely at Huangzhong. Rest assured, cousin, Ma Rou replied confidently. Being in the mid-stage of bone refinement, she had no regard for Huangzhong, who was merely in the early stage. The crowd dispersed, leaving Huangzhong and his cart isolated in the center. Eliminate this wretched fool. Xiang Li's voice echoed in Ma Rou's mind, filled with intense hatred. With a playful smile, Ma Rou took a few steps towards Huangzhong and taunted, "You insolent boy. If you kneel before me and sever one of your arms, you may yet spare your wretched life." Huangzhong's response was something only Xiang Li could anticipate. Do not think that kneeling and begging will save you. Even if you stripped bare, I would not grant you mercy. The onlookers expressed disdain, questioning how such a seemingly refined youth could speak with such arrogance and crudeness. Ma Rou, both flustered and enraged, dashed forward, arriving before Huangzhong in an instant. The Dong family, a prominent clan in Fengshou, boasted many descendants within the Jianjin sect, and it was rumored that one had even ascended to the rank of core disciple. Ma Rou practiced the authentic martial arts of the Dong family, Nanhai Dainglong technique. Her form resembled that of a delicate dragon, darting gracefully as she gestured, her jade hands creating a luminous dragon shape in the air. As the dragon materialized, it soared with fury, a brilliant white flash surging towards Huangzhong, established dominance over the world. Huangzhong did not retreat but advanced, launching a powerful punch. He unleashed the Dingtian divine fist, yet within his consciousness, the roar of deities and demons echoed, conjuring a colossal black ape that exuded immense power. This overwhelming force surged forth in an instant, unparalleled and formidable. Previously, even without the manifestation of deities or demons, his powers would have been evident to any adept. However, under the tutelage of Yuan Sushue, he had learned to conceal his aura and suppress his strength, making it nearly imperceptible to all but those who directly confronted him. With a resounding impact, the punch and dragon clashed, resulting in the shattering of Ma Rou's formidable dragon. She gazed in disbelief at the manifestation of her mid-stage cultivation, now obliterated by Huangzhong's strike. How could this be? With no pause, Huangzhong delivered a decisive blow to her chest. Though Ma Rou's figure was alluring, Huangzhong saw only an adversary. His punch caused her to cave in, her expression shifting drastically. Blood spurted from her lips as she fell to the ground like an arrow. With the earth-shattering force, Huangzhong executed a reversal and kicked upwards, employing a technique from the bending heaven fist, striking her descending head. The impact was decisive, sending her crashing to the ground, where she convulsed briefly before succumbing. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. A beautiful and charming girl, a captivating young beauty, had been slain by Huangzhong. Many could scarcely believe such a callous act could be committed against a woman. Cousin, Dong Xin was the first to react, wailing in grief. You bastard! I will kill you. Her eyes blazed with fury. Silence. You have been outmatched and brought about your own demise. Gui Jingyun cast a peculiar glance at Huangzhong before turning his attention to Dong Xin. The opportunity has been granted. Any grudges can be settled at the Jian mountain. If you both can join my Jian sect, there will be ample opportunities within the clan. He then disregarded Ma Rou's lifeless form, lifting his gaze towards the distant gate of Fengzhou City. They have arrived. Who has arrived? Which esteemed guests require the attention of the focused practitioners of the Jian sect? At this moment, no one paid heed to Ma Rou's fate. All eyes, save Dong Xion's, were fixated on the gates of Fengzhou City. Only Dong Xion, with fiery red eyes, incessantly flicked his gaze between Huangzhong and Xiang Li. You are doomed. You are utterly doomed. Whether at Jian Mountain or within the Jian sect, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 27. Du Zixi, a horse-drawn carriage slowly emerged from the city gate, only to suddenly accelerate towards them. As it drew closer, the onlookers discerned its grandeur. It was an exceptionally opulent carriage, slightly larger than Huangzhong's, and astonishingly, it was driven by a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refining. Is it him? Xiang Li's startled voice resonated telepathically in Huangzhong's mind. Indeed, he is the one who came to recruit for our great Chu, initially intending to take me, but ultimately chose Du Minji's daughter, Du Zixi. What? Both Huang Zheng and Xiangli felt a heaviness in their hearts. So the distinguished guest from the great Chu they had been awaiting was none other than Du Zixi? Was it not said that the Jinjian sect accepted Du Minji's daughter due to the Tian's alliance recruiting Fang Padi's son? It seemed that was not the case. If Du Minji's daughter were as ordinary as Fang Yuan, how could she command such respect? The carriage swiftly approached the crowd. Senior brother Gua has come to personally welcome us? Sister Du, this is my esteemed core brother, Gua Jingyan. The one driving the carriage is Sha Wanjun. Thank you, Junior brother Gua, for your effort. My carriage is not a burden. Rather, it is Sha Junior brother who is enduring hardship for my sake. Her voice resonated profoundly, evoking a sense of awe. Not at all, Sha Wanjun responded, his face a picture of reverence. Who is it that killed this woman? Du Zixi inquired, her tone shifting. Song Pingwei promptly stepped forward. It was a conflict involving the Great Chu's royal family and the Dong family from Fengzhou. A fair duel resulted in the death of a young girl from the Dong family. The Great Chu? My fellow townsman? Who is it? Du Zixi's voice carried a hint of excitement, clearly pleased to hear of someone from her homeland. Song Pingwei felt a swell of pride, relieved that he had not offended her fellow townsmen, as it appeared that these individuals cherished their hometown connections. He quickly pointed out Huang Zheng and Xiangli. It was these two. Xiangli? Du Zixi recognized him. Xiangli forced a wry smile, attempting to hide behind the crowd, yet Song Pingwei's gesture betrayed him. Sister Du knows them? Song Pingwei was elated, confident that he had not erred in his actions. Humph. Du Zixi's tone shifted sharply, to kill even a woman. And with such cruelty, truly presumptuous of a man. Both Gua Jingyun and Song Pingwei were left speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is not good. Does Sister Du hold a grudge against the one surnamed Xiang? Let us leave, Du Zixi declared, dismissing the two with indifference. Yet, a defiant voice interjected from the side. Though I am but a novice in the realm of cultivation, I have heard from my previous master that within our world, there are only enemies and friends. There is no distinction between men and women. The speaker was none other than Huang Zheng. What are you saying? Are women to be spared from death? If a woman seeks to kill me, am I not allowed to retaliate? Huang Zheng's defiance was palpable. Impudent. Song Pingwei's expression darkened suddenly. You dare to challenge, Sister Du? From behind, Xiangli discreetly tugged at Huang Zheng's clothing, well aware of his friend's stubborn nature. However, with formidable experts present, could he not exercise restraint just this once? Huang Zheng ignored him, raising an eyebrow. During my time in Dechu, I heard tales of the 6 great mystical sects of the world. Among them, only the Dehan pointing sword sect accepts all without discrimination, welcoming elite talents from afar who genuinely seek knowledge. Am I to understand that here? I am denied even the right to speak? Song Pingwei was left speechless by Huang Zheng's words. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted. This individual must certainly be a candidate for the pointing sword sect. Du Zixi then interjected, her words strikingly bold as she proposed to accept Huang Zheng into the sect. Moreover, I find great admiration for his carriage. Gua Shidi, would you be so kind as to take his carriage and present it to me? Du Zixi's tone shifted from one of authority to that of a gentle and endearing neighborly girl. Ha. If Sister Du likes it, I shall fetch it for you. This carriage is indeed extraordinary, appearing to be a low-grade treasure. Gua Jingzhen laughed heartily, stepping forward to address Huang Zheng. I, Gua Jingyun, shall claim your carriage. From this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of the pointing sword sect. Even if the sect seizes this carriage, should you have any objections, you may seek me out at any time after joining. Before Huang Zheng could respond, Gua Jingyun reached out with a large hand to grasp the carriage. Furious, Huang Zheng's heart burned with anger. Do not touch it, allow him to take it. The voice of Ruan Su Shui echoed in his mind. You are no match for him. I intend to join the pointing sword sect myself. Pay no heed to me. I will seek you out at the hour of the rat tonight, to impart upon you celestial-level divine abilities. From that point forward, we shall owe each other nothing. Given Huang Zheng's temperament, he was on the verge of declaring his refusal to join the pointing sword sect, but Ruan Su Shui's mental transmission momentarily stunned him, causing him to withhold his wrath. Your expression seems to suggest dissent. Do you no longer wish to join the pointing sword sect? If you wish to withdraw, I may allow Xiangli to enter. Du Zixi, observing Gua Jingyun take possession of the carriage, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Huang Zheng, feeling anger rise within him, retorted, then let him enter. Among the 6 great mystical sects of the world, do you think I, Huang Zheng, must join the pointing sword sect? This woman is truly full of herself. Xiangli's face brightened at this. Xiangli, If you express your desire to enter, I shall take you in, leaving your companion behind. I, Du Zishi, have the authority to admit one of you." This woman was sowing discord, and both Xiang Li and Huangzheng clearly perceived her malicious intent. Yet, Huangzheng did not fall for her ploy. However, Xiang Li gritted his teeth, declaring, "I wish to enter." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Not only did Huangzheng's expression change drastically, but the onlookers also expressed disdain. Xiang Li's face was pale, yet filled with hope. What was the betrayal of a friend if it meant entering the pointing sword sect? "Huangzheng, I am sorry. But you yourself claimed you had no desire to enter. Might as well fulfill my wish." "Ha ha ha." Du Zishi laughed heartily from within the carriage. "Did you hear that? This is the Xiang Li you know? To have such a friend is truly your misfortune. Come, take this person away and leave Xiang Li." Du Zishi offered Xiang Li hope only to then plunge him into despair. With a gust of wind, Du Zishi, Huangzheng, Song Pingwei, Gui Jingyun, and others vanished from sight. Du Zishi took Huangzheng away, leaving Xiang Li behind. In an instant, the once hopeful Xiang Li crumbled into utter despair, while the onlookers shook their heads and dispersed one by one. "Ha ha ha, today is your day." Dong Xian approached with a sinister grin. "You little brat. It is you who caused my cousin's demise. Your companions have deserted you. Let us see where you will flee. What do you intend to do?" Xiang Li gazed at Dong Xian, whose face contorted with rage, and his complexion instantly turned ashen. "Do not act recklessly. Your cousin has just met her demise in a fair duel. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards Huangzheng. It has nothing to do with me. You wretched brat, had it not been for you, Huangzheng would not have slain my cousin. I will shatter your limbs and cast you into the Jianjian mountain range, allowing the beasts to tear you apart and devour you, inflicting upon you an agony that mirrors my own hatred. No, please don't." Bang, bang. A chorus of anguished screams soon echoed through the arena. Ho, ho, ho. Huangzheng opened his eyes, his ears filled with the resounding whoosh of punches slicing through the air. Turning his head, he beheld a scene from many miles away, where an overwhelming aura surged forth, the sound resembling thunder. There, at least tens of thousands of practitioners in the divine power stage were honing their martial arts and mastering mystical abilities, their strikes reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Had he finally arrived at the Jianpoint sect? I, Huangzheng, have finally entered one of the 6 great mystical sects of the world. He contemplated countless possibilities of entering the mysterious realm, being recognized for his unparalleled genius, seizing a hidden opportunity through serendipity, or achieving remarkable feats that would warrant an exceptional admission to the sect. However, he never anticipated being forcibly brought in by a woman he despised. Du Zishi's decision to bring him along was surely not a mere act of appreciation. "What is your name?" Huangzheng remained lost in thought when he was suddenly addressed from behind. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a pallid figure from the bone refinement stage whom he had encountered earlier. "I am Huangzheng," with Huang meaning yellow, Anjing signifying uprightness. "You are indeed Huangzheng. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of the Pointing Sword sect. Take this jade slip, immerse your consciousness within, and you shall discover your assigned location." With that, he gestured and began to lead the way. Huangzheng hurriedly followed. It was only then that he had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. They stood upon the slope of a towering mountain, where peaks stretched endlessly into the clouds. Many of these mountains were partially shrouded in mist, resembling the ethereal realms described in ancient texts. Each peak boasted distinct grand halls, some radiated brilliant light. Others were suffused with a gathering of precious aura, some emanated sword energy that soared skyward, while others exuded the essence of martial prowess. Each hall dazzled like the sun and moon of the secular world. Among them, the tallest hall stood straight as a sword, its spirit piercing the heavens. Situated several miles away from Huangzheng, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed what seemed to be sword energy shooting forth from the hall, sending a chilling shiver through his entire being. "Your cultivation is far too low. Do not gawk indiscriminately within the sect," the bone refinement master remarked with a cold smile. "Our Pointing Sword sect encompasses 36 peaks, each representing one of the 36 continents of the Haotian star system. Each peak contains 72 courts. You are assigned to the 6th court of the Qingyu Peak. Beyond this iron chain bridge lies the Qingyu Peak. Take this jade slip and report to your designated place." Huangzheng stood at the juncture of the 2 peaks, gazing upward. The mountains loomed 1,000 zhang apart, connected only by a slender iron chain, which appeared exceedingly perilous. "Thank you, senior brother." Huangzheng cast a disdainful glance at the iron chain. "Is this truly a bridge? Oh, Du Shiji instructed me to convey to you that your carriage is resting upon her own Zishi peak. Each day, she gazes at the carriage as a reminder of a man who once dared to confront her. Once she attains her full powers, she will seek you out for a reckoning, intending to reduce you to a state worse than that of a mere animal. Hiss. Huang Zheng inhaled sharply, realizing he was dealing with yet another woman with a vendetta. How amusing, he thought with a cold smile, turning away while shaking his head. So that's the case? Huang Zheng finally comprehended the situation. Chapter 28. Entering the mystic realm, Huang Zheng gazed at the mountain peak across from him, spanning nearly 1,000 feet apart. It was connected by a slender iron chain. As the gentle breeze swept through the mountain, the chain swayed rhythmically. To an ordinary person from the mundane world, this scene would appear as an insurmountable barrier. However, to Huang Zheng, it was merely a matter of a few strides. With a swift leap, he propelled himself forward like a shooting star, landing effortlessly on the opposite side. As his toes grazed the ground, a brilliant azure light surged skyward, transforming his surroundings in an instant. The formidable mountain that had loomed before him vanished in a flurry of brilliance, revealing a vast plaza, as smooth as jade, stretching before Huang Zheng. This plaza, crafted entirely from azure jade, glimmered with a translucent sheen, covering an expanse of 500 feet in circumference. Within the plaza, a bustling crowd of practitioners, all of whom had surpassed the bone refinement stage, moved about. Is this the power of the mystic realm? Huang Zheng felt a surge of admiration and excitement. Amidst the throng, a few individuals exchanged sly glances, and soon 3 practitioners of the late bone refinement stage approached Huang Zheng with deliberate slowness, standing there, wide-eyed and glancing about. It was evident to anyone that he was a newcomer. Is this junior brother new this year? One of them remarked. Greetings, esteemed seniors. May I ask how to reach the 6th courtyard? Huang Zheng inquired politely. The 6th courtyard? What 6th courtyard? You truly are a newcomer, aren't you? There's south no such place as the 6th courtyard, the leader replied, his expression serious, leaving Huang Zheng momentarily bewildered. Another of the trio, observing Huang Zheng's confusion, burst into laughter. At Qingyu Peak, we have the 4th courtyard, the 5th courtyard, and the 7th courtyard, but no 6th courtyard. Ha! The 3 of them erupted into laughter. Damn it, are they mocking me? Huang Zheng quickly grasped the situation. His expression darkened. Without engaging further, he turned and walked away. Stop. The leader of the bone refinement practitioners adopted an arrogant demeanor. You have quite a temper, don't you? Remember my name. I am Shouwu of the 6th courtyard. Perhaps tomorrow, you shall meet your fate. Their laughter echoed as they departed. Shouwu of the 6th courtyard? Huang Zheng sneered internally. Perhaps tomorrow would indeed be your last day. He continued onward when a slender young practitioner of the early bone refinement stage approached him. Are you heading to the 6th courtyard? I can show you the way, he offered with a friendly smile. Huang Zheng nodded. While a smile does not always signify friendship, he resolved to proceed with caution in this unfamiliar territory. Noticing Huang Zheng's subdued response, the young man, named Chunyu, reassured him, don't mind him. Zhou Wu was one of the tyrants in our 6th courtyard, known for bullying newcomers and demanding favors. Just give him a little something when you receive your rewards tomorrow. Qingyu, a bone refinement practitioner of the 6th courtyard, had been part of the sect for 15 years, yet appeared merely 17 or 18 years old, though he was actually in his 30s. The appearance of practitioners tends to solidify once they enter the divine power stage. For instance, Huang Zheng, who had entered the divine power realm at 18, would retain a youthful visage, with any changes being minimal. Throughout the journey, Qingyu elucidated various aspects regarding the Qingyu Gate and the Dianjuan sect. These details would eventually be learned by Huang Zheng from the jade slips acquired upon his arrival at the 6th courtyard. However, Qingyu opted to provide Huang Zheng with a brief overview in advance. The Dianjuan sect boasts 36 peaks and comprises a staggering total of 116,000 disciples. The disciples are categorized into 5 distinct tiers: outer, inner mountain, formal, elite, and core. Those in the divine power stage belong to the outer disciples, while those in the bone refinement stage are classified as inner mountain disciples. These 2 categories do not qualify as formal disciples of the Dianjuan sect, akin to the registered disciples outside the sect. Only upon reaching the qi nourishing stage does one become a formal disciple of the Dianjuan sect. This serves as a testament to the foundation of the 6 great mystical sects. Achieving the qi nourishing stage within the Jinding sect could elevate one to the rank of a sect leader, yet within the Dianjuan sect, it merely signifies a status of an ordinary formal disciple. What distinguishes formal disciples from their unofficial counterparts? Chen Yu's words left Huang Zheng feeling disheartened. In the Dianjin sect, individuals at the divine power and bone refinement stages are treated with utter disdain, akin to mere livestock. Formal disciples, those above the qi nourishing stage, can slaughter a pig or a dog without any oversight from the sect. However, should they dare to offend a senior disciple at the qi nourishing stage or higher, it would be deemed a grave transgression, punishable by immediate execution, regardless of the circumstances. This revelation chilled Huang Zheng's heart, as it underscored the necessity of maintaining a low profile within the Dianjin sect until one attains the qi nourishing stage. Offending a fellow qi nourishing brother could lead to dire consequences. Above the qi nourishing stage lies the concentration stage, which designates the elite disciples, with exceptional talents rising from this tier to become core disciples. Historically, every supreme leader of the Dianjin sect has emerged from the ranks of the core disciples, making entry into this echelon a symbol of status and prestige, even if one does not ascend to the position of supreme leader. Serving as a deputy or leading various halls remains within reach. Presently, the Dianjin sect is home to only 8 core disciples, collectively known as the 8 deities of Dianjin. Above the disciples are the elders and the heads of various halls, typically former core disciples who, after failing to attain the position of supreme leader, assume these roles, most of whom are adept at the inner alchemy stage. In the Dianjin sect, even the supreme leader is confined to the inner alchemy stage. Once one transcends to the spiritual connection stage, they can no longer hold the title of supreme leader. The spiritual connection stage represents a sect's formidable power. While it may be an exaggeration to claim such individuals can pluck stars from the sky, it is not far-fetched to assert they could retrieve objects from the stars. Such individuals must remain in seclusion, diligently honing their skills and seeking breakthroughs, for achieving the first level of the divine realm is their lifelong mission. Chen Yu also informed Huang Zheng that within the Qingyu Peak's 72 courtyards, the first 70 are designated for bone refinement stage disciples, with only the last 2 accommodating those at the qi nourishing stage. Transitioning from the bone refinement stage to the latter 2 courtyards is reserved for individuals of exceptional talent or those with significant connections within the sect. Different courtyards entail varying treatments. Much like the distinctions between outer and inner mountain disciples, the titles alone reflect vast disparities in their respective privileges. A formal disciple receives a monthly allowance equivalent to an entire year's worth of provisions for an inner mountain disciple. For instance, those in the early stages of bone refinement receive 100 middle-grade xuanqi pills and 100 middle-grade crystal stones each month. Crystal jade serves as the currency for transactions between the mystical sects, with 1 piece being equivalent to 10 taels of currency in the secular world. By this valuation, a disciple in the early stages of bone refinement, should they receive their remuneration and venture into the secular realm, would find themselves far wealthier than 100 first-rate officials. However, within the celestial sect, such a sum is utterly insufficient. The exchange rate for the xuanqi dan and crystal stones is 1-to-1. Yet a mere low-grade treasure requires a staggering 100,000 mid-grade crystal jades, which is far beyond the means of one in the initial stages of bone refinement. Ultimately, Chen Yu divulged to Huang Zheng that the 3 tyrants of the 6 courtyards are all individuals with influential backing, seasoned practitioners who joined the pointing sword sect long ago. Every disciple in the 6 courtyards must, upon receiving their monthly stipend, surrender 10 xuanqi dan and 10 mid-grade crystal stones to these 3 individuals. Fuming with indignation, Huang Zheng realized that from his meager monthly allowance of 100, he would be obliged to relinquish 30, leaving him with a mere 70. Junior brother Huang, how many can you refine at once? If you can refine 2, you may report to the sect, and your monthly allocation will double, allowing for immediate elevation to formal disciple status. Those capable of refining 2 pills at once are deemed prodigious and are cultivated with utmost care. Huang Zheng initially considered boasting that he could refine 20 pills, but, recalling Xiang Li's words, he deemed such a claim exaggerated and shook his head. I can only refine 1. Do not lose heart. In our pointing sword sect, with over 1 million disciples, fewer than 100 can refine 2 pills. And less than 10 can manage more than that. Only 1 has surpassed 5. Perhaps, in the future, fortune may smile upon you. And with the consumption of some extraordinary elixir or fruit, a sudden breakthrough could occur. It was revealed that a disciple of the pointing sword sect, once ordinary, experienced a life-altering transformation after consuming an unknown fruit during an expedition, evolving into a genius capable of refining 3 pills a day. This remarkable ascent led to his being designated as a key disciple, and he is now a core member of the sect. One of the 8 deities of the pointing sword. Chen Yu spoke of this with evident admiration and longing. Their conversation soon brought them to the residence of the 6 courtyards. The estate on Qingyu Peak was indeed expansive, adorned with flowing streams and intricate rock formations, exuding an air of elegance. As they stepped within, a gentle waft of xuanqi greeted them. This is the allure of the celestial sect compared to mundane warriors. Even the living quarters of the inner disciples are regarded as sacred grounds for cultivation. Our 6 courtyards accommodate 536 individuals, all residing here. You may report to the courtyard master, Qingyu instructed, gesturing towards a jade-crafted cottage. Huang Zheng raised his gaze, noting the countless small cottages lined up before him, likely several hundred, each perhaps housing a single occupant. At the center stood a unique chamber, radiating a faint, ethereal glow, which Qingyu indicated was the residence of the courtyard master. Taking a deep breath, he approached the small cottage. As Qingyu had mentioned, all in the 6 courtyards were engaged in bone refinement. Even the courtyard master was merely at the late stage of this process. It was clear that no one here posed a challenge to him, yet as he had come to diligently learn, he had no intention of offending anyone upon his arrival. He knocked on the door with a firm rap. "Come in," a voice responded, feigning an air of authority. New disciple Huang Zheng from Qingyu Peak, respectfully greeting the courtyard master. Alas, he had forgotten to inquire about the courtyard master's surname. He looked up to find 2 individuals in the late stages of bone refinement engaged in a game of chess. One, appearing to be in his 30s, glanced at Huang Zheng but remained silent. This was not the courtyard master. Huang Zheng swiftly redirected his gaze to the other person. Those in power take pleasure in displaying their authority. Anyone who glances at me is certainly not the master of the academy. It is only through such posturing that they can project their lofty and esteemed status. Having uttered these words, he waved his hand, dismissing Huang Zheng, not once casting a glance in his direction. The Sword Point Heart Sutra? The Sword Point Conference? Huang Zheng appeared to ponder this, giving a slight nod. Indeed, thank you, Master of the Academy. He gradually retreated. Chapter 29, 20-fold Dongyi, a trusted confidant of the head of the 6th Academy, is responsible for distributing the monthly provisions. Qingyu waits outside for Huang Zheng to emerge, and together they seek out Dongyi to collect his belongings. He receives a small storage pouch, 2 jade slips, and various daily necessities, including several sets of attire from the Point Sword sect. Dongyi, with a darker complexion and in the later stages of bone refinement, reportedly entered the Point Sword sect in the same year as the academy head, Zhang Chitian. After distributing the items, he gazes at Huang Zheng and declares, "From this moment onward, you are an inner disciple of the Point Sword sect. However, remember this, in our sect, even those in the later stages of bone refinement, like myself, are regarded as insignificant as pigs and dogs by the senior brothers above the qi-nourishing stage. Thus, maintaining a low profile in conduct and demeanor is the only way to survive here. You are the dog and the pig," Huang Zheng thinks, a flicker of defiance flashing in his eyes, though he feigns obedience, replying, "Yes, brother." Dongyi seems to sense Huang Zheng's insubordination and secretly scoffs. Every year, new disciples wear the same expression. After a few days of experiencing the might of the qi-nourishing experts, they all become as docile as pigs and dogs. "You may leave now," he waves dismissively, uninterested in Huang Zheng. Frustrated, Huang Zheng steps outside, a sense of suffocation weighing heavily on his chest. Here, even those in the bone refinement stage look down upon themselves. No wonder they are perceived as pigs and dogs. You deserve to be treated as such. If you belittle yourselves, he thinks. As for me, Huang Zheng, I will either live with dignity or perish. I can yield, but I will not suffer humiliation. Qingyu, observing Huang Zheng's discontent, offers a wry smile and advises, "Junior brother Huang, your expression clearly conveys your defiance. You risk provoking misunderstandings from the senior brothers." He hints that Huang Zheng's demeanor screams defiance, urging him to adopt a more discreet approach. Though grateful for Qinyu's earnest guidance, Huang Zheng casts him a disdainful glance. Do you share their sentiments? Would you rather endure humiliation to survive, clinging to the hope of preserving your life? As long as you grasp this principle, junior brother, we dwell within the mystical realm, where power reigns supreme. If you know you cannot defeat them, why persist? Even if you can best one qi-nourishing expert, can you take on 2? Or even the entire sect's qi-nourishing members? Without rules, there can be no order. The Point Sword sect's approach serves to uphold the dignity of the senior disciples. You, in the bone refinement stage, would you want those in the divine power stage to treat you with disrespect, would you? He articulates his points with conviction, sounding quite reasonable. Huang Zheng shakes his head. While your points hold some merit, does that mean we, as lower disciples, cannot voice our opinions at all? Are we not allowed to speak out against injustices? Are the senior disciples always right? If they err, must we remain silent? I fear not death. Huangzhong raises an eyebrow defiantly. You are young and impulsive. Ah, you will understand in time. If you fear not death, why then fear disgrace? Xinyu regards Huangzhong like a child who has yet to comprehend the world. You do not understand. Huangzhong observes Xinyu, finally realizing that a true friendship between them is impossible. Their beliefs are entirely divergent. We, as men, can yield but must not be humiliated. We may die, but not in a cowardly manner. What is there to fear in death? Huangzhong gazed at the heavens, pondering the notion that even the supreme masters of the realm of spirit communication have lifespans of merely 10,000 years. How many truly immortal beings exist in this world? Even if one were to attain immortality, they could still fall to a formidable foe. Life is but a chance occurrence, while death is an inevitable fate. Every individual must face it, Xinyu. Huangzhong fixed his wide eyes upon Xinyu and declared, though I may be small and my words few, I must impart this wisdom. If you fear death, you shall never ascend to the realm of spirit communication. As he spoke, he turned to depart, adding, the one who laughs last may not necessarily be the king. It could well be the petty man. The heroes judged by success and failure are but fleeting figures. True heroes are chronicled in history. As he concluded, his final words lingered in Xinyu's mind. Ultimately, you must ask yourself, are you willing to live this way? After Huangzhong left, Xinyu stood in place, murmuring to himself, what does it matter if I am unwilling? Regardless, I must continue living this way. Huangzhong, one day you too shall change. Huangzhong departed from Xinyu and found a small, uninhabited dwelling. Though referred to as a small house, it was quite spacious, measuring 4 zhang in length and 2 zhang in width, furnished with a bed and chairs. Practitioners seldom sleep. The bed serves as a place for meditation and cultivation. Huangzhong opened his storage bag and scanned its contents. It was merely 2 zhang in length and width, far smaller than his main residence. Inside were 100 mid-grade spirit energy pills and 100 mid-grade crystal stones, among other items. He changed into a new set of clothes and then picked up a jade slip. This jade slip contained the rules and regulations of the Swordpoint sect, along with a rough map. On the map, areas marked in red indicated places Huangzhong was currently forbidden to visit, while those in black were accessible to him. Upon inspection, he noted that among the 36 peaks, there were 10 that he could not yet approach, including certain areas within the Qingyu Peak. Looking at the second jade slip, it detailed a set of energy cultivation techniques known as the Swordpoint Heart Sutra. This sutra serves a singular purpose, to assist in finding one's own sword at the upcoming Sword Point competition in 10 days. As previously mentioned, the headquarters of the Sword Point sect is located on Sword Point Mountain, a relic from ancient times, home to 99,900 swords. Each disciple, upon joining the sect, is required to ascend the mountain to seek their own sword. Remarkably, the mountain has consistently maintained the presence of 99,900 swords throughout the years. Should Huangzhong manage to locate a treasure-grade sword that recognizes him as its master during the competition, he would instantly elevate to the status of an official disciple. If he were to find a spirit-grade sword, he would rise immediately to become an elite disciple. However, it is worth noting that not only spirit-grade swords, but even treasure-grade ones have not appeared in over a century. Most individuals consider it a significant achievement to acquire a mid-grade magical artifact. After a cursory glance at the Sword Point Heart Sutra, Huangzhong retrieved a mid-grade crystal stone. A crystalline stone, roughly the size of a thumb, possesses a smooth, jade-like texture and emits a faint, ethereal white glow. This stone serves as a hard currency among practitioners and sects within the mystical realm, for its utility is paramount in numerous locations, especially when it comes to spiritual artifacts. Each activation of such artifacts requires a considerable amount of crystal energy. Without it, even the most potent artifacts cannot unleash even a fraction of their capabilities. When abundant, crystal energy can even amplify the power of these artifacts beyond their inherent limits. In the realm of the mystics, both crystal energy and spiritual essence pills hold equal significance. One augments personal strength, while the other enhances the potency of magical treasures. At last, Huangzhong produced a mid-grade spiritual essence pill. Previously, the Prince of Yu had gifted him 1,000 such pills, and he had always presumed that he could only consume low-grade ones. However, upon reaching the mystical sect, he finally comprehended that after refining his bones, he could indeed partake in mid-grade pills. The reason Duan Lei and his companions continued to use low-grade pills was that the small sect of Jinding simply lacked the ability to concoct mid-grade spiritual essence pills. The princess' claim of financial ruin might hold some truth, especially considering the days he had gone without consuming a single essence pill. Since bringing Ruan Sushui along, Huangzheng had not had the opportunity to consume any. As he recalled Xiang Li's words about how ingesting 20 pills had already far surpassed the typical records of the mystical realm. Hence, he refrained from alarming Ruan Sushui. Finally, the moment had arrived. He took a mid-grade spiritual essence pill and tossed it into his mouth. A resounding impact echoed as the pill transformed within his throat into a serpent-like stream of spiritual essence, akin to a living entity, slithering down into his abdomen. Subsequently, with another thunderous sound, the serpent dissipated, scattering in all directions. How exhilarating! While this did not extinguish any life, his consciousness was graced with the imposing figure of a colossal celestial ape, striding closer with each step. It appeared capable of plucking the sun and moon from the sky and had the strength to level mountains. Each stride brought Huangzheng a sense of proximity to immense power, a powerful force surging towards him, igniting a profound excitement within. The distinction between low-grade and mid-grade was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. It was no wonder that those who consumed high-grade essence pills possessed the ability to capture individuals from miles away. In a fleeting thought, the celestial ape within his consciousness gradually faded, becoming more elusive. He consumed a second pill. With a resounding impact, the serpent-like essence coursed through his body, and another formidable entity surged into his awareness. To his astonishment, it transformed into the iron-clad Titan demon. How could this be? Just moments ago, it was the celestial ape, and now it had morphed into the iron-clad Titan demon. At this rate, he pondered, when would he summon the next divine entity? With the third pill, his consciousness morphed once more into an invisible demon. The fourth pill reverted back to the celestial ape, until he had consumed all 20 mid-grade essence pills. The three demons that had previously manifested appeared in succession, each having grown slightly stronger. Huangzheng felt a mix of frustration and revelation. This was both a boon and a bane. The advantage lay in the possibility of summoning all three demons simultaneously in the future, while the drawback was that the time interval for their appearance had tripled. It seemed that the type of adversary he vanquished dictated the power of the demons he would receive, while consuming essence pills merely allowed for the sequential emergence of these powers. Now he understood another principle. Next, he must prepare for the sword point tournament occurring in 10 days. As Huangzheng diligently practiced the refinement of the Xuanqi Dan. In a secluded area of the Point Sword Mountain Range, a bloodied and ghastly youth lay motionless upon the ground. His eyes, devoid of life, bore a resemblance to the fading embers of a dying flame, suggesting that he was on the brink of death. Before him, Dong Xian wore a malevolent grin, exuding a sense of satisfaction as he taunted, "Xiang Li, do you now comprehend the consequences of crossing me? Haha. Today it is you, but by this time tomorrow, it shall be Huangzheng. I have already established contact with the elder branch of the Dong family within the Point Sword sect. My entry into the sect is as certain as a nail driven into wood. When the time comes, I shall personally flay his skin and extract his tendons." On the ground, Xiang Li remained unresponsive, for indeed, his skin and tendons had already been mercilessly stripped away by Dong Xian. Why? I, Xiang Li, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, capable of refining 2 Xuanqi Dan in a single day, yet unable to enter the Xianmen and instead meet such a gruesome demise. Xiang Li felt an intense hatred for Dong Xian, for Du Zixi, and even for Huangzheng. Had it not been for Huangzheng's initial lethal strike against others, how could this calamity have befallen me? And to mockingly proclaim the entrance into Xianmen, only to lead me to this humiliation. Huangzheng, I loathe you. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish for vengeance? I can grant you life anew, restore your body, and allow you to vanquish Dong Xian. However, you must acknowledge me as your master and perform a task on my behalf. This voice, imbued with irresistible allure and profound power, resonated with Xiang Li, who, in his despair, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline in the form of a small vessel. I wish for your aid. I will comply with any request you may have. Chapter 030. The madman Huangzheng exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to feel the ceaseless surge of profound energy within him. Today marked the 3rd day since his arrival at the Pointing Sword sect, and Ruan Sushui had yet to make her anticipated appearance, causing Huangzheng to nearly forget about her. Having consumed 20 medium-grade profound energy pills, his strength had once again increased, and various divine beings emerged in succession. However, a breakthrough still seemed a distant dream. During these 3 days, he had remained secluded in his modest room, never venturing out to meet others, completely unaware of who his neighbors were. It was high time he stepped outside. Remaining confined would only lend him an air of reclusiveness and disconnection from the world. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was ready to depart, a sudden rapping echoed at his door. Instinctively, Huangjing's consciousness swept out, only to be met with a jarring sensation, as if colliding with an iron plate, leaving him momentarily dazed. Ha ha. A familiar laughter rang out from outside. Is that you, Huangjing? The three tyrants of the sixth courtyard? Zhou Wu? Overestimating himself, Zhou Wu declared triumphantly, "Come out, Huangjing. Do you remember your senior brother, Zhou?" Fury ignited within Huangjing as he flung open the door. Three figures stood at the threshold, all at the late stage of bone refinement, with Zhou Wu at the forefront. "I told you we would meet again," Zhou Wu remarked with a mischievous glint in his eyes, seemingly viewing Huangjing as nothing more than an amusing little cat. "You've been here for 3 days and must have heard of my illustrious name. Be straightforward and hand over 10 medium-grade profound energy pills and 10 medium-grade crystal stones. From now on, in the sixth courtyard, I shall protect you." He continued, "You'll even need to bow down. Once you do, we will be good brothers. And no one in the sixth courtyard will dare to bully you again. Kneel and swear loyalty to your senior brother Zhou. We will be like family." The two companions flanking Zhou Wu chimed in, each treating Huangjing as an amusing plaything. Such newcomers were plentiful today, with 7 already in the sixth courtyard, and the three tyrants had synchronously claimed 2 each, with Zhou Wu now seeking his third. Kneel again. The mere mention of the word ignited Huangjing's rage. "I can give you crystal stones, and I can offer pills as well. Suffering may indeed be a blessing, and I, Huangjing, do not seek trouble. But why must the first demand be for me to kneel?" At this moment, the word kneel struck a nerve within Huangjing, igniting a fierce anger. Those from the profound sect seemed to derive a sense of dominance from seeing others bow. Did they truly relish this? Detecting the defiance etched across Huangjing's face, Zhou Wu's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Kneel. Did you hear me? Kneel." With that, the two men beside Zhou Wu swiftly pressed down on Huangjing's shoulders with considerable force. The strength of those at the late stage of bone refinement surged forth, and as the command to kneel echoed, the sound reverberated like thunder in Huangjing's ears, overwhelming him with a deafening hum. The immense force nearly sent him tumbling forward. One could yield, but never endure humiliation. Huangjing's fury surged like a tempest. Damn kneeling. His shoulders, like twin mountains, heaved upward with explosive force, rising as if from solid ground, a boundless power erupting towards the heavens. This is an ancient confrontation between divine beings and demons. A moment of humiliation for the celestial lords, a disgrace to the gods of heaven and earth as well as the demon kings. In Huangjing's mind, countless celestial beings and demons roared in unison, seemingly reproaching him. "You insignificant ant, you have brought upon us endless shame." Bang! In their astonished gaze, Huangjing struck with his fist. The first blow landed on the chest of the bone-forging warrior to his left, who let out a muffled sound. Unable to utter a word, as his chest caved deeply inward, with his feet firmly planted on the ground, divine beings echoed their fury in the cosmos. The demons soared above, while Huangjing remained grounded. Bang! The bone-forging warrior on his right was kicked in the temple, soaring away like a kite with its string cut. With a powerful stance, Huangjing unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes in the blink of an eye. One was sent flying, another was dispatched with a kick. And for the final punch, bam! Zhou Wu firmly grasped it with his hand. Zhou Wu grinned maliciously, his laughter filled with rage. "You dare to rebel? Ha! What audacity! This is a capital offense, a death sentence." Roar! Before he could finish his words, Huangjing's fist suddenly expanded in his grip. Zhou Wu believed he was hallucinating. In the blink of an eye, the colossal fist returned with renewed force. "Starry constellation," Zhou Wu exclaimed quietly as the stars aligned. With a tremendous force, Huangjing struck down, revealing numerous illusions of Zhou Wu, making it difficult to discern the real from the false. His attack rendered feeble. Gathering stars. With a flicker, countless Zhou Wu figures converged into one, a single finger pointing at the stars. Thud. A sword-like energy struck Huangjing squarely in the chest. "Ah!" He cried out, propelled backward, crashing into his room, leaving chaos in his wake. "You little beast, such audacity!" Zhou Wu leaped forward, pursuing him, stepping into the starry sky. With a flurry of footsteps in midair, each step could shatter the cosmos. Roar! At that moment, a colossal ancient demon emerged in Zhou Wu's mind, bellowing in fury. "What is this?" Zhou Wu's expression shifted, momentarily halting his advance. Meanwhile, Huangzhong lay on the ground. Seizing the opportunity to reach out, his small hand manifesting the vastness of the heavens. Smack! He grasped Zhou Wu's left foot, lifting it effortlessly, and hurled him down with immense force. A man weighing over 100 pounds was tossed like a mere blade of grass. Bang! Zhou Wu crashed heavily to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in the small room. His bones felt as if they were shattered, the pain inciting a near scream. Ah! Beast! Beast! The materials of their humble abode were no less than those of a royal palace, composed of rare magical artifacts. Zhou Wu, in the late stage of bone forging, was no more than a low-grade magical body, and as Huangzhong stomped down, a resounding crack echoed, blood splattering forth. Stop, Huangzhong. The two who had been struck earlier managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. One of them, before he could speak, spat out a mouthful of blood. Please, don't. Zhou's elder brother is a core disciple of our sect. Do not act recklessly. Kill him, kill him. Quickly, summon someone to slay this little beast, ugh. Zhou Wu's head remained buried in the ground, refusing to concede. Core disciple? Upon learning that he was a core disciple, Huangzhong felt a chill run down his spine. While it was permissible to slay chi-nurturing disciples with impunity, could one dare to touch a core disciple? Was it as simple as uttering a few words to bring about one's own demise? Why must I be coerced? Huangzhong seized Zhou Wu by the neck, their faces mere inches apart, each able to sense the weighty breaths of the other. Zhou Wu's eyes burned with fury, an ocean of rage, suffused with an insatiable thirst for blood. Huangzhong, let us speak civilly. You, a newcomer, striking an elder is a grave offense. To kill Brother Zhou would only exacerbate your sins and endanger your mortal kin. Release him, and in light of Brother Zhou's status as a core disciple, you may yet escape death. Both men implored Huangzhong. Yet, Huangzhong was acutely aware that within Zhou Wu's heart, there resided only a relentless desire for vengeance. Devoid of any other sentiment, does he dare to kill me without provocation? Huangzhong, even if you kneel in repentance, your transgressions cannot be undone. Only your own demise can spare your worldly family from calamity. With a swift motion, Huangzhong exerted force and snapped Zhou Wu's neck. Forgive me, but I have no family left in the mortal realm. He sneered coldly, rising to face the two men, who stood utterly aghast. A novice had slain a senior disciple, and worse still, the brother of a core disciple. You have all witnessed this. Even if I spared him, he would still wish for my death. If you were in my place, would you not do the same? Huangzhong regarded them with an indifferent gaze. You. The two men were rendered speechless, fear spreading within them. They were not afraid of Huangzhong himself, but rather of the inevitable wrath that would rain down upon them from Zhou Wu's elder brother. Zhou Wan, madman, you are a lunatic. We must flee at once. In an instant, they resolved to seek out Zhou Wan to beg for clemency. Flee. Where do you think you can escape to? Huangzhong's cold smile persisted. To slay one is to become a deity. To slay thousands is to become a demon. Killing one is still killing, whether it be 1 or 10. Moreover, having just slain Zhou Wu, I have gained nothing. What? The two stared at Huangzhong in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? You would kill us as well? Exchanging panicked glances, they darted in opposite directions, attempting to flee. With a flash, two beams of light transformed into lethal blades, swift as lightning. Thud. Two lifeless bodies plummeted from the air. Hiss. For streams of vital energy surged toward Huangzhong. This time, both souls were absorbed by him. Roar. The power of the divine thought demon surged within him, a force capable of both offense and defense. Where a single thought could encompass an entire world, a single contemplation could dictate life and death. This was a divine thought demon, an ancient entity that wielded its thought as a weapon, capable of extinguishing an enemy with but a notion, an unfathomably advanced being. His form had taken on a juvenile semblance of humanity, standing there with limbs akin to a human's, save for the fur that enveloped his face and body. 6 parts of him having transformed into a humanoid. To think that a mere thought could annihilate an adversary? What unfathomable power resided in this divine demon? Huangzhong finally comprehended why his divine thought had felt akin to colliding with an iron barrier moments ago. It was revealed that after the Sword Point Conference, the adept practitioners of the Sword Point sect would acquire a formidable divine technique, the Wall of Size. This divine ability possesses a singular characteristic. It isolates and counterattacks the opponent's divine consciousness. The moment Huangzhong's divine sense swept out, it was weakened by the opponent's technique. Not only could he not discern the other party's gender or cultivation realm, but his own divine sense was also thrown into turmoil. Such is the mystical art of the profound gate. Though merely a grand technique, it wields unimaginable power. It is the foundational skill every disciple of the point sword sect must master, and thus, the one most diligently practiced by all. As a result, within Huang Zhang's divine consciousness emerged the phantom of divine sense. Well killed, truly well killed. With this, I need not even learn the Wall of Lamentations. Huang Zhang raised his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Despite such a fierce battle, the area remained eerily silent. Where were the hundreds of people residing in these dwellings? No matter. It seemed he had to flee once more. Having slain his foes, escape was his only option. Huang Zhang was utterly exasperated. He crouched low, swiftly stripping the 3 corpses of their storage pouches, then prepared to take flight, his demonic wings of gods and devils ready to carry him skyward. You actually killed someone here? Just then, a startled cry rang out behind Huang Zhang. What? Huang Zhang whirled around, his face twisting in disbelief. Chapter 031. The transformation of Shili Ruan Sushui appeared behind him, her long, graceful legs, alluring curves, and enchanting figure captivating. Yet her face remained obscured from Huang Zhang's view. Clad in a form-fitting emerald green gown, her exquisite silhouette was on full display, but a gentle haze shrouded her countenance, rendering it indistinct to Huang Zhang's gaze. This must be a remarkable supernatural art, obscuring my sight from her face. You have finally arrived, Huang Zhang remarked, making an effort to observe her, only to realize the vast chasm between them, leaving him unable to discern her features. Indeed, you possess a unique character. Huh? To dare kill upon entering the mystical realm? Wan Sushui, now filled with admiration for Huang Zhang, was utterly impressed. Celestial-level supernatural arts? Hurry and impart them to me. I wish to flee at once. Flee? Where would you escape to? Why even consider fleeing? Ruan Sushui smiled softly, though Huang Zhang could not behold her captivating smile. I have taken a life and do not intend to flee. Shall I await the arrival of those who would seek my demise? Huang Zhang sensed an underlying meaning in Wan Sushui's words. Who has witnessed it? Wan Sushui chuckled mischievously. Today marks the selection of new disciples for the Jian Sword sect. Everyone has gathered up front to observe the new initiates, leaving this place devoid of spectators. Did you not notice? Huang Zhang was perplexed. Did we not enter for the new disciple selection? Seemingly perceiving Huang Zhang's thoughts, she replied, you were brought here by someone else. Today is indeed the selection for new disciples. The Jian Sword sect boasts an abundance of skilled practitioners, and my injuries have only just begun to heal, allowing me the opportunity to seek you out today. With a swift motion, a beam of light shot towards Huang Zhang. He reached out, discovering it to be a jade slip. This supernatural art is known as Yin-Yang Dragon Seizing Technique, a celestial-level skill. Mastering it to perfection allows one to seize a dragon with a mere gesture. Even the ancient divine dragons cannot escape your grasp. The extent of your accomplishments relies solely on your own destiny. Now, go forth and observe the selection of new disciples. Wan Sushui gestured toward the southern direction. Here? Huang Zhang surveyed the disarray surrounding him. I commanded you to go, so go. Wan Sushui's expression darkened. Taking the jade slip, Huang Zhang turned to depart. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Observing Huang Zhang's retreat, Wan Sushui glanced at the chaos strewn across the ground. With a flick of her delicate finger, she began to chant incantations, reversing the cosmos, turning the heavens and earth. Employing a mysterious supernatural art, she forcefully restored the surroundings to their prior state. Except for the deceased. Everything returned to its original form. The floor was restored, shattered stones reassembled. And the small stone dwelling inside and out was once again identical to how it had been moments before. Gasping and choking, she suddenly turned pale, a mouthful of blood rising to her lips, which she swallowed back down. Considering you brought me to this place, I shall assist you once more, from henceforth. We shall owe each other nothing, and our thoughts shall be aligned. With a single wave of her hand, the bodies in her own presence vanished without a trace. Everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired here. At this moment, in the square, a throng of people gathered, disciples from the Qingyu Peak. From the 1st to the 10th courtyard, filled the area, with thousands densely packed in circles, all gazing at a newly emerged high platform in the center of the arena. As Huang Zhang believed no one had noticed his arrival, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. He turned to find Qingyu staring at him with curiosity. I wondered where you had gone. Why have you only just arrived? Everyone is gathered here to witness the spectacle. Being at the initial stage of bone refinement, like Huang Zhang, he was situated at the periphery of the crowd, unable to push his way to the front. The rules here were strict, with a clear hierarchy. Due to his short stature, he had chosen a vantage point from which to observe. What is there to see? Huang Zhang pondered. What is so intriguing about the selection of new disciples? You don't understand, Chenyu replied. There is a method to this. Some gain entry through skill, others through connections. There are geniuses among them, as well as those of ordinary talent. Here, distinctions are made quite clearly, and everyone is aware of it. If a talented disciple has connections, it's best to avoid provoking them. Those of ordinary talent can be bullied later on. Haha. Suddenly, Chenyu's eyes widened in shock. Did you get into a fight? Huh. Huangzheng followed his gaze and touched his lips, realizing they were stained with crimson blood. Whose blood is this? Mine is golden. Could it belong to Zhou Wu? No way. I'm a newcomer. Who would I dare fight? Huangzheng feigned nonchalance. Chenyu, of course, was skeptical. Could a practitioner of the Xian level really sustain injuries? However, he did not press further. It was then Huangzheng noticed his own disheveled appearance. He had indeed been sent flying by Zhou Wu earlier. What a blunder his lack of experience was showing. He quickly tidied himself up and turned his gaze back to the square. Chenyu, too, refrained from asking further questions and joined him in observing the gathering. The square was filled with newcomers at various stages of bone refinement. Some had come from various minor sects across the land, while others were disciples from noble families within the royal courts. The 6 major sects of the realm generally welcomed all applicants. This time, Qingyu Peak had only received about 30 practitioners of bone refinement. Upon first glance, Huangzheng exclaimed inwardly, "What the? Could it be? Xiangli was here? Wasn't he at the initial stage of divine strength?" After Huangzheng had left last time, he had worried about whether Xiangli would confront Dong Xian or perhaps even harm him. Yet, here stood Xiangli among these newcomers, having leapfrogged 3 levels to reach the initial stage of bone refinement. What astonishing speed! Was he seeing things? Huangzheng took another look. Suddenly, it seemed Xiangli sensed Huangzheng's gaze and abruptly lifted his head, their eyes locking. Xiangli smiled gently, as if to convey, "I'm here too." Huangzheng. His demeanor was calm and cheerful, yet Huangzheng sensed something distinctly different about him. This Xiangli seemed transformed, almost unrecognizable. No matter how natural Xiangli appeared, Huangzheng's years of experience in the Huang residence allowed him to detect subtle changes in a person's demeanor. "May I ask your name and lineage?" A practitioner at the later stage of bone refinement called out, pointing to Xiangli. "Greetings, senior brother. I am Xiangli, the youngest son of the Prince of Dechuyu." Xiangli? The Prince of Dechuyu? The practitioner produced a jade slip, seemingly searching for information within its depths. A moment later, with a slight nod, he remarked, "Indeed. It appears that the information indicates you were merely at the initial stage of divine power a year ago. How is it that you have now reached the initial stage of bone refining?" Huangzheng's eyes twitched. Such an inconsequential person had their information stored even by the Sword Point sect, revealing that the 6 great mystical gates of the world were not merely names of grandeur. Due to a fortunate twist of fate, the disciple had transitioned from consuming 1 Xuanqi pill daily to now being able to consume 2. Xiangli remained calm and composed. Oh, the eyes of the late-stage bone refining practitioner sparkled with interest, and the square was filled with gasps of astonishment. It had been decades since anyone from Qingyu Peak had been able to consume 2 pills in a single day. "Have you taken any today?" the late-stage practitioner inquired urgently. "No." "Quickly, take it now." With a swift motion, the late-stage practitioner's consciousness swept over Xiangli. "Yes, senior brother." Xiangli began to consume the Xuanqi pills. This time, his speed was significantly greater than when he was with Huangzheng, managing to refine 1 pill in just a few breaths, followed by another. Sensing the changes in his internal power, the late-stage practitioner nodded repeatedly. "Haha, splendid. Truly, you are the genius disciple of Qingyu Peak. Xiangli, your physique is extraordinary. A prodigy unmatched. Would you be willing to join the 71st Institute?" The 71st Institute was a gathering place for the talents of Qingyu Peak, offering treatment comparable to that of the bone refining stage, alongside nurturing energy. The disciple shall heed the senior brother's command. "Haha, splendid. Xiangli, welcome to the 71st Institute of Qingyu Peak." The practitioner made a grand gesture, assigning Xiangli to the 71st Institute. Xiangli lifted his head and exchanged a faint smile with Huangzheng, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. "Do you recognize him?" Chenyu, beside Huangzheng, asked in astonishment. Wow, Chenyu's face revealed envy. His position in the 71st Institute is equivalent to that of an official disciple in the nurturing energy stage. Not only can he learn a heavenly-level divine ability, but we also cannot oppose him. From now on, he will have protection at Qingyu Peak. Hiki, Huangzheng sneered inwardly, doubtful that it would be so straightforward. He chose to remain silent, and continued observing the proceedings. The next individuals were questioned about their origins, hailing from various empires. With 30 participants representing 20 different empires across the world, Huangzheng had previously thought the Heavenly Emperor continent comprised only a few empires like Dechu and Dahan. But he now understood that there were over 200 empires, with those possessing the 6 great mystical gates being among the most powerful. The 30 participants were quickly assigned. Aside from Xiangli, all were placed in the first 10 institutes, none particularly outstanding, mostly at the initial stage of bone refining, with only 2 at the mid and late stages. Just then, a person stepped into the center of the arena, asking, "Where is Dong Xian? Senior brother Fei." "Our Dong family's Dong Xian is not assigned to Qingyu Peak?" "Not at all?" "Then the ones assigned to the bone refining stage share the surname Fei," he remarked, curiously glancing at the individual. "Dong junior brother, could he be in another institute?" Here, the focus was primarily on the first 10 institutes, aside from Xiangli. Only the 71st Institute had been established. "No, I've checked other places as well." The one with the surname Dong continued to inquire, "Senior brother Fei, are there any named Huangzheng or Xiangli here?" "Huangzheng. I am uncertain. This person is Xiangli." He gestured towards Xiangli. "Are you indeed Xiangli?" The surname Dong erupted in fury. Before he could utter a second sentence, his expression shifted abruptly, gazing at Xiangli with incredulity. Then glancing at the individual with the surname Fei. The latter shook his head, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Huangzheng understood that this was Fei's way of conveying through his spiritual essence that Xiangli had become a disciple of the esteemed 71st Academy, a status of considerable distinction. He recognized Dong Yi, a figure associated with the 6th Academy, from whom he had not introduced himself but merely presented his identity jade slip. Dong Yi had likely dismissed him without a second glance, never anticipating that he was the very Huangzheng he sought. Like a deflated balloon, Dong Yi cast a look at Xiangli, contemplating departure, yet unwilling to relent. Ultimately, he inquired, "Xiangli, where is Dong Xian? I have heard that there have been conflicts outside. How can I be certain?" "Conflict arose over trivial matters, leading to our eventual separation." Xiangli scoffed coldly. Had he not been a newcomer to the Xianmin, unaware of its regulations, merely this statement from Dong Yi could have warranted his punishment. Dong Yi, still unwilling to concede, retorted with a huff, "We'll see about that," before turning away. He possessed a certain confidence. The Dong family had another individual who was a core disciple, one of the 8 divine swords, though currently in seclusion. When he emerged, Xiangli would find himself in a precarious position. "Do you hold a grudge against the Dong family?" Chen Yu's expression darkened. Chapter 032. Heart-pounding return upon returning to the compound of the 6th Institute. Huangzheng seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings. It was said that the institute housed over 500 individuals, and today 2 more had joined, bringing the total to approximately 600, with several quarters still unoccupied. The room he had chosen fortuitously had no neighbors on any side. As he approached the entrance, he was astonished to find that the earlier chaos had vanished completely. Stepping inside, he noted that the ground, which had been disrupted by the earlier conflict, was now restored to its original smoothness. To manipulate the laws of time in such a manner suggested a mastery that transcended mere legend, hinting at a divine realm. Of course, this was a feat achievable by supreme powers, or even those at the celestial tier. He pondered whether Yuan Sushue possessed formidable abilities or was simply of profound cultivation, resolving to set aside thoughts of escape. He seated himself upon the bed and retrieved the jade slip given to him by Yuan Sushue. With a sweep of his consciousness, he delved into the slip. Instantly, 2 ethereal dragons, one black and the other white, soared into his mind like celestial beings emerging from the ocean, traversing vast distances in an instant. The yin-yang dragon seizing method revealed its secrets. The interplay of yin and yang, the genesis of one from the other, their harmonious union, the flourishing of all things. This esoteric technique was divided into 9 tiers. Reaching the 6th tier would grant one the legendary ability to manipulate mountains, while the 8th tier allowed for the plucking of stars and the moon. Attaining the 9th tier would empower one to capture divine dragons. In ancient times, celestial bodies were but trifles in the eyes of divine dragons, with the legendary golden crow, a beast of comparable stature, spitting forth flames that birthed 9 suns upon repeating its fiery exhalation thrice. Such powers were beyond the reach of even today's divine realm experts. This could hardly be considered merely a celestial technique. It was more akin to a supreme art. After absorbing the entirety of the teachings, Huangzheng was left in a state of astonishment. Suddenly, the dominant sky technique within him began to operate autonomously. Streams of profound energy flowed seamlessly along the paths outlined by the yin-yang dragon seizing method, executing the technique with fluid precision. With a resounding roar. As he completed the final meridian, the first tier of the yin-yang dragon seizing method materialized within his mind. At that moment, a two-headed demon appeared in his consciousness. This formidable being, with 4 arms and a body split in half, one side white and the other black, boasted eyes reminiscent of the sun and moon, embodying both water and fire. The yin-yang water and fire demon, a paragon of ancient mastery over these elemental forces, stood as the sovereign among demons. Huang Zheng had inadvertently learned a new divine technique, conjuring forth a new demonic entity. In that instant, he experienced a profound revelation. While he possessed many techniques, only the celestial techniques mentioned by Yuan Sushue seemed capable of birthing corresponding demons within him. If he could acquire the 5 celestial techniques of the Sword Sect, summoning 5 distinct new demons, it would be an exhilarating triumph. Alas, such ambitions remained distant dreams, for these entities were yet to be fully crystallized. Amidst his elation, a tinge of disappointment lingered. From the sky-dominating ape demon to the armored Mount Tai demon, the invisible demon, the mind demon, and now the yin-yang water and fire demon. Each was but a mere shadow, their physical forms elusive, let alone the prospect of their complete manifestation. This is a monumental and formidable task. Yet it presents a challenge to Huang Zheng. He is convinced that one day he will harness all the powers of gods and demons, at which point he will traverse the world, unstoppable by anyone. A series of knocks resounded at the door once more. Huang Zheng, are you there? Come out. The 6th Academy is gathering. It was Chen Yu who knocked. As Huang Zheng stepped outside, he noticed the peculiar expression on Chen Yu's face. Let us go. It seems something significant has occurred. They are calling for all of us to assemble. What could it be? Have the bodies of Zhou Wu and the others been discovered? Huang Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he followed Chen Yu forward, discovering that individuals from the surrounding 500 small dwellings were gradually emerging to gather. What is happening? What has transpired? I don't know. A chi-nurturing senior from the 72 academies has arrived. Chen Yu seemed equally unclear. The members of the 6th Academy quickly assembled in front of the building. A nascent chi-nurturing practitioner surveyed the crowd with a grim countenance, evidently furious. Zhong Qingtian. Are all of you from the 6th Academy present? Zhong Qingtian, the head of the 6th Academy, promptly nodded. Senior Pei, all 539 of us are accounted for. He hadn't thought much of it, merely calculating in a rough manner. Originally, there were 536. But now with Huang Zheng and 2 others who had just been assigned, it added up correctly. You imbecile, count again. With a swift motion, Pei struck like lightning. And before Huang Zheng could comprehend the action, Zhong Qingtian had received a resounding slap across his face. Damn it, truly akin to swine and dogs. Huang Zheng's eyes twitched, and he hastily lowered his head. At that moment, it was prudent not to attract too much attention. Indeed, many practitioners quickly averted their gazes downward. The once lofty Zhang Chitian abruptly knelt down, exclaiming, Zhang Chitian deserves death. Senior Pei, please quell your rage. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. After becoming a practitioner, aside from the threat of death, one is no longer susceptible to aging or illness. The sweat pouring from Zhong Qingtian indicated the extremity of his fear. Though Huang Zheng kept his head bowed, his peripheral vision remained keen, and he gained a clearer understanding of the rigid hierarchy within this grand sect. Advancement. He, Huang Zheng, must accelerate his progress. He could not allow himself to be so casually humiliated. Yes, it is 536, 36 individuals. Zhang Chitian felt a mix of shock and dread. How could 3 be missing? Even if they had descended the mountain for training, they were required to report to the head of the academy for record-keeping. Who were these 3 that dared to descend the mountain without permission? As thoughts raced through Zhong Qingtian's mind, he heard Pei's voice thunder. What kind of academy head are you? Zhou Wu, Song Chun, and Qi Feida. These 3 perished within the 6th Academy, and you were unaware? What? Not only was Zhong Qingtian's mind blank, but the entire assembly gasped in shock. 3 of our members have died. And within the academy, numerous practitioners instinctively took a step back. Huang Zheng sensed something amiss and looked up, noticing Chen Yu gazing at him with a look of terror. Upon meeting Huang Zheng's gaze, Chen Yu quickly averted his eyes again. Did he harbor doubts? Huang Zheng immediately understood the reason behind Chen Yu's reaction. He had been the last to arrive at the square, still bearing traces of blood, unmistakably indicating that he had been in a scuffle. And Chen Yu had previously seen him speaking with Zhou Wu. He harbored suspicions, he might have already deduced the truth. Huang Zheng fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Yu, who seemed to sense the scrutiny, not daring to lift his head. Surely, his mind was racing with tumultuous calculations at that moment. As the head of the academy, how could you remain oblivious to the deaths of 3 individuals, unable even to count them? Zhongqing Tian, your crimes are grave and unforgivable. Each word from Pei resonated with a chill that turned Zhongqing Tian's face as pale as death. Please, senior brother Pei. Bang. Zhongqing Tian collapsed slowly to the ground, lifeless on the spot. Silence enveloped the room. Many held their breath in terror. The disparity between the first and second levels of qi cultivation was as profound as the chasm between heaven and earth. Huang Zheng bore witness once more to the brutal reality of life and death. Speak up. Who among you knows anything about this? Revealing such information would be a monumental service, declared the peak master of Wenwu Peak, Zhou Wen. Those who can provide insight shall be rewarded with a mid-grade treasure and a single bone refining madness pill. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Qin Yu trembled at the implications. Huang Zheng felt a tempest of emotion surge within him. This was temptation, stark and unadulterated. The mid-grade treasure was already enticing. The Jianpai, a prestigious sect, only distributed low-grade treasures to those at the mid-stage of qi cultivation and mid-grade treasures to those at the late stage, underscoring their rarity. Those possessing treasures below the mid-stage had either saved diligently or stumbled upon them by chance. The bone-refining madness pill was even more extraordinary. One of the 3 legendary pills known to the world. Consuming it at the bone-refining stage granted a 50% chance of breaking through a level, advancing from early to mid, from mid to late, and possibly even ascending to qi cultivation in the later stage, albeit with an equal chance of succumbing to madness. For most cultivators, it was a poison of the highest order, yet for those nearing the end of their lifespan, of average aptitude, it was a miraculous elixir worth risking everything. Within the 6 academies, countless individuals would yearn for such a gamble. A 50% chance was enough to entice even a prodigy like Huang Zheng to consider the risk. Qin Yu's mind was engulfed in a fierce internal struggle. This was an extraordinary opportunity, a chance to seize greatness. If successful, he could rise to the mid-stage and no longer be perceived as a worthless failure. As he lifted his gaze, he found Huang Zheng looking back at him, his calm eyes revealing an unwavering trust in Qin Yu. The one who ultimately triumphs may not always be the hero. Often, it is the cunning who prevail. History remembers true heroes, as the frail youth Huang Zheng's words echoed in his ears. I fear not death. Huang Zheng's resolute voice lingered in his thoughts. If he spoke out, regardless of Huang Zheng's fate, he might find himself friendless henceforth. No one appreciates a traitor. Yet, if he revealed the truth, he might ascend to greatness, an undeniable allure that no one could resist. Qin Yu could vow that each person present would succumb to such temptation. In a state of turmoil, Qin Yu wrestled with his conscience while Huang Zheng remained on edge. Pei's expression darkened. Does no one know? If we lose this chance, it may never return. If you remain silent, do you think I cannot find out? Speak. Remain silent. Speak. Remain silent. Qin Yu raised her head once more, observing Huang Zheng's calm demeanor. His face was serene, betraying no hint of anxiety. Am I being too greedy? It is utterly inconceivable for Huang Zheng to perpetrate such an act. Am I merely imagining things? How could a practitioner at the initial stage of bone refining possibly defeat 3 individuals at the advanced stage of bone refining without producing even the slightest disturbance? It is impossible. It must be an illusion, a mere figment of my imagination. Qin Yu endeavored to convince himself. Very well, no one is aware. The surname Pei takes a step forward. Let me identify those who are aware. I shall ensure the annihilation of their entire lineage. His words were infused with a chilling malevolence, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Huang Zheng observed these adept practitioners of the mystical arts, their threats of exterminating entire families far surpassing even the arrogance of the secular emperor. The surname Pei, I have etched your presence into my memory. In the future, should we cross paths, I shall be the first to annihilate your entire lineage. Huang Zheng regarded his arrogance with a silent scoff. What kind of divine power is this? This was the first time Huang Zheng had witnessed such a phenomenon. Everyone stood in stunned silence as 3 figures emerged in the mirror, none other than Zhou Wu, Songqin, and their companion, all of whom wore smiles as they approached from the square. Let us go find that kid. It seems he hasn't arrived yet. They appeared to say, although their voices did not reach the onlookers. Yet, through the movement of their lips, it was evident to all that these were indeed the words exchanged among them. As the trio approached the small dwelling of the crowd, Huang Zheng's complexion paled considerably. Just as he resolved to flee using his divine wings, the scene abruptly shifted to a blank void. Damn it, the one surnamed Pei exclaimed, a curse escaping his lips. Chapter 033. The Swordpoint Conference. The unparalleled master of the Swordpoint sect attempted the mirror water technique, a divine skill reputed to be among the celestial arts. Yet it proved ineffective. Such a person infiltrating the Swordpoint sect was beyond his capacity to manage, and thus, he could not place blame on Zhong Qingtian. However, having taken the life of Zhong Qingtian, he would certainly not acknowledge his own fault. Dong Yi disciple is present, replied Dong Yi. Zhong Qingtian has committed an error, and I have put him to death. You will temporarily assume the duties of the head of the 6th Academy until I report to the higher authorities for a formal appointment. Yes, thank you, Senior Brother Pei. Dong Yi was ecstatically overjoyed. As the crowd began to disperse, Huang Zheng gazed at Zhong Qingtian's lifeless body and suddenly felt a wave of pity wash over him. In their previous encounter, Zhang had exuded an imposing air, barely deigning to glance in his direction. That haughty demeanor remained etched in Huang Zheng's memory. Yet, in the eyes of those adept in cultivating energy, he was but a mere swine, a trivial figure easily dispatched. What are you staring at? You too. Handle the disposal of his body, commanded Dong Yi, as the surrounding crowd recoiled in fear. Only Huang Zheng and Chun Yu remained, seemingly frozen in place. Huang Zheng was lost in thought, while Chun Yu pondered Huang Zheng's unspoken concerns. Then, Dong Yi called out their names. He stepped forward, confiscating Zhong Qingtian's storage bag, and instructed Huang Zheng and Chun Yu to dispose of the corpse. Beast, Chun Yu muttered under his breath. Exchanging a glance with Huang Zheng before stepping forward to lift Zhong Qingtian's body and carry it away, Dong Yi had entered the sect alongside Zhong Qingtian. Once the latter had become the head, he had appointed Dong Yi to a minor position, responsible for distributing supplies. It was unexpected that upon Zhong's demise, he would delegate the task of body disposal to others. The two carried the corpse in silence. Xinyu harbored many questions for Huang Zheng but hesitated to voice them. Eventually, Huang Zheng broke the silence. In 7 days, the Swordpoint Conference will commence. Senior Brother Qin, having participated before, do you have any advice? Xinyu pondered for a moment. It is best not to slaughter fellow disciples, unless one can evade detection by the mirror water technique, as you just did. Huang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Is that a friendly warning? He found himself both amused and exasperated. Being new and at the foundational stage of bone refining, avoiding conflict with fellow disciples was paramount. The thought of slaughtering them was utterly beyond his consideration. Xinyu could only offer a wry smile and fell silent. Upon returning to his quarters, Huang Zheng continued to seclude himself, diligently practicing his various divine skills, consuming 20 spirit energy pills daily while awaiting the day of the conference. Although he had amassed quite a collection, it was still insufficient for his needs over the coming months. After the conference, he intended to devise a means of earning income. Time swiftly passed, and soon the 7th day arrived. At noon, Huang Zheng was meditating on his bed, consuming a spirit energy pill. Within his mind, a myriad of divine beings danced in and out of focus, each a fleeting specter. As the last mid-grade spirit energy pill was ingested, he suddenly felt a faint pain in the index finger of his left hand. A good omen? Huang Zheng sensed a progression in his finger exorcising blade technique. A surge of golden energy coursed through his body and into his left index finger, manifesting as a new blade forming at his fingertip. Now, he can unleash 3 strikes in one go. Each strike resembles a top-tier magical weapon. Even a master in energy cultivation cannot withstand them. At this moment, a knock resounds at the door. Who could it be? Huang Zheng steps out to open it. Is it his senior brother, Huang Zheng? Standing at the entrance are 2 novices in the initial stage of bone refining. I am Wang Han, and this is Wei Jie. We are both newcomers this year and have heard that Brother Huang is also a novice. With the sword-pointing conference about to commence, we must gather ahead. Huang Zheng chuckles, realizing they are here to summon him, and eagerly engages in conversation before departing with them. In the distance, the newly appointed dean, Dong Yi, awaits their arrival. Given his stature, he would not personally come to call upon Huang Zheng. However, his expression betrays his displeasure. You are Huang Zheng? The Huang Zheng of the Great Shu dynasty? He finally comprehends who Huang Zheng is, the one who killed a relative of the Dong family, leading to the mysterious disappearance of Dong Xin. Yes, Dean. What is the matter? Huang Zheng feigns ignorance, putting on an act. Dong Yi leads them to the square where, gathered together, the newcomers from the 1st to the 10th academies of Qingyu Peak total 32 individuals, all observing one another. A practitioner in the bone refining stage gestures for them to come closer. Soon, The sword-pointing conference will commence. The distinction between dragon and snake will be unveiled. However, during the conference, remember, do not harm your fellow disciples. Should anyone harbor ill intentions upon witnessing a companion acquire a fine sword, wishing to seize it and commit murder. As he speaks, his gaze grows fierce, scanning the 30-plus individuals with a menacing intensity. Everyone instinctively lowers their heads in fear. And Huang Zheng's face is painted with sheer terror, resembling a timid newcomer to the mystical realm. Unless you possess unparalleled abilities to elude our sect's spiritual experts, should your actions be uncovered, not only will you regret it, but your entire clan will face annihilation. Do you understand? He bellows. Louder, I cannot hear you. Yes, senior brother. The man nods in satisfaction. Soon, our sect's supreme expert will open the passageway for teleportation. You will enter sequentially, relying on your fortunes. However, remember, the time limit is 3 days. Once the time elapses, you will be automatically expelled, so do not waste time at the front. Next, he emphasizes several critical points to heed, yet he has not finished speaking. Suddenly, a beam of white light pierces through the void, spanning a yard in width, resembling a colossal dragon descending from the heavens. In an instant, a towering white gate appears in the square. Step through. Beyond lies our sect's sword-pointing mountain. Filled with excitement, each individual steps into the emblem of the sword-pointing sect, the sword-pointing mountain. In 3 days, they will discover whether they are dragons or snakes. With a swift step, Huang Zheng crosses the threshold, as if traversing a century. Before him, blinding white light flashes, and after 5 breaths, it feels as though he has journeyed through countless mysterious realms. Finally, the light dissipates, revealing a magnificent mountain. This mountain, entirely black, exudes an icy chill, towering infinitely, vast and boundless. Its surface resembles an immense metallic expanse, devoid of any flora, only adorned with gleaming swords, each radiating a sharp brilliance. Before Huang Zheng stood a dense array of longswords, each separated by a distance of approximately 1 foot, ample enough for the practitioners to traverse and search. This was the Sword Point Mountain of the Sword Point sect, an ancient artifact passed down from the primordial deities, also known as the Mountain of 10,000 Swords. There existed a total of 99,999 swords upon this mountain, and regardless of how many were taken, the number would invariably revert to this count. Unchanged for millennia, Huang Zheng glanced around, noting the absence of his fellow disciples within the range of his spiritual sense. The expanse of Sword Point Mountain appeared to cover several thousand zhang, and today, several thousand newcomers had arrived at the Sword Point sect, yet he saw no one. Observing the swords, he realized that their true quality could only be discerned once drawn from their perch. Luck would determine whether one obtained a treasured weapon or merely a magical artifact. Only the most fortunate or extraordinarily gifted individuals could hope to wield a spiritual weapon. Since the inception of the Sword Point sect, no more than 3 individuals had ever claimed a spiritual weapon. With 3 days at his disposal, Huang Zheng felt no urgency and decided to proceed forward. Many entrants, like himself, refrained from immediate action should they witness someone drawing a treasured weapon. There would still be opportunities for conflict and theft. While his fellow disciples spoke fiercely outside, such acts of violence and theft occurred annually, with many refusing to believe the sect could uncover their deeds. This world was rife with audacious souls willing to take risks for the sake of a prized weapon, hoping to ascend in fortune should their actions go undetected. Huang Zheng counted himself among these daring individuals, while a treasured weapon might not tempt him. Should a spiritual weapon appear, he would not hesitate to seize it, even through lethal means. After advancing a few steps, he began to spot his fellow disciples. Practitioners of various stages, including the divine power and bone refinement realms, came into view. Upon encountering each other, their initial instinct was to scrutinize the weapons in their hands. Damn it! I've drawn a magical artifact? One exclaimed. Nearby, a practitioner of divine power unsheathed his weapon, only to discover it was indeed a magical artifact. With a clang, he tossed it aside and drew another from the ground. Laughter erupted around him. Everyone can only draw one. It's futile. What? The man's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief crossing his features. He bellowed with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength into his hands, yet the sword remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Sighing, he picked up the discarded magical artifact, sorrowfully retreating into the distance. Good grief, every sword here looks identical. How can one discern a treasured weapon from a magical artifact? A voice murmured nearby. What else could it be called but a game of chance? Could the swords at the mountain's peak be of better quality? Uncertain, but the peak is likely crowded. It seems pointless. Huang Zheng listened to their exchanges. Noting the reluctance to draw swords, most appeared to be biding their time for the 3 days to elapse. How did she enter? Huang Jing recalled Wan Sushiwei and suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching him from afar. Who could it be? Who among the sword point sect was so intimately acquainted with him? It was indeed Xiangli. Huang Zheng, I've finally found you, ha ha ha. It has only been 7 days since they last met, yet Xiangli seems to have experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities, surpassing his previous strength. What arcane techniques could he be practicing? His progress is even swifter than my own. Huang Zheng perceives an unsettling difference in Xiangli. Chapter 034. Huang Zheng draws his sword. Xiangli's eyes appeared exceedingly weary, resembling those of an ordinary mortal who had gone days without sleep, exuding an aura of exhaustion. His gaze lacked the previous steadfastness, suggesting a significant depletion of vitality, rendering him feeble and listless. However, an overwhelming force emanated from him, compelling attention. It was evident that the divine arts he had mastered were exceedingly formidable. Xiang brother, it is unexpected to meet you again. Huang Zheng responded with a nonchalant demeanor. I am now an elite disciple. Should there be matters within the sect, you may seek me out. At the very least, no other bone refinement disciples will dare to provoke you. Xiangli exhibited an audacious demeanor, a stark contrast to the previously suave young prince he once was. Indeed, indeed. In the future, Huang Zheng, should you require assistance, I shall certainly seek you out, he replied. Yet, Huang Zheng felt a slight unease within, sensing something amiss and reluctant to remain in his company. Xiang brother, I shall first take a look over there. None of these swords here pique my interest. Ha. With that, Huang Zheng turned to depart. Wait, we entered the sect together, bonded like brothers. Let us go together for mutual support, Xiangli insisted, closely trailing Huang Zheng. Cursed be it, Huang Zheng felt an increasing sense of disquiet. Frustrated, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and he led Xiangli toward a more populous area. As they ascended, the crowd thickened, for the shape of Jian Mountain mirrored that of all earthly mountains, narrowing as one climbed. After ascending 300 feet, one could easily spot 4 or 5 individuals within 100 feet. Ah, a treasure! A treasure! Ha! At that moment, someone cried out in ecstatic delight, having acquired a precious flying sword. Swish, swish! All eyes within 100 feet turned toward the scene. A youthful practitioner at the mid-stage of divine power. His face flushed with excitement, nearly leaping in joy. Junior brother, I offer 10,000 low-grade crystal stones for that treasure. Please sell it to me. A young man at the mid-stage of bone refinement approached with a broad smile. Brute. The onlookers silently cursed. A low-grade treasure was worth at least 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones, let alone acquiring one here would warrant significant favor from the sect. Such treasures were irreplaceable, far beyond the value of mere crystal stones. I'm sorry, but I cannot sell it, the young practitioner of divine power replied. Gripping the sword tightly and stepping back warily, the bone refinement practitioner remained undeterred. Do you know who I am? My uncle is a formal disciple of Lingjian Peak. At your mid-stage of divine power, even if you acquire a treasure, you can only ascend to an inner mountain disciple. With a word from my uncle, I could have you condemned to death. Sell it to me, and I will owe you a favor. I am from Donglu Peak. Do you think you can intimidate me? The young divine power practitioner retorted, emboldened, causing the bone refinement practitioner to turn crimson with embarrassment. Ha! Laughter erupted from a distance. Is a mere relative of a formal disciple so arrogant? In our Song family, we have elite disciples among the condensation masters. What does that signify? At that moment, a practitioner at the late stage of bone refinement approached. Sell it to me. I will offer 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This price was reasonable, being double the value for this low-grade treasure, a suitable recompense for the sect's favor. His calculations were astute. Yet the countenance of the man surnamed Song darkened. Young man, are you refusing a toast only to face a penalty drink? Brother Song Taishu sought your respect. Yet you chose to disregard him? Even if you have become a disciple of the inner mountain, how long do you believe you can remain in the sword point sect? Besides Song Taishu, 2 practitioners of profound strength simultaneously directed a fierce reprimand towards that individual. Despite being in the mid-stage of divine power, he remained indifferent. Glancing upwards where the crowd thickened, only in such numbers could safety be found. Fearing that these men might resort to murder for treasure, he hastened upwards. Such impudence incensed Song Taishu, who promptly rallied his companions to pursue. Huang Zheng observed this scene, utterly astounded. Were they truly intending to kill for riches? Huang Zheng queried Xiang Li. Certainly not. To kill for treasure requires solitude. Amidst such a throng, their intent is likely to threaten and intimidate, perhaps seeking to purchase his compliance. Huang Zheng cast a curious glance at Xiang Li. I was merely probing, yet you appear quite astute. You are indeed no longer the Xiang Li of old. At that moment, a voice called out to Huang Zheng from a distance. Brother Huang, you are here as well? To his surprise, his fellow disciples Wang Han and Wei Yingjie had appeared together. Each entry was a random teleportation, yet they had congregated so swiftly. With a glint of mischief in his eye, Huang Zheng exclaimed, Come, allow me to introduce you. He beckoned Wang Han and Wei Yingjie to join him. Typically, Xiang Li would have scorned the company of others, yet this time he remained silent, appearing rather pleased. Had Xiang Li truly transformed? Huang Zheng felt a growing sense of caution. The crowd is overwhelming, Brother Huang. Let us descend and observe, Wang Han suggested with a smile, pulling Huang Zheng downward. Descending means fewer people, which is indeed suitable for any nefarious intentions, Huang Zheng thought, nodding subtly. The four descended together. Sword Point Mountain towered several thousand feet high. And as they descended, the throng thinned. By the time they reached the base, it was rare to encounter fellow disciples within 1,000 feet. Surrounding the base was a flat expanse of several hundred feet, leading further into an abyss of emptiness. This was the terminus of Sword Point Mountain, beyond which they could not advance. The group casually surveyed the ground, pointing at the multitude of swords scattered about. Huang Zheng scrutinized the expressions of the three. Xiang Li seemed disinterested in the swords, lost in his own thoughts while the others conversed. Wang Han appeared self-assured, his demeanor relaxed, as if he could effortlessly procure a treasure sword in 3 days. Only Wei Yingjie maintained a semblance of normalcy, occasionally discussing with Huang Zheng which swords might bring good fortune. Brother Wang, I perceive great fortune in your countenance. Why not assist me in selecting a sword to see if I might share in your luck? Huang Zheng contemplated taking a sword and departing from the group. For to him, artifacts and treasures held little significance. What mattered was his desire to distance himself from their company. For the longer he lingered, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. Is that so? Wang Han chuckled, scanning the surroundings. Come, follow me. Let me select for you an extraordinary sword and see if you can partake in my fortune. He led the way eastward, with the others hastening to keep pace. He seemed quite confident, meticulously examining the flying swords along their path. Boom. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce altercation erupted ahead. Was someone committing murder for treasure? Wei Yingjie's eyes brightened. Quick, let us see who possesses such audacity. He led the way forward, compelling Huang Zheng and the others to follow suit. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing, bang, bang, clang. Beyond 100 feet, 3 practitioners were engaged in a heated battle. Among them, one was at the mid-stage of bone refinement, wielding a low-grade treasure weapon, while the other two, one also at mid-stage and the other at the early stage, relentlessly surrounded and attacked him. Preposterous. Our junior brother Liang obtained it first, and you dare to seize it. Fellow brothers, assist us in subduing this man, and we shall reward you handsomely. The four were taken aback. Without first-hand knowledge of the situation, discerning right from wrong was impossible. It is my treasure weapon. They are the ones attempting to snatch it from me. What should we do? Whom shall we assist? Wei Yingjie instinctively glanced at Huang Zheng. Although young, Huang Zheng had consistently exhibited a level of composure, prompting Wei Yingjie to seek his counsel first. What does it matter to us? Huang Zheng shook his head and turned to Wang Han. Brother Wang, have you found Huang Zheng's sword? I have. It's right over there. Wang Han gestured toward the area where the three were fighting. The ground bore the mark of a sword hole, indicating that a sword had recently been drawn from that spot. Undoubtedly, the weapon that had been withdrawn was the low-grade treasure weapon held by the man. Are you jesting? Wei Yingjie looked at him incredulously. Typically, one would retreat several hundred feet from a treasure weapon to avoid the surrounding magical instruments, a matter of statistical caution. Huang Zheng chuckled, unhesitatingly stepping forward to seize the sword. As the weapon entered his grasp, it trembled with a resonant hum, shards scattering in all directions. The once indistinguishable sword transformed into a dazzling, magnificent blade of extraordinary quality. A top-grade treasure weapon? Xiang Li and Wei Yingjie exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? A top-grade treasure weapon? The three combatants abruptly ceased their skirmish, their covetous gazes fixated upon the sword in Huang Zheng's hand. By the heavens! Is it Wang Han's good fortune, or is it Huang Zheng's serendipity? Xiang Li felt once more overshadowed by Huang Zheng. Wang Han, you? After recovering from his shock, Wei Yingjia was overjoyed. You must help me select one as well. Even a mid-grade treasure weapon would suffice. Wang Han laughed heartily. I was merely guessing. How could it possibly be a genuine treasure weapon? Skeptical, Wei Yingjia grasped his hand. Then help me choose one at random. Wang Han casually pointed to another weapon nearby. Well then, you should draw this one. Wei Yingjia hesitated momentarily. So close. 2 treasure weapons have already appeared? Yet. He steeled himself and took a step forward. With a hum, another sword was drawn forth. By my word, a mid-grade treasure weapon? Xiang Li's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Junior brother, could you assist us in selecting one as well? At that moment, the 2 individuals who had been working together approached with fervent eyes. I truly was just guessing. How could this be happening? Wang Han's face displayed sheer bewilderment. No matter. If your selection is poor, we shall not hold it against you. Then, let us go with this one. You may take this one. Wang Han casually pointed to 2 more weapons. The 2 individuals eagerly reached out and pulled. Buzz, buzz. Damn it. Xiang Li couldn't help but chuckle. 2 artifacts. Yet they were merely of the inferior grade. In that moment, the expressions on the faces of the 2 men darkened significantly. Haha, I told you so. Each person can only pull once. They intended to seize my precious artifact. The one holding the artifact laughed heartily, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation. Swiftly, he turned and fled. Wang Han wore an apologetic expression. I truly apologize. I did mention it was a random selection, didn't I? By the way, it turns out that artifact genuinely belongs to him. Why would you 2 attempt to seize another's possession? Indignant. The 2 men, one in the mid-stage of bone refining and the other in the early stage, were infuriated further by such taunts. Exchanging glances, they noted that the 4 opponents were all in the early stage of bone refining. Could they eliminate them and seize their artifact? With that thought, the 2 men struck simultaneously. Chapter 035. The reappearance of new deities and demons before Huang Zheng could make a move. Xiang Li bellowed ferociously, his claws extending with ferocity. An aura of death surged through the air in an instant, causing Huang Zheng's pupils to flicker. He cast a glance, and in his eyes, Xiang Li's hand had transformed into that of a skeletal figure. What kind of divine ability is this? The sword point sect certainly does not possess such sinister techniques. With a resounding clap, Xiang Li seized the fist of the mid-stage bone-refining practitioner before him. A putrid stench erupted forth, followed by the anguished cries of the mid-stage practitioner. As Huang Zheng, Wang Han, and Wei Yingjia stared in disbelief. The wrist of the mid-stage practitioner began to rot in grotesque fashion, chunks of flesh tumbling to the ground in a sight both horrific and unbearable. His scream was abruptly cut short as Xiang Li twisted his hand, transforming it into bone and snapping it on the spot. With a nimble step, Xiang Li lunged forward, crashing into another mid-stage bone-refining practitioner. Bang! The man was sent tumbling, his cries filling the air. As he hit the ground, the rotting began anew, visibly spreading from his chest. With a single strike, Xiang Li incapacitated 2 practitioners, inflicting damage that was nothing short of shocking. The stench pervaded the air, making it nauseating. Before them, these 2 practitioners had ceased to be human, resembling nothing more than 2 corpses, decayed beyond recognition. Who are you? You are not Xiang Li, Huang Zheng exclaimed, leaping backward to distance himself. Hee, an eerie grin spread across Xiang Li's face, yet his gaze was not fixed on Huang Zheng, but rather on Wang Han. Ruan Sushue, you have indeed entered. I knew you would seek Huang Zheng. By following him, I would surely find you. Ruan Sushue, Wang Han. A look of incredulity washed over Huang Zheng as he contemplated Wang Han's identity. If Wang Han was Ruan Sushue, then who was Xiang Li? Could it be? Could it be Chu Heyu? Indeed, this aura of death, this repulsive divine ability, belonged solely to the Dark Hall. What are you saying? Wei Yingjia was still bewildered, while Huang Zheng retreated, pulling him back with urgency. We must flee. Neither of these individuals belongs to the Swordpoint sect. Leave. Can you truly escape? Xiang Li chuckled ominously. Suddenly, a massive black flag appeared in the air, emblazoned with a prominent dark character. The dark covering flag, Wang Han articulated slowly. This is a low-grade spirit artifact of the Dark Hall. As the dark covering flag unfurled, darkness enveloped the realm. While Huang Zheng and his companion were still fleeing, they abruptly collided with a soft, yielding barrier. Spirit artifacts, sentient tools, Huang Zheng urged, do not run. Only by joining forces to slay him can we escape the dark formation set by this artifact. Outside, observers perceived nothing amiss in the air. While those within were enshrouded in darkness, their vision obscured, with only their spiritual senses able to discern the positions of one another. The voice of Chu Heiyu resonated through the air. You are far too impatient. While you hastily seek a superior spiritual weapon, you remain oblivious to the presence of 99,900 flying swords, even if you could discern their locations at a glance. It is unlikely you would manage to locate them within 3 days. You ought to conceal yourself and tend to your wounds before returning to search for this sword. Wang Han remained silent, standing still, but upon hearing the final statement, a flash of brilliance erupted from his body, transforming into a humanoid figure. This figure was none other than Ruan Sushue, whom Huang Zheng had encountered previously. However, Ruan Sushue now appeared ethereal, her form seeming more like an illusion, akin to a projection of an ancient master's doppelganger cast from a distant void. It was evident that her injuries were severe, preventing her true self from appearing and forcing her to manipulate her body through her consciousness. Suddenly, Wang Han collapsed limply to the ground. Unlike you, Xiangli retorted. I am bound by a dark contract with you. I am him, and he is me. I refuse to believe that in my physical form, I cannot contend with your mere consciousness. Enough with the trivialities, Huang Zheng. We must join forces to eliminate him if we are to escape alive. Ruan Sushue's brow furrowed, and with a flicker of brilliance, the spiritual sword she had wielded before shot forth. The sword ignited into flames, transforming into a phoenix, a manifestation of the ancient divine beast reborn. In the dark night sky, flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings. Yet this time, Xiangli remained composed, unperturbed. He leaped into action, his claws extended. Claws of the undead. He invoked a formidable technique from the dark hall that conjured a multitude of skeletal claws, imbued with the essence of death, ready to reap the lives of all beings. With a thunderous clash, the once razor-sharp flaming sword technique met the claws of the undead, vanishing into thin air. The spiritual sword clattered to the ground, emitting a mournful cry reminiscent of a phoenix. Ruan Sushue's spirit, too, seemed to plummet. Ha ha ha, Ruan Sushue, have you recently employed some arcane arts? You appear to be further injured, utterly vulnerable. Xiangli exclaimed with delight, retreating with a flourish of his hand, his confidence unwavering. Catastrophe. Desolation. He intoned, each syllable a harbinger of doom, intent on transforming this realm into a land of calamity, heralding an epoch of annihilation. Perish. Huang Zheng finally struck, roaring as he descended upon this world, embodying the will of an ancient divine beast. Beneath the engulfing darkness, his strides resonated with a buzzing hum from the surrounding swords, illuminating the sky from shadow to light, causing Xiangli's countenance to shift dramatically. In Xiangli's eyes, Huang Zheng transcended humanity, resembling an ancient demon advancing with thunderous steps, akin to a towering mountain descending upon him. What manner of divine art is this? Xiangli's catastrophic dark magic faltered mid-chant, rendered ineffective as the colossal demon tore through the heavens. The will of the demon descended upon the mortal realm, and under its shadow, humanity appeared insignificant and trembling. Xiangli, filled with trepidation, found himself unable to continue his incantation. He is, after all, not the true Chu Heiyu. Had he been, Huang Zheng's power would not have been sufficient to instill fear in him. Yet, with a thunderous roar, Huang Zheng unleashed his might, striking down upon Xiangli, only to be ensnared by a skeletal claw. As the decay set in, flesh began to slough off Huang Zheng's hand, eliciting a pained scream from him. Xiangli cackled maniacally. Ha ha ha, Huang Zheng, this is all you're doing. You nearly led me to my demise at the hands of Dong Xin. Do you know how Dong Xin met his end? I devoured him piece by piece, consuming all his essence and power. Ha ha ha. In the midst of his frenzied laughter, a sharp glint ignited in Huang Zheng's eyes. With a flick of his other hand, 3 beams of golden light shot forth. The finger of extermination. In the intimate proximity of their confrontation, it erupted with astonishing speed, catching Xiangli completely off guard. Huang Zheng's powers had never been revealed before Xiangli, who was utterly unprepared for this supreme technique. His own demonic arts were still in their infancy, far from rivaling the celestial prowess of the most advanced practitioners. Yet, the attack of the finger of extermination was razor-sharp and relentless. With a sickening thud, the first strike found its mark in Xiangli's brow, blood spraying forth as the golden blade shattered. Xiangli let out a similar cry, akin to a kite severed from its string, careening away. The second strike plunged deep, while the third pierced through entirely. The 2 golden blades shot through Xiangli, crashing against the peaks of Jian Mountain, shattering and vanishing into the void. You, Xiangli gazed incredulously at Huang Zheng. With a mighty leap, Huang Zhang activated his demonic arts once more. This time, Xiang Li could not intervene. With a resounding impact, Huang Zhang's punch obliterated Xiang Li's head. A sight too horrific to behold. Two streams of essence surged into Huang Zhang's body. Having recently exhausted his strength through the use of 3 formidable techniques, he now felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. A spectral figure, stiff and reeking of death, materialized in his mind, the ghostly spring corpse demon, an ancient abomination. The first to be vanquished by the gods. Its emergence heralded destruction wherever it tread. Another new demon flickered into existence, though it remained an ephemeral shadow. Its potent force capable of decimating even the most formidable of foes, causing Huang Zhang to feel invigorated. Perhaps next time, he could engage in combat with the enemy 4 times in succession. Huang Zhang regarded Xiang Li, secretly relieved. The body of a master of the concentration stage was akin to a superior magical artifact. His finger of extermination was no more than a counterpart to such an artifact. Had Xiang Li been the true Chu Heiyu, his 3 strikes would have proven fatal. The span from Ruan Sushue's intervention to Huang Zhang's victory over Xiang Li was merely a matter of 3 or 4 breaths, until Xiang Li's demise. Ruan Sushue and Wei Yingjie stood there, stunned. Huang Zhang, what happened to your hand? Wei Yingjie finally reacted. Huang Zhang bowed his head, observing as his once skeletal hand gradually transformed before his eyes, flesh and blood reconstituting at an astonishingly visible pace. This phenomenon transcended Wei Yingjie's understanding. Resembling the miraculous feats of an adept within the realm of inner alchemy, perhaps even surpassing it. Was this a human or a monster? Remarkable, indeed, Huang Zhang, splendidly executed. Ruan Sushue's complexion turned as pale as snow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, overwhelmed with joy at having escaped death. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she gazed up at the ominous dark banner obscuring the sky. This is bad. Ruan Sushue barely managed to utter those 2 words when a streak of dark light shot forth from Xiang Li's body, darting towards the shadowy flag above. Chapter 036. The Ancient Deities and Demons. Has he escaped? Huang Zhang murmured in disbelief. This mountain of 10,000 swords is clearly situated within a mysterious realm. How could he possibly flee from here? Ruan Sushue shook her head. Even now, she remained seated upon the ground, unable to rise. A testament to the severity of her injuries. Though the mountain of 10,000 swords is said to span merely a few thousand zhang, it is in truth boundless and unfathomable. In antiquity, a single artifact equated to an entire world. If he has indeed escaped, once the 3-day deadline elapses, he may be transported away at will. We shall not be able to locate him. Coughing, she spoke fervently, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her tone bore a gentle authority, as if she would never forsake her identity as a young lady. Huang Zhang, come here and assist me in standing. Assist her in rising? Huang Zhang's mind drifted to her exquisite legs. Her voice, soft yet commanding, invoked an irresistible urge within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, gently grasping her arm, and with a firm pull, Ruan Sushue was on her feet. However, it seemed she lacked the strength to stand. Her steps faltered, and she collapsed into Huang Zhang's embrace. A captivating fragrance enveloped him, and with her soft form nestled against him, Huang Zhang felt a stir of desire. He endeavored to discern her features, yet despite her grievous injuries, she employed a divine art to obscure her visage. Whether she was breathtakingly beautiful or exceedingly unappealing remained a mystery. Huang Zhang secretly pondered, yet her figure suggested she was unlikely to be unattractive. Perhaps he sought to reassure himself. Slowly, Ruan Sushue extended her hand towards a flying sword resting on the ground, summoning it with force. Whoosh! Behind them, Wei Yingjie had no time to scream. Blood spurted from his neck, and he fell lifeless to the ground. What have you done? Huang Zhang instinctively shoved her away. Oh. Ruan Sushue tumbled heavily to the earth once more. What are you doing? Why did you kill him? Huang Zhang roared in fury, directed at Ruan Sushue. Well, there was no need to kill him. Huang Zhang's voice dwindled, realizing the truth in her words. In his earlier rage, he had failed to conceal the shadow of the deities and demons, a revelation that could shake the very foundations of humanity. Previously, he had wondered why her divine abilities bore the essence of ancient deities and demons. It became clear she was a direct descendant of the primordial beings. In the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, individuals of her lineage were not only considered threats but were to be eliminated at the first opportunity, their bloodlines harvested. This is for your own good, he murmured, reflecting on her assumptions about his heritage. Huang Zhang remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her claims. In the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, There existed three types of individuals connected to the ancient deities: those whose fathers were deities, those whose mothers were deities, and the third type, the pure descendants of the first generation of ancient deities, as Yuan Su Shui had described. In ancient times, the first generation of deities and demons was notorious for its bloodthirsty savagery, deriving pleasure from the slaughter of humanity and the torment of human beings. They represented the greatest adversaries of mankind, their very bloodline inherently predisposed to the desire to annihilate human lives. It was an inevitable truth that any descendant of these pure-blooded deities and demons would eventually awaken the brutal urge within, dedicating their existence to the pursuit of eradicating humankind. These individuals were the foremost enemies that the various esteemed sects of the Celestial Emperor continent sought to eliminate. Given the relatively low tier of the Celestial Emperor continent, no one could suppress the intrinsic brutality that yearned for bloodshed residing within you. However, should your powers flourish in the future, you may venture to the ancient continent, where formidable beings of the divine realm exist, potentially aiding you in becoming a true member of humanity. It was for the first time that Yuan Su Shui mentioned the name of another continent to Huang Zheng. The ancient continent? Huang Zheng murmured softly, glancing at Yuan Su Shui. A faint blush coloring his cheeks. He had misjudged her. She was acting in his best interest. Moreover, earlier, Chu Hiyu had mentioned that she sustained injuries, yet used her powers to conceal the secrets of heaven for him. How is your injury? Huang Zheng inquired. Unaccustomed to such gentleness, his face flushed with embarrassment. Since you are gravely wounded, why do you still assist me? To assist others is to assist oneself. You are the only person I know here. Do you think I wish to help you? Yuan Su Shui maintained her air of superiority, embodying the demeanor of a noble lady. Huang Zheng, may I beseech you for a favor? At last, Yuan Su Shui was poised to reveal her true intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Zheng replied, "Speak your mind. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall grant your request." Under normal circumstances, someone of Yuan Su Shui's stature would have deemed it necessary to personally execute a man who had repeatedly insulted and harassed her to quell her resentment. However, having observed Huang Zheng and Chu Heiyu's actions and words, she discerned that he was a man of his word, which was why she had refrained from slaying him. A sense of pride swelled within Huang Zheng. You possess keen insight, recognizing my reliability. You need not feel guilty. You owe me nothing, nor do I owe you anything. You brought me here, and in return, I shall grant you a divine technique. I concealed the secrets of heaven for you solely because I required your assistance. It turned out that Yuan Su Shui's injuries had worsened beyond her claims of recovery within a mere dozen days. Initially, she had sustained severe wounds, and with a year or two of rest, she could have returned to her former self. However, her encounters with Huang Zheng, Chu Heiyu, and Mo Qianxue had led to successive injuries. Even the effort to conceal her whereabouts to evade the scrutiny of the Pointed Sword sect required the use of her powers, further exacerbating her condition. Eventually, she assessed that even if she managed to reach Pointed Sword Mountain, she might not find the spiritual sword she sought. With over 99,000 swords at Pointed Sword Mountain, each examination demanded significant energy, and in 3 days, it would be impossible to survey them all. Even if she could manage to inspect 10 swords, the toll would likely be fatal. Thus, she turned her thoughts to Huang Zheng. In assisting Huang Zheng by concealing the secrets of heaven, she intended for him to search for a superior spiritual sword on her behalf once he entered. This sword is named Feng Jueqing. Yuan Su Shui's tone softened as she presented it before Huang Zheng, inviting him to take it in his hands. This sword is indeed a superior spiritual artifact, within which my true self lies dormant, recuperating. What you behold now is merely a phantom formed by a fragment of my consciousness. This sword was gifted to me by a senior brother, intended for my cultivation of the flame of the sky technique. However, I could not bear to part with it, hence my visit to the Sword Point sect to retrieve it. Having learned the great insight technique I imparted to you, you may attempt to locate the spiritual swords within this realm. Should you succeed, and eventually complete the flame of the sky technique for me, I shall express my profound gratitude. From this day forth, nurture this Feng Jueqing within your being. When I awaken and my injuries have healed, I shall repay you handsomely. Yuan Su Shui can no longer endure. Her true self must seek refuge within Feng Jueqing to recover, and it remains uncertain when she shall awaken. She wishes Huang Zheng to absorb this spiritual artifact into his body. As a reward, Yuan Su Shui has bestowed upon him 2 arcane techniques. 1, known as the Great Insight Technique, allows one to discern the quality of the swords present. The other, named the One-Handed Heaven Covering Technique, enables one to obscure the truth, rendering the Sword Point sect's past mirror water technique utterly ineffective. Both are celestial-level techniques, though they serve as auxiliary abilities within that tier. Celestial techniques can be categorized. Some are for combat, others for salvation, while some are purely supportive. After a considerable time, Huang Zheng remained standing, surveying his surroundings. Xiang Li had perished, as had Wang Han and Wei Yingjia, in addition to the 5 lives claimed by Xiang Li in this small locale. Were it not for Wan Sushue's foresight in seeking out this secluded spot at the mountain's base, the entire sect's newcomers would likely be aware of these events by now. Presently, Feng Jueqing lies quietly within Huang Zheng's heart, while the enigmatic Wan Sushue rests within Feng Jueqing. Although Huang Zheng feels an addition to his essence, there is a sense of loss lingering within him. Perhaps this is the essence of the world of the mystical sect. Huang Zheng cast one last glance at the area, shook his head, and turned to depart. He had been in the Sword Point Mountain for half a day, acquiring a superior and a medium-grade sword, along with an additional spiritual artifact within him. Feng Jueqing will engage in battle for Huang Zheng 3 times in moments of peril. Upon his call, it shall arise to defend him. For now, Wan Sushue and Huang Zheng share a fate intertwined. Should he fall to a foe, both she and Feng Jueqing would be exposed. Should they fall into the hands of a master above the inner Dan realm, even Wan Sushue's true self could meet her end, and the spiritual artifact could be seized. The greatest gain from this venture should be the acquisition of these 2 celestial techniques. As Huang Zheng contemplated his next steps, he pondered how to utilize the remaining 2.5 days. Having already drawn a sword, even if he were to locate another spiritual artifact, he might not be able to extract it. However, Wan Sushue had urged him to do his utmost, for it is improbable that he could uncover over 90,000 swords within 3 days. After some reflection, Huang Zheng decided to find a secluded place to master these 2 techniques first. In a remote area at the foot of the mountain, Huang Zheng held a jade slip, allowing his consciousness to delve within. The Great Insight technique reveals a vast world, perceiving 1,000 miles. Where the technique reaches, nothing can escape its scrutiny. When mastered to its fullest extent, this technique allows for meticulous observation over 10,000 miles, rendering birds, beasts, and demons unable to elude its keen insight. At that moment, with a mere flick of his divine ability, Huang Zheng could perceive individuals situated thousands of miles away, provided he knew their exact location. Assuming the Feng family of the Great Chu dynasty was merely 1,000 miles distant, with a single activation of his power, Huang Zheng could witness everything occurring within the Feng household. Such formidable prowess was truly deserving of its celestial classification. Filled with astonishment and delight, Huang Zheng promptly commenced his practice. As before, his supreme skill, the Overlord's celestial power, automatically surged into action, flowing with vigorous momentum, seemingly mobilizing every ounce of his strength to assimilate this divine technique. What might take others years, or even decades, to merely grasp this transcendent celestial ability, Huang Zheng achieved in less than an hour, stepping into the initial stage. Lo and behold, within his consciousness, a divine entity materialized, a rather grotesque and diminutive being, the most emaciated spirit he had ever encountered. This creature was shorter than a human, hunched over with a pronounced arch in its back. The only astonishing feature was its pair of enormous eyes and minuscule ears. The 6-fold demon, an ancient divine being, possessed 6 profound abilities. The heavenly eye, allowing it to perceive all actions of celestial beings. The heavenly ear, enabling it to hear the discourse and sounds of celestial entities. The heart's insight, granting knowledge of one's innermost thoughts. The fate's vision, revealing not only the present but also the past. The divine foot, also known as the divine realm, which offered an unimaginable and wondrous state, in the leakage of knowledge, shrouded in mystery, defying verbal expression. Huang Zheng inhaled sharply. Historical records indicated that the period now referred to as antiquity was preceded by the age of ancient times. During that era, divine beings were not yet prevalent, just beginning to emerge, and this 6-fold demon was a formidable entity from ancient times, possessing the remarkable ability to comprehend both past and present. What extraordinary powers resided within? The summoned demon indicated a rising echelon of divinity. Huang Zheng was exhilarated, yearning to possess the strength of all divine beings at that very moment. Chapter 037. The Art of Insight into the Vast Universe. Lo and behold, at the moment when Huang Zheng successfully mastered the first level of the supreme technique, his mind was awash with visions of divine and demonic chaos. Remarkably, 2 identical entities emerged. These 2 beings, with their corpulent forms, lay sprawled upon the ground, their movements resembling those of sluggish earthworms, heavy and clumsy. their bodies pressed closely together, akin to two ardent lovers forever entwined. Upon their conjoined backs, a pattern reminiscent of a tortoise shell adorned with intricate designs unfolded, depicting a cosmic tableau. Upon closer inspection, twinkling stars shimmered within. Gazing at their backs was akin to beholding the universe in the celestial heavens. The celestial mechanism demon obscured all with its enigmatic prowess, existing there in anticipation of the universe's presence. The cosmos, renowned for its boundless expanse, eludes the grasp of any seeker. Should Huangjung cultivate the powers of the celestial mechanism demon, he could stand anywhere, above or below, and become utterly untraceable. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Huangjung gradually rose to his feet. He had finally completed the cultivation of two formidable techniques. Casting a glance at the sky, he realized that an entire day had likely passed. With a swift motion, his gaze traversed the multitude of swords around him until it settled upon one. The art of insight into the vast universe. In his mind, the sword materialized instantaneously. It stood erect within his consciousness, as if already grasped in Huangjung's hand, allowing him to scrutinize its unique attributes in detail. No escape. Every detail laid bare. Reveal your true form without delay. Huangjung magnified the sword in his mind's eye, enlarging a spot the size of a fingernail to a staggering 10,000 times its original size, revealing the intricate structure, patterns, and engravings of the blade. Buzz. The sword emitted a resonant hum, vibrating throughout its entirety, dislodging clouds of dust. A mid-grade magical artifact. Indeed, this was a mid-grade magical artifact. Oh. The heavenly techniques truly demand great expenditure of energy. With my current power, I can examine but 10 swords before exhausting my strength. For others, expending such energy would necessitate a period of meditation to recuperate. Yet Huangjung found that in less than 9 breaths, he could fully restore himself. The stronger his abilities, the shorter the recovery time became. Previously, he required 9 breaths, yet now, he needed even less. Huangjung also discerned another truth. His technique could only be employed thrice, while the heavenly techniques could be wielded 10 times. This indicated that his technique was at least of the supreme grade. Ruan Sushue had mentioned that above the supreme techniques lay the ancient techniques, and beyond those, the primordial techniques. Further still, it was said there existed even higher orders of mystical arts. The path of the mystical gate was indeed a vast and endless journey. At that moment, a rustle echoed from afar as figures approached. Huangjung stood and casually strode forward. Is that my junior brother? The approaching figures had spotted Huangjung. 3 fellow disciples advanced in unison, almost simultaneously arriving before him. Of these 3, 2 were in the late stages of bone refining, while 1 was in the mid-stage. Their expressions decidedly unfriendly. What is your name? Which peak do you belong to? Have you been in this vicinity all along? The leading figure posed 3 questions in quick succession, emanating an air of arrogance, clearly regarding Huangjung, who was merely at the initial stage of bone refining, with disdain. The mid-stage bone refiner's eyes flickered. This is the lowest point of the Sword Point sect, vast and sparsely populated. Why have you chosen to come to such a desolate area when your fellow brothers have gone to the more crowded places? Are you seeking an opportunity to commit murder and seize treasures, harboring nefarious intentions? You would do well to confess honestly. Otherwise, should our sect uncover your misdeeds, your 9 clans will face annihilation. Tell me, have you witnessed anything unusual here? As the mid-stage bone refiner spoke, the trio bombarded Huangjung with a barrage of questions, their powerful presence palpable. Huangjung's face turned pale with fear, and he stammered, No, I merely feared that others would snatch the treasures. So I sought a secluded place to assess the situation. His demeanor showed no flaws, and the trio aimed to intimidate him, hoping to discern any inconsistencies. Noticing the terror etched on Huangjung's face, they exchanged glances and softened their tone. Leave this place swiftly. Many of our fellow disciples have perished nearby. Someone has unleashed a massacre here, and we are set to investigate thoroughly. Go now, head to the more populated areas of Sword Point Mountain. Is that truly the case? Yes, I shall depart immediately. Huangjung hurriedly expressed his gratitude and hastened towards the mountainside. The trio shook their heads, continuing their search for clues elsewhere. The sudden demise of 5 individuals was unprecedented within the Sword Point sect's conference, and as Huangjung ascended, he noticed many disciples forming teams to gather information. If the culprit behind this incident were discovered, it would undoubtedly earn significant merit within the sect, prompting some who possessed magical artifacts to join the fray. What a predicament! Huangjung pondered, recalling that a mid-stage bone refiner had wielded a low-grade magical artifact and was subsequently besieged. That individual had spoken with 2 others from Huang Zheng's side before fleeing. If he recognized Huang Zheng and learned of the subsequent massacre, he might reveal Huang Zheng's identity. Thus, Huang Zheng began his frantic search for that person. However, Sword Point Mountain stretched for countless miles, its surrounding voids unfathomable. Who could tell where the fellow might be hiding? Given his prior fortune in acquiring a low-grade magical artifact, he could only seek refuge in 2 locations, either the mountaintop, where the crowd was densest, as no one would dare commit murder for treasures there, or the depths of the void beyond the mountain's base, where one could conceal themselves safely. With everyone searching below, he resolved to investigate the mountaintop. He had now realized that the Supreme Dominance technique was indeed an extraordinary power. At the very least, a celestial-level technique, and perhaps even one of the supreme tier. Each time his energy was depleted, the Supreme Dominance technique would activate, restoring his full power within mere breaths. Whenever he learned a new celestial-level technique, the Supreme Dominance technique would automatically engage, as if all celestial-level techniques could harmonize with it. Currently, excluding the skills of the 2 small figures within him, he had mastered 3 celestial-level techniques. Meanwhile, the entire Sword Point sect possessed only 5 celestial-level techniques, with formal disciples in the Qi-nourishing stage having no choice but to study a designated one. Disciples in the concentration phase may select 2 disciplines. Those in the inner dance stage may pursue 3, and those in the spirit communication stage may study 4. Throughout the sect, no one is permitted to learn 5. Once I reach the nourishing Qi phase, should I choose to learn an additional discipline, I would possess 4 formidable celestial abilities, nearly rivaling the ancestors of the Sword Point sect. The more Huang Zheng contemplated, the more pleased he became. A superior magical artifact? Unattainable. A medium-grade treasure? Rare indeed. And still unattainable. A low-grade magical artifact, alas. Huang Zheng ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace, moving with the unhurried gait of an ordinary mortal, while simultaneously surveying the surroundings for any visible treasures. By noon the next day, the Sword Point Mountain, much like the outside world, remained bright as day despite the absence of sunlight. He had examined over 1,000 swords, and reflecting on how one Su Shui had also entered, it was evident that locating the elusive 99,000 flying swords posed a considerable challenge. Among the numerous swords he had observed, the vast majority were magical artifacts, with only 3 treasures discovered, 1 medium grade and 2 low grade. The Sword Point sect regarded the quality of each disciple's acquired sword as a criterion for assessing one's genius. In Huang Zheng's view, it was merely a matter of chance. He felt a pang of sorrow for the new disciples. At this moment, he had reached the mountainside of Sword Point Mountain and, gazing into the distance, noticed a considerable flow of people. Many fellow disciples were within sight. Oh, what a perfect opportunity to test my grand insight technique. Huang Zheng searched around and spotted 2 mystics over 200 yards away, whispering conspiratorially, their demeanor somewhat furtive. Utilizing the grand insight technique, with a swift motion, the 2 mystics appeared clearly within Huang Zheng's perception, their facial features vividly defined as if they stood directly before him. Brother Zhu, if we can lure that lad down, I am absolutely certain I can strike him down in one blow and seize his low-grade treasure. But, Brother Yin, didn't the sect prohibit killing and stealing? What if we get caught? That would be a death sentence for our entire clan. That's merely a scare tactic. I've heard from senior disciples who've participated that every year, individuals are indeed killed within these confines, as long as no one witnesses or testifies. But our sect's past mirror water technique can restore the past. What if? You foolish fool. The past mirror water technique can only reveal events that occurred within the last 3 days. The Sword Point Mountain opens only once a year, once we exit. We must wait until this time next year to utilize the technique again. Do you think an artifact of such significance can be easily accessed? The resources expended in doing so are incalculable. The other person, being merely in the bone refining mid-stage, seemed perpetually hesitant. The late-stage bone refining practitioner retorted, "How do you expect to survive in the mystical realm with such timidity? There is a saying in the mundane world, the bold thrive while the timid perish. This is a low-grade treasure, aside from its intrinsic value. The sect's rewards are immensely generous, saving us at least 20 years of effort. If you are afraid, simply ensure you lure him down. I shall handle the killing. If trouble arises, I will take the blame." All right, I am not afraid. I merely seek a measure of safety. It appears that the one surnamed Zhu has been swayed. Allow me to draw him down first, and then we shall act in concert. Once our task is accomplished, You shall grant me the crystal stones, and I shall desire nothing further. Very well, it is settled. After the two reached an agreement, the man surnamed Zhu lifted his head and bestowed a smile upon him before ascending the mountain. Is this a quintessential act of murder for treasure? Huangzhong chuckled with delight, astonished that he could discern their words even from several hundred zhang away. These two are exceedingly careless, ordinarily. Discussions of such matters would be conveyed through mental transmissions. Their audacity in speaking aloud suggests they believe the highest realm here is merely the bone refinement stage, and that no one could hear from such a distance. Murder for treasure? Who is the target of their intended assassination? Huang Zheng's eyes brightened as he employed the great insight of the Thousand Realms once more. This time, the figure of the bone refinement practitioner, surnamed Zhu, materialized within his consciousness, each of his actions and utterances vividly portrayed in Huang Zheng's mind. He observed as Zhu hastened up the mountain, and upon ascending merely 100 zhang, he encountered a bustling throng of individuals. Numerous practitioners brandished their magical artifacts and treasured items, creating a scene of great activity. Following the gaze of the man surnamed Zhu, Huangzhong clearly beheld the surroundings and accompanied him until they arrived before a young man. Ah, it is he. Huangzheng's heart soared with joy, indeed. He had found the person he had been searching for. Chapter 038. The Xie family of the Han Dynasty. The wondrous art of the great Qian insight is truly remarkable. Huangzheng, now a novice, can only perceive events occurring up to 500 zhang away, yet this distance draws the happenings closer, granting him a sensation of being present at the scene. At this moment, Huangzheng feels as if he is standing beside a certain individual, aiding him in locating a fellow disciple wielding a precious artifact. This particular locale is distinct, densely populated with numerous practitioners, many of whom wield magical artifacts, all appearing to be swords drawn from this very place. High-grade magical artifacts for sale, priced at 100,000 low-grade crystal stones. Freshly drawn. Is anyone interested? Middle-grade magical artifacts at a bargain. It's unfortunate to have drawn a middle-grade artifact, only 8,000 low-grade crystal stones, whereas the usual price outside starts at 10,000. Fellow brothers and sisters, come quickly. Offering 500,000 middle-grade crystal stones to acquire a low-grade precious artifact. Is there a fellow disciple willing to sell? Outside. Flying swords are merely 100,000. After the sword competition, their value will diminish significantly. Is anyone selling middle-grade or high-grade precious artifacts? Name your price. I am prepared to pay. Huangzheng gazes in astonishment. This place resembles a makeshift trading market established by newcomers. Some are selling swords, while many more are buying them. Crystal stones, akin to the qi-gathering pills, are categorized into low, middle, and high grades, with a ratio of 1 to 10. Typically, a low-grade magical artifact costs 1,000 low-grade crystal stones, a middle-grade one costs 10,000, and a high-grade one costs 100,000. Low-grade precious artifacts start at 100,000 middle-grade crystal stones, while middle-grade precious artifacts begin at 1 million middle-grade crystal stones, and high-grade precious artifacts start at 10 million middle-grade crystal stones. Thus, it is evident that precious artifacts far exceed magical artifacts in price by several magnitudes. However, the individuals here, eager for promotion rewards upon exiting, are willing to purchase precious artifacts at exorbitant prices. In comparison, Huangzheng, with his vastly superior abilities, finds himself impoverished. While his peers, all newcomers, have different backgrounds. Some hail from small sects like the Xianding sect, others are descendants of illustrious families, royal nobles, or relatives of esteemed elders from the Sword Point sect, each one wealthier than the last. At this moment, Huangzheng notices a certain Zhu approaching a fellow disciple who possesses a low-grade precious artifact. Esteemed junior, are you willing to sell your precious artifact? The individual, much like before, shakes his head vehemently. I have stated countless times that it is not for sale, regardless of the price. This individual is named Landashan. Born into a humble family, like Huangzheng, he fortuitously acquired a mystical technique and, through decades of arduous training, reached the divine power stage, subsequently joining a minor sect and progressing to the bone refining stage. As his realm advanced, so too did his perspective. It was then that Landashan realized the existence of 6 major sects, colossal entities in the world, prompting him to leave his original sect and journey far and wide to join the Sword Point sect. Despite appearing to be in his 20s, he is, in fact, over 70 years old. The lifespan of practitioners is finite. Those in the divine power stage can live up to 100 years, while those in the bone refining stage may reach 120 years. Those in the Qi cultivation stage can live to 140, and those in the spirit gathering stage can reach 160. Upon entering the initial core stage, one may live for 200 years, with subsequent stages seeing a substantial increase in lifespan. 400 years in the mid-core stage, 800 in the late core stage, culminating in the spirit communication stage. Entering the realm of spiritual communication allows one to connect with legendary deities, significantly extending one's lifespan. In the early stages of this practice, one may live for 2,500 years, in the mid-stages, 5,000 years, and in the later stages, one may attain an astonishing lifespan of 10,000 years, truly becoming an ancient titan, eternally ageless. Lan Dashan has finally managed to join the Jinpai sect, albeit as an outer disciple. At over 70 years of age, he has already lived more than half of his life. It is only through this precious artifact that he might ascend to the status of a formal disciple, which would enhance his treatment, grant rewards from the sect, and perhaps even provide an opportunity to break through to the Qi nourishing stage. Do not bother Lan Dashan. He is stubborn and unyielding. Nearby, others began to call out, recognizing him. Why does he not store the artifact in his spatial pouch? Foolishness. Holding it like that exudes an aura of authority. If I had a precious artifact, I too would flaunt it. Lan Dashan smiled, admiring the object in his hand. According to the Jinpai's teachings, those who possess a precious artifact are deemed exceptionally talented disciples with remarkable destinies, and he felt quite proud. After all, among the hundreds of peers present, none would dare to resort to violence for treasure. Brother Lan, I am Zhu Yuqing. A voice resonated in his mind, initiating a telepathic exchange. The distance rendered Huangzheng unable to overhear their conversation. He merely observed as Lan Dashan first shook his head, then hesitated, and finally nodded in agreement. It was unclear what Zhu Yuqing had said, but eventually Lan Dashan followed him downward. Goodness, this Zhu Yuqing is truly eloquent. He managed to persuade Lan Dashan so easily. Holding the artifact, how could Lan Dashan dare to venture into a secluded area with another? Huangzheng found the unfolding drama increasingly intriguing. The two descended over 100 zhang, arriving at the very spot where Zhu Yuqing had conspired with the man surnamed Yin. Where has that Yin gone? Huangzheng realized that the man had vanished, having been so focused on following Zhu Yuqing that he failed to notice Yin's disappearance. No wonder Lan Dashan dared to come down. He believed Zhu Yuqing to be alone. Have we arrived, Brother Zhu? What about the bone-refining frenzy pill you mentioned? If you truly possess it, I would be willing to exchange, Lan Dashan proposed. If you intend to launch a surprise attack, do not blame me for being ungracious. I doubt you would dare to act here. At such close proximity, anyone above could easily witness what transpires. Zhu Yuqing smiled wryly, his expression as genuine as it could be. Brother Lan, if I were not concerned that the bone-refining frenzy pill would provoke undue attention, I would have traded it with you directly above. Here, over 100 zhang below, countless eyes could be upon us. Do you think me a fool? To commit murder for treasure? Can I defeat you while unarmed, when you wield a precious artifact? As he spoke, he reluctantly retrieved a jade vial from his robe. Lan Dashan's face gleamed with pride. Indeed, if it were a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily slay Zhu Yuqing. Zhu Yuqing gazed mournfully at the vial. This bone-refining frenzy pill is a reward obtained by a formidable expert from my Zhu family within the Jinpai sect. The entire sect produces only 10 of these each year. Were it not for my desire to attain formal disciple status, I would not even consider exchanging it with you. Lan Dashan gazed intently at the jade vial before him, aspiring to become an official disciple. However, the opportunity to obtain the bone-refining frenzied pill, which boasted a 50% chance of advancing to the next level, far outweighed the value of this treasured artifact. Very well, open the vial and allow me to inhale its essence. If it proves to be genuine, the pill shall be exchanged for the sword, he instructed. Now, take a good whiff. Is this the bone-refining frenzied pill? Zhu Yuqing unscrewed the jade vial, while Lan Dashan remained utterly focused. Suddenly, a flash of light surged from behind him as a long, enchanted sword pierced through the air with lightning speed. Neither Lan Dashan nor Huangzheng anticipated that someone could conceal themselves as stealthily as a ghostly tiger, and the sheer audacity of the attack sent shivers down Huangzheng's spine, his heart racing with trepidation. It became clear that a humanoid stealthy ambush was tenfold more fearsome than that of a spectral beast. Lan Dashan, completely engrossed in the jade vial, was caught unawares and met his demise without uttering a sound as the sword pierced his body, extinguishing his life. Haha, it is done, the assailant, a man named Yin. exclaimed as he disregarded the magical artifact purchased by Blue Dashin, instead seizing the treasures and storage pouch from his lifeless form. He beckoned to Zhu Yuqing. Hurry. Let us flee. The two swiftly escaped, their movements a flurry of urgency. Huang Zhong stood there, frozen in shock, refraining from pursuing them. This encounter had imparted a vivid lesson to him. The danger of a humanoid stealthy assault was indeed formidable, despite his current state. Akin to that of a high-grade magical artifact and devoid of treasures, he realized that the powers of the bone-refining frenzy could not harm him. Yet, it served as a dire warning, a reminder to remain vigilant against potential ambushes in the future. Regrettably, he had neglected to use the grand insight technique to discern the assailant's hidden location, leaving him in uncertainty. As he watched the two figures vanish into the distance, he shook his head in dismay. He had never contemplated avenging Blue Dashin. After all, Blue Dashin was the only person who had ever seen him. Even if the two had spared Blue Dashin, Huang Zhong would still feel compelled to eliminate him. Reflecting on this, he made his way to the nearby bustling trading market. The Sword Point conference lasted 3 days, and nearly everyone present had drawn their swords at some point or was merely waiting until the last moment to do so. Some engaged in trading, while others idly conversed to pass the time. As Huang Zhong approached a young man, he noted the opulence of his attire, which was not that of the Sword Point sect. The young man exuded an air of authority, his every gesture reflecting a regal demeanor, unmistakably a product of high status or wealth. His voice resonated with the most compelling authority in the area. I am offering high prices for mid-grade or high-grade artifacts. Those willing to sell may communicate with their thoughts, and I assure you of confidentiality and satisfaction with the price offered. Is there anyone ready to sell mid-grade or high-grade artifacts? You need only name your price. I can afford it. He sat composedly, his eyes half closed, repeatedly uttering these phrases, clearly establishing himself as the most distinguished individual present. As Huang Zhong drew near, the young man sensed his presence and abruptly opened his eyes. Scrutinizing Huang Zhong from head to toe, a thought transmission reached Huang Zhong. Junior brother, do you possess any artifacts for sale? Huang Zhong turned around and walked to the other side, simultaneously transmitting his thoughts. What is your name, senior brother? He spoke clearly, revealing that he was the eldest son of the Xie family, one of the 10 great families of the Han dynasty. Huang Zhong had previously been unaware of this. But after eliminating several members of the Jianjin sect, he had acquired fragments of their memories, understanding that the Xie family held significant power within the Han. The so-called immortal sects of millennia, the illustrious families of 1,000 years, and the dynasties of a century ebb and flow in their prominence. The history of the Xie family in the Han dynasty is slightly shorter than that of the Jianjin sect, yet it surpasses that of the Han dynasty itself. From the first patriarch of the Xie family to the present, they have endured through 7 different dynasties, remaining one of the 10 great families even in the current Han dynasty, not only affluent but also boasting an abundance of mystical practitioners. Even within a sect like the Jianjin, the Xie family has a presence. Among their 36 peaks, one is dedicated to the Xie family, and within the Jianjin sect, it is said that there are no fewer than 800 practitioners hailing from the Xie family. Of the 8 divine swordsmen of the Jianjin, 2 belong to the Xie family. This is the true essence of an aristocratic family within the Han, and it stands as the most powerful faction within the Jianjin sect. No wonder he dared to speak so boldly. Having heard this, Huang Zhong, without hesitation, inquired, what price are you offering for a mid-grade treasure? And what about a high-grade treasure? Xie Wuqi pondered for a moment. I will exchange 2 mid-grade treasures along with 1 million mid-grade crystal stones for your mid-grade flying sword. And I will offer 1 high-grade treasure plus 10 million mid-grade crystal stones for your high-grade treasure. Such a grand offer, an astonishingly extravagant proposition, left Huang Zhong nearly overwhelmed with envy. This was the foundation of a 1,000-year-old family, even at the initial stage of bone refining. Xie Wuqi's mere words could easily dispatch any expert below the level. Yet, Huang Zhong shook his head. Such a rare opportunity for substantial gain was not one to be squandered. As for the Jianjin sect's foremost faction, the Xie family, it mattered not to him. The price he declared nearly caused Xie Wuqi to choke in disbelief. Chapter 39. Sudden wealth. I possess a mid-grade treasured sword, and I require 3 mid-grade artifacts that provide both offense and defense, along with 2 million mid-grade crystal stones and 100,000 mid-grade Xuanqi pills. To his dismay, Xie Wuqi rolled his eyes, nearly spitting blood. The price he had offered was already triple the value, yet Huang Zhong had inflated it to an astonishing 5 times. Particularly with the inclusion of 100,000 Xuanqi pills. Xie Wuqing was left utterly speechless. The Xuanqi pills could only be consumed at a rate of 1 per day, with the sect distributing merely 100 per month. Who carries such a quantity? Brother, which peak do you hail from? You must be unaware that my mid-grade artifacts are on par with the treasured swords atop the pointing sword mountain. Were it not for the sect's rewards, I would never propose such an exorbitant price. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Huang Zheng, uninterested in further discussion, turned to depart. Wait. Xie Wuqing gritted his teeth. It's a deal. As a mid-stage bone-refining disciple, acquiring a mid-grade artifact would surely elevate Xie Wuqing to an official disciple status. If the Xie family could exert some influence, alongside the underperformance of other peers, there remained a glimmer of hope for him to ascend to an elite disciple. Let us proceed downwards. Huang Jing, reluctant to conduct the exchange in this location, led the way down the mountain. A peculiar light flickered in Xie Wuqing's eyes, hinting at the tumultuous thoughts within. Arriving at a secluded spot, Huang Zheng halted and turned, producing a treasured sword. Indeed, it is as promised, Xie Wuqing exclaimed with delight. Tossing a storage bag with alacrity, Huang Jing inspected the bag with his spiritual sense, confirming its contents. 2 mid-grade artifacts, 2 million mid-grade crystal stones. But where were the Xuanqi pills? He recalled that each disciple received 100 pills monthly, yet the vast majority only required 30, selling the surplus at the trading post. Very well. Acknowledging the scarcity of Xuanqi pills, Huang Zheng casually tossed the artifact to Xie Wuqing. Upon completing the transaction, Huang Zheng clasped his hands. Thank you, brother. I take my leave. Stop. The expression on Xie Wuqing's face shifted, now adorned with a chilling smile, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. What do you intend? Huang Zheng instantly grasped his intentions, suspecting he sought to kill and seize the treasures. Xie Wuqing, having bided his time, was no longer encumbered by restraint now that he had deceived his way into obtaining the treasured sword. Huang Zheng observed him quietly. Brother Xie, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Spare me the pleasantries. No one will come here. Since I, Xie Wuqing, have arrived, none dare to follow. Even if someone witnesses, what of it? With my family's influence in the pointing sword sect, should I slay you, no one would hold me accountable. Huang Zheng gasped. Not from fear of the Xie family's power, but rather from the implication of Xie Wuqing's words. How could it be that, with such influence, one could flout the sect's rules without consequence? He had always believed that the more powerful the sect, the stricter the regulations, transgressions would invariably be punished. Yet, he was taken aback by the confidence radiating from Xie Wuqing, who appeared utterly unperturbed by the prospect of his actions. Upon witnessing Huang Zheng's demeanor, Xie Wuqing could not help but smirk with satisfaction. Little brat, were you frightened by my mere intimidation? It saves me the trouble of resorting to force. Hand it over. Only by surrendering can you hope for survival. Although he stood merely a realm above Huang Zheng, he regarded him as one would a tiny ant. From the lofty vantage of the Xie family's immense power, Huang Zheng was nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed beneath his heel. Huang Zheng shook his head defiantly. I refuse to surrender. Is there no other way to survive? Xie Wuqing erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Oh, there is indeed a way. However, his mirth was abruptly replaced by a severe expression. Kneel before me and call me master. From this day forth, you will obey my every command. I, Xie Wuqing, would not mind acquiring another dog. Unperturbed, Huang Zheng continued to shake his head. That is not a viable solution. I have a far better proposal. What proposal? Xie Wuqing inquired, his curiosity piqued. Is it not simple to just kill you? Huang Zheng grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and extended his left hand. Yin-Yang dragon capture technique. With a thunderous roar, 2 colossal dragons, one black and one white, surged forth from the void, spiraling and soaring in a frenzy. You dare. Before Xie Wuqing could react, his treasured artifact glimmered as he attempted to defend himself. But alas, 2 dragon claws seized his throat with alarming speed. Ah, cough cough. Xie Wuqing was both astonished and enraged, never having anticipated Huang Zheng's formidable powers. The dragon claws gripped his neck with such force that he was rendered utterly powerless, akin to a slaughtered dog awaiting its fate. This ancient technique capable of subduing divine dragons was far too potent for someone of his caliber. Do not act recklessly. My Xie family is the foremost power of the pointing sword sect. Cough cough. You dare to kill me, my family's ancestors. With a swift motion, Huang Zheng, without uttering another word, twisted his hand and snapped Xie Wuqing's neck. In an instant, 2 streams of vital energy surged into Huang Zheng's being. Xie Wuqing's strength was nearly negligible, And although the shadow of the divine and demonic figures flickered in Huang Zhang's consciousness, no new manifestations appeared. Nevertheless, he was mindful not to underestimate the influence of the Xie family. From Xie Wuqing's memories, it was clear that the Xie family was the sole clan among the 10 great families of the Han dynasty to possess celestial-level divine abilities. A family endowed with such powers was akin to a significant sect, were it not for the scarcity of celestial abilities and the Xie family's lack of an extensive recruitment policy like the Pointing Sword sect. They might have even aspired to become the 7th greatest sect in the realm. To offend the Xie family would surely bring dire consequences. Fortunately, no one was aware that he had slain Xie Wuqing. During the act, Huang Zheng employed the technique of concealment, ensuring that not a soul, even those of slightly lesser cultivation, could perceive the changes unfolding in their vicinity. After dispatching Xie Wuqing, Huang Zheng casually removed the storage ring from his finger. This young man had favored his storage ring, dismissing the storage bags issued by the Pointing Sword sect as trifles unworthy of his attention. Without haste, Huang Zheng swiftly departed from the scene, heading towards the other side of the mountain. Once he found a secluded spot, he produced a storage ring and swept his consciousness across its contents. To his astonishment, he discovered treasures befitting the heir of a prominent family. 2 exquisite artifacts, one for offense and the other for defense, along with nearly 20 million top-grade crystals, 20 million mid-grade crystals, and 1,000 mid-grade spiritual energy pills. Xie Wuqing, the current heir of the Xie family, had been bestowed such wealth by his father to facilitate his dealings with peers and superiors, ensuring a more comfortable existence. Moreover, many members of the Xie family were disciples at the Pointing Sword sect, and on his first day within the sect, numerous relatives had come to present crystals and artifacts to him. The 2 exquisite artifacts he possessed were gifts from 2 core disciples of the Xie family, each presenting one. This windfall rendered Huang Zheng extraordinarily affluent. Mere words could scarcely capture his newfound wealth. Realizing the ring could not be utilized, he discarded its contents into his own main residence, carelessly tossing aside Xie Wuqing's ring. However, after a moment's reflection, he retrieved it and placed it alongside his own possessions. He contemplated the gravity of the situation. The demise of the Xie family heir within the sect would undoubtedly stir significant turmoil. Searching for fellow disciples one by one would be disastrous. Would his own secrets remain undiscovered? Huang Zheng, channeling the essence of Yuan Sushue's Fengju etching, diminished the main residence to the size of a speck of dust, concealing it within his heart, hoping that no one would uncover his secrets. After accomplishing this, he checked the time. Less than a day remained. Determined to continue his quest for spiritual artifacts, he resumed his search. As he traversed the Pointing Sword Mountain, he scrutinized each sword he encountered. Artifacts, treasures, artifacts, artifacts. 10 hours elapsed without a glimpse of the legendary top-grade spiritual artifacts, nor did he come across even a low-grade one. Miss Ruan, it seems I may not find the top-grade spiritual artifact you seek. Huang Zheng felt a twinge of regret. Yet, as long as time had not run out, anything was still possible. He reminded himself to persevere, gritting his teeth and pressing onward. Now, he ventured into populated areas as he had already drawn a sword. Even if he were to find one, it would require someone else to draw it. Nearby, 3 individuals approached him. Brother Shao, time is running out. Why haven't you drawn your sword yet? One inquired. Indeed, if time runs out and you fail to draw, it would be a grave injustice, another added. Humph, what is there to fear? I, Xiao Yun, am blessed with fortune. Before arriving, my father calculated everything meticulously. Any sword I draw will surely be at least a spiritual artifact. This time, I, Xiao Yun, will undoubtedly ascend to the status of core disciple, shattering the Pointing Sword sect's record that has stood for millennia. Haha, those who follow me shall reap unparalleled rewards in the future. Upon hearing such arrogant declarations, Huang Zheng lifted his gaze. Humph, what are you staring at? A pair of sharp eyes from across the way pierced through him like swords, causing a slight sting in his vision. Who is this insolent fellow? The memories of Xie Wuqing flooded Huang Zheng's mind, swirling rapidly. The most renowned family bearing the surname Shao is the illustrious Shao clan of the Great Qi dynasty, a lineage that has flourished for millennia. The Shao family possesses a celestial-level divine skill, renowned throughout the realms, known to all, yet devoid of any lethal force, yet capable of bringing about the demise of any individual. This remarkable skill is called the calculus of heaven, which can foretell life and death, determining destiny. Akin to the celestial-level divine skill diagram of fate held by the Celestial Strategy Alliance. However, It is said that the diagram of fate can only be mastered by a single individual at a time within the entire Celestial Strategy Alliance, and its predictions are limited to a mere month in advance. In contrast, the Shao family's calculus of heaven can foresee events a year ahead. With this ability to predict life and death and determine fate, the Shao family has already forecasted whether Shao Yun will draw forth the spiritual artifact, leaving Huangzhong astounded by this divine skill. Chapter 040. It is you who must die, haha, young Master Shao. I wonder if your ancestor from the Shao family has foreseen the calamity that awaits you today? Amidst the laughter, a young man clad in white gracefully descended from the heights of the mountain. A master, indeed, upon his first glance. Huangzhong instantly recognized the prowess of this white-clad youth. Although his own cultivation was lacking, he had mastered some of the most extraordinary techniques known to the world, having faced opponents from various realms of cultivation. For the first time, he felt the undeniable aura of a true expert in the same realm of bone refinement. The young man appeared to be no older than 20, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of elegance. As he approached Shao Yun and his companions, his gaze was not fixed on Shao Yun but rather swept over to Huangzhong, who stood 100 zhang away. Huangzhang's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly lowered his eyes. Only after sensing Huangzhang's submission did the white-clad youth turn his attention to Shao Yun. Within a radius of 500 zhang, there had been quite a number of onlookers, but the arrival of this young man sparked a flurry of whispers, prompting many to hastily depart. Who is this white-clad youth? He is incredible. Just one glance from him nearly made me faint. Hush. His father is the reigning supreme leader of the Pointing Sword sect, the esteemed Shangguan Tian. He is called Shangguan Jian. Damn, he is considered a newcomer? Hush. The Shao family has aligned themselves with the current supreme leader, Yin Xiongtu, who is a sworn enemy of Shangguan Tian. When immortals clash, mortals should not be involved. Let us leave quickly. In just a few exchanges, Huangzhong gleaned the inner workings of the Pointing Sword sect. It seemed that among this year's newcomers, there were still many astute individuals. As Shangguan Jian stood in the arena, he resembled an unparalleled sword, radiating brilliance that eclipsed all others within 500 zhang, which frightened the spectators into a hasty retreat. Soon, only Shao Yun, his two companions, and Huangzhong remained in the vicinity. Shangguan Jian once again turned his gaze towards Huangzhong. Brother Shao, have you studied the great calculations of the heavens? Why not predict his fate today? Will he live or die? Shao Yun felt a twinge of anxiety, clearly sensing the immense pressure exerted by Shangguan Jian. He glanced at Huangzhong, then back at Shangguan Jian. Although your father was the former supreme leader, you dare to strike at your fellow disciples here at Pointing Sword Mountain? Don't you fear the repercussions from your sect? Shao Yun's intention was to enlist Huangzhong as a witness, asserting that Shangguan Jian had initiated the conflict. Shangguan Jian laughed heartily. Bright eyes? Where do bright eyes come from if there is no vision? I have made up my mind. If I strike, I shall annihilate all, leaving no evidence to deny my actions. Shao Yun, draw your spiritual weapon. With it, you may possess the strength to contend with me. Otherwise, you will meet your demise. The faces of Shao Yun's two companions changed dramatically, and suddenly one stammered, Senior Brother Shao, I seem to have some matters to attend to. I'll just go over there. Before Shao Yun could respond, the individual fled in haste. The other companion's complexion turned pale, casting an apologetic glance at Shao Yun. Shao Yun's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. You haven't even drawn your sword, have you? Go find a place to do so. The individual, as if struck by a thunderbolt, promptly turned and ran away. Sovereign Sword laughed heartily, showing no intention to intervene. Huangzhong, observing the scene, finally grasped the so-called rules of the sect. They were merely established for the insignificant disciples, akin to ants. Clearly, killing was prohibited, and the punishment extended to annihilating entire clans. Yet, before the entrenched powers of figures like Sovereign Sword and Xia Wuching of the Sword Point sect, such declarations were mere trifles. It became evident that the mystical realm, much like the mundane world, employed its laws to subdue the common disciples, just as the legal codes of earthly empires were wielded against ordinary citizens. In this world, the fruit of power dictated all outcomes. Huangzhong reflected on this as Shao Yun addressed him directly. Junior brother, are you not leaving? If you remain here, Sovereign Sword's blade is not one to be trifled with. He attempted to pull Huangzhong away, yet the latter, having received a fierce glare earlier, chose to ignore him entirely. Draw your sword, and let us see, Huangzhong declared boldly. If it is not a superior spiritual weapon, I shall depart immediately. Shao Yun and Sovereign Sword were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was this brash youth even more audacious than I? Both were stunned by Huang Zheng's words. Huang Zheng continued, further shocking them. If it is indeed a superior spiritual weapon, and you cannot protect it, you may trade it with me. In return, I can assist you in eliminating someone. Seeking death, Sovereign Sword roared, realizing the implications of Huang Zheng's statement, his fury igniting. With a sharp sound, a flying sword shot forth from his eye. Which insolent wretch dares to contend with me for a spiritual weapon? As he unleashed his strike, it was a superior treasure. And though he was at the later stage of bone refinement, his sword swept forth like a volley of arrows from an earthly army, filling the sky with blades. In the realm between heaven and earth, only the long sword prevailed. Sovereign Sword executed a formidable technique, the heaven and earth thousand sword slash, perfected to an extraordinary degree. Its might capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Haha, splendid. Xiao Yun, amused by Huang Zheng's audacity, casually reached for a sword nearby. The entire sword point mountain trembled with a resonant hum. All stood still, feeling the seismic disturbance. With a flash, a golden light surged into the sky as Xiao Yun grasped the sword, which shattered in layers, unveiling a radiant spiritual weapon within. He had indeed drawn forth a superior spiritual weapon with effortless ease. Superior spiritual weapon? Both Huang Zheng and Sovereign Sword gasped in unison. The multitude of swords, poised to descend upon Huang Zheng, redirected as Sovereign Sword sensed the emergence of the spiritual weapon, his consciousness shifting to direct the blades toward Xiao Yun. Haha, a superior spiritual weapon. Xiao Yun reveled in triumph, swinging his blade with a flourish. Spiritual weapons are attuned to their rightful masters, and only those of overwhelming strength can temporarily subdue them. As Xiao Yun wielded the spiritual weapon, he felt a jolt. Pain surged through his hand as the superior spiritual weapon unexpectedly slipped from his grasp. The sky filled with sword shadows, which were shattered by this very weapon. By the heavens, Sovereign Sword, rather than enraged, found joy in the chaos. Spiritual weapons choose their masters. This sword was forged for me, Sovereign Sword. He leaped into the air, his arms outstretched, daring to seize the superior spiritual weapon with bare hands. With a swift motion, I, Xiao Yun, am blessed with boundless fortune. The treasures I draw forth are undoubtedly mine. Unyielding, Xiao Yun leaped forward, engaging in fierce combat with Shang Wanjian. The two struggled intensely for possession of the exquisite spiritual artifact, rendering their surroundings oblivious to anything else. Huang Zheng stood firm, employing the Great Thousand's insight technique, and noticed figures approaching from the distance. The emergence of the spiritual artifact had stirred a tempest, attracting many eager souls to the scene. It was evident that Shang Wanjian possessed superior strength compared to Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun adeptly maneuvered to anticipate his moves, skillfully avoiding his strikes. Impressive indeed. Your celestial calculations are astonishing. Even my every move seems to be within your foresight, Shang Wanjian remarked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Hand over the spiritual artifact, and I shall assist you in eliminating him, Huang Zheng interjected. What? The two were only just realizing the presence of another individual. Suddenly, a tremor shook the entire Jin Mountain. Dark clouds engulfed the sky as fierce winds howled, altering the very essence of the world around them. Agreed, Xiao Yun quickly acquiesced. Recognizing that time was of the essence, no one would seize the artifact if they hesitated. Foolish boy, you court death, Shang Wanjian retorted, still fixated on Xiao Yun. As he gestured with a finger, a blade of sword energy, invisible and colorless, sliced through the air towards Huang Zheng, a deadly surprise. Emblematic of the pointing sword sect's unparalleled technique, the Jin Gong invisible sword. Kill, Huang Zheng bellowed inwardly. With a mighty leap, he braced himself as the Jin Gong invisible sword struck his left shoulder. He met the blow head-on, leaving Shang Wanjian momentarily dumbfounded. The lethal power of the divine technique equated to that of a superior magical artifact, while Shang Wanjian wielded a treasured weapon against Xiao Yun. He resorted to using his own body to withstand Huang Zheng's assault. In a moment of astonishment, Huang Zheng surged forward, declaring, "The Titan's fist shall dominate the realm." With a punch that shattered the heavens, he unleashed a force that reverberated through the air, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. The sheer might of his strike exceeded the imaginations of both Xiao Yun and Shang Wanjian, the artifact in the sky vibrating in response to his aura. With a graceful step, Shang Wanjian transformed his fingers into a sword, and with a swift motion, he aimed another strike at Huang Zheng's fist. The clash echoed with a metallic snap as the invisible sword shattered against Huang Zheng's relentless assault. Yet, undeterred, Huang Zheng's fist continued its relentless descent. This time, Shang Guanjian's demeanor shifted. He hesitated to confront the blow directly, swaying back with a deft movement to retrieve his treasured artifact from the air. Just then, a thunderous roar of divine fury erupted, shaking both Shang Guanjian and Xiaoyun to their core, nearly causing Shang Guanjian to lose grip of his weapon. Seizing the cover of the darkened sky and the tumultuous roar, Huang Zheng's form swelled with power, his iron fist transforming as he struck at Shang Guanjian. The impact resounded, a solid blow against Shang Guanjian's treasured artifact, sending him flying across the battlefield. As Shang Guanjian plummeted like a shooting star, Huang Zheng, emboldened by his advantage, relentlessly pursued him, declaring that his illness would claim his life. Before his body even met the ground, he forcefully pushed off, and with a resounding thud, unleashed another punch towards Shang Guanjian's face. Ferocious, indeed, truly ferocious. Xiaoyun observed Huang Zheng. When he refrained from striking, he was composed. Yet once he unleashed his fury, he resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, showing no mercy, as if he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Shang Guanjian. Determined to take his life, Xiaoyun's heart raced with trepidation, while Shang Guanjian found himself rendered speechless by shock. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. He had underestimated Huang Zheng, who now directed all his might against Xiaoyun, only to find himself faltering with each attempt, leaving no room for retaliation. Could this lad truly wish to kill me? Huang Zheng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The very second Shang Guanjian arrived, he had already ignited the desire to end his life. Such a person harbored no sense of brotherhood, if not him. Then whom would he spare? The situation was perilously dire, with Shang Guanjian teetering on the brink of disaster. Above, the sky darkened ominously, as clouds akin to cascading waterfalls unleashed torrents of black light, resembling colossal pillars, erupting throughout Pointing Sword Mountain, which began to spiral in chaos. Chapter 041. Upside down black and white as Huang Zheng prepared to strike a decisive blow against Shang Guanjian, a sudden darkness enveloped his vision. Whoosh! The wind rushed past him like an arrow, swift as lightning. Huang Zheng hastily attempted to evade, yet the force was too rapid. A sharp pain pierced his forehead, and he felt an icy chill coursing from his brow to the very tips of his toes. What is this? What has entered my body? With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned a long, black sword, darting through his crimson blood like a joyful fish, imparting an overwhelming sense of elation to Huang Zheng. This spiritual weapon, a black sword, was it not the exquisite artifact drawn by Xiaoyun? Could it truly resonate with my spirit, conveying his emotions to me? Huang Zheng was both astonished and elated. I recall the Celestial Emperor's decree merging with my blood. It seems to possess a profound allure over this spiritual weapon. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself standing in what resembled a grand hall, its surroundings shimmering with extraordinary stones and materials crafted from the mystical realm. In the center of the hall stood a platform, upon which 6 practitioners in the early stages of energy cultivation were arranged. Below them, thousands of individuals were densely packed, indicating that all disciples of the Jianpai had gathered here this year. How many would acquire the treasured artifacts today? Last year, only 6 had succeeded, and those fortunate individuals were richly rewarded, each ascending at least 1 rank. They were indeed fortunate. Alas, I am merely equipped with a mid-grade magical item. You are still better off. I possess only a low-grade artifact. Silence fell as one of the 6 practitioners took a few steps forward. This individual appeared to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome, with eyes resembling curved blades, their gaze sharper than any sword's edge. A simple statement from him disheartened the throng of thousands. Not acquiring a treasured artifact implied one was not a gifted disciple. The crowd instinctively began to disperse, leaving the grand hall in waves. Those who had obtained artifacts stepped forward to declare their names and respective peaks. Sixth brother, I am Yan Ming, and I have acquired a low-grade treasured artifact. I am now a disciple of Biluo Peak, 11th Courtyard. Before the crowd could fully disperse, someone leapt forward. Huang Zheng recognized this Yan Ming as the one who had stealthily assassinated Lan Dashan using a concealment talisman. Yes, brother, Yan Ming rejoiced, appearing as if he had not committed murder to seize a treasure at all. Sixth brother, Luo Yongqing from Tianshui Peak, has obtained a low-grade treasured artifact. One by one, those who had acquired artifacts stepped forward. After the crowd thinned, a total of 8 individuals emerged with treasures, slightly surpassing the previous year's results. Among them were 7 low-grade and 1 mid-grade artifact. The one who secured the mid-grade artifact, if circumstances were validated, might very well ascend 2 ranks to become an elite disciple. In the blink of an eye, Huang Zheng observed that in the entire hall, only he, Shang Guanjian, and Xiao Yun remained. Shangguan Jian and Xiao Yun regarded Huang Zheng with curiosity, particularly Shangguan Jian, whose eyes burned with unrestrained fury, likely harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Huang Zheng. 6 senior brothers, I am Xiao Yun, and I have acquired a superior spiritual weapon. I am now a disciple of the 7th Academy of Zishi Peak. A superior spiritual weapon? The expression on the face of the chi-nurturing master changed dramatically. Is that true? Where is the spiritual weapon? Those who obtain an inferior spiritual weapon can become core disciples and candidates for the position of the supreme leader. To possess a superior spiritual weapon is indeed remarkable. The 6 chi-nurturing masters all wore expressions of disbelief. Xiao Yun's face flushed slightly. It's gone. Ha ha. The 6 individuals burst into laughter in unison. Are you joking with us? Shangguan Jian also chuckled. A spiritual weapon of extraordinary essence. Perhaps the weapon Xiao Shidi acquired disapproved of your character and fled on its own. Xiao Shidi, you ought to reflect on your conduct. Xiao Yun glared at him, contemplating before turning to glance at Huang Zheng. Humph. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Were it not for Shangguan Jian? If it had been someone else who attempted to seize it, Xiao Yun would have readily accused him. However, since it was Shangguan Jian who took the sword, any accusations he made would be futile. There was no evidence, and Huang Zheng was the only eyewitness. In the end, Shangguan Jian could counter that Huang Zheng colluded with him to murder and seize the treasure, thus muddling the matter beyond resolution. Although the Xiao family is aligned with the current supreme leader Yin Xiong II, he has held the position for less than 10 years. While Shangguan Tianxia has been in power for 156 years, it is uncertain how many individuals within the sect he has meticulously cultivated as his confidants. Once the 2 factions engage in conflict, it could take a year or 2 to clarify the situation. Therefore, Xiao Yun chose not to say much, resigning himself to misfortune, and turned to depart. Thus, only Huang Zheng and Shangguan Jian remained in the Great Hall. Huang Zheng glanced at Shangguan Jian, who showed no reaction. He did not dwell on it and stepped forward. Huang Zheng from the 6th Academy of Qingyu Peak. I have acquired a superior treasure. Saying this, he presented it to the chi-nurturing master. A superior treasure? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the chi-nurturing master. Good. It truly is a superior treasure. You are Huang Zheng, correct? Our pointing sword sect's pointing sword mountain is an ancient artifact that chooses its wielder. Do not think of yourself as merely fortunate in wielding this superior treasure. It is your destiny, as only exceptionally talented disciples are granted such extraordinary fortune. Is that so? It seems more like luck to me, thought Huang Zheng, unimpressed. However, the sect would reward this considerably, which is quite favorable. Just then, Shangguan Jian stepped forward. Su Shixiang. I, Shangguan Jian, wish to accuse Huang Zheng of a sneak attack to seize treasure, claiming my artifact. Shangguan Jian surprisingly recognized the chi-nurturing master and stunned everyone with this declaration. What nonsense! Huang Zheng anticipated future retribution, never expecting this rascal to act so swiftly. Shangguan Jian. Do you have no shame? As the son of the former supreme leader, you speak so recklessly and absurdly. Recklessly, Huang Zheng. Someone among the chi-nurturing masters grew furious. Huang Zheng, be mindful of your identity and words. This matter has no connection to the former supreme leader. The implication being, do not invoke the name of leadership in your speech. Indeed, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. The truth will reveal itself in due course. Huang Zheng. Did you claim this sword as yours? Yes. Shangguan Jian, you claim that this sword was drawn by you and subsequently seized by Huang Zheng? Indeed, senior brother Liu. Shangguan Jian appeared to be acquainted with everyone, causing Huang Zheng's heart to sink. Since you are both asserting opposing accounts, do you possess any evidence? The individual surnamed Su turned his gaze towards Huang Zheng. After contemplating the situation, Huang Zheng recalled how Xiao Yun had departed earlier without uttering a word about Shangguan Jian seizing his spiritual weapon, realizing it would be futile to call him as a witness. Huang Zheng shook his head. I have witnesses, Shangguan Jian retorted with a cold smile. Senior brother Gu Xian from Fima Peak and senior brother Bao Yingyan from Miahai Peak are both eyewitnesses. Oh, summon those 2 in, the individual surnamed Su commanded, his eyes now glinting with murderous intent directed at Huang Zheng. How audacious! Huang Zheng seethed, recognizing this as a blatant distortion of truth. He had just arrived and was unfamiliar with anyone, yet Shangguan Jian had readily found 2 witnesses. Gu Xian and Bao Yingyan were both disciples at the late stage of bone refinement, evidently having already coordinated their narratives with Shangguan Jian. Upon entering, they spoke with such vivid detail as if they had been present at the event their accounts growing increasingly emotional, painting Huangzhong as a perpetrator of heinous crimes. The truth was laid bare, and the 6 disciples of Qi Nourishing nodded in unison. Huangzhong, do you have anything further to say? With fellow disciples as witnesses. You are accused of murder and theft during the Sword Point Conference, a grievous crime warranting the eradication of your entire lineage. Nonsense. They are all speaking sheer fabrications. Huangzhong erupted in fury, leaving the 6 Qi Nourishing disciples in shock. How could 3 of them and 1 of me result in murder and theft? Are you all devoid of reason? Silence. Do you dare to utter such blasphemy? The evidence is irrefutable, as solid as iron. You still wish to argue? The individual surnamed Su's fury escalated. Death is your fate, Huangzhong. You have committed a capital offense. His tone dripped with mockery. At that moment, Huangzhong realized that these individuals had long conspired to fabricate charges against him, which explained Xiaoyun's silent departure. They were likely all part of the faction loyal to the former supreme leader, Shangguan Tianxia. At least half of them were. It seemed he would have to escape once again. A surge of power coursed through Huangzhong's body. To slay Shangguan Jian and flee from the Sword Point sect, he resolved to eliminate Shangguan Jian in one decisive blow and then escape. Huangzhong had never been one to be easily slaughtered, even in death. He would take several with him. Now, I shall decree your death sentence. Regardless of your acceptance, you are condemned. This is the doctrine of the Sword Point sect. All are equal before its laws. Murder, theft, and slander against fellow disciples, all are capital offenses. The eyes of the individual surnamed Su glimmered with a piercing light. What a notion of equality! Su Zufang, do you dare to repeat that in the presence of the ancestors of the Sword Point sect? At that moment, 2 more individuals entered the hall. The power surging within Huangzhong subsided instantly as he let out a deep breath. Who possessed the precious artifact? It was simple. Summon Xiaoyun from the Qiao family of the Qi to calculate his fate using the heavenly calculations and ascertain the truth. If one considers that Xiaoyun's skills are insufficient and his experience lacking, one might also summon brother Xiao Wangxin. Su Zufang. Upon what partial hearsay did you base your judgment? This individual entered with an undeniable assertiveness and an impressive presence, causing Huangzhong to secretly admire him. He lifted his head and noticed Xiaoyun gazing back at him, suddenly finding that Xiaoyun was not as detestable as before. Su Zufang's face flushed crimson with fury. Cheng Jianji, this sword conference is the responsibility of the 6 of us. By what right do you presume to offer your opinions? By what right, you ask? Cheng Jianji raised a golden jade tablet in his hand, by virtue of the supreme order bestowed by the esteemed sect leader. The 6 individuals cultivating their energy simultaneously turned pale. Chapter 042. Xia Wuqiong, the supreme order within the pointing sword sect, holds a significance akin to the imperial sword of a secular dynasty. To behold the decree is to witness the presence of the revered leader. Despite their myriad of reluctances, the 6 individuals on the stage could only pay their respects. We pay homage to the supreme leader. Xiaoyun quickly glanced at Huangzhong. We pay homage to the supreme leader. Huangzhong responded promptly, mirroring their gestures of respect. Cheng Jinji scoffed, stepping forward a few paces. Junior brother Su speaks truthfully. Before the sect rules, all are equal. I am curious to see who truly possesses the treasured artifact. His gaze shifted to the 2 witnesses at the side, Gu Xian and Baoing Yin. Dare you repeat what you witnessed earlier? The 2 men's expressions instantly turned to one of panic. If your accounts are unclear, I have no qualms about inviting senior brother Xiao Wang to utilize his celestial calculation to ascertain the truth, or... Cheng Jianji looked towards Su Zufang. As I hold the pointing sword order, may I be granted the exception to reopen the pointing sword mountain? The past mirror technique can indeed recreate the events of the past. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen. Su Zufang, upon seeing Gu and Bao's foreheads glistening with sweat, hastily interjected, Senior brother Cheng, who are you trying to intimidate? The celestial calculation, though famed for determining life and death, requires considerable energy and the sacrifice of one's essence for each use. To reopen the pointing sword mountain, the consent of the Elders' Council is imperative. At this, Gu Xian and Baoing Yin appeared slightly relieved, understanding Su Zufang's subtle hint not to succumb to Cheng Jianji's intimidation. At that moment, a voice laden with boundless fury pierced through from outside. The Elders' Council has already consented. The pointing sword mountain shall be reopened. And this is an inevitability that none can obstruct. A youth clad in a black robe entered the grand hall with an impassive expression. Yet his eyes burned with tempestuous wrath. His presence felt as vast and profound as an endless ocean, instilling an inexplicable fear even in Huangzhong at a mere glance. Senior brother Xia. The countenance of everyone present including Cheng Jianji, shifted dramatically, instantly turning reverent. Who is this? Huang Zheng's mind raced as he recalled the details of others. Xia Wuqiang, one of the 8 divine beings of the Pointing Sword sect, elder brother of Xia Wuqing, the youngest core disciple at the early stage of concentration, is recognized among the 3 most likely candidates for the next supreme leader. Xia Wuqiang's divine awareness swept slowly over Huang Zheng, Shang Guanjin, and Xiaoyun. Akin to an endless sky enveloping the world, each individual felt as though they had been thoroughly scrutinized. During this Pointing Sword conference, 9 of our fellow disciples have perished, marking the highest number in the past 50 conferences. The Elders' Council is furious. Who among us dared to disregard the sect's rules and recklessly spill blood? This pest must be identified. I have reported to the Elders' Council, and with the agreement of half the elders, we shall reopen the Pointing Sword Mountain and employ the past mirror technique to uncover this intruder. At this pronouncement, Shang Wanjian and Gu Xian's faces turned ghostly pale. Unbeknownst to others, Huang Zheng was aware that Xia Wuqiang was furious, for his brother Xia Wuqing had perished within. This individual, indeed a core disciple, managed to garner considerable support from numerous elders to reopen the Jian Mountain. To activate Jian Mountain once more required the incineration of over 100 million high-grade crystal stones. Unless absolutely necessary, who would expend such resources for insignificant figures? Cheng Jianji was overjoyed. Let us open Jian Mountain, so I may employ the past mirror water technique to discern who possesses this treasured artifact. Senior brother Cheng. The night had fallen, and a scuffle was occurring nearby. It is possible that I may have misjudged amidst the throngs. Du Stian quickly protested upon hearing about the past mirror water technique, his soul nearly escaping in fright. You? Shang Guanjian was enraged. Yes, yes, yes. Senior brother Gu speaks wisely. It was dark. Could I have erred? Bowing Yin closely followed suit. These 2 chose to retreat into their shells at the first opportunity. In stark contrast, Huang Zheng appeared self-assured, revealing who was truly anxious. Nevertheless, Shang Guanjian remained undeterred. Unwilling to concede, then let us reopen the Jian sect and gaze once more into the past. I refuse to believe that he stole my artifact and can evade punishment. His obstinance mirrored Huang Zheng's confidence, causing a flicker of vexation in Huang Zheng. Jian Mountain was reopened once again. This time, only Xia Wuqiang, Cheng Jianji, and Su Zufang entered, representing the 3 factions of the Jian sect. Huang Zheng increasingly perceived the complexities within the Jian sect. Yet, he knew that these 3 would uncover nothing, whether regarding the slaying of Xia Wuqing or the subsequent attempt on Shang Guanjian's life. Huang Zheng had employed the heaven-covering technique to obscure all. Despite Xia Wuqiang and the others possessing abilities far superior to Huang Zheng's, the past mirror water technique, albeit a grand art, could not penetrate the heaven-covering technique, a celestial-level divine power. Sure enough, it was not long before the 3 emerged, their faces ashen. They were all astonished. Even the past mirror water technique failed to uncover a trace, indicating that an unparalleled master had infiltrated with the assistance of someone from the Jian sect. The most elated was Su Zufang, since we cannot ascertain the scene. The ownership of this artifact remains ambiguous. Yet, with each party holding steadfast to their claims, the truth remained elusive. How about this? Su Zufang proposed with a grin. We shall confiscate this artifact. Neither of you shall claim it. Haha. Shang Guanjian nearly erupted in laughter. That wretched Huang Zheng dares to plot against me? Now, confiscating your artifact leaves you with no reward whatsoever. Huang Zheng's fury was beyond description. This was a blatant act of suppressing him in favor of Shang Guanjian, confiscating the artifact and dismissing his accomplishments. What was once a pathway to becoming a formal disciple was now entirely lost. Is this truly the egalitarian realm of the 6 great mystical sects? How is this any different from the mundane affairs of the secular imperial courts? Just because he is the son of the former supreme leader, he has concocted such a pretext to seize my artifact? As Huang Zheng seethed, the confrontation was far from over. The matter is thus settled. However, Huang Zheng's defiance towards his senior brother in the art of nurturing energy is indeed a grave offense within the sect. Yet, Su Zufang's tone shifted as he continued, considering the prior ambiguity regarding the ownership of the treasured artifact, and in light of Huang's youthful impulsiveness, a degree of empathy is warranted. Thus, although the death penalty may be evaded, a punishment must be administered. He decreed a deduction of 1 year's supply from the sect as a deterrent for others. Finally, he turned to Xia Wuqiang and respectfully inquired, Brother Xia, do you find this resolution acceptable? A year's deduction in supply? Had it not been for Huang Zheng's acquisition of immense wealth from slaying Xia Wuqing, he could very well be facing destitution. While the sect may impose penalties such as confinement or tasks, a deduction in supply is the most detested punishment among all practitioners. With insufficient funds to sustain oneself, to have an entire year's supply withheld is unconscionable. Huang Jing gritted his teeth, choosing silence to avoid further confrontation. He resolved to endure this humiliation, conceding for the time being, yet he vowed to reclaim everything owed to him in due course. Firmly etching the faces of his fellow disciples into his memory, Xie Wuqiang was intent on uncovering the cause of Xie Wuqing's demise and cared little for other matters. His demeanor soured as he shook his head and turned to leave. As the formidable presence departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. "Let us depart," Cheng Jianzi said, casting a glance at Huang Zheng before turning away. Xiaoyan observed Huang Zheng in silence, expressing sympathy. He was aware that Shangguan Jian had not been robbed of his treasure by Huang Zheng, yet as the greatest adversary of the Shangguan lineage, his words held little weight. Xiaoyan offered a wry smile. "Do you blame me for not testifying against Shangguan Jian? It would have been futile. Alone, my voice carries little influence. And given the evident collusion among those protecting Shangguan Jian, even if you had not seized his artifact, it would have made no difference. Nay, how could I blame you?" Huang Zheng realized that regardless of the circumstances, he was devoid of friends or allies, fighting a solitary battle. Until he could dominate the world, he must have others he could rely upon. After a moment's pause, Xiaoyan regarded Huang Zheng and shook his head. "I wish to assist you. Not out of a desire for friendship, but simply because I find your audacity commendable. Beyond that, should you help me deal with Shangguan Jian, once this matter is settled, we shall owe each other nothing." The audacious Xiao Yun, encountering a similarly bold Huang Zheng, shared a few words before departing with a hearty laugh. Such is the nature of disciples from prominent families. In their eyes, no matter Huang Zheng's exceptional talents, he remains merely a commoner, incapable of associating with the elite. Nobility is nobility. How could they condescend to befriend someone of the streets? Observing Xiao Yun's departure, Huang Zheng detected the disdain in his gaze, rather than inciting anger. He merely smiled faintly. "Xiao Yun, your fortune ends here. What of you, Huang Zheng?" Chun Yu was waiting anxiously beside his room, his expression seemingly more tense than Huang Zheng's. "Did you acquire the artifact?" In his eyes, Huang Zheng was an enigmatic prodigy, certain to have succeeded in obtaining the treasure. "Haha," Huang Zheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. "What? You did not secure the artifact?" Chen Yu felt a mix of disappointment and relief. He yearned to befriend Huang Zheng, yet with the possibility of Huang Zheng being reassigned upon acquiring the treasured artifact, there lingered a sense of obligation towards his enigmatic prodigious identity if he failed to secure it. Huang Zheng patted Chen Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Here, take this sword." He produced a mid-grade treasured artifact from within and placed it into Chen Yu's hands. "This," Chen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't this the artifact from within? You claimed you didn't acquire it? Did you not submit it? Oh, what a master!" Chen Yu was filled with admiration. Huang Zheng truly exemplified a skilled individual. While others risked everything to obtain treasured artifacts, he, having secured one, chose to conceal his acquisition, embodying the true essence of a master. Chapter 43. The black absolute purple lightning sword. Huang Zheng sat quietly in his chamber, pondering the whereabouts of Chu Heiyu. Had he remained with the point sword sect? Or had he managed to escape? Moreover, he had inadvertently offended nearly half of the 8 gods of the point sword sect. Shangguan Jian, the son of the former supreme leader, had a senior brother, Yi Wei, who was the most cherished disciple of the previous leader, Shangguan Tiandi, and was universally acknowledged as the foremost expert among the 8 gods. To offend Shangguan Jian was tantamount to offending Yi Wei. Additionally, the Xie family boasted 2 formidable experts within the 8 gods, Xie Wuqiang and Xie Wujing. Alongside them, the Xiao family, represented by Xiao Wangzhen, also held a position among the 8 gods. Huang Zheng had already alienated a significant portion of the potential future leaders of the sect. No, it was more than a mere portion. He had offended the majority. There was also the Dong family, with Dong Xuanfeng as their representative among the 8 gods. Not to mention Zhou Wu's brother, Zhou Wen, whom he had slain. Out of the 8 prospective supreme leaders, he had antagonized 6. Huang Zheng did not wish to dwell on these thoughts, yet the realization struck him with a jolt. If this continued, he would inevitably be expelled from the sect. Fortunately, Xiaoyan seemed disinclined to engage with him, and as long as he did not provoke Xiao, the Xiao family would likely not pursue him, unless they deduced he had acquired that spiritual artifact. The cause of Xie Wuqiang's death remained undiscovered, and he felt no fear. Zhou Wu's demise was known only to him. As long as Chun Yu remained silent, Zhou would be unable to track him down. Currently, his most formidable foes were Dong Xuanfeng and Yi Wei. Observing Dong Yi and Shang Wenjian, one could discern their vindictive natures, characterized by a narrow-mindedness. However, typically, core disciples of a higher caliber, such as those at the level of concentrated spirit mastery, would not often engage in disputes with those beneath them. Xiao Wuqiong had not raised his voice against anyone on that fateful day. At their level of status and identity, it was uncommon for them to clash with mere bone-refining practitioners. Such actions would only serve to tarnish their reputations and diminish how their peers regarded them as future supreme leaders. For the time being, Huang Zheng thought there was little to worry about. Provided that Dong Xuanfeng and Yi Wei did not seek him out, he would be in a favorable position. After contemplating further, he managed to calm his thoughts and directed his consciousness to the high-grade spiritual artifact within his body. It was a black longsword, flowing through his veins like a playful black fish, occasionally flicking its long tail or leaping with its rounded hilt. Spiritual artifacts are sentient. One must regard them with the same respect as one would a friend. Little one, what is your true nature? Huang Zheng's consciousness was gentle and affable as it gradually enveloped the sword. Boom. He felt as though he had stepped into an enormous realm. A grand hall that towered like a mountain, resembling a magnificent sword. His diminutive figure stood within this hall, akin to a tiny ant in comparison to its vastness. It was immense and expansive. This was his sole impression of the grand hall. Where was he? Was this the world within the spiritual artifact? Had his consciousness truly traversed into the artifact? How does one establish a bond of ownership? Was bloodletting necessary? Hadn't it been said that a spiritual artifact could automatically recognize its master and could not be forcibly seized? As soon as his thoughts stirred, a radiant beam of light shot down from above the grand hall, entering his mind with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. The black absolute purple lightning sword. A superior spiritual weapon, swift as lightning, capable of connecting heaven and earth, transforming wind into electricity. In the hands of a master, this sword could unleash a torrent of purple lightning, turning everything within a 10-mile radius to ashes with a single strike. Spiritual weapons are categorized into superior, medium, and inferior grades, and even among superior spiritual weapons, there exist distinctions in quality. The black absolute purple lightning sword is merely an average among its kind, vastly inferior to Wan Sushue's Phoenix absolute emotion. At that moment, as Huang Zheng was evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of the two weapons, a series of heavy knocks echoed from outside. Huang Zheng, come out. Upon stepping outside, he was met by a stranger, a mid-stage bone refinement practitioner, who regarded him with ill intentions. You are Huang Zheng. Once the Sword Point Conference is over, you will officially be considered a true disciple of our Sword Point sect that has summoned you to the Qingyu Peak's Qingyu Hall. The Dong Yi? So soon? Although Huang Zheng anticipated that Dong Yi would seek him out, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he nodded and followed the stranger to the Qingyu Hall. The Qingyu Hall, situated within the 72 courts of Qingyu Peak, serves as the epicenter of authority, overseeing all personnel, tasks, and transactions. The Peak's master, Lu Zhan, a late-stage qi nurturing expert, is a formidable figure, unmatched even in the secular world. Upon arriving at the Qingyu Hall, Huang Zheng discovered dozens of individuals already present. At the center of the hall stood an unparalleled master in the late stage of qi nurturing. Exuding an extraordinary aura and a stern expression, this was none other than Lu Zhan, the master of Qingyu Peak. Among the gathered crowd, most were new disciples of Qingyu Peak, and Huang Zheng observed each disciple respectfully touching the token held by Lu Zhan before departing with reverence. Dong Yi was also present. Upon seeing Huang Zheng, he chuckled warmly, resembling an old friend reunited after many years. Huang Zheng, according to sect regulations, after the Sword Point Conference, you must meet the Peak Master and leave behind a fragment of your consciousness. Should you meet your demise outside, the sect will be informed of your passing. You expect me to be killed? Huang Zheng silently ceded, maintaining an impassive facade. Soon, it was his turn. Huang Zheng stepped forward. I pay my respects to Master Lu. Indeed, leave behind a fragment of your consciousness. Henceforth, should anything occur, the sect shall be aware, Lu Zhan instructed, raising the token in his hand. Huang Zheng pointed his finger, his consciousness stirred, and a fragment separated from his essence, embedding itself within the token. This was the Sword Point sect's Sword Point token, unique to each peak and held by its master. Should a disciple who left their consciousness perish, the master would be immediately notified. Upon witnessing Huang Zheng's act, Dong Yi chuckled and approached. Huang Zheng, you are now considered a true inner disciple. Qingyu Peak has a significant mission at hand. and as a newcomer, you are perfectly positioned to venture forth and gain experience. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, a smile betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Is Huangzhong also going? Lu Zhen furrowed his brow. He is merely this year's newcomer and has yet to learn any of the sect's profound techniques. Master Lu, Dong Yi hastily interjected. Huangzhong is a disciple of the Xian Ding sect of the Great Chu dynasty. He has nearly perfected the art of the divine lifting fist, and few of this year's newcomers can rival him. He has mentioned to me several times his willingness to assist the peak master in alleviating some troubles. Haha, splendid. Lu Zhen smiled and nodded. It is rare to see someone so young thinking of the greater good and considering the interests of Qingyu Peak. Very commendable. As the master of the peak, he had extended considerable courtesy by engaging in such lengthy discourse with someone of Huangzhong's stature. With a final glance at Dong Yi, he commanded, "You may proceed with the arrangements." With that, he turned and vanished from the grand hall. Throughout the exchange, Huangzhong was not afforded an opportunity to speak. Nor did he wish to. What's this? Am I being summoned for a task? Huangzhong indeed yearned to venture out, while others desired to remain at the pointing sword sect to diligently cultivate their various techniques. Huangzhong held no interest in the sect's skills. Unable to learn celestial-grade techniques before nurturing his internal energy, he pondered the utility of mastering grand techniques. It would be far more beneficial to embark on an adventure, perhaps even earning a few coins along the way. At this juncture, Dong Yi's tone had lost its previous amiability. The new state of the Great Han dynasty is plagued by a demonic threat. The dynasty has repeatedly sent missives via flying swords, requesting our pointing sword sect to eradicate the demons. Due to the delay caused by this year's newcomers joining the sect, our Qingyu Peak has been designated to complete this mission. Huangzhong, tomorrow morning, you are to report here and accompany the 6 fellow disciples of the peak. Should you successfully fulfill the task, you will earn contributions to the sect. Do you understand? Exterminating demons outside. I am indeed aware, Huangzhong replied. However, the fact that they would dispatch a newcomer like him indicated that Dong Yi was clearly scheming against him. It was likely that several of those 6 individuals were under Dong Yi's influence. After all, was it not said that the Dong family had numerous members within the pointing sword sect? Huangzhong contemplated briefly. Such a task was not one he could refuse. To decline would be to commit a grave offense of insubordination. Yes, sect master, I understand. Take care, Dong Yi sneered, patting Huangzhong on the shoulder before departing. Huangzhong scoffed quietly. Do they think 6 individuals can handle me? If I am to go, I suspect those 6 are all at the bone refinement stage. And I certainly do not fear them. Earning contributions for the sect would be advantageous. The pointing sword sect assigned various tasks that yielded contributions, and accumulating enough contributions would allow one to exchange for spirit weapons, elixirs, or even positions of authority within the sect. As Dong Yi exited, most of the individuals in the grand hall followed suit. Huangzhong glanced around and noticed several rooms, each marked with distinct titles: Personnel Hall, Alchemy Chamber, Task Hall, Trading Post, Contribution Hall. All significant locations of Qingyu Peak were visible here. Shall I explore the trading post? Huangzhong pondered. He currently required 20 medium-grade Xuanqi pills daily. Yet the sect had suspended his supply. Without purchasing some to carry with him, he would find himself unprepared should an emergency arise requiring his escape from the pointing sword sect. He approached the entrance of the trading post, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. To his astonishment, the interior revealed another grand hall, as if this door served as a portal, transporting him from one magnificent chamber to another. Ah, you there. What qualifications does a mere bone refinement stage disciple have to enter the trading post? Before Huangzhong could steady himself, a figure confronted him, eyes blazing with indignation. Damn it, have I made another mistake? Memories of others swiftly flickered through Huangzhong's mind. He realized that Qingyu Peak boasted 2 trading posts, one located within the Qingyu Hall and the other outside. The external post catered to bone refinement stage disciples and peripheral members, while the internal hall served those of the Qi nourishing stage and above, including formal and elite disciples. Qingyu Peak, being one of the lesser peaks among the 36, lacked both concentration stage disciples and divine power practitioners, meaning those who could access this place were either Qi nourishing or formally recognized bone refinement disciples. Yet, Huangzhong was clad in the attire of an inner mountain disciple. Chapter 044. Annihilation. Huangzhong finally opened his eyes, regaining his composure. Before him lay a spacious grand hall, filled with figures, predominantly at the Qi cultivation stage, with only a few formal disciples of the bone refinement stage eyeing him with peculiar gazes. To be a formal disciple in the realm of bone refinement was akin to being part of a royal dynasty. One had to be either affluent or noble, or possess extraordinary talent, often under the protection of influential figures within the sect, some even fiercer than ordinary chi cultivators. Before Huangzhong stood a mid-stage bone refinement practitioner, who bellowed at him with a fierce glare, referring to Huang as a mere ant, unworthy of his attention. All eyes were upon Huangzhong, many regarding him as if he were a fool. Stung by their scrutiny, a tide of crimson rose to Huang's cheeks, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Get lost. What are you staring at? Are you not convinced? The bone refinement practitioner continued to hurl insults at him, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. It seemed this man had long endured the oppression of chi cultivators and today had finally found a fellow disciple upon whom to unleash his frustrations. A collective gasp resonated through the hall as onlookers were taken aback. Had this man lost his mind? As an Intermountain disciple, to confront a formal disciple was tantamount to courting death, especially in a trading hall established by the Swordpoint sect, bound by its stringent rules. Laughter erupted from the back, where a chi cultivator mocked. Tang Jingguang, how shameful, to be scolded by a mere early-stage bone refinement disciple. Amidst the laughter, a cold voice pierced through the cacophony, belonging to the first chi cultivator who had spoken upon Huangzhang's entrance. Which peak do you hail from? What is your name? Such audacity to confront a formal disciple. This is a grave offense. Given your youth and ignorance, if you kneel and admit your wrongdoing now, perhaps you might still escape unscathed. How dare you? Huangzhong had reached his limit. He finally understood why so many sought to seize treasures at the Sword Point Conference. Not merely for the sake of advancement and cultivation, but for the elevation of their status. As an Intermountain disciple, one could not even confront a formal disciple. How then could they face elite disciples or core disciples? Were they to endure humiliation from core disciples without recourse? He first denounced the bone refinement practitioners, then the chi cultivators, his words leaving the grand hall in stunned silence. Seeking his own demise, Tang Jingguang, furious, pointed a finger, and with a swift motion, a beam of dark sword light surged towards Huangzhong. Undeterred, Huangzhong summoned the might of the divine fist, transforming his iron fist into an unstoppable force. With a resounding impact, he struck the dark sword light, producing a series of sharp clangs in the air, only to discover that the sword light was, in fact, a superior magical artifact. Tang Jingguang's expression shifted, and he hastily leapt backward to evade Huangzhang's thunderous strike. Yet, Huangzhong was relentless, leaping forth like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers could only witness the two figures in a chase, culminating in a horrific cry as Tang Jingguang was sent flying like a severed kite. With a heavy thud, his body collided violently against the corner of a stone pillar. As he raised his head to glance at Huangzhong, his mouth opened as if to utter a word, but a convulsion seized his body, and he succumbed. Head drooping in defeat, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Huangzhong. A murder had been committed. Who would dare to kill in public at the Point Sword sect? Such an occurrence had never transpired since the sect's inception. The phrase earth-shattering could hardly encapsulate the gravity of this event. Huangzhong spat derisively upon the corpse of the bone refinement stage, exclaiming, "What a worthless creature! You dare to call me an insignificant ant, a feeble being?" He lifted his gaze, surveying the hall filled with chi-nurturing stage practitioners, and bellowed angrily. Who dares assert that a bone refinement stage cannot confront a chi-nurturing stage? Who says so? Step forward. One of the chi-nurturing practitioners took a step forward, his expression a mixture of pity and disbelief as he regarded Huangzhong. This is the sect's rule, upheld for millennia. In your youthful arrogance, relying on a modicum of power, you challenge the established order. You not only jeopardize yourself, but also endanger your entire clan. Were I in your position, I would choose to end my life now, leaving behind a legacy of honor. Indeed, the assembled crowd nodded in solemn agreement, understanding that his demise was inevitable. Should he take his own life, countless sect members would revere him. Enough of this nonsense, Huangzhong retorted vehemently. Reason reigns supreme in the world. The ignorant understand this simple truth. Why should a bone refinement stage not confront a chi-nurturing stage? You are correct in saying that if you possess divine strength, I would heed your words. But if you are mistaken, even the supreme master of the sect, a master of the spirit, is nothing but folly. The supreme master is folly, and so are the spirit masters. Huangzhang's words reverberated through the hall, sending shockwaves among the attendees. Yet, it was clear that he had resigned himself to his fate, merely engaging in a battle of wits before his inevitable demise. Feinandi, Why waste words on such a small figure? He has challenged the sect's rules and insulted the Supreme Master. Both are grave offenses deserving of death. Killing him would earn us great merit. What say you? Shall you strike the fatal blow, or shall I? Another chi-nurturing expert stepped forward, his face already bearing the mark of death. Let the three of us strike together. Whoever delivers the final blow shall claim the credit. A third chi-nurturing expert joined in. Alongside Fei Nandi, the three regarded Huangzheng as one would a lifeless body. Huangzheng laughed heartily. Just by observing the three of you, it is evident that you only know how to oppress your fellow sect members, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. When faced with true elites, you behave like obedient dogs, so respectful of the sect's rules. If I were to become an elite disciple, I would have you all eat dirt. Would you comply? Brash fool, you're courting death. Die. The three were incensed, launching their attack in unison. At the point sword sect, practitioners at the chi-nurturing stage could only master a singular divine technique, designated by the sect, Solar Ascension Sword. In an instant, the modest hall was illuminated as if 3 miniature suns had risen, radiating blinding light, rendering the bone refinement stage practitioners unable to open their eyes. With a resounding clang, countless swords rained down upon Huangzheng, descending like a torrential storm. The sword suspended in midair is boundless and infinite. The radiant sun sword technique descends from the heavens, absorbing the essence of the sun from the world, capable of continuously unleashing a staggering 99,999 swords of profound energy. In the hands of a chi-nurturing master, this divine ability offers no protection against treasures of superior grade or above, leaving only the option of retreat. Otherwise, death is certain. For no one can withstand the onslaught of 99,900 swords of profound energy. The three chi-nurturing masters of the point sword sect simultaneously unleashed a celestial-level divine technique against a bone-refining practitioner, although they had not perfected their skills. Those in the chi-nurturing phase felt the overwhelming intensity of the attack. With the strike, Huangzheng reduced his opponent to mere ashes, a truly merciless act. Yet, the worst was yet to come. Come forth, Feng Jueqing. Huangzheng had no choice but to summon Feng Jueqing. He opened his mouth, releasing a peculiar sound. As a fiery crimson light erupted from his lips, this light transformed in the wind, engulfing Huangzheng in flames, making him appear as if he were a figure encased in fire. As the profound energy swords descended upon him, they were instantaneously vaporized. Nearby disciples of the point sword sect found their garments igniting spontaneously, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. This is bad. It's a superior spirit weapon. Panic swept through the crowd as they began to retreat. The expressions of Fei Nandi and his companions shifted dramatically. The crimson light morphed into a sword. With a swift thrust, the first sword struck the nearest chi-nurturing practitioner. A cry escaped his lips before he was reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Those watching from a distance felt their hearts race in terror. A madman. He has killed a fellow practitioner. The gravity of his actions was akin to a crime deserving of annihilating an entire clan. Only the destruction of a nation could atone for such a transgression. Within the realm of the arcane, such occurrences were not unheard of. Once, a prince of a dynasty committed a grave error within the sect, inciting the wrath of the masters who obliterated the entire dynasty. The offense Huangzheng committed had escalated to a level that could warrant the destruction of an empire. In the Great Chu dynasty, there were only 3 chi-nurturing generals, and here, Huangzheng had slain one. This was a heinous crime. Yet, the ordeal was not over. As the 3 launched their counterattack, one fell victim to Huangzheng's fury, prompting Fei Nandi and the other to flee in terror. In an open space, they might have escaped, but within the grand hall, all had gathered at the entrance, blocking their route of escape. Clear the way. The 2 leaped and dodged amidst the chaos, evading the relentless pursuit of the superior spirit weapon. Yet wherever the sword pursued, flames erupted, igniting the trading hall. Many, in agony, found their materials engulfed in flames before they could even retrieve them. This fire was unlike any other, consuming all it touched. Even the crystalline floors ignited. Fei Nandi soon discovered there was no refuge. The entire grand hall was ablaze. In that moment, the second chi-nurturing practitioner who dared to confront Huangzheng was caught by Feng Jueqing and similarly reduced to ash. The guardians at the entrance, terrified, turned and fled in a frenzy. Inside the grand hall, flames engulfed the surroundings, and Fei Nandi found himself unable to escape, resorting to attacking the onlookers at the door to carve out a bloody path. Yet, Feng Jueqing relentlessly pursued him. At this moment, Huangzheng stood in complete exhilaration, reveling in the power of the spiritual weapon. Indeed, The spiritual artifact proved to be immensely formidable. He required no physical movement, merely directing his consciousness to command the sword in its relentless pursuit, leaving the masters of Qi no choice but to flee in panic within the confines of the palace. Kill, kill, kill them all. I am the demon among gods. Today, I shall eradicate every last one of these Qi cultivators. A surge of demonic fervor ignited within Huang Zhong, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson, his mind consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Ah, help! At that moment, Fei Nandi, witnessing his fellow disciples fleeing in terror, felt the weight of impending doom as Feng Jueqing closed in. An overwhelming sense of regret and fear enveloped his heart. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed through the void. Scoundrels! How dare you set fire to the sword sect? With that, a colossal hand tore through the air. Chapter 045. Yi Wei, this immense hand commanded the world, capturing the essence of heaven and earth, akin to the celestial techniques of the Heavenly Strategy Alliance, yet seemingly surpassing them in might. It was none other than the Eight Desolations Grand Capture, another divine art of the Pointing Sword sect. As the hand seized the superior spiritual artifact, the Phoenix of Absolute Love, Huang Jingjue felt a tremor in his heart, severing the connection he had with the artifact. A youth clad in white, his expression impassive, emerged step by step from behind the colossal hand. With a wave of his hand, the winds surged, and a fierce gale swept through the grand hall, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Yi Shixiao, save me! Yi Shixiao, save me! This vile creature is killing and burning the hall, utterly lawless. Fei Nandi, barely escaping death, was both astonished and overjoyed as he hurried to the side of the white-clad youth, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Zhong. You despicable wretch! Look at your spiritual artifact being seized. What audacity do you have left? Yi Wei, one of the 8 divine swords, was the beloved disciple of the former supreme leader of the sect, Shangwan Tiantian. In the late stage of the concentration realm, he was not only recognized as the foremost expert among the 8 divine swords, but also the most distinguished young master within the entire Pointing Sword sect. Information about him flooded Huang Zhang's mind. The next supreme leader of the Pointing Sword sect was poised to be Yi Wei, a prodigious talent who had slain foes in the bone refinement stage while still in the Qi cultivation stage, and defeated opponents in the concentration stage while he was in the inner dance stage. To describe Yi Wei merely as a genius would be an understatement. His brilliance outshone that of the other 7 divine swords combined. Such a prominent figure had unexpectedly arrived at the trading hall today. Yi Wei looked down upon the notion of killing him. Given his stature, he had always engaged in battles against those of higher realms. Currently, Huang Zhong, not being in the inner dance stage, was hardly worthy of his effort. He leisurely toyed with the spiritual artifact in his hand. Huang Jing observed as the Phoenix of Absolute Love danced in Yi Wei's grasp, emitting cries of defiance, clearly resisting him but momentarily subdued by his divine prowess. A spirit-linked artifact could not be wielded by just anyone. Only someone of Yi Wei's caliber, capable of vanquishing foes of the inner Dan realm, could suppress the Phoenix of Absolute Love so thoroughly. Should Wan Sushue awaken, she could potentially kill Yi Wei outright. Yi Wei felt the unmatched power of the Phoenix of Absolute Love, requiring him to exert all his strength to maintain control over it. This was truly a superior spiritual artifact among the finest. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes, quickly masked. As he instructed Fei Nandi, I have heard he defies the sect's regulations. Let the sect's laws determine his fate. Report this matter to the punishment hall, and let the elder judge whether he is guilty. Yes, Yi Shixiao. Fei Nandi, casting another look at Huang Zhong, felt an even deeper resentment. With Yi Wei's decree, no one dared to take action against Huang Zhong. Only the judgment from the punishment hall could decide his fate. Yi Wei turned his gaze back to Huang Zhong. This spiritual artifact shall be temporarily housed at my unique peak. If the punishment hall finds you innocent, you may come to Unique Peak and retrieve it. Upon his words, a glint of defiance flickered in Huang Zhang's eyes, prompting a knowing smile from Yi Wei. It is merely a superior spiritual artifact. Regardless of how it came into your possession, in my eyes, it holds no significance. As long as you're innocent, I shall return it to you. His proclamation, steeped in righteousness, belied the fact that within the entire Jiandian sect, there was but one individual possessing a superior spiritual artifact, and that was the esteemed sect leader. You presume my demise is inevitable, hence you speak such grandiloquent words, hypocrite. Huang Zhong felt a surge of indignation, yet he could not contest it. With his current realm and capabilities, he was leagues away from the late stage of spirit concentration, and the superior artifact would be effortlessly confiscated from him. At that moment, Numerous qi cultivators began to encircle them. Yu Shixiang, simply confiscating his artifact suffices. This Mirand is unaware that it was stolen. It is evident that he does not hail from our Jiandian mountain. How could a bone-refining mystic dare possess a superior artifact? Only Yu Shixiang is worthy of such an item. This sword seems custom-made for him. Do not speak nonsense. Yu Shixiang is a man of integrity. His word is his bond. As long as this lad is innocent, Yu Shixiang will certainly return it to him. The crowd engaged in a cacophony of flattery and scorn, nearly provoking Huangzhong to retch. Yu Shixiang, if I am indeed innocent, will you return this sword to me? Huangzhong fixed his gaze intently on Yu Wei. You insolent brat, do you truly believe you are above reproach? Setting fire to the trading hall and murdering your fellow disciples. Even the son of Yin Xiong too would face death for such crimes. The onlookers gazed at Huangzhong as if he were a fool. Ha ha, Yu Wei chuckled. With so many fellow disciples present, would I, Yu Wei, dare to renege on my word? The whims of fate are unpredictable. Some who just proclaimed their intent to kill me now dare not utter a word. Huangzhong's indignation surged, nearly compelling him to retaliate against Yu Wei. Yu Wei shook his head. As mystics, we cultivate our powers and enhance our strength. The truth lies in one's own capabilities. You, in your youth, rely solely on your eloquence, becoming the laughingstock of others. He appeared disinclined to converse further. Turning away as he spoke, you should bear the consequences of your actions and face the punishment at the punishment hall. With that, Yu Wei gracefully departed, taking with him Huangzhong's most formidable superior artifact, the Fengju Qing. Huangzhong watched him retreat, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Do you truly believe my demise is a foregone conclusion? Humph. Though occasionally impetuous, he was not simply a hot-headed fool. He was someone who plotted before acting, the true Huangzhong. His impulsiveness was merely a facade, creating an illusion for everyone that he was a volatile individual, one that many would dismiss. This would enable him to deliver a fatal blow at the most opportune moment. Today marks merely the beginning of Huangzhong's ascendancy within the Jiandian sect. With swift strides, Huangzhong sought the fabled punishment hall. The Jiandian sect boasted 36 peaks, yet only 3 bore the names of individuals: the unique peak of Yi Wei, the Zixi peak of Du Zixi, and the Guanyu peak of Ding Guanyu. The punishment hall is situated atop Ding Guanyue's observation peak. While both are peak masters, the master of the Qingyu peak, Lu Xun, has only reached the latter stages of qi cultivation, whereas Yi Wei, the master of the unique peak, has attained the mid-stage of spirit condensation. Ding Guanyue, however, is truly remarkable. He was one of the core disciples in the previous sword point competition, a select group of only 6 known as the 6 absolutes of sword point. Although he ultimately lost in the contest for the title of supreme leader, he ascended to become the master of observation peak and oversees the punishment hall of the sword point sect. Ding Guanyue, at the mid-stage of inner alchemy, possesses boundless powers and is recognized as one of the foremost experts within the sect. He often secludes himself for years, making him a rare and significant figure. When Ding Guanyue is in seclusion, the punishment hall is managed by his cousin, Ding Zixing, an early-stage spirit condensation practitioner. As Huangzhong journeyed, memories of the fellow disciples he had slain flooded his mind. It seemed that the life he extinguished belonged not to him. So does that absolve him of guilt? This possibility lingered in his thoughts, for the life of Feng Jueqing was aided by friendship, and ultimately it was still once Su Shui's artifact. Deep in contemplation and self-reflection, he soon arrived at a teleportation formation. The formations between the various peaks of the sword point sect could facilitate travel, provided one possessed the requisite skills. Upon reaching the formation, 2 disciples guarding it, both in the late stages of bone refining, called out sternly, "Halt! Which peak do you intend to visit? Esteemed seniors, I have been dispatched by senior brother Yi Wei to observation peak," Huangzhong proclaimed, invoking the name of the sect's foremost young expert. Upon hearing the name of Yi Wei, the top-ranked among the 8 deities of Sword Point, their expressions changed dramatically, and their demeanor softened considerably. "Junior brother, please proceed." Observation peak, yes? As Huangzhong stepped into the teleportation formation, he noticed them manipulating a lever next to the words observation peak, which caused the entire formation to hum and glow. With a determined stride, he entered, and in a flash of white light, Huangzhong found himself at observation peak. This peak was significantly larger than Qingyu Peak, filled with radiant clouds and treasures, with profound energy soaring into the sky. The thick aura surrounding him indicated that cultivation here was far superior to that at Qingyu Peak. Indeed, different ranks yield different treatments. Surrounded by magnificent halls radiating brilliant light, Huang Zheng searched for the punishment hall, but found himself disheartened by the absence of any guards near the teleportation formation. Suddenly, the formation behind him hummed to life again. Ah, someone is coming. Perfect for inquiries. In a flash, a figure materialized before him. It was a youth clad in a long blue robe, whose delicate features bore a striking resemblance to those of a woman. His brows were like ink paintings, his eyes glimmered like autumn waters, and his face resembled a peach blossom, accentuated by a petite cherry-like mouth. More astonishingly, his chest was remarkably ample, akin to that of a woman. Goodness! Is this person disguised as a boy? Huang Zheng finally discerned the truth. The youth, or rather, the maiden in disguise, paused upon seeing Huang Zheng. Her gaze fixated upon him. Senior, brother, sister, could you please direct me to the punishment hall? After much consideration, Huang Zheng decided it prudent to address her as senior sister. The young girl's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a delicate smile, while her large, enchanting eyes transformed into crescent moons. She remained silent, extending her hand to gesture. With a swift movement, a beam of radiant light shot forth from her jade-like fingers, aimed at a grand hall situated 1,000 feet away. Huang Zheng glanced at the nearby vicinity. That hall was indeed the largest and tallest. So it is from there? Yet, why does she remain silent? Not one to pry, he bowed politely, expressing his gratitude, and turned to depart. The girl watched Huang Zheng's retreating figure, smiling and shaking her head, remaining mute as though she were a mute. As Huang Zheng walked, he admired the surrounding beauty, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe his surroundings. The path he traversed was a mountain trail, and after walking a few hundred steps, he encountered an increasing number of fellow disciples, though it seemed that they were all at least at the chi-nourishing stage. As a myriad among them, many passed by without so much as a glance, brushing past him, filling Huang Zheng with a profound sense of reflection. Among the 36 peaks, the strength of the moon-viewing peak far surpassed that of the green jade peak by countless magnitudes. The allocation of ranks within the Sword Point sect made sense. No other sect could possibly gauge the overall strength of the Sword Point sect based solely on the prowess of one peak. Ah, has that girl followed me as well? Is she also heading to the punishment hall? Huang Zheng noticed that the girl, disguised as a boy, was leisurely trailing him from a distance of 10 yards. This senior sister was at the initial stage of bone refining, sharing the same realm as Huang Zheng, yet her demeanor was calm and composed. Strolling up the mountain path with her hands clasped behind her back, he chuckled to himself, thinking, how intriguing that this girl pretends to be a boy. When did new disciples arrive at the moon-viewing peak? Just as they approached the punishment hall, 2 chi-nourishing stage practitioners appeared before them, and upon seeing the girl in disguise, erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. These two were amusing. The male was exceedingly frail, resembling a woman, while the female donned male attire, masquerading as a man. The 2 chi-nourishing practitioners pointed and jeered at Huang Zheng and the girl simultaneously. Is that a girl? Huang Zheng smiled faintly, unperturbed, his peripheral vision catching the girl's indifference to the mockery. Observing their lack of a reaction, the 2 chi-nourishing practitioners grew displeased. At least acknowledge us and call us senior brothers. They stepped in front of the girl, their eyes brazenly scrutinizing her prominent figure. Chapter 046. A harmonious chorus of saints. The young maiden was visibly incensed this time, her delicate, enchanting face flushed with a deep crimson hue. This was certainly not a manifestation of shyness. It was unmistakably anger, which Huang Zheng discerned at a glance. He turned away and continued on his path. What is your name? The one from the peak. Why do you remain silent? Are you mute? The chi-nourishing senior brother has inquired. And your silence is tantamount to defiance. Do you think that remaining mute absolves you of wrongdoing? Such an act is a grave offense. Speak, will you? The 2 individuals, halted by Huang Zheng's call, were initially taken aback, only to be overtaken by a surge of ire. Are you doing this on purpose? The punishment hall is right before you. Huang Zheng had already reached the steps leading to the grand hall of the punishment hall while still inquiring, provoking further indignation from them. As the 2 chi-nourishing disciples sensed an unusual presence nearby, they realized that the maiden had already passed Huang Zheng and stood before him. Am I seeing things? They were momentarily stunned, convinced they must be imagining it. Seeing them frozen in place, Huang Zheng promptly turned and dashed into the punishment hall. Damn! The 2 chi-nourishing disciples exclaimed, watching Huang Zheng and the maiden enter the hall in succession, their anger palpable, mixed with a feeling of being toyed with. Upon entering the punishment hall, Huang Zheng found it deserted. A chilling aura enveloped him, giving him the sensation of being trapped in an icy abyss. Why is there no one here? He whispered to the maiden beside him. The maiden rolled her eyes, disregarding his query. Are you truly mute? Huangjing felt a twinge of frustration. Hey, you too. What brings you to the punishment hall? The two chi-nourishing disciples from earlier had followed him in, ready to confront the situation. These are the statues of the esteemed ancestors of our punishment hall. Are you attempting to show disrespect to our forebears? That is a capital offense. As they entered, the two disciples were hastily adorned with accusations. Who dares to create such a ruckus in the punishment hall? A voice imbued with supreme authority resonated through the spacious hall, commanding attention. A mysterious figure clad in purple, appearing to be under 40, manifested before them. Brother Ding. The two chi-nourishing disciples bowed respectfully. This figure was none other than Ding Zhixing, the acting head of the punishment hall. Who are you two? What brings you to the punishment hall? Ding Zhixing's gaze fell upon Huangjing and the maiden. The maiden remained silent, swiftly producing a jade slip that shot forth with a flash of cold light. Ding Zhixing's expression darkened slightly, given his status. He would typically regard conversing with someone at the bone-refining stage as a privilege. Yet, this maiden chose to dismiss him in favor of communicating via the jade slip. Enraged, he was about to crush the slip, ready to impose severe penalties upon her. However, in the next moment, his countenance turned ashen. How dare you? You possess immense audacity. The two chi-nourishing disciples rejoiced, realizing that Brother Ding's fury meant their adversaries were doomed without their intervention. Suddenly, a colossal hand tore through the air, reminiscent of the 8 Desolations' great seizure once employed by Yi Wei. What? Ding Zhixing exclaimed in shock. As the two chi-nurturing practitioners simultaneously gasped in astonishment, a massive hand swiftly apprehended both of them. Ding Zhixing acted with even greater decisiveness than Huangjing. The sound of impact echoed through the grand hall, splattering blood as he mercilessly crushed the two chi-nurturing practitioners to death upon the floor. Hissing slightly, Huangjing instinctively took a step back. Who is this girl? Just a single jade slip compelled Ding Zhixing to eliminate his two subordinates. How could she be so petty? They merely jested with her, and she had them executed immediately? Still in shock, Huangjing watched as Ding Zhixing bowed respectfully, extending his hand toward the girl, saying, "Please. After you." Ignoring Huangjing, Ding Zhixing led the girl away, vanishing from the grand hall. The situation felt exceedingly peculiar to Huangjing. However, mere moments later, Ding Zhixing reappeared within the hall. Huangjing, are you the disciple of Qingyu Peak? Yes, I am indeed Huangjing. Senior Brother Ding. I have come to the punishment hall. Ding Zhixing waved his hand dismissively. You are in the Qingyu Trade Hall, where you have killed your fellow disciples, defied your senior brother, and set the trading post ablaze. Each of these is a capital offense. Brother Lucian, the master of Qingyu Peak, has just sent a message confirming all your grave transgressions. Pausing briefly to observe Huangjing's expression, he continued, although some within the sect wish to protect you, the punishment hall is just and impartial, treating all equally. Huangjing, I shall grant you an opportunity. I hope you can provide a reason that will spare you from punishment. Hearing Ding Zhixing's words, it was clear that someone was advocating for him. And though Ding wished to show this person some respect, he found it challenging to come up with an excuse. Who was it? Who wished to protect me? Huangjing was utterly baffled, as he did not recognize anyone. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He quickly nodded. Yes, of course, I have one. What? Ding Zhixing replied incredulously. His disdain for Huangjing was palpable, as he considered him a lawless, arrogant individual who deserved immediate execution. Yet, given the circumstances, he was merely inquiring, not expecting Huangjing to actually possess a solution. If I, Huangjing, were to become a core disciple, then all of this would not constitute a grave sin. Core disciples can slay chi-nurturing practitioners without need for justification. And even the arson at the trading post would be exempt under their privileges, would it not? Ding Zhixing stood there momentarily, dumbfounded, before bursting into laughter. What did you say? Please repeat that. Truly, you are both arrogant and ignorant. Core disciples are the cream of the crop, the most talented individuals selected through rigorous assessments by the Elder Council. Do you think you can simply declare yourself a core disciple, Huangjing? If the future leader of our sect were as reckless as you, it would be the laughingstock of the entire mystic realm. At this moment, Huangjing discerned that Ding Zhixing harbored resentment towards him, yet was offering him a chance out of respect for someone else. He regarded Ding Zhixing with a calm demeanor, stating, Senior Brother Ding, Huangjing wishes to become a core disciple. Preposterous. Do you think core disciples are determined by my whim or your mere words? Ding Zhixing retorted. Huangjing, I now realize that you are not only arrogant and presumptuous, but also utterly ignorant of the consequences. As he spoke, the atmosphere was charged with a fierce energy, and the black and violet lightning sword shot into the sky, radiating the brilliance of a top-tier spiritual artifact in all directions. The entire punishment hall vibrated with a profound hum. A top-tier spiritual artifact? The Sword of Pointing Mountain? Ding Zixing was utterly astounded. This bone-refining mystic master had actually drawn a top-tier spiritual artifact from Pointing Mountain? Such an event had not transpired in the past 100,000 years of the Pointing Sword sect. The last occurrence of such a feat was a millennium ago. And according to ancient texts, those who could retrieve a top-tier spiritual artifact from Pointing Mountain were considered extraordinarily lucky and rare geniuses. Directly elevated to core disciples within the Pointing Sword sect, with a solid prospect of becoming the next supreme leader. Furthermore, this individual might even wield the artifact as power to control the Pointing Mountain itself. Just then, all the statues of the predecessors of the Pointing Sword sect within the hall mysteriously opened their eyes. Their gazes resembled the vast galaxies of the universe, and beams of white light surged upward, piercing through the punishment hall and delving deep into the void of the Pointing Sword sect. A cosmic phenomenon? The collective resonance of the saints? In a certain mysterious location of the Pointing Sword sect, a middle-aged man with a full beard opened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the void above the sect, and uttered 8 words in astonishment. Suddenly, at Pointing Sword Peak, Sage Peak, and Great Virtue Peak, the 3 foremost peaks of the Pointing Sword sect, dozens of beams of white light surged skyward, resonating in harmony with the ascending white light from the punishment hall. What? A cosmic phenomenon? The collective resonance of the saints? Yi Wei, the Soul Peak leader, was taken aback and stood up abruptly. How could this be? The historical records of the Pointing Sword sect indicated such occurrences transpire only once every million years. Yet it had been less than 100,000 years since the last event. Who among us in the Pointing Sword sect has invoked the resonance of the saints and earned the recognition of all predecessors since antiquity? Such a person must undoubtedly be the next supreme leader. What significance do I, Yi Wei, hold in comparison? With a loud bang, within the Supreme Leader-S Hall on Pointing Sword Peak, an individual gasped in shock. A cosmic phenomenon? The collective resonance of the saints? Who has drawn a top-tier spiritual artifact from Pointing Mountain, and why has it only been revealed now? Huang Zheng unsheathed his sword, leaving the entire Pointing Sword sect astounded, particularly Ding Zixing in the punishment hall. Who has extracted the top-tier spiritual artifact from Pointing Mountain in our punishment hall? An ancient voice resonated profoundly, and an elderly man with a white beard appeared before Huang Zheng. Elder brother? You have come out of seclusion? Ding Zixing stared in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Ding Guanyue. After 15 years of seclusion, Ding Guanyue was also startled. Disciple Huang Zheng pays respect to Peak Master Ding. Huang Zheng? Huang Zheng? Ding Guanyue smiled slightly, appraising Huang Zheng from head to toe. Is it you who retrieved the top-tier spiritual artifact from Pointing Mountain? Yes. Indeed it is I. Absurd. Ding Guanyue's expression darkened immediately. Why did you not reveal it after the sword-pointing conference, but instead chose to draw it in my punishment hall? What are your true intentions? Disciple has none. Peak Master Ding Huang Zheng hastily recounted the events involving the framing by Shangguan Jian. At the conclusion of the sword-pointing conference, the disciple had offended Shangguan Jian. Aware that Shangguan Jian's father was the former Supreme Master, it was clear that someone within the sect would. If I were to unveil a top-grade spiritual weapon immediately after the conference, what would Shangguan Jian's reaction be? At this juncture, Ding Guanyue comprehended the situation. Even if he presented a treasured artifact, Shangguan Jian would claim it as his own. Conversely, if he revealed only a spiritual weapon, it would equally provide Shangguan Jian an opportunity to retaliate. Fortunately, he was astute enough to first display a treasured artifact. But wait, could one person wield 2 swords? Why was it permissible for him to draw 2? Faced with this predicament, Huang Zheng resorted to fabricating a tale. My fellow disciple, Xia Wuqing, and I drew our swords nearly simultaneously. I obtained a spiritual weapon while he acquired a treasured artifact. Envious of my spiritual weapon, he launched a surprise attack. But I managed to slay him in self-defense. He admitted to murdering Xia Wuqing, yet within the entirety of the sword-pointing conference, only a handful of disciples, including Xia Wuqing, were so arrogant as to act recklessly. By saying this, he inadvertently divulged secrets to Ding Guanyue, confessing his grave misstep in taking a life, leaving nothing concealed from him. A spiritual weapon, an instrument of spiritual communication. If my intentions were malevolent, seeking to kill and seize treasures, how could I possibly gain the recognition of the spiritual weapon? Huang Zheng's final statement obliterated Ding Guanyue's suspicions. The sword danced in Huang Zhang's hand like a joyful fish. And now, who would dare assert that Huang Zhang acquired his treasures through murder? Ding Guanyue and Ding Zixing watched with intense envy and deep-seated jealousy. Chapter 047. The Nine Dragons Bodyguard Technique. The unique peak stands as one of the top 6 among the 36 peaks of the Pointing Sword sect. The Peak Master. Yi Wei is unparalleled. Not only is he the sole genius of the sect to reach the condensation period before the age of 30, but he is also the only individual capable of consuming 5 essence pills in a single day. Although there are 8 core disciples this generation, known as the 8 divine beings of the Pointing Sword sect, it is widely acknowledged that only 2 individuals could possibly rival Yi Wei for the position of Supreme Master, Lei Suishun and Xiao Wangzhen. Such a remarkable and prodigious figure, one would presume his life to be filled with joy and happiness. Yet, today, Yi Wei is engulfed in discontent. In his mind, the other 7 of the 8 divine beings do not even measure up to him. The position of Supreme Master is surely destined for him. The notion that Lei Suishun and Xiao Wangzhen could compare to him is utterly laughable. He could easily send them sprawling with a mere flick of his finger. However, a recent newcomer has cast a shadow over his confidence, Du Zishi. Du Zishi is a reincarnation of a former elder of the sect, of equal standing with his master, Shangguan Tianxia. It is said that in her past life, she was an unparalleled master at the mid-level of spiritual connection, nearly transcending the realm of the heavenly emperor, yet she met an untimely death for reasons unknown. Her extraordinary abilities allow her to retain her consciousness through reincarnation, and now, having returned to the Pointing Sword sect, she poses a looming threat to Yi Wei's supremacy. Furthermore, Yin Xiongtu has already reached out to her upon her arrival at the sect, intending to nurture her as the next Supreme Master? Yin Xiongtu, you think to contest me with a woman? Absolutely not. The next Supreme Master of the Pointing Sword sect shall undoubtedly be Yi Wei. The one who commands the attention of all saints must be Du Zishi. So what? You are merely at the divine power stage. Even if you were to reach the condensation period in 10 years, that would be the swiftest in the world. Yet, within that decade, Yi Wei, will undoubtedly break through to the inner dance stage and assume leadership of the Pointing Sword sect, becoming the new Supreme Master. Yi Wei gazes at the lingering assembly of saints in the sky, murmuring to himself, filled with boundless resentment. What? Suddenly, Yi Wei's eyes widen in disbelief, and he springs up, shattering a jade table with a single strike. Huang Zhang has not perished? After committing so many heinous crimes, how has he evaded punishment? What is Ding Zixing doing? Yi Wei is convinced that Huang Zhang could not have come to him without first visiting the punishment hall. He must have been there and somehow absolved of his crimes. How infuriating. Huang Zhang must die, and Ding Zixing deserves the same fate. I will first eliminate Huang Zhang and then take down Ding Zixing. Yi Wei harbors intentions to eradicate even Ding Zixing. As he strides forward, he encounters a radiant youth with a beaming smile standing outside the door. Huang Zhang, I have the honor of meeting you, senior brother Yi. Huang Zhang greets, smiling at Yi Wei. Huang Zhang, how dare you? I summoned you to the punishment hall, and you have the audacity to come here? Yi Wei's words were cut short as he reached out with a swift motion, employing the technique of the 8 desolations to capture Huang Zhang. His intent was to eliminate Huang Zhang outright, sparing him the need to request a sword. Unperturbed, Huang Zhang gazed at his approaching hand and spoke with clarity. Yi Wei, do you dare to kill a core disciple? The 7 words resonated like thunder from the heavens, leaving Yi Wei's mind in a daze and his vision darkened. What? What did you say? His hand hovered ominously above Huang Zhang's head. Disbelief etched across his face. Huang Zhang was now audacious enough to call out Yi Wei's name with such ease. Impossible. How could this be? It dawned on Yi Wei that the earlier cacophony of voices was in tribute to Huang Zhang. A tempest of fury raged within him, seeking an outlet. Why? Why was it that with a talent like Yi Wei, newcomers like Du Zishi and Huang Zhang still appeared? Was the heavens mocking him? To kill. Only by utterly vanquishing Huang Zhang could Yi Wei ensure that he remained the sole genius of the Pointing Sword sect, the only candidate for the position of supreme leader. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yi Wei's eyes as he reached a resolution. Huang Zhang had yet to receive approval from the Elder Council and thus was not yet a true core disciple. He must be eliminated. He had to be killed. Should Huang Zhang perish, the most Yi Wei would face would be a few years of seclusion as punishment. The sect would never sacrifice a late-stage master for a mere bone-refining talent. Kill. Yi Wei shouted fiercely. Huang Zhang, you have set the trading post ablaze, impersonated a core disciple, and slain fellow disciples. Each of these is a grave sin. Today, I shall decree your death. Yue, who had previously dismissed the idea of killing Huangzheng, had now resolutely decided to do so. With a mighty sweep of his hand, he seized Huangzheng entirely. A fierce expression twisted Yue's handsome face as he contemplated the demise of a newly appointed core disciple at his hands. Envisioning the high-grade spiritual artifact becoming his own, elation surged within him. At that moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Huangzheng, swirling around him like golden dragons protecting a celestial sovereign. Yue's overwhelming grasp was illuminated by this golden radiance, crumbling to dust in an instant. 9 Dragons Guardian Technique. Yue exclaimed in shock. Isn't this the celestial-level divine skill of the Pointing Sword sect? Ha ha ha, Yue, Huangzheng retorted. You appear noble in public, yet are treacherous behind the scenes, insidious and base. Lord Ding Guangguan anticipated your foul intentions upon my arrival. Hence he crafted a 9 Dragons Guardian talisman for me. You truly possess audacity. Knowing I am a core disciple, you still dare to strike. I shall report you to the Elder Council and ensure you face severe consequences. Yue could hardly contain his rage. Ding Guanyue, you dare to oppose me? He seethed. Fine, you all choose to stand against me. Once I ascend to Inner Dan and become the supreme leader, I shall execute you one by one. Yue's hatred for Ding Guanyue intensified to an unbearable degree. However, his response was remarkably swift. Presently, Huangzheng possessed a 9-dragon amulet, personally crafted by a master of internal alchemy. Even Yue's relentless assaults could not shatter it. Yet, it was evident that the intent was to eliminate a core disciple. Rumor had it that Ding Guanyue and Du Zishi shared a close bond. Should she seize the opportunity to act, even I, Yue, would face impeachment. Very well, Huangzheng, you are but a mere early-stage bone-refining practitioner. I refuse to believe that your ascension to core disciple holds any significance. By the time you reach the stage of spirit consolidation, I, Yue, shall have already attained the ethereal realm. Haha, brother Huangzheng, you have misunderstood. I merely sought to test the veracity of your boasts, and indeed, it appears you have risen to the rank of core disciple, now standing alongside me as equals. Henceforth, we shall be akin to family. Yue's audacity left Huangzheng in awe, as he beheld him laughing heartily, his long sleeves fluttering, and a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. This spirit artifact, a marvel of craftsmanship, could emit the mournful cry of a phoenix, truly a divine instrument among spiritual artifacts. Brother Huang, your fortune is indeed boundless, evoking envy in others. Miss Huan, I extend my sincerest apologies to you, for one day, I shall sever the hands that have touched Yue's sword at shoulder height. Huangzheng felt a pang of guilt towards Ron Sushui. Fortunately, this sword had fallen into the hands of Yue, who was at the late stage of spirit consolidation. Had it landed in the grasp of Ding Guanyue, who was above the internal alchemy level, she would have detected the anomalies within the sword's essence and located the still recovering Ron Sushui, placing her in grave danger. Indeed, Yi Shixiang is a man of integrity. Huangzheng admired. He took his leave, appearing as though the earlier words he spoke about Yue being a gentleman before others, yet a scoundrel behind their backs, were not truly his. His change of demeanor leaving Yue astonished. Brother Huang, take care, Yue remarked with a faint smile. From this day forth, the two would be sworn enemies, bound by an oath of enmity, regardless of who ascended to the position of supreme leader in the future. There would assuredly be no path left for the other to tread. Yue brimmed with confidence, declaring that if you, at the late stage of spirit consolidation, allowed an early-stage bone-refining practitioner to claim the title of supreme leader, you need not seek me out. I would willingly take my own life. Huangzheng, equally confident, replied that even if you, Yue, were to become the supreme leader, he would ensure your downfall. Those who offended Huangzheng would find only one road ahead, the road to demise. The two exchanged a glance, perceiving the murderous intent in each other's eyes, then smiled faintly as they parted ways. The following day, a decree from the Pointing Sword sect sent shockwaves throughout the entire sect, leaving everyone pale with astonishment. Bone-refining practitioner Du Zishi and Huangzheng both ascended to the rank of core disciples, receiving the same privileges as candidates for supreme leader, possessing the authority of life and death over those below the spirit consolidation stage. Shockwaves reverberated through the sect. The people of Qingyu Peak were particularly astounded. Later, it became known that Huangzheng had drawn forth a rare top-tier spirit artifact during the Pointing Sword conference. Now it was clear. The spirit artifact that had previously vanished had found its way into Huangzheng's possession, inciting deep resentment in Xiaoyun. For him, it would be best never to encounter Huangzheng again in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to Huangzhang, he had become the very person Xiaoyan wished to avoid above all else. With his promotion to core disciple, he could select any peak, and the sect would construct a temple tailored for him, allowing him to choose trusted companions and monopolize a 10-mile radius. He chose to remain at Qingyu Peak, and from its summit, he delineated a territory spanning 10 miles to construct a grand hall. Henceforth, this 10-mile expanse became his personal domain. He named his magnificent hall Zhongdian. Chapter 048, Preparation for the Mission at Qingyu Peak, 6th Academy. Disciples of the Pointing Sword sect typically don the garments issued by the sect or opt for their own attire, with the latter being more common. However, during sect-wide gatherings or significant events, it is mandatory to wear the official robes. At this moment, Huangzhang, adorned in the core disciple's robe, exuded an imposing presence as he traversed the grounds of the 6th Academy at Qingyu Peak, drawing countless gazes filled with envy and admiration. In the realm of Qingyu Peak, particularly within the 6th Academy, Huangzhang had become a well-known figure, the first core disciple in the sect's illustrious history. Even those unfamiliar with his persona recognized his distinctive attire. Those wise enough to catch his eye respectfully addressed him as Brother Huang, while others, harboring disdain, discreetly stepped aside, wary of his approach. As he walked, he truly embodied the sentiment that a man of stature must wield power daily, awaken to the authority of the world, and indulge in the embrace of beauty. It seems I, Huangzhang, am yet to find my muse. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling Yi Wei Yi's astonishing display of power, which had eclipsed the sun and moon. Power, indeed, is paramount. Without it, even the highest rank can vanish overnight. A decree from the Pointing Sword sect could demote a core disciple to the periphery. It was clear that he needed to seize the moment and undertake tasks to accumulate contribution points for the sect, striving for an early promotion. Brother Huang. At that moment, a blushing figure, stammering slightly, stood before him, his fellow disciple, Qinyu. Previously, Qin had addressed Huangzhang as junior brother, but now, according to the sect's regulations based on age and seniority, he ought to refer to him as such, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to utter the words. The present Huangzhang was no longer the same as before. A single command could lead to dire consequences. Qinyu was engulfed in trepidation, especially as he was aware of some of Huangzhang's secrets. Brother Qin, I have come expressly to seek your assistance. Ah. Qinyu's face turned pale, his thoughts racing, fearing he had stumbled upon knowledge better left unknown. Brother Qin, my main hall is currently under construction, and at the pace of the sect, it will be completed by tomorrow. According to the sect's statutes, I require the assistance of several fellow disciples. Would you be interested? Huangzhang spoke with a deliberate gentleness. What? Qinyu could scarcely believe his ears. I am new to the Pointing Sword sect and unfamiliar with my surroundings. I sincerely hope for your support, Brother Chun, Huangzhang professed earnestly. According to the sect's laws, each core disciple could select 4 followers, regardless of their cultivation level, who would enjoy the privileges of elite disciples. This was akin to a meteoric rise to prominence. Furthermore, should Huangzhang ascend to the position of supreme leader in the future, his followers could potentially become peak masters. Qinyu was overwhelmed, his mind racing with possibilities. Brother Huang. Brother Zhang. He stuttered, words eluding him. Haha. You are the only acquaintance I have at Qingyu Peak, Brother Chun. You know many others. Please assist me in selecting 3 more. However, I prefer those who are upright and loyal. You understand? Huangzhang conveyed with a knowing glance. Yes, I shall go at once. Qinyu was exhilarated to the point of madness, turning on his heels and dashing away. In that moment, he too rose to prominence, elevating himself from an inner disciple to an elite disciple. Prosperity had finally graced him. Indeed, Qinyu had his day of success. As Qinyu departed, Huangzhang chuckled softly, about to turn away when he encountered 2 individuals approaching him. They, in turn, recognized him, and the one on the left instinctively recoiled slightly. Dong Yi. Old fellow, just the person I was looking for. Oh, who is that beside Dong Yi? Huangzhang inquired, noticing the youth standing calmly, as immovable as a towering mountain, evoking a sense of weightiness in those who beheld him. A master, undoubtedly a formidable one. The adept also noticed Huangzhang and stepped forward with Dong Yi. Junior brother Huangzhang? I am Dong Xuanfeng. Dong Yi is a disciple of my Dong family. I have arranged for him to join my peak through Lucian. I hope you won't hold any past grievances against him. Dong Xuanfeng. One of the 8 sword spirits, a notable figure from the Dong clan. Huangzhang understood in an instant, upon witnessing his ascension to the core. Dong Yi had hastily sought to distance himself from this place by requesting Dong Suanfeng's intervention. Haha, Huangzhong laughed. There are no everlasting friends nor eternal foes in this world. Brother Dong, you are being overly courteous. As a young man, I still have much to learn from you. Since the other party did not possess Dong's arrogance, Huangzhong seized the opportunity to extend goodwill, having offended most of the eight sword spirits. He sought to establish rapport with at least one. Well said, Dong Suanfeng remarked, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he nodded appreciatively. Indeed. A talented youth whose words differed from others. Dong Suanfeng found Huangzhang's sentiments quite agreeable, his eyes reflecting admiration. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. The following morning, the main hall was completed, and Chunyu arrived with 3 others. Like Chunyu, these 3 were all at the mid-stage of bone refining. It was evident that the various sects were comparable. Typically, those of higher cultivation did not associate with those of lower levels, and vice versa. As everyone maintained their own circles, the trio were named Zhou Fuha, Wei Qingming, and Song Yang. The latter was surprisingly a beauty, appearing to be under 20. Dressed in a light pink dress, standing elegantly, Huangzhong felt his face flush upon seeing her. It was clear that Qinyu was quite capable. Huangzhong turned to him, who exclaimed, Song Junior sister is exceptional at cooking and laundry in the 6th courtyard. If Brother Huang misses the delights of the mundane world, Song Junior sister can prepare renowned dishes from 8 nations. If only she could also warm the bed, Huangzhong mused inwardly, glancing at the 4. Qinyu and Song Ying displayed respectful demeanors, while Zhou Fuha and Wei Qiming, perhaps perceiving him as merely a novice in bone refining, attempted to feign diligence. Yet their disdain was evident to Huangzhong. No matter how much of a core disciple he was, in the eyes of the entire sect, he was merely a fortunate beginner in bone refining. Huangzhong bore no ill will towards them. With time, they would come to realize their own qualifications for such a position. Here are 4,000 superior crystal stones. Take 1,000 each. Huangzhong waved his hand, distributing 1,000 superior crystal stones to each of them. Suddenly, the 4 were taken aback, for this was the supply for 10 months, and of the finest quality. Qinyu opened his mouth, intending to voice his concerns. Although one's status as a core disciple came with privileges, such lavish expenditures were still unwarranted. However, Huangzhong gently waved his hand, stating, this amounts to 1 million of the finest quality. Song Ying, you shall be responsible for managing it. Distribute 1,000 each month to everyone, and for other necessities, you may spend below 1,000 first and inform me later. In any case, feel free to purchase what you need, though do refrain from acquiring magical artifacts for the time being. I shall procure a superior artifact for each of you. Such a grand gesture, a truly astounding display of generosity. Apart from Qinyu, who was aware of Huangzhang's potential wealth, the other 3 were utterly astonished. The notion of acquiring superior artifacts for them was indeed a remarkable undertaking, even among the subordinates of the other members of the 8 sword gods. It was inconceivable for everyone to possess such artifacts. The twin bombshells dropped by Huangzhong left Zhou Fuha and Wei Qiming in a state of bewilderment. Their perception significantly altered. Very well. You shall keep a vigilant watch over the main hall while I head to the Sword Point Peak to accept some tasks and expedite my cultivation, Huangzhong declared, resolving to embark on a journey of experience. After bidding farewell to the 4, he donned a different set of attire and discreetly made his way to the Sword Point Peak. The Sword Point Peak serves as the principal summit of the Sword Point sect, housing the esteemed leader and all the elders. Additionally, the personnel and task halls responsible for the sect's affairs are predominantly situated there, with only the punishment hall located on the moon-viewing peak due to Ding Guanyue's dual role as a peak master. The hall masters at Qingyu Peak pale in comparison to those at Sword Point Peak, as the difficulty of tasks in both locations is worlds apart. Huangzhong sought out the task hall located at Sword Point Peak, drawn by its challenging tasks, high contributions, and substantial rewards. Within the Sword Point sect's contribution system, 100,000 contributions could be exchanged for a bone refining frenzy pill, while 50,000 contributions could procure a purple sun decade pill. The latter, when consumed, could enhance one's power by a decade, albeit each individual may only ingest 1 per realm. The bone refining pill could only be consumed again once one reached the chi nourishing stage. Both of these elixirs are considered heavenly grade treasures of the Sword Point sect, impossible to procure even with crystalline stones. Confident in his abilities, Huangzhong believed that acquiring a purple sun decade pill would enable him to ascend to the mid-stage of bone refining in one fell swoop. Subsequently, by consuming the bone refining frenzy pill, he could elevate himself once more into the late stage of bone refining. His current task was to elevate 2 levels. proving to those within the sect who might doubt his extraordinary fortune that he, Huangzheng, was indeed a peerless genius. At the Sword Point Peaks Task Hall, a steady stream of individuals passed through, predominantly chi-nourishing disciples, alongside a multitude of concentration disciples. Those at the bone-refining stage would be courting disaster by seeking tasks here. Thus, upon his entrance, Huangzheng drew the gazes of many around him. However, it was not uncommon for newcomers like him to appear annually. Many bone-refining disciples sought to test their luck by exploring available tasks, leading the onlookers to quickly lose interest after a mere glance. "Junior brother, what task do you wish to undertake?" In one corner of the task hall, a late-stage chi-nourishing practitioner regarded Huangzheng with a smile. Though his countenance bore a grin, his eyes were rife with derision, perhaps in his mind. Huangzheng was merely seeking an opportunity for self-inflicted suffering. A task requiring a contribution of 100,000 is, at the very least, indicative of the later stages of chi nurturing or even the early stages of spirit concentration. To accomplish such a feat during the bone refinement stage, one would need to toil in the task halls of the various peaks for several years. The chi nurturing practitioners nodded vigorously, urging, "Look for something suitable." A pile of jade slips was tossed before Huangzheng. He picked one up and probed with his mind, slaying Murong Xian of the Dark Hall in the early stages of spirit concentration, offering 90,000 contributions. Damn, killing a spirit concentration expert? That's tantamount to seeking death, he thought. Let us try another. A task for 100 pounds of 10,000-year-old Thai star steel, worth 80,000 contributions, caught his eye. 10,000-year-old Thai star steel is a material for crafting spiritual weapons. Selling that much would yield an impressive fortune. Who would exchange it for contributions? Next, there was a task to slay the inner Dan demon king of the mysterious heaven sect and extract its inner Dan, worth 150,000 contributions. Huangzheng was inclined to curse the creator of this task. Slaying an inner Dan master only nets 150,000 contributions? Go ahead and try. Next on the list was a request for a low-grade spiritual weapon, also worth 150,000 contributions. This is quite appealing, but alas, I possess no low-grade spiritual weapons, he mused. As he perused further, he found that the tasks either involved slaying experts above the spirit concentration level or required rare materials. The most outrageous one demanded 100,000 contributions for the birth date and measurements, including preferences, of the mysterious heaven sect's saintess, Tang Fei. The mysterious heaven sect is the only mystical sect not within the imperial dynasty, said to be hidden in a boundless desert, primarily composed of demon clans. Among the 6 great mystical sects, the mysterious heaven sect boasts the largest number of demon clan experts, with over 7 out of 10 disciples belonging to the demon race. These demons can take human form in the chi-nurturing realm and, upon reaching the inner dance stage, appear indistinguishable from humans. Those at this stage are known as demon kings. Slaying a demon king allows one to extract its inner Dan, an invaluable treasure, among the most precious in the world. If a human were to obtain a complete demon inner Dan, a practitioner at the spirit concentration stage would have the opportunity to advance to the inner Dan stage. Likewise, an inner Dan from a human is beneficial to both demon and human, though typically, humans refrain from taking the inner Dan of their own kind, as it is deemed excessively cruel. The Jian sect, which issued these tasks, would certainly only pose tasks targeting demons, even if they wished to consider humans. That notion would remain unspoken, lest it incite the wrath of the human populace. The saintess, being a great saint of the demon race, exists at the spiritual connection level. Who would be so audacious as to seek the birth date and preferences of an entity of such stature? Should Tang Fei catch wind of this, her wrath could very well lead her to the Jian sect. After reviewing the tasks, Huangzheng promptly selected 4 jade slips, declaring, "I will accept these 4 tasks. Please provide me with 4 jade slips for duplication." What? The chi-nurturing practitioners stared in astonishment. Chapter 49. Iron Fist killing demons. Could it be that he has accepted 4 tasks at once? Furthermore, each task is valued at around 100,000 contribution points. The disciples of the Chi cultivation sect glanced at one another, nearly fainting from disbelief. The tasks included the bust measurements of the holy maiden Tang Fei from the mysterious Sky sect, the partner of Song Hongye, the leader of the Crimson Leaf Hall from the True Sun sect, the birth dates of the enchanting sisters Su Jiao and Su Mei from the Divine Arts sect, and the garments worn by the foremost young master Duanmu Ro of the Heavenly Strategy Alliance. These 4 assignments were peculiar in nature. Yet Huangzheng's astonishment was even greater. He accepted them all. He had taken on 4 tasks, all concerning beautiful women. However, Huang Zheng remained unfazed, maintaining a serious demeanor as he accepted the 4 tasks. He then inquired, "Are there any tasks valued at around 10,000 contribution points?" Subsequently, he accepted 8 additional tasks of similar value, and with a nonchalant air, he departed amidst the astonished gazes of his fellow disciples. His first destination was the depths of the earth. Generally, disciples of the mysterious gate would venture into 2 places for training. One was to hunt the celestial demons in the outer realms. These celestial demons are hybrids of ancient gods and beasts, lacking the intelligence of humanity, thus rendering them inferior to the disciples of the 6 major mysterious sections. However, even with his extraordinary abilities, Huang Zheng could not oversee all the infernal realms underground. Therefore, he crafted earthen figures and transformed water into demons, creating countless hellish fiends that guarded the various entrances to the underworld. At a certain mountainside of the Pointing Sword sect, a fissure stretching for dozens of miles yawned wide like a gaping maw in the earth, lying horizontally from east to west. Descending through this crevice would lead one deep underground to the fabled hellish demons. Both celestial and hellish demons are considered descendants of ancient gods and demons. Slaying them and bringing their remains back to the Pointing Sword sect could yield substantial contribution points. Their corpses could be refined into magical artifacts or alchemical elixirs, holding immense value, thus enticing the disciples of the mysterious gate to take the risk. Today, Huang Zheng aimed to delve into the depths to vanquish some of the legendary hellish demons. Upon arriving at the entrance to the underground, he discovered that many had already gathered around, some calling out to collect certain demon corpses, while others were selling various demon remains. The Pointing Sword sect members treated this place like a temporary marketplace, indicating that most were in dire need of money and eager to earn it. "Junior brother, where are you headed?" Upon his arrival, someone called out to him, "I'm going underground to hunt hellish demons. Is there something you need? We're going too. Why not join us?" Look around. Everyone is forming teams. Venturing alone is perilous, especially for someone in the early stages of bone refinement, as the disparity in realms makes it even more dangerous. Though Huang Zheng was not intimidated by them, he preferred not to join forces, as his abilities were not suited for display in front of others. "Apologies, brothers," he replied without elaborating, giving a slight bow before turning away. Among the 3 behind him, one immediately erupted with expletives. "Forget it. What's one more early-stage cultivator? If I run into him inside, I'll take him down." So arrogant. Regardless of the murmurs from those behind him, Huang Zheng remained unfazed, refusing to engage in a petty conflict that would tarnish the dignity of his esteemed disciple status. He leapt gracefully into the lengthy chasm beneath the earth. The subterranean realm was shrouded in darkness, its ashen hues veiling the light as if a layer of dust cloaked his vision. Here, there was nothing but an oppressive gloom, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. Fortunately, having vanquished several fellow disciples, their memories surged to life within him. The fabled depths of the earth, known as hell, were said to consist of 18 layers teeming with innumerable demonic entities. In ancient times, masters of the Xianmen sect, seeking to test their disciples, employed unparalleled powers to forge passages that pierced both the surface and the underworld, creating countless fissures throughout the land. Many of these rifts led to the depths of hell, yet most merely descended into the lower levels of the earth. The distinction between the depths of hell and the subterranean realm was vast. Presently, the majority of the great Xianmen sects utilized trials that directed disciples into the lower depths. With only a scarce few pathways leading to the true depths of hell, these were typically safeguarded and deemed off-limits except in dire circumstances. Within the DNGN sect, the opening of a passage to the depths of hell was termed the Demon Slaughter Grand Competition, held once every decade, with only elite disciples permitted to participate. Currently, the routes accessible were solely to the lower depths. As Huang Zheng pondered this knowledge, he strode downward with determination. The descent mirrored that of descending a mountain, becoming increasingly steep and treacherous. Occasionally, he encountered fellow disciples, who merely cast him a glance before dismissing him entirely. At this juncture, Huang Zheng was in the early stages of bone refinement. Those of higher cultivation deemed him unworthy of their time, while those of lesser cultivation seldom dared venture here. This realm was predominantly inhabited by those who had surpassed the bone refinement stage. After traversing for half an hour, he found himself deep within the earth, and suddenly, the view before him opened up. A sudden brightness illuminated the expanse, revealing a level ground. Advancing a few paces, he looked up to behold a subterranean world reminiscent of the outside, soaring over 100 feet high, stretching infinitely in all directions. The walls above sparkled with glimmering crystals emitted by their sect, creating a celestial tapestry. Surrounding the walls, every few paces, lay embedded pieces of inferior-grade crystals, casting a warm glow throughout the depths. Ah, Unioning Stone? Upon his arrival, Huang Zhang's eyes fell upon a palm-sized white stone not far away, a material commonly used for weapon crafting within the Xianmen. Though its worth was akin to a few inferior-grade crystals, it still held value. Why then was it left unattended on the ground? Huang Zhang approached, picked it up, and tossed it into the main hall, only to soon discover that along his path, such unioning stones were abundant. No wonder no one bothered to collect them. There were simply too many. When an item becomes overly abundant, its value diminishes. If every disciple of the DNGN sect could easily gather unioning stones, their market value would plummet. Huang Zhang finally grasped why the Xianmen sects predominantly conducted their trials in the depths of the earth. Indeed, the resources were boundless, and the wealth immeasurable. But what of the demons? What of the fiends that escaped from the depths of hell? Huang Zhang dismissed thoughts of the materials littering the ground and surged forward with renewed fervor. Deep within the earth, the relentless roars of demons echoed, serving as a foreboding reminder to Huang Zhang that he was drawing ever closer to their lair. This was the shallowest of subterranean fissures, where demons were categorized by rank. Here, the most prevalent were those in the bone refinement stage, while the more elusive were those in the qi cultivation stage. Contemplating this, Huang Zhang pressed onward in the direction of the demonic house. A single bone refinement demon could yield a modest contribution, 10,000 points, requiring the slaying of merely 10,000 such foes. Yet, despite the cacophony surrounding him, after a quarter of an hour of relentless pursuit, interspersed with brief moments of jogging to regain his strength, he had found nothing. How could this be? Were these demons capable of deceit? Just then, from the southeast, a thunderous roar surged forth. "Oh, pitiful human, have you come to offer me your fresh blood?" These ancient hybrids of divine beings and beasts were grotesquely unique in appearance. Before him stood a dozen such demons, some adorned with horns, others with tails resembling those of horses, some cloaked in a vivid crimson hue, while others boasted razor-sharp teeth. They embodied a bizarre amalgamation of divine beings and beasts, appearing simultaneously godlike and animalistic. "Devour him! Devour him!" The demons clamored, their blood-red eyes fixated hungrily on Huang Zhang. With a mighty roar, Huang Zhang sprang into action. His form swelled as he drew back an arrow, akin to a powerful crossbow, and in an instant, he was upon the demons. With a technique passed down through generations, he unleashed the earth-shattering crushing sky fist. The martial artist's iron fists were lethal, and Huang Zhang relished the sheer exhilaration of shattering bones and cracking skulls. The demons appeared taken aback by the audacity of a bone refinement novice daring to descend alone. They were even more astonished when he charged forward without uttering a word. With a resounding impact, he struck the foremost demon with a single punch, obliterating it. Two streams of vital essence surged into Huang Zhang's body, with the spirit of the celestial ape demon flickering in his mind. He noted that the repercussions of slaying a bone refinement demon were even more pronounced than those of dispatching a bone refinement martial artist. Upon inspecting the fallen demon, he observed its resemblance to an ape. It stood bipedally, cloaked in black fur. In that moment, Huang Zhang uncovered a profound secret. His heart racing with exhilaration as he roared, his silhouette towering like a mountain, his entire being descending upon his foes with the weight of a colossal peak. With a thunderous crash, his fist struck down, reverberating through the air, producing a cacophony akin to a landslide, as if the very earth itself were quaking. The demons, confronted with a relentless machine of slaughter, recoiled in terror. Yet Huang Zhang's fists were ferocious, fueled by the power of ancient deities, employing grand techniques imbued with primordial strength, rendering them unstoppable. With each step, he unleashed a punch, claiming 10 demons with every 10 paces, his agile form gliding through the air, deftly maneuvering left and right. No matter how the horde of demons sought to evade him, they could not escape the might of his iron fists. Fearful and outmatched, the demons turned to flee. Thus, he proclaimed, establishing dominion over the world. As the esteemed Ding, I establish my dominion over the realm. Upon witnessing their attempt to flee, Huang Zhang transforms himself into a cauldron, converting the cauldron's essence into a fist. With a resounding impact, the force of this strike intensifies dramatically, propelling a single demon 10 paces away. In an instant, it erupts with a thunderous crash, shattering into fragments, and behind it, a fist shaped like a cauldron materializes. In that fleeting moment, a dozen demons fall victim to his onslaught, with at least 5 providing Huang Zheng with a surge of fresh power. Chapter 050, Midstage of Bone Refinement Roar. The ancient iron-armed demon, its hands as strong as iron, obstructs all directions. Roar, the wind and fire demon. Fanning winds and igniting flames, its astonishing techniques leave one in awe. Roar, the ironclad mount-tide demon, encased in impenetrable armor. With each demon slain, a shadow of a divine being emerges within Huang Zheng, only to vanish moments later. Some of these entities are familiar to him, while others are not. The majority belong to the lower echelons of divine beings. Huang Zheng now comprehends the truth. These subterranean fiends possess the bloodline of ancient deities, allowing him to absorb their essence and vitality, far surpassing that of his contemporaries. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. As long as I persist in hunting these demons, refining my prowess to manifest the next divine entity is no longer a mere dream. These underworld demons, imbued with the power of ancient gods, inexplicably lack the prowess of human practitioners, yet for Huang Zheng, they are the most magnificent sustenance. To kill, to elevate oneself to divinity through slaughter. To slay thousands, to embody the essence of both god and demon. Huang Zheng's mind is consumed by visions of carnage, fixated solely on vanquishing more demons. He advances deeper into the abyss, utilizing the memories of these demons to seek the second layer of the underground fissures. In this second layer, demons of the vitality-nourishing stage dwell. Should he eliminate them, perhaps he would need fewer than 10 to witness a complete shadow of a divine being. Oh, wait. The divine beings appear in succession. Perhaps 100 would be necessary to behold a singular complete shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The subterranean realm is drenched in a miasma of bloodshed. Huang Zheng encounters each demon unerringly, sparing none. His strength burgeons as he absorbs a copious amount of divine energy. The exhilaration of enhancing one's power through the act of slaying is intoxicating. This limitless divine technique is utterly captivating. Where others expend their energy in killing, Huang Zheng augments his prowess. While others squander their cultivation time, for him, each act of slaying is akin to training. He now perceives that this limitless divine technique transcends mere excellence. It may very well be an ancient art of unparalleled prowess. Compared to him, the techniques of the sword point sect pale into insignificance. Kill, kill, kill. Huang Zheng has relentlessly slaughtered for 2 hours, and his power has surged by 1/3, his entire being brimming with relentless energy. Just as he is on the verge of locating the entrance to the second layer, an overwhelming divine consciousness descends upon him, enveloping the heavens and probing the earth, akin to a colossal hammer crashing against Huang Zheng's wall of size. Curse be it! A mere human dares to challenge the majesty of the divine? Before him stands a hellish demon in the early stages of vitality nourishment. Huang Zheng's mouth waters at the sight, akin to beholding the most exquisite delicacy. He fixates on the creature, which towers like a mountain, reaching 10 zhong in height. Its legs as thick as his waist, each step resonating like thunder, sending tremors through the earth. Thud, thud, thud. The ground beneath Huang Zheng quakes, as if in the throes of an earthquake. This demon is merely a diminutive version of the legendary celestial ape demon, undoubtedly a direct descendant of the ancient lineage. Huang Zheng's mind conjures an image of a primordial celestial ape demon, having mated with a mystical beast of the simian variety, resulting in the birth of this hellish demon. He must be eliminated. It is imperative that he is vanquished, for in doing so, I might witness the true essence of the celestial ape demon. Huang Zheng was wholly focused, bracing himself to confront the impending thunderous strike. Those who offend the divine and the demonic shall, in due time, face their retribution. Today marks the end for you, a mere mortal of the insignificant human race. The demon, reveling in its own malevolence, strode forth with confidence, its hands stretching skyward like those of the celestial ape demon, imbued with immense strength. It lunged at Huang Zheng with a ferocious grip, its fingers transforming into a colossal 5-fingered mountain. Divine and demonic? I embody both. I, Huang Zheng, am the progenitor of all divine and demonic beings across the realms. He bellowed unabashedly. With a roar, his diminutive form rapidly expanded, his hand morphing into that of a divine entity, fingers aglow, nails sharp as blades, with a layer of dark fur concealed beneath. Ah, the essence of the divine and demonic? The demon's visage contorted with fear, disbelief washing over it. How could this be? How could such a diminutive human radiate the aura of the divine and demonic? Tremors coursed through its body, a primal dread of the ancient divine and demonic. Yet its gaze remained fixed on Huang Zheng, repeatedly reminding itself that this was merely a human, a diminutive creature of the ant-like race. Slay him, slay him. Do not falter. As the hands of man and demon met in midair, an earth-shattering boom reverberated through the atmosphere. An unimaginable force of divine and demonic will cascaded like an endless celestial river into the demon's mind. Who dares challenge the majesty of the king of the divine and demonic? You, a wretched, lowly being, a mere plaything of the divine and demonic, have the audacity to defy the authority of the king? Ah, no, no, no. The hellish demon finally comprehended that it had struck an immovable barrier. This was the representative of the ancient king of the divine and demonic, the embodiment of the divine and demonic in the mundane realm. No, I was wrong. I was mistaken. Do not slay me. Do not slay me. I am willing to be your loyal subordinate, to serve you. With a resounding force. The will of the divine and demonic, vast as the ocean, descended like a mountain, instantly reducing the hellish demon to ashes, two streams of essence erupting forth. Drawn into Huangjing's being. It is absurd to think that the exalted king of the divine and demonic would accept such an inferior follower. Even if Huangjing wished to recruit him, the king would not allow such a lowly creature to survive. To converse with such a minor demon would be to diminish his own stature. The minions of the king of the divine and demonic are among the most formidable of ancient beings. For instance, the celestial ape demon. With a roar, Huangjing dispatched the demon, his burgeoning power at the early stages of cultivation flooding into his body like a mighty river. An ancient divine and demonic presence finally manifested wholly within his consciousness. The celestial ape demon revealed its true form, every strand of its fur now vividly discernible. However, this marks merely the initial step in the emergence of divine demons. Only by fully manifesting the ancient deities and demons in their entirety can their formidable powers be transferred to Huangjing. 100? Perhaps by vanquishing 100 such infernal fiends, I could summon the true primordial ape demon, bestowing upon me unparalleled strength. In a fleeting moment, the image of the divine demon flitted through his consciousness and vanished. Now, he has uncovered another secret. If he unleashes the boundless power of the divine demon without reservation, no fiend shall withstand his might. The advantage of this approach is the swift eradication of infernal demons, particularly the more formidable ones. However, the drawback lies in the inability to procure the demon's corpses, thus forfeiting potential rewards, and it could easily reveal his extraordinary abilities to hidden adversaries. The surroundings are remarkably expansive. It seems prudent to refrain from utilizing the boundless power of the divine demon too liberally, for should someone discern his capabilities, it would spell disaster. Huangjing withdrew his focus, faintly sensing that slaying a mid-stage chi cultivator was far more exhilarating than 10 days of training. It appears I must infiltrate the second level and unleash the boundless power of the divine demon to wreak havoc. The second level is populated entirely by infernal demons in the chi cultivation stage. If I can dominate them using the boundless power of the divine demon, could it be possible to ascend to mid-stage bone refinement today? Without a second thought, Huangjing stepped boldly into the second level. The atmosphere here is even more frigid. Not all demons are in the chi stage, as some bone refinement demons intermingle, yet the majority are indeed in the early chi stage. A splendid place, indeed. I could wish to remain here indefinitely. Huangjing roared fiercely and leaped into action. He dispatched the bone refinement demons with a single punch. While the chi stage demons fell to his boundless power, their essence turning to ash upon contact, requiring no further effort on his part. His very existence is a bane to the infernal demons. 1, 2, 3. With each chi stage demon he vanquished, Huangjing felt his strength incrementally swell. After slaying for over half an hour in the second level, he had dispatched nearly 200 early chi stage demons. Boom. A cacophony of strange bone-cracking sounds echoed. At last, Huangjing ascended once more, progressing from bone refinement initial stage to mid-stage. His power surged tenfold. His physique resembled that of a low-grade treasure. And his abilities grew even more formidable, roaring with exuberance. The primordial ape demon had yet to materialize, its current corporeal form a mere fraction of what he had anticipated. Why is this so? Why, upon slaying the first chi demon, could I perceive its entirety, yet now I have only accrued a mere fraction of power? Ah, it is clear now. Only by vanquishing the scions of the primordial ape demon can one absorb the purest and finest essence. Furthermore, the multitude of new divine demons within Huangjing's consciousness take turns manifesting. It seems I must slay thousands of chi stage demons to forge a new divine demon. I have underestimated the challenge of manifesting a divine demon, thinking I could summon one within mere days, assuming it would be a simple endeavor. How naive I was. After his recent promotion, his strength has surged dramatically. Not only has his physical resilience reached the level of a low-grade treasure, but he is also capable of wielding his supreme divine abilities in rapid succession. Remarkably, within just 8 breaths, he can completely restore his power. If this continues, there will come a day when he need not take a single breath during combat, continuously unleashing his divine prowess. At that moment, no one, whether in heaven or on earth, will be able to withstand a prolonged battle against him. As Huangjing quietly absorbed his newfound strength, the fleeing cultivators of the bone refinement stage, along with those in the early stages of qi nurturing, rallied around him, as if recognizing a revered leader. They cheered and celebrated, their excitement palpable, as they formed a protective circle around the 3 young demon clans, drawing near to Huangjing. Yet, danger approached once more. Emerging from the void were 3 formidable foes, one in the late stages of qi nurturing and 2 in the mid stages, belonging to the 3 major demon clans. Human, you possess remarkable audacity. Do you presume that the aura of the ancient demon king designates you as his earthly representative? You have slaughtered so many of our kin. Your crimes warrant the gravest of punishments. Reveal the secret of the demon king. Why should a mere insignificant being like you be capable of stirring one of the demons? We shall express our gratitude tenfold if you comply. Otherwise, your demise is imminent. Surrender and live. Refuse, and you shall die. The 3 demons, each above the mid-stage of qi nurturing, menaced Huangjing with their threats. Chapter 051. The Demon King of Therny, you are challenging the majesty of the celestial deities and demons upon the heavenly emperor continent. You shall face the curse of myriad demons, condemned to an eternity without redemption. Huangjing, increasingly convinced of his identity as the sovereign of all celestial beings, spoke and acted with the confidence befitting a king of demons. Foolishness! How could a mere mortal like you ever serve as a proxy for the Demon King? Blinded by illusions? Surrender, or we shall be compelled to slay you and inherit the will of the Demon King that lingers behind you. This is your opportunity. Do not squander it. Young man, capitulation still offers a path to survival. Our demonic kin do not indiscriminately murder the innocent. The 3 demons enticed Huangjing with their words. Kill. The 3 hellish demons, realizing their seduction had failed, lunged at Huangjing without hesitation. Kill. Huangjing, too, sprang into action, his fists sweeping through the air like celestial bodies. A colossal fist, as grand as a cauldron, struck thrice in rapid succession. In the sky, 3 fists erupted like nascent stars. 3 stars establishing the cauldron. This was a technique from the cauldron-raising divine fist, executed with the essence of demonic mastery. While others might perceive little, the 3 demons recognized that Huangjing could transform his fist into stars capable of colliding with the sun and moon, shattering constellations. Boom. The 4 fists collided. The mid-stage cultivator of qi nurturing retreated rapidly, as if seized by spasms. While the scene of the initial stage cultivator disintegrating into ashes upon contact did not manifest, Huangjing, however, was propelled backward like a meteor by the overwhelming force of the mid-stage opponent. Thud! Huangjing crashed heavily to the ground, though his body resembled a low-grade treasure. The blood and energy surged within him, tumultuous and painful, culminating in a violent expulsion of blood. Ha ha ha! You insolent brat. Realm is realm. Do you truly believe your powers can counter us? Surrender, unless you wish to perish. The unmoving mid-stage demon conveyed to Huangjing that his strength was merely sufficient to contend with initial stage cultivators, able to force back mid-stage foes, but utterly powerless against those in the late stage. Huangjing felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated refining all the subterranean demons to enhance his own power. Yet here he was, thwarted at the mid-stage. It seemed that one's realm was indeed of great significance. Enough of this prattle. You face me, Huangjing, with but 2 choices, flee or die. Huangjing chuckled coldly, rising once more and advancing slowly. Can you truly kill me, with a body akin to a low-grade treasure, comparable to that of an Interdan cultivator? You insolent brat, you will not shed tears until you see your own coffin. The leader of the 3 demons, all above mid-stage qi nurturing, seethed with rage and pressed their assault. Yin-Yang Dragon Capture Technique. Huangjing roared anew, his form shifting as he extended his hand to seize. The 3 qi-nurturing demons were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a practitioner of the pointing sword sex bone refinement stage would have mastered a heavenly-level divine technique. They were well aware that only those in the qi-nurturing stage could learn such formidable skills from the pointing sword sect. However, in this moment, Huangjing, wielding the mystical technique of the infinite demon and the Yin-Yang Dragon Capturing Path, executed a swift grasp from the air. At such a close range, There was no time to evade. With a resounding clap, he seized a mid-stage demon of chi nurturing. "Ah, no, please let me go. I swear by the will of the celestial demons, challenging the majesty of the Demon King, I shall incur his curse." Huang Zheng's expression was solemn and imposing, radiating an aura reminiscent of the ancient Demon King, instilling fear in all demons present. With a hissing sound, the mid-stage demon began to dissolve in his grip. Piece by piece, each fragment releasing an immense, inexhaustible power that surged into Huang Zheng's being. "Release him!" cried the other two demons, astonished and furious. They struck Huang Zheng with tremendous force, causing him to stagger backward once more, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet this time, as I struck Huang Zheng's other mid-stage demon, it let out a pained wail. Under the scrutiny of the Demon King, my lowly subjects would surely face the wrath of the Dark Lord. Huang Zheng's gaze shone like the brightest stars in the heavens, exuding a captivating brilliance. The mid-stage demon in his grasp continued to dissolve, its agonized cries causing the early-stage demons around them to retreat in terror, scattering in all directions. The demon struck by Huang Zheng also watched in horror as its own hand cried out, "Help me slay him." The only unaffected late-stage demon, alarmed, swiftly transformed its palm into a blade and severed the hand of the mid-stage demon. The severed hand fell to the ground, and after 3 hisses, it disintegrated into nothingness. This is what one would call a warrior-esque sacrifice, willing to forfeit a hand for the sake of survival. The underground demons were utterly shocked, having struck Huang Zheng. They found themselves in such a state. Apart from the late-stage demon, none dared to approach Huang Zheng again. I stride forth where all celestial demons must bow. How could you insignificant ants dare challenge my authority? Huang Zheng advanced confidently, the mid-stage demon he held diminishing in size. After merely 10 steps, with a hissing sound, the demon vanished without a trace, completely dissolved, transforming into the purest essence of mystic energy within Huang Zheng's body. A torrent of power surged within him. And having just ascended to the mid-stage of bone refinement, Huang Zheng felt his strength and energy nearly double. Indeed, it was a doubling. The late stage of bone refinement equated to 10-fold the power of the mid-stage, while the early stage of chi nurturing amounted to 100-fold. And the mid-stage to 1,000-fold of the mid-stage of bone refinement. By slaying and absorbing a mid-stage chi nurturing demon, he had increased his power by a mere fraction. Merely 1,000th of its strength. Let me slay 10 more, and perhaps I shall break through to the late stage of bone refinement. However, now the demons were aware of Huang Zheng's strengths and weaknesses. They understood his reliance on the power of the celestial demons to confront them. Do not confront him head-on. Maintain your distance. The demons dispersed, retreating in all directions. They no longer sought to slay Huang Zheng. They merely wished to avoid being vanquished and refined by him. The command to keep their distance was barely spoken. In the realm of Yinyang's dragon capture path, Huang Zheng extended his hand through the air once more, targeting another mid-stage underground demon. The late-stage underground demon, having broken through to the peak of its energy cultivation, exhaled forcefully, pointing a finger. Bang! Huang Zheng's massive hand was pierced by that mere gesture. His expression shifted slightly. The disparity in power between bone refinement and energy cultivation was too vast. Having already slain one demon, they had discerned how to counter him. With a fierce resolve, the late-stage underground demon struck again, unleashing a surge of energy that transformed into a blade mid-air. Its technique mirrored Huang Zheng's own demon-slaying finger. Yet it seemed to lack slightly in speed and force. I too possess a blade, Huang Zheng thought, invoking his own demon-slaying finger. When the two blades collided in the air, they shattered violently, sending Huang Zheng retreating further. In terms of prowess, he was still far inferior to the late-stage energy cultivator. His current position relied solely on the restraining effect of his divine demonic art against such progeny of demons. The demon pressed the attack, widening the distance between them, employing long-range techniques to wear down Huang Zheng with its profound energy reserves. Aware of his limitations, Huang Zheng recognized he could only execute his techniques 4 times consecutively before requiring 8 breaths to recover. This was his final secret. Should the demons uncover it, his fate would be sealed. With a swift movement, the wings of the divine demon unfurled, propelling him skyward. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to a height of 10 zhang, vanishing from sight. Observing Huang Zheng's escape, the 2 underground demons remained silent for a prolonged moment. The demon with the severed hand, feeling a lingering dread, reflected on the extraordinary nature of this individual, capable of vanquishing their mid-stage energy cultivator while still in the mid-stage of bone refinement. What would happen when he ascended further in cultivation? Their brethren in the second layer would be doomed. The late-stage energy demon wore a troubled expression, pondering the nature of Huang Zheng's techniques, which seemed imbued with the will of the Demon King. Such a person might even instill fear in the founder of their hellish domain, the Demon King Taroni. They needed to relay this information to the layers below immediately. Perhaps the Demon King would take an interest in him. However, given their status, it was unlikely that even the myriad demons of the first layer would grant them an audience. "Your wisdom is commendable," remarked the mid-stage energy cultivator beside him, addressing the late-stage demon as general. For now, they had no choice but to endure. Once he ascended to the energy cultivation stage in the first layer, he would be capable of sweeping through all the energy demons here before descending further. It was said that what lay beyond was not merely the 18 layers of hell, but beneath them, the underground 18 layers awaited. If he were to annihilate them, what heights would he achieve? When he ultimately breached into the 18 layers of hell, who could stand against him, heaven or earth? As he shifted his step, passing through a small gateway enveloped in a luminous barrier, Huang Zheng found himself in the first layer. Approaching him were 4 fellow disciples, seemingly on their way to the second layer. It was his first encounter with comrades in this place. He contemplated stepping aside to avoid them, but one of them had already spotted him. "Ah, young disciple. Please hold on." Huang Zheng furrowed his brows and had no choice but to come to a halt. Chapter 052, Becoming Bait. In this chapter, he encountered 3 individuals he had previously met, the very ones who had stopped him outside. It was unexpected to come across adversaries in such close quarters. This time, they not only brought along one person, but also a fellow disciple at the initial stage of chi cultivation. The one who had called out to Huang Zheng was the first to do so outside, a practitioner at the late stage of bone refinement. Huang Zheng was slightly taken aback. He had clearly seen this person at the initial stage of bone refinement just moments ago. How had he suddenly advanced to the mid-stage? Typically, breakthroughs occur within one's own quarters in the sect, yet this individual had descended underground instead. "Congratulations, junior brother, on your advancement to the mid-stage." He spoke courteously, though his performance fell far short of Huang Zheng's, revealing the insincerity of his words. "Wait." The formally recognized disciple at the initial stage of chi cultivation called out to Huang Zheng. "Senior brother?" Huang Zheng looked at him in curiosity. "This is our senior brother Chen Weiping from Fima Peak," the bone refinement practitioner introduced with a smug expression. "Which peak do you belong to?" Chen Weiping could not even be bothered to inquire about Huang Zheng's name. To him, this insignificant practitioner at the mid-stage of bone refinement was merely a small ant. Knowing his peak was sufficient. Among the 36 peaks of the Jianjian sect, some were formidable while others were rather weak. "I am from Qingyu Peak," Huang Zheng replied with a smile. "Qingyu Peak?" Chen Weiping chuckled, dismissing it as an inconsequential peak where the highest cultivation level among disciples barely reached the late stage of chi cultivation, while Fima Peak had 70 to 80 disciples at the spirit gathering stage. "Come, follow us." He waved his hand, signaling Huang Zheng and the others to enter the second level. Junior brother, a late-stage bone refinement practitioner, tugged at his sleeve, his gaze unmistakably conveying a warning. As a bone refinement disciple, you must show utmost respect to the senior brother at the chi cultivation stage. Never provoke him. For doing so would be tantamount to a death sentence. "Let us go." Chen Weiping shot Huang Zheng a glare before turning to step into the second level. His meaning was clear. If you were told to follow, you must comply. Defiance would lead to dire consequences. The other 3 looked at Huang Zheng with a glimmer of schadenfreude before hastily following Chen Weiping inside. Why must it be this way? Huang Zheng pondered, feeling a mix of resignation and curiosity about why they sought out someone of a lower cultivation level. It seemed they wished to use him as bait. Much like in the secular world, inside the second level, there were already malevolent entities of chi cultivation. Chen Weiping treaded carefully, guiding them to avoid the larger groups of demons as they made their way toward the southeastern part of the underground. A practitioner named Zhang Xiang finally revealed their purpose to Huang Zheng. There is a task issued in the sect, worth 600 contribution points. It involves hunting a demon from the depths, but demons vary in type and rank. Those below bone refinement are collectively termed as demon soldiers, while those at the bone refinement stage are called demon warriors. At the chi cultivation stage, they are demon generals. At the spirit gathering stage, they are demon commanders. At the inner alchemy stage, they are demon sovereigns. And at the spirit communication stage, they are demon gods. We are to hunt a late-stage demon warrior. Although its rank is not particularly high, it belongs to a special category, the Bloodkale Steeltooth demon. It is said to be a descendant of the ancient demon iron-armored Taishan demon, covered in scales that are resistant to blades and swords, making it one of the most challenging demons to slay among its kind. Some individuals would rather confront a nascent energy demon than encounter a late-stage blood-scaled steel-toothed demon. The mere thought of such a creature, residing in the subterranean depths where energy demons abound, underscores their formidable nature. To the southeast of the second level lies the River of Blood Scales, historically recorded as the bathing stream of the ancient iron-armored Taishan demon, which was later submerged due to geological upheaval, resulting in the current subterranean river. The blood-scaled steel-toothed demons have long made this region their home, favoring social groups and coordinated attacks, rendering it perilous for ordinary single-point sword sect practitioners to venture forth. Zhang Xiang and his companions initially aspired to earn 600 contribution points, but recognized their limitations. Such a task would be challenging for their trio of late-stage bone-refining practitioners. Consequently, they sought assistance. Among them, Su Haomin had a fellow townsman who was an energy practitioner, the very Chen Weiping. Both Su Haomin and Chen Weiping entered the sect in the same year. One had progressed to late-stage bone refining while the other had only reached the nascent energy stage. Fortunately, their amicable relationship enabled Su Haomin to request Chen Weiping's help, which he readily accepted. In the pointing sword sect, late-stage bone refining tasks typically yield contributions ranging from 500 to 1,000, while energy practitioners tackle tasks from 1,000 to 10,000, and those at the level engage in endeavors worth 10,000 to 100,000 points. Chen Weiping agreed to undertake this task, partly out of camaraderie. However, he suggested that it would be prudent to find someone to act as bait, given that blood-scaled steel-toothed demons often congregate in groups of 10 or more. Thus, employing a decoy would allow them to divert a portion of the horde before launching their attack. After searching for a considerable time, the trio failed to find a suitable candidate. Once Chen Weiping arrived, he felt reluctant to pressure anyone into becoming bait. Su Haomin then decided to take matters into his own hands, only to unexpectedly encounter Huangzheng. Junior brother, this task offers 600 contribution points. We will allocate 400 to Brother Chen, and the remaining 200 will be evenly split among the four of us. What do you think? Su Haomin proposed with a cheerful smile regarding the distribution of contributions. Huangzheng inwardly scoffed. It was evident that he was being considered as bait, a role fraught with peril that could lead to his demise. Should he perish, his share would be absorbed by them. I will agree to be the bait, he replied with a sly grin, but I demand 400 contribution points. What? You insolent fool. The other three, including Chen Weiping, erupted in disbelief. What do you mean? I never intended to come here. You coerced me into this situation. Being bait is exceedingly dangerous, and should I die, you would take my share? Are you seeking death? Another late-stage bone refining practitioner, Luo Yi, nearly struck Huangzheng for his audacity, but Zhang Xiang intervened just in time. Ha! You, a mid-stage bone refining practitioner, seek 400 contribution points? Chen Weiping exclaimed in a mix of anger and amusement. Very well, I shall agree to your demand on their behalf. Brother Chen? The other three gasped in dismay. There are only 600 points in total. You claim 400 for yourself, and he claims 400, leaving us with a mere 200. However, upon observing Chen Weiping's gaze, the three individuals swiftly comprehended the implications. This young man might possess the means to survive, yet he would likely find no opportunity to enjoy his life. They resolved to deceive him into becoming bait, as he might soon be slain by the blood-scale steel-toothed demon. Even if he were to escape death, Brother Chen would undoubtedly devise a way to ensure his demise. Huangzheng, with a bold declaration, had already condemned Huangzheng to a fate worse than death in their minds. The five of them remained silent, propelled by Chen Weiping's leadership. They sprinted at full speed, arriving at the banks of the Bloodscale River in less than 15 minutes. True to its name, the Bloodscale River glistened with a crimson hue, its banks resembling scales. Within a mere 1,000 feet, nearly 30 Bloodscale steel-toothed demons frolicked menacingly. All of these demons were at the bone refinement stage, and even Chen Weiping's complexion shifted multiple times at the sight. This was merely within 1,000 feet, should a battle ensue. The ensuing uproar could summon even more demons from beyond that distance, which would be catastrophic. With his cultivation at the chi-nourishing stage, his vision extended merely 1,000 feet across the plain. He contemplated that the blood-scale steel-toothed demons thrived in groups and maintained solidarity. Given that they were all at the bone refinement stage, their sight might not extend far beyond 1,000 feet, thereby limiting the number of demons they attracted to around 20. Whether Huangzheng could endure for that long was no concern of theirs. "Let us commence," Huangzheng declared. Without further ado, he leaped forth, swiftly traversing several spans until he stood a mere 10 feet from the blood-scale steel-toothed demons. The onlookers behind him muttered curses, admonishing him for approaching so closely instead of keeping a safe distance. Roaring, the blood-scale steel-toothed demons immediately sensed the presence of a living being, their eyes turning a fiery red, exhaling white smoke through their nostrils. "Come at me," Huangzheng taunted, then turned and sprinted along the riverbank. The blood-scale steel-toothed demons, perceiving him as the most delectable prey, launched into a frenzied pursuit. 3, 5, 7. The numbers swelled as more and more demons surged forth from the river, forming a chaotic horde that relentlessly chased Huangzheng, the distance between them diminishing 10 feet, 8 feet, 7 feet. By the time there were 20 blood-scale steel-toothed demons on Huangzheng's tail, the closest one was less than 3 feet away, indicating that he was in imminent peril of being overtaken and slaughtered. The 4 spectators were filled with astonishment and helplessness, feeling that Huangzheng was utterly foolish. "What are you waiting for? Let us retreat." Chen Weiping was the first to react, his mind racing like lightning as he locked onto 3 blood-scale steel-toothed demons several hundred feet away, which had not been drawn into the fray. There, only 3 remained, and within 100 feet, no companions were in sight. The 4 experts surged forth simultaneously, with a resonant clang. The 3 at the late bone refinement stage summoned their flying swords. Only Chen Weiping, with a burst of energy, unleashed a brilliant scarlet beam from his brow. The radiant sun-suspended sword. Above the 3 blood-scale steel-toothed demons, a diminutive sun seemed to rise, followed by a torrential downpour of flying swords. This technique, a celestial ability that every practitioner of the sword point sect at the chi-nourishing stage must learn, was considered the least formidable among the 5 celestial powers of the sect. However, the lethality was astonishing. The 3 blood-scale steel-toothed demons were instantly enveloped by a torrential downpour of sword energy, leaving them no time to evade. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the divine technique struck them, and on the ground, dark, profound holes were punctured into the earth. If this divine technique were unleashed amidst an army, it would surpass any arrow formation, serving as an unparalleled weapon for mass attacks. Nevertheless, though the blood-scale steel-toothed demons possessed tough hides and resilient flesh, the immense impact of the divine technique was formidable. All 3 of them were brought to their knees, unable to move, with no visible wounds, yet undoubtedly suffering from considerable internal injuries. With a roar of anguish, the 3 blood-scale steel-toothed demons howled in pain. And as the barrage of sword rain subsided, 3 beams of sword light shot forth. The largest among them, consumed by rage, opened its jaws to bite. Their steel teeth finally found their purpose, and with a resounding clash, a flying sword of the late bone refinement stage was firmly grasped. Subsequently, the other 2 swords struck its body in succession. The blood-scale steel-toothed demon only bore 2 superficial cuts on its exterior before it tumbled backward. The other 2 blood-scale steel-toothed demons swiftly charged forward, their heavy footsteps resonating against the ground. They were fully aware of the formidable experts of the chi-nurturing human race ahead. Yet they charged forward without hesitation. The fallen one lifted its head and roared. Roar. A response echoed from hundreds of feet away. Roar. Another blood-scale steel-toothed demon answered the call. This was troubling. It was summoning its kin. Chen Weiping dared not linger any longer in battle. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned the blazing sun to encircle the moon. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped sword energy sliced down from the small sun, and the myriad of sword rain vanished. One sword shattered the heavens, a sword suspended in the air. He unleashed 3 successive strikes, the sword's momentum like a raging torrent. The small sun in midair transformed continuously with each of his 3 swords, becoming a crescent moon, then a long sword, and then a void. The power of these 3 swords combined the might of all previous sword rains, each possessing earth-shattering strength. Boom. The first sword sent the 2 approaching blood-scale steel-toothed demons crashing back to the ground. The second and third swords followed in a seamless succession. The final sound was the sword energy penetrating flesh. Despite the blood-scale steel-toothed demon's resilience, they were ultimately cleaved by his divine technique after enduring the 3 strikes. A mournful roar escaped from the 2 blood-scale steel-toothed demons. Meanwhile, 3 flying swords of the bone refinement stage barely held back the assault of the first blood-scale steel-toothed demon. While the sounds of pounding footsteps drew ever closer. We must flee. Chen Weiping remained steadfast, extending his hand to swiftly grasp the 2 severely wounded blood-scale steel-toothed demons. Chapter 053. A remarkable person. His movements were extraordinarily swift. With one hand he executed a capture, while the other delivered a swift strike. In an instant, a palm imprint appeared on the body of the bloodscale steel-toothed demon, which was entangled with the three others. It was no wonder they sought assistance from someone at the chi-nourishing stage. Without Qin Weiping, no formidable treasures or divine abilities could harm the bloodscale steel-toothed demon. Just one such demon was enough to leave them flustered and struggling to regain control. As the four began to take action, a roar resounded behind them. Within 100 feet, new bloodscale steel-toothed demons emerged, at least 4 or 5 charging toward them, with seemingly more following in their wake. Qin Weiping dared not linger any longer. He led the trio in unleashing their divine abilities. After a quarter of an hour, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. Feeling that the bloodscale steel-toothed demons had been left far behind, they slowed down, gazing at Qin Weiping with immense admiration. Brother Qin is truly remarkable. With a mere gesture, he injured 2 bloodscale steel-toothed demons. Indeed, our superior-grade magical artifacts could hardly scratch them. Had it not been for Brother Qin, our presence here would have been futile. Brother Qin's powers are boundless. He truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 8 marvels of Fima Peak. The trio showered him with praise, causing Qin Weiping to swell with pride, almost floating in elation. Take them, they are still alive. Qin Weiping generously handed over the 2 bloodscale steel-toothed demons he had captured. Though still breathing, they were in their death throes, struggling for life. Thank you, Brother Qin. The 3 exclaimed joyfully. Wait, where is that fellow? Someone suddenly inquired. Has he been slain by the bloodscale steel-toothed demons? At that moment, they remembered Huangzhong, just as the thought crossed their minds. A voice echoed from a distance. For brothers, wait for me. I'm coming. Huangzhong miraculously appeared before them. How on earth did you survive? The 4 stared in disbelief, having witnessed him being chased to within 3 paces of danger, yet he had evaded capture. Had it not been for Qin Weiping periodically using the solar-suspended sword to thwart the pursuers, they too would have been caught. Huangzhong, panting heavily, stood before them. Ah, I finally found you. It was perilous. Brother Qin, have I completed my task? Where do I collect my 400 contribution points? He appeared almost childlike in his innocence. The others fell silent, glancing at Qin Weiping, who began to smirk coldly. You, boy, get lost immediately. What? Huangzhong's expression turned bewildered. Brother Qin, you didn't say that before? What did I say? Qin Weiping smiled sweetly as he turned to the other 3. But they averted their gazes, and the one named Shiyang exaggerated. Brother Qin initially said, to tell you to get lost. Huangzhong's countenance shifted dramatically. Qin Weiping continued. Do I need to seek your acknowledgement as a mid-stage bone refinement practitioner? What if I am untrustworthy? Who are you to me? When I tell you to leave, it is for your survival. If you refuse to leave, do you wish for your life instead? Now, tell me, do you wish to leave, or do you seek death? Scram, you little bastard. Still dreaming of splitting 400 contributions? Roll on the ground, roll out of our sight. And we might spare your wretched life. Roll gracefully, roll naturally. Senior Brother Qin told you to roll. If you crawl, you're wrong. You must roll, sideways or straight. It's still rolling. Senior Brother Qin, how would you like him to roll? Then let him roll sideways, Qin Weiping said with a faint smile. Roll to hell with you. Huangzhong erupted violently. He stood less than 10 feet away from the crowd, and at such close range, his sudden outburst transformed him into a colossal demonic figure, his shadow swelling several times in size. As his form expanded, he appeared directly before Qin Weiping, an ancient demon reborn into the mortal realm. His massive, black-furred demonic fist struck like a force of nature. Boom. The first punch shattered Qin Weiping into pieces. A body at the early stage of chi cultivation was no sturdier than a mid-grade artifact. While Huangzhong's physique had already reached the level of a low-grade treasure weapon, he didn't need weapons to kill, his fists were weapons. A low-grade treasure weapon striking a mid-grade artifact? Qin Weiping's body exploded instantly, reduced to a pulpy mess. By the time his remains hit the ground, he was already dead. Thud. Qin Weiping collapsed heavily, his shattered form resembling nothing more than a pile of mangled flesh before the 3 bone refiners. Now, who exactly is supposed to roll? Huangzhong sneered, his face twisted with malice. Personally, I think you 3 would look better rolling, sideways, perhaps. You, the 3 men trembled as if staring into the eyes of a devil. A mid-stage bone refiner killing an early-stage chi cultivator in a single punch? Such legends were only recorded in ancient texts, yet here they were, witnessing it firsthand. You dare murder a fellow disciple? This is a capital offense, Zhang Xiang. Another disciple from Flying Horse Peak. barely managed half a sentence before yin-yang dragon seizing art. Huang Zheng's demonic hand lashed out, first seizing, then crushing. Crack. With 2 crisp snaps, Zhang Xiyang, a late-stage bone refiner, was crushed like clay in Huang Zheng's grip. Su Haoming and the remaining disciples stood frozen in terror. No. No. Senior brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. Wrong? To err is human, to repent is wise. Very well, you, roll sideways. You, roll straight. Huang Zheng pointed at each of them. Whoever reaches the first-floor entrance first gets to keep his miserable life. You, rage burned in their eyes, but they dared not act. This was humiliation, utter, degrading humiliation. So, will you roll, or not? Huang Zheng's expression darkened. This was disgrace, a shame that would haunt them for life. Hurry up. Only the first won their lives, Huang Zheng reminded them coldly. Damn it. Before Su Haoming could even drop to the ground, the other man was already rolling frantically. Dignity abandoned, pride discarded, survival was all that mattered now. Ha. Excellent, truly excellent. Huang Zheng roared with laughter behind them. Those who humiliate others shall be humiliated in turn. Wasn't it you who demanded I roll? Su Haoming and Zhang Luoye tumbled desperately, their movements as pathetic as they were frantic. But soon, a victor emerged. Ha. I made it first. I made it first. Zhang Luoye shrieked in exhilaration. Boom. The once fallen leaves of his mind shattered in an instant as Huang Zheng's iron fist crushed bone, striking mercilessly upon his head. Hiss. Su Haoming, already pallid, nearly collapsed from fear. Do not be afraid. I have changed my mind. I believe it is better to kill the one who arrived first and spare the one who came later. Brother Su, do you think my decision is just? Yes. Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. Su Haoming nodded repeatedly, trembling with terror. Was it truly so? Huang Zheng, with an enigmatic demeanor, murmured to himself. So, possessing great strength allows one to act at will, and words can be rendered void. One must understand that clarity in grievances is paramount in life, and one's word should be as binding as a promise. I killed Chen Weiping because he did not honor his word. Do you comprehend my plight? I understand. Su Haoming cursed inwardly, calling him a madman, a lunatic, a true deranged soul. Do you grasp what I mean? Then I cannot be one who breaks my word. I stated that I would kill the one who arrived late. Thus, I must fulfill that vow. Su Haoming was on the brink of collapse from Huang Zheng's words, and before he could react, bang! Huang Zheng struck again, adding another corpse to the scene. In the blink of an eye, 4 of their fellow disciples lay slain by Huang Zheng's hand, gazing upon the lifeless bodies. He reveled in the exquisite pleasure of wielding such power over others. Yet, he lamented one unfortunate detail, despite slaying 4. He had failed to absorb the essence of even one. The blood-scale, steel-toothed demon? A remarkable creature indeed, a descendant of the ancient armored demon, the Taishan demon. Impervious even to divine weaponry, Huang Zheng turned towards the river of blood scales. He had encountered the iron-armored Taishan demon only once. It was a rare sight, manifesting only from the death of those who possess similar physical cultivation. However, within their sword point sect, no such cultivation technique existed. Thus, only by vanquishing this blood-scale steel-toothed demon could he hope to encounter the iron-armored Taishan demon again. With a flourish of the demon wings, Huang Zheng unleashed his prowess amidst the void. The river of blood-scales teemed with blood-scale steel-toothed demons, clustered every 100 yards, some in groups of 3 to 5, others in clusters of 7 to 8. Roar! Huang Zheng howled towards the heavens, transforming into a demonic figure, advancing with the might of an ancient deity. Kill, kill, kill. I am the demon among gods. Thus began his slaughter anew. With the yin-yang dragon capturing technique, his hands, akin to the colossal appendages of ancient deities, snatched at the air, rendering his foes defenseless. Thud! One blood-scale, steel-toothed demon, unable to withstand even a magical artifact's cut, was crushed by his grip. Hiss! 2 essences surged into Huang Zheng's being. His stride remained unbroken as he leaped into the throng of blood-scale steel-toothed demons. Their razor-like teeth clashed against his body. Yet his form was as resilient as a treasured artifact, causing their fangs to shatter with a resounding crack. Huang Zheng remained unfazed. Bang! Amidst the chaos of the horde, he struck down another. In his mind, the iron-armored Taishan demon approached slowly, like a towering mountain. Huang Zheng keenly sensed the transformation of his body. His flesh solidified and his skin hardened. With each blood-scaled steel-toothed demon he vanquished, his strength increased correspondingly. This was the result of assimilating the formidable defensive capabilities of the blood-scaled steel-toothed demons to fortify his own defenses. He pondered when he might fully refine the ironclad Mount-Tide demon. By then, even divine artifacts would pose no threat to him, and the sword point sect would find no one capable of slaying him. 3 days later, a human capable of instilling such fear in a particular demon race, rendering them unable to remain in their homeland, would indeed make Huangzhong a remarkable figure throughout the ages. Chapter 054. Promotion again. 10 days later, Huangzhong appeared at the exit of the chasm. The Huangzhong of now was a stark contrast to the one from 10 days prior. During this period, he had vanquished countless demons, immersing himself in a gruesome battlefield that had eradicated the previously inexperienced fighter within him. After 10 days of relentless slaughter, he stood there, exuding an aura akin to a blood-soaked sword, if he did not consciously temper his presence. To the eyes of his fellow disciples, he resembled a merciless killing machine. Even a mere glance from his peers in the bone refinement sect sent shivers of dread coursing through their veins. Emerging from the depths after a decade of carnage, he had amassed a plethora of demon corpses. Had he not sold the carcass of a beast at the trading post before entering, he would have struggled to carry the weight of his spoils. Now, brimming with newfound strength, his cultivation had reached an extraordinary level. Despite possessing enough power to elevate himself to the later stages of bone refinement, he had yet to break through. Fortunately, having absorbed the memories of others, he understood that this was not a moment for haste. Such feelings were a rite of passage for every practitioner. In the days to come, perhaps all it would take was a singular opportunity or a decisive battle to achieve his breakthrough. Upon returning, he pondered whether his contributions could be exchanged for a purple young decade pill. His first stop was the task hall at the Pointing Sword Peak, only to discover that the task pertaining to the Bloodscale Steel-Toothed Demon was classified as a low-level mission, not assigned to the trading hall at Pointing Sword Peak, but rather to the Flying Horse Peak. Thus, he resolved to first submit his demon corpses. "Brother, may I inquire how much contribution a hell demon corpse yields?" he asked the same Chi cultivation disciple who had been astonished by him previously. "That depends on the demon's rank and type. For demon warriors, there's one price. For demon generals, another. Different demons command different prices. If one happens to encounter a fellow disciple in need of contributions, the price can soar." The disciple explained while providing a standard reward chart. Huangzhong examined it closely. A divine power demon soldier was worth merely 1 point of contribution, regardless of whether it was early, middle, or late stage. A bone refinement demon warrior was categorized into early, mid, and late stages, with prices of 2, 5, and 10 points, respectively. A Chi cultivation demon general, likewise divided, commanded 20, 50, and 100 points for the respective stages. During his 10 days, the bulk of the demons he had slain were bone refinement demon warriors, with a particular focus on those in the later stages. Upon submitting his corpses, he discovered he had dispatched over 3,600, along with dozens of early-stage Chi cultivation demon generals and 1 mid-stage demon general. Ultimately, he calculated his contributions to be less than 40,000 points. However, many of the demons he had slain were precisely those that his peers required for their contribution quotas. For instance, the Bloodscale Steel-Toothed Demon, which typically yielded a few points, had been assigned a specific task due to demand, making it worth 600 contributions. Thus, among the demons he had eliminated were several that others happened to need, culminating in a total of over 48,000 points of contribution. Had he truly amassed over 40,000 contributions in just 10 days? The disciples of the Qi-nourishing sect who received Huangzhong were somewhat taken aback, particularly considering that many of the demons he had slain were notoriously difficult to kill, such as the blood-scaled steel-toothed demon, whose remains were sought after by professionals within the sect for crafting protective talismans. Even a disciple skilled in Qi cultivation would find it impossible to amass a contribution of 10,000 within a mere 10 days. Surely, this individual must have the backing of some prominent figure within the sect? The seasoned cultivator, having interacted with countless peers over the years, recognized that certain younger disciples would undertake tasks only to solicit assistance from senior elders, much like the privileged scions of the secular world. Huangzhong was swiftly categorized among such individuals. Just over 1,000 more? Huangzhong murmured to himself. What do you mean by just over 1,000 more? The Qi cultivator inquired, puzzled. I meant that to exchange for the Xiang decade pill, I require 50,000 contributions, and I still fall short by just over 1,000. Oh, right. The Qi cultivator's eyes sparkled with an idea. How about I lend you the amount? You can repay me once you have it. He presumed that Huangzhong had someone backing him and thought it would be a favorable gesture to extend a loan of contributions. Contributions can be borrowed? Huang was intrigued and immediately began to sift through the memories of those he had vanquished. It turned out that contributions, aside from those bestowed by the sect, could indeed be stored and traded once they reached an individual. For instance, Huang currently possessed over 40,000 contributions and could issue a task rewarding those who completed it with contributions, crystals, or pills. What a loss it was. Huang had been unaware of this previously, but now understood he had missed out. Each individual who had undertaken a task bore a contribution belt, and upon defeating them, one could claim that belt and transfer the contributions contained within to their own. Had he known this earlier, he could have acquired several belts. However, contributions within the sect served limited purposes. Typically, one needed to accomplish specific tasks to earn contributions. For example, Huang, intent on exchanging for the decaying pill, would focus on accumulating contributions, but once obtained, he might never engage in such tasks again. After all, tasks often involved more lucrative rewards in the form of crystals and materials. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the contributions one could accumulate were finite, and most individuals refrained from undertaking tasks that yielded contributions. Thank you, senior brother. May I ask for your esteemed name? I shall certainly repay you in due time. Politeness is unnecessary. My surname is Ishuehan. Thank you, brothery. Huang, in urgent need of the decaying pill, accepted the loan without hesitation. With 50,000 contributions, Huang procured a decaying pill. Ishuehan opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately refrained. Contributions within the Jian Point sect were designed to encourage members to venture into the depths for training. If the decaying pill were available for trade with crystals, everyone would be preoccupied with making money, leaving no time for exploration and practice. Chen Yu and the others were naturally present, having not seen Huang for 10 days. They were somewhat curious. Upon seeing him again, they gasped in astonishment. He had reached the mid-stage of bone refinement. Exchanging glances, they felt a surge of excitement. As Huang attended, his rapid advancement would undoubtedly bring benefits to them as well. After secluding himself for several days, Huang instructed Chen Yu not to disturb him should anyone come seeking his presence. Noticing that Chen Yu appeared to have something to say, he quickly gestured for him to hold his tongue as he had pressing matters to attend to. With a sense of resignation, Chen Yu acquiesced, assuring Huang that he could focus on his seclusion, for they would handle matters with care. Over the course of 10 days, no visitors had come forth, likely because the members of the Pointing Sword sect were not particularly impressed by Huang, whose cultivation level was undeniably low. Once Huang had given his instructions, he retreated to the depths of his quarters. The purple Yang tenure pill, could it truly enhance one's power by a decade with just a single dose? Such a miraculous elixir, he pondered whether it would be of any benefit to him. He retrieved the purple Yang tenure pill, its exterior a soft lavender hue, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that made Huang hesitate to consume it. Come forth, grant me the power to ascend to the later stages, he implored, tilting his head back to swallow the pill. Instantly, his body was infused with the potency of 10 years of cultivation. Huang had only been refining for a few years, yet he was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain, as if his meridians might rupture under the immense force capable of obliterating all. At that moment, his treasured body began to function, dissipating the 10 years of energy throughout his limbs. He felt himself growing taller, his form transforming overnight from a graceful youth into a robust young man. The power surged within him like an unrelenting tide, igniting a primal urge to unleash it, to destroy, to expend every ounce of this newfound strength. Huang roar reverberated throughout the main hall, leaving Chen Yu and the others outside bewildered. With a resounding crash, he had ascended once more. This time, however, his physique remained unchanged, still a low-grade treasured body, disappointing Huang who had eagerly anticipated advancing to a middle grade. Nevertheless, his power had multiplied tenfold, allowing him to unleash his abilities 6 times in succession, with the capacity to restore his energy within 7 breaths. Now, Huang felt no pressure at the initial stage of qi cultivation. Should he encounter someone like Mo Qianhing, he would surely send them into a frenzy. He emerged from his seclusion, having spent less than an hour within the confines. Upon seeing him, Chen Yu and the others nearly gasped in unison. Just 10 days prior, Huang had been at the initial stage of bone refinement, and now he had ascended to the later stage, a speed that could rank among the top 3 in the annals of the Pointing Sword sect. Congratulations, senior brother. Well done, they exclaimed, as the respect they had once withheld from Huang evaporated. Even those like Zhou Fuha and Wei Qingming, who were at higher levels, dared not look down upon him. They had languished in the mid-stage of bone refinement for over a decade, while he had soared from the initial stage to the later stage in merely 10 days. This was the mark of a true prodigy, worthy of their allegiance. In unison, the four expressed their newfound respect. Thank you, dear brothers. By the way, during my absence of 10 days, has anything transpired within the sect that requires my attention? Huangzhong finally inquired about sect affairs. Indeed, replied Chunyu, the first to recognize Huangzhong, naturally stepping into the role of steward of the main hall. Within the realm of the sect, there resided the esteemed Du Zishi of the Purple Peak. A messenger was dispatched to convey an invitation for a meeting. Chunyu presented a jade slip, stating that Lucian, the master of the Qingyu Peak, sought an audience. He then handed over another jade slip. Du Zishi? Lucian? Lucian, the esteemed leader of Qingyu Peak and a senior brother, resided upon his peak. It was prudent to maintain a harmonious rapport with him. Huang pondered for a moment and concluded, very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. He resolved to first meet with Lu Zhen before seeking an audience with Du Zishi. Although Lu Zhen was merely at the late stage of qi nourishing, he was among the youngest in this realm and held great promise, with many within the sect believing he had the potential to advance to the stage of spirit condensation. Huang had encountered him before and found his influence neither particularly detrimental nor notably beneficial. Soon, he found himself in the presence of Lu Zhen once more. Chapter 055. Equality among all. Lu Zhen had encountered Huang, the junior disciple. Upon seeing Huangzhong, Lu Zhen's expression was somewhat peculiar. To speak honestly, he felt a degree of discomfort in addressing a fellow practitioner of bone refining. He could hardly recall whether Huangzhong was in the initial or mid-stage of bone refining during their last meeting, only vaguely remembering that Huangzhong seemed to possess a slight edge this time. The Jade Peak was renowned for its multitude of bone refining practitioners. Had it not been for Huangzhong's recent ascension to the rank of core disciple, Lu Zhen might have forgotten even his surname. However, the unpredictability of fate had propelled Huangzhong to great heights, earning him the admiration of many, while Lu Zhen, who had surpassed him by 3 levels, could only respond with a courteous smile. Master Lu, what brings you to summon Huangzhong? Huangzhong was greeted with warmth in return, appreciating Lu Zhen's politeness. I should be the one visiting you. It was unfortunate I missed you last time. Lu Zhen endeavored to maintain an air of respectful confidence, ensuring he did not offend the core disciple while preserving his dignity as the master of a peak. The previous encounter saw Dong Yi dispatching him and 6 colleagues to the new province of the Han Dynasty to eliminate several members of the demon tribe, aimed at countering Huangzhong. This mission, however, did not include Huangzhong, who subsequently ascended to core disciple status. Unfortunately, all 6 of those who ventured out met with disaster, for were in the late stage of bone refining and 2 in the mid-stage, all perished in New Province. This calamity sent shockwaves through the Sword Point sect and particularly affected the Jade Peak. Within the sect, some members began to call for accountability from Huangzhong. Initially, 7 members from the Jade Peak, including Huangzhong, had been enlisted for the mission. Thus, the question arose as to why Huangzhong had not participated while 6 of his peers had met their demise. In the ensuing debate, some defended Huangzhong, arguing that as a core disciple, such trivial matters were beneath him and did not concern him. The opposing factions clashed vociferously, eventually reaching a consensus. Either Huangzhong or the Jade Peak must send representatives to New Province to address the situation, lest they face repercussions. Upon hearing this, Huangzhong grasped the underlying tension. The higher-ups could not reprimand a core disciple directly, so they sought to trouble the Jade Peak instead, given Huangzhong's residence there. Junior brother Huang, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Zhen suggested that they send several practitioners to investigate the situation further, but since it involved Huangzhong, he deemed it prudent to consult him first to avoid any claims of ignorance later. Leave this to me, Huangzhong confidently replied. This issue arises from my involvement. Hence it is my responsibility to resolve it. I reside at the Jade Peak and have already caused enough trouble for my senior brothers. I cannot burden you further. Lu Zhen was both astonished and delighted, not expecting Huangzhong to take on this matter himself. If he had sent practitioners and failed a second time, Lu Zhen, as the Peak Master, would have found it hard to absolve himself of blame. Huangzhong's willingness to shoulder the responsibility was undoubtedly the best outcome. However, junior brother Huang, given that 6 practitioners failed last time, should we not send a few more companions to assist you? Lu Zhen inquired, showing his concern for Huangzhong's well-being. That won't be necessary. Rest assured, senior brother Lu, I shall handle this matter with utmost finesse, ensuring that no one in the sect can cast doubt upon my actions. Huang Zheng replied, exuding an air of mystery. Considering Huang Zheng's ability to attain core disciple status while still in the bone-refining stage, Lu Zhen chose to refrain from further discussion. Emerging from Lu Zhen's presence, Huang Zheng felt buoyant. After their exchange, both were thoroughly satisfied with each other's character and demeanor, thus ensuring a sense of stability akin to a mountain at Qingyu Peak. He pondered the prospect of meeting Du Zixi, a fellow native of the Great Chu, surprisingly someone he had yet to encounter. The disciples of the Point Sword sect hailed from numerous nations across the Tiandi continent, and the camaraderie of shared origins flourished within the sect. However, due to his enmity with the Du family stemming from Xiangli, Huang Zheng had inadvertently offended Du Zixi. Why would she seek me out? He was perplexed, yet he proceeded to Zixi Peak. Among the 36 peaks of the Point Sword sect, only a select few bore names. Upon arriving at Zixi Peak, Huang Zheng was greeted by a plethora of enchanting female disciples, with at least 7 out of every 10 practitioners being women. Many of his female peers donned elegant yet revealing attire, starkly contrasting the modesty expected in the secular world. Reflecting on Ruan Sushua, who often bared her thighs, it was evident that the women of the mystical realm embraced a far more liberated existence. As his thoughts wandered, he suddenly beheld a pair of exquisitely long, flawless legs before him, completely bare. Who could it be? Raising his gaze, he was met with the delightful sight of a girl sporting charming dimples. Appearing no older than 17 or 18, she wore a fitted purple dress that clung to her form, leaving her lower half entirely exposed, her bare feet adorably captivating. Undoubtedly, her most enchanting features were her alluring dimples and her pronounced bosom, which captured Huang Zheng's attention sequentially from her legs to her dimples, and finally to her voluptuous figure. Brother Huang? The girl beamed at him, her smile causing her bosom to sway enticingly, making Huang Zheng's eyes dart up and down in response. Sister Du is aware of your arrival and has sent me to fetch you. My name is Susu. Unfazed by Huang Zheng's gaze, she playfully leaned forward, then giggled as she skipped ahead. Susu? Huang Zheng murmured, delighting in the charming name and the equally charming girl. He deliberately walked slowly, seeking to refine his willpower. His heart brimmed with murderous intent, and he often harbored thoughts of violence. Thus, he engaged in leisurely pursuits to cultivate patience and temper his bloodlust. The faint, youthful fragrance of the girl wafted into his nostrils, intoxicating him momentarily. Are you a bit wicked? Susu teased, nudging Huang Zheng with her shoulder. An act reminiscent of 2 old friends sharing a deep familiarity. What wickedness do you speak of? Huang Zheng feigned innocence. Though you gaze at my bosom, your eyes do not mirror those of other brothers. You deliberately wish for me to perceive you as lecherous, yet in truth, you might be one who is merciless in your dealings with women. Susu spoke with a gravity that struck true. Indeed, women possess an inherent wariness towards lecherous men. Yet they also exude an innate confidence. Typically, such men do not dare to lay hands on beautiful women. However, as for Huang Zheng, anyone who sought his life would find themselves met with fatal retribution. Huang Zheng chuckled awkwardly. It was the first time a woman had seen through him. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, tilting his head and unabashedly continuing to stare. Now, 2 individuals walk side by side. Susu's neckline is heart-shaped, adorned with a piece of white jade that rests gracefully above her ample bosom. Through the heart-shaped collar, a glimpse of white fabric and a subtle valley can be seen. Are you still pretending? Are you even 18? Have you ever been with a woman? Susu chuckles, covering her mouth, only to realize her impropriety and release her hand, puffing out her chest as if to ensure Huang Zheng gets a clear view. You've bested me, I concede. Upon encountering Susu, Huang Zheng finally feels defeated. This woman speaks with a masculine assertiveness, yet appears to be merely 16 or 17. However, cultivators often retain their youthful appearance, making it difficult to discern their true age. Unable to resist, Huang Zheng inquires, how old are you? Me? Susu smirks, her lips curling upward. I can't recall, but I've been with more men than you've ever encountered. Huang Zheng finds himself utterly vanquished, yet a fleeting glint of mischief flickers in Susu's eyes. Is that so? Then surely, your prowess in the bedroom must be extraordinary. You speak with such confidence. Do you think I, Huang Zheng, would be intimidated? Susu maintains her bravado, indeed. The disciples of the Pointing Sword sect line up for a chance to share my bed. Huang Zheng, brimming with confidence, likens himself to a dragon in the sheets, suggesting they engage in a friendly contest if time permits. Very well, who fears him? Susu exclaims, but her expression shifts suddenly. Sure. Do not speak carelessly in front of senior sister Du. Huangzhong looks up to see a magnificent hall ahead, vibrant and full of life. Describing it as such feels apt, for the hall seems imbued with spirit, as if it were alive, beckoning to onlookers. Do not gaze too long. This hall is known as the Hall of Lively Colors and Fragrance, a mid-grade spiritual artifact once used by senior sister Du in her past life. If you stare too intently, you may find yourself entranced. Is it truly a mid-grade spiritual artifact? What a name, Lively Colors and Fragrance. Huang Zheng's mind wanders to an exceedingly alluring woman, reclining in a bed, and he wonders if Du Zixi's past life was exceedingly indulgent. While lost in thought, Huangzhong unwittingly follows Su Su into the Hall of Lively Colors and Fragrance. Once inside, Su Su adopts a demeanor of decorum, speaking with precision. A stark contrast to her previously carefree disposition, resembling a well-behaved child. You may leave now. Su Su bows respectfully and glances curiously at Huangzhong before departing. Leaving him standing in the hall, absorbing the ethereal transformation of the space while contemplating Du Zixi's appearance. When Du Zixi finally appears before him, Huangzhong is once again taken aback. An enchanting young woman, clad in a resplendent red gown, exudes an air of nobility and grace. Her beauty coupled with a spirited aura. You, weren't you the mute who wore men's clothing the day we visited the punishment hall? In this moment, Huangzheng's understanding crystallizes. Why did Ding Zixing explode with fury upon receiving the jade slip from Du Zixi? Immediately slaying the two disciples of qi cultivation and taunting Du Zixi? Such actions are among the gravest of sins. Du Zixi, being of the same generation as Shangguan Tianxiao and having joined the sect even before Ding Guanyue, shares a relationship with him that is both mentor and friend. When Ding Guanyue mentioned that someone within the sect would protect him, it could very well have referred to Du Zixi. Yet, why would Du Zixi, who is dissatisfied with herself, choose to assist me? Huangzhong was beset with countless questions, unsure of how to voice them. Please sit. Du Zixi smiled faintly. Her commanding presence evident from years of holding a high position, exuding an undeniable authority in every word and gesture. After all, we are fellow townsfolk. Currently, there are only 14,936 individuals from the Great Chu in the entire Jianjian sect, yet you stand out as the sole renowned figure. Though I may not harbor fondness for you, I would not wish for your demise at the hands of others. With this statement, Du Zixi elucidated the underlying circumstances. It was, indeed, Sister Du who had intervened that day. Huangzhong expressed his gratitude. He first bowed respectfully before adding, however, I do take issue with Sister Du's demeanor towards her fellow disciples. Has her elevated status rendered her incapable of permitting others to voice their opinions? Can silencing one person truly stifle another's heart? Ha ha ha, you remain as spirited as ever. Du Zixi responded, laughing without anger, nodding in amusement. Are you aware that such a disposition, overly self-absorbed and rebellious, is flawed? One must recognize that in this world, the victors reign supreme, and strength is revered. The entire realm of the mystical gate operates under this principle, and so does the myriad secular dynasties. In this life, there are distinctions of rank and status. When you find yourself in a new environment, should it not be you who adapts rather than demand the surroundings conform to you? You may see yourself as a hero, yet to others, you might merely appear as a brash fool. Incorrect. Huangzhong shook his head resolutely. In this world, all beings are equal. From birds and beasts to humans. Regardless of whether one is the supreme leader or an emperor of a dynasty, we are all akin to the ants beneath our feet. Only those with impure intentions and base natures perceive themselves as inferior. In my eyes, Sister Du is no different from a common courtesan. Outrageous. Du Ziren. Upon hearing Huangzhong equate her with a courtesan, erupted in fury, rising from her seat with indignation. Chapter 056. The Reincarnation of the Dead Huangzhong. Are you truly unafraid of death? Du Zixi's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. No matter that you are now a core disciple, or that you have ascended 2 ranks to the late stage of bone refinement, I could strike you down with a single blow. Do you believe that? I do believe it, Huangzhong replied without flinching, taking a step forward. I believe that one day, all beings will be treated equally in this world. I believe that there will come a time when everyone is regarded with the same esteem. Why should there be distinctions of status? Only those with insidious intentions and sycophants elevate the lofty to their pedestals. Why should there be a hierarchy of respect? You may consider yourself superior to a courtesan. Yet perhaps in her eyes, you are but a foolish woman oblivious to the subtleties of charm. In the eyes of scholars and poets, they would rather spend a night with a courtesan than share a bed with you. The worth of a person is not determined by self-proclamation or the words of others. but by the conscience of the universe itself. Huang Zheng gazed at her intently, unwavering. He equated her with a courtesan, and her high and mighty demeanor unsettled him. The more she flaunted her superiority, the more he felt compelled to challenge her. Know this, in my eyes. I would rather share a bed with a courtesan than with you. The sentiment in Huang Zheng's gaze conveyed this very notion. Well said. I indeed did not misjudge you. Du Zishi suddenly smiled, a captivating charm emanating from her that nearly bewitched Huang Zheng. How could a woman possess such exquisite allure? How do you know I lack charm? Du Zishi replied with a peculiar smile. Observe my spiritual artifact, vibrant and alluring. My prowess in this domain is unmatched. If not the best in the world, at least unrivaled within the Jinpai. Alas, Huang Zheng, your current level is far from sufficient to qualify. Du Zishi laughed. Her laughter enchanting yet heart-wrenching. She was teasing Huang Zheng right before him, belittling his qualifications. Huang Zheng's anger flared, and the consequences could be dire. Truly, one's master reflects their servants. Your words are indeed earth-shattering. No wonder Su Su is similar. However, Du Zishi, one day I shall make you find delight beneath my feet. Du Zishi settled once more, her tone considerably softened. In this world, there are few like you. I truly do not understand how you became friends with Xiangli. We are not friends. I am merely delivering him to Jianpai at someone's request. This is purely a business transaction. Oh, Du Zishi's eyes brightened, seemingly warmed by this revelation. I heard Xiangli has also arrived at Jianpai. Has he been killed? What? Du Zishi exclaimed, slightly taken aback. The change was too rapid. At the Jianpai conference, he attempted to seize my treasured sword, so he naturally had to be eliminated. Huang Zheng spoke calmly, successfully deceiving Du Zishi. Upon hearing that the most detested Xiangli had been slain, Du Zishi regarded Huang Zheng with newfound favor. Ah, the nature of a person is inherently predestined. I do not wish to alter you in any way. The purpose of my visit is to request your assistance. After searching throughout Jianpai, I find you to be the most suitable. What sort of assistance? Huang Zheng inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing Du Zishi's explanation, Huang Zheng quickly understood. In her previous life, Du Zishi was an unparalleled master of the spirit awakening stage from the Sword Point sect. She had the potential to leave the Heavenly Emperor continent and pursue her cultivation in other realms. However, upon her arrival in a new continent, she acquired a supreme divine ability. This ability lacked offensive power but possessed unimaginable nuances. Du Zishi was exceptionally gifted, mastering the spirit awakening stage at a young age. Yet she remained stagnant at the first layer of the divine realm for several centuries. This led to the conclusion that reincarnation was necessary for her advancement. In other words, if Du Zishi had only reached the spirit awakening stage in her past life, she could at least attain the first layer of the divine realm in this life. Should she find herself again stymied at that level, reincarnation would surely elevate her to the second layer of the divine realm. This supreme divine ability could transcend the limitations of one's lifetime, offering infinite possibilities. However, despite its wonders, this ability bore a significant flaw. The terms heaven and earth embodied the dualities of yin and yang, male and female. Thus, Huang Zheng encountered Du Zishi disguised as a man. While this might not have posed an issue if she remained secluded, it was impractical for Du Zishi to stay in seclusion perpetually. Furthermore, when in her male form, she could not speak, her voice mirroring that of a man, which is why she chose to remain silent on that particular day. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng was utterly astonished, dumbfounded by the nature of such a supreme divine ability. Was this merely a trick? If it were me, no matter how formidable, I could never master such a thing. Du Zishi sighed. When I first acquired this divine ability, I was eager to practice it, only to discover its flaw too late. By then, the arrow was already knocked, and I had to release it. Had I known, I would have continued my travels across the world, perhaps in another continent. I could have surpassed the spirit awakening stage. What does that have to do with me? Are you seeking my assistance? Do you wish for me to accompany you during your male days? Huang Zheng's thoughts wandered. But the realization that she was male during the day sent shivers down his spine. I was equally astonished upon discovering this flaw and hastily searched the Tianqin continent for a remedy. Eventually, I found a solution. And how shall we resolve this? By borrowing a corpse to return a soul. Du Zishi articulated each word with precision. What? Borrowing a corpse to return a soul? Huang Zheng's gaze remained vacant, struggling to comprehend. We must find a female corpse that has died within the last 10 days. I will then project 40% of my spiritual consciousness into her body. When I am in my male form, I will slay my true self, allowing all of my spiritual consciousness to enter her body, thereby resurrecting myself in her guise. From that point forward, I shall be liberated from this peculiar affliction of being female by day and male by night. Huangzheng listened in complete astonishment. The ability to separate one's spiritual consciousness was an advanced skill reserved for those who had reached the concentration realm. At the pinnacle of that realm, one could even utilize their spiritual consciousness as a weapon. A master like Yue could effortlessly eliminate ordinary mortals or low-level deities from a distance, while his true form remained seated. Are you truly at the concentration realm now? Why do you need a female corpse from me? Huangzheng was overwhelmed. I entered this realm as a spirit power stage practitioner, and now I have attained the late bone refinement stage. With my current pace, I shall reach the concentration realm in less than 6 months. Du Zishi suddenly shifted her tone. What do you think of Su Su? If I were to take her life, how might I use her corpse to return to life? You, such an adorable girl. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? Or is it your fellow disciples? Huangzheng nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, I never anticipated that after just one meeting with Su Su, you would already be so reluctant to part with her. Du Zishi adopted a solemn demeanor. As a former elder of the Pointing Sword sect, it is unthinkable for me to take the life of a fellow female disciple for such a purpose. Therefore, I require you to find a suitable female corpse within 6 months, either from the secular imperial court or another mystical sect, one that can replace me. This corpse must have been deceased for no longer than 10 days, possess exquisite beauty, a commendable figure, a tall stature, skin that rivals mine, and a petite face would be preferable. Ideally, she should be from the Great Chu dynasty, as I have ties to this dynasty in both my past and present lives. If she is a member of the royal family, that would be even better. She must absolutely not be a courtesan. Furthermore, Du Zishi suddenly resembled a child. Counting off conditions on her fingers, Huangzheng was utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless. You are being so particular about selecting a corpse? Since you mentioned 6 months, yet also stipulated a time frame of less than 10 days. Are you implying that I should identify someone first and then eliminate her when the time comes to deliver her to you? Indeed, Huangzheng, you are quite perceptive. Su Su is correct. Among the entire Pointing Sword sect, you alone possess the tenacity to deal with women, especially beautiful ones. You cannot expect me to enlist Ding Guanyue for this task, can you? As I consider the individuals I know within the sect, you are the only one capable of handling such a delicate matter concerning a woman's life. Curse it, Huangzheng contemplated. The beauties of Zishi Peak are plentiful. Why not enlist them? If it is a matter of woman killing woman, what is there to hesitate about? This affair must remain a secret known only to you, Ding Guanyue and Ding Zixing. If others were to discover it, where would my dignity reside? The 2 disciples from Guanyue Peak who witnessed my male attire were slain by Ding Zixing. Huangzheng, you 2 have seen me in male garb. Will you assist me in procuring this female corpse, or shall I end your life here and now? You? Given Huangzheng's temperament, he was ready to retort, daring her to do it, yet he recognized that this task was not insurmountable, so he refrained from showing anger. Rest assured, if you successfully assist me with this matter, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled rewards. We are fellow townsfolk. I would never shortchange you. Du Zishi continued to persuade Huangzheng. Very well, it is settled. From the way you speak, it is evident you are a person of your word. Huangzheng, I shall await your good news here at Zishi Peak. Du Zishi smiled joyfully, while Huangzheng gazed upon her enchanting beauty, feeling a twinge of regret. What a splendid visage, yet it must be exchanged for another. You must hurry down the mountain and find a suitable candidate for me. Du Zishi urged eagerly. Do you not have any other conditions? Huangzheng would not be easily deceived. Such a significant matter could not be undertaken without some form of benefit for me. He gestured with his fingers, mimicking the manner in which worldly wealth is exchanged, then shot Du Zishi a knowing glance. You little rascal, seeking rewards before even commencing the task? Du Zishi found him both amusing and exasperating. This precious artifact, your chariot, is now returned to you. Wan Sushui has restored the treasured chariot to Huangzheng. Yet he remains motionless, standing there in silence. Here are 1 million superior crystal stones, preserved from my past life until now. Take them. Huangzheng still does not stir. Not even a flutter of his eyelids. You little rascal, your appetite is truly insatiable. Du Zishi gritted her teeth, extending her elegantly beautiful hand forward, revealing a palm-sized black jade tower. This inferior spiritual artifact, the Dominion Tower, was a fortuitous acquisition from the Tianqing continent. Surely this will suffice? In my sword sect, there are no more than 3 disciples with inferior spiritual artifacts, below the level of inner core. What? The Dominion Tower? Does my learned divine skill not include the Dominion technique? Very well, it is a promise. I shall ensure it is done flawlessly. Huangzhang seized the small tower from her hand with a swift motion. Chapter 57. Secrets Within the Tower. The dominant sky tower. Huangzhang sat serenely in his chamber, cradling the small tower as if it were a treasure gem. Life is indeed wondrous. The mystical art he had mastered, known as the dominant sky technique, was now intertwined with the dominant sky tower that he had acquired from Du Zishi. It was evident that these two entities were intrinsically linked. The diminutive tower, no larger than the palm of his hand, rested gently within Huangzhang's grasp. Was it not a harmonious relationship akin to that of fish and water? As Huangzhang's consciousness brushed against the tower, he sensed an intimate connection between himself and the artifact, a delightful and euphoric sensation coursing through him. Yet, there was an imperceptible barrier within the tower, thwarting his attempts to penetrate its depths. Why must it obstruct me? We are like fish and water, united in familial love. The dominant sky technique within Huangzhang began to surge, a torrent of power emanating from his palm towards the tower. When dealing with spiritual artifacts, one must not resort to force. They should be regarded as cherished companions. It was only when one's strength reached a level akin to Yi Wei that one could temporarily dominate a spiritual artifact. As Huangzhang's consciousness engaged with the tower, it felt as though a playful child stirred slightly in his hand. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the barrier gave way, and his consciousness surged inward. Huangzhang found himself standing in an immense realm, a vast expanse stretching endlessly before him. It appeared to be merely another space, devoid of anything but earth and sky. What manner of spiritual artifact is this? A super storage pouch? Du Zishi, in her benevolence, had bestowed upon him this artifact without revealing that the dominant sky tower had not been fully unlocked even by her. The fact that she, at the pinnacle of her spiritual awakening, could not access the tower indicated that it did not acknowledge her as its rightful master. The tower comprises 9 levels, and Huangzhang had entered the first, the very level that Du Zishi had painstakingly cultivated over decades. Subsequently, she had lacked the time to dedicate to its further refinement, which was why she had generously entrusted it to Huangzhang. After all, the rarity of a spiritual artifact could scarcely warrant such casual gifting. Huangzhang focused his consciousness once more on the tower, contemplating its layers. First, second, third. Indeed, there were 9 in total. Had he truly entered the first layer, which resembled a storage pouch, his gaze shifted to the second layer. With a swift thought, his consciousness re-entered the tower, only to find itself instinctively drawn back to the first layer once more. Attempting to reach the second layer, Huangzhang's consciousness surged forward, only to be abruptly met with an invisible barrier, as though he had collided with a solid wall. Dominant sky tower, we are comrades, brothers united in profound kinship, he implored, pouring forth his entreaties, yet the tower remained unresponsive to his appeals. Frustration welled within Huangzhang, and the dominant sky technique erupted to life within him. With a mighty roar, the ancient powers surged through his being. Outside the wall, his consciousness transformed, manifesting as a colossal, ancient hand that struck the barrier with a thunderous impact. The force reverberated, causing a sharp ache in Huangzhang's head. Striking the wall with his consciousness had inadvertently caused him pain. The fury of the heavens cannot encapsulate Huangzhang's current state. Even the formidable divine demon nihility technique remains unyielding. Is it that my cultivation level is insufficient? Suddenly, the little yellow figure within him opened its eyes. Those who have succumbed to the demonic path must face the retribution of the celestial emperor. Within the recent consciousness, a solitary finger materialized in midair, summoning the demonic extermination blade. 1 transformed into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into countless thousands. Bang! Thousands upon thousands of demonic extermination blades struck against the barrier of the second floor. Boom! The barrier, after enduring the onslaught of countless blades, shattered explosively, while the figure in yellow closed his eyes once more. A chilling wind surged forth, heralding the approach of frigid air, as a demon cloaked in black fur prepared to step out from the depths of the tower. What? Huangzhang was startled, as he released the barrier of the second floor, only to witness a demon emerging from the treasure tower in his palm. Hiss! As the demon emerged halfway, it encountered the outside air, and its legs crackled as if ignited by flames. In disbelief, Huangzhang swept his consciousness across the second floor. Instantly, he felt as though he had transported to another realm. This place bore no distinction from the underground world. The only difference was the smooth and polished palace floor, as opposed to the uneven terrain below. The second floor revealed an immense palace, unfathomably vast, its dimensions stretching for miles. Before Huangzhang's eyes lay numerous underground demons in the qi cultivation stage, all at the late stages and beyond. as he gazed deeper into the palace. The hierarchy of demons escalated. Some were at the spirit condensation stage, inner dance stage, and even the soul communication stage. They were embroiled in fierce battles, tearing each other apart. Yet the number of demons appeared unchanged despite the casualties. Roar! A few underground demons spotted Huang Zhang standing within the grand hall and charged ferociously towards him. However, this was merely an extension of Huang Zhang's consciousness observing the scene. It was his will, not his physical form. The demons surged past him, realizing the illusion, and promptly resumed their brutal infighting. Could it be that the number of demons here reaches millions? Surely, these must be the ancient experts of the Tianqin continent. Having captured countless underground demons for cultivation, what purpose could he possibly have for gathering such a multitude? Huang Zhang felt an inexplicable pull beckoning him forward. He continued onward, encountering demons that lunged at him in confusion, only to discover their efforts were futile. The hall was immense, stretching beyond the limits of his consciousness and vision. Not long after, Huang Zhang sensed the Dominator's ascendant technique within him activating autonomously, circulating throughout his body. At that moment, from a certain point within the hall, a thunderous roar resounded as a towering figure slowly arose. It was as grand and imposing as the celestial ape demon Huang Zhang had once encountered. A being of immense stature, dominating the very heavens. "You have arrived at last. You have arrived at last," it murmured incessantly, and then, in an explosive instant, it shattered, unleashing a multitude of shimmering golden characters into the air. Swish, swish, swish. These characters soared toward Huang Zhang, accelerating the operation of the Dominator's ascendant technique within him even further. A sharp pain pierced Huang Zhang's mind, and his consciousness emerged from the dominant tower. As the diminutive tower fell to the ground, Huang Zhang cradled his head, feeling an abundance of characters coalescing into a scripture within his mind. The dominant heavenly art. Indeed, it was the dominant heavenly art, the very one he had previously studied. However, this iteration of the dominant heavenly art possessed a word count tenfold greater than before. It was likely the complete version. It was no wonder that Ruan Sushue, with her discerning eye, suggested that the dominant heavenly art might be incomplete. At last, he had acquired the authentic dominant heavenly art. It was revealed that beyond the Haoyan star system, in a distant galaxy, there existed a continent known as the dominant continent. This land, akin to the Heavenly Emperor continent, crafted by a formidable ancient master known as the Heavenly Emperor, was created by another ancient expert referred to as the Dominant. Not only did the Dominant forge this continent, but he also constructed a divine artifact known as the Dominant Heavenly Armor. The Dominant belonged to the human race, and it is said that divine artifacts stemmed from the treasures left behind during the era of ancient gods and demons. Defying the heavens, he forged the artifact and faced the unparalleled calamities of the cosmos. Thunderous storms roared, and calamities descended, yet none could thwart him. From that moment onward, the Dominant wielded the divine artifact, dominating the world with unmatched prowess. The human race, capable of forging divine artifacts, stirred the ire of the ancient gods and demons, leading to a deluge of their jealousy. The Dominant, single-handedly, along with the dominant heavenly armor, battled these formidable foes for half a month, causing immense casualties. Ultimately, he was outnumbered, and the artifact was shattered into countless fragments, one of which transformed into the dominant tower, eventually lost in the Haoyan star system on the Tianqin continent. This dominant tower represented the core of the dominant heavenly armor, the very headpiece. The Dominant himself perished under the siege of numerous gods and demons, leaving behind a fragment of his consciousness imbued within the dominant tower, awaiting the arrival of a fated individual. His dominant heavenly art was an ancient divine technique, surpassing even the highest forms of divine arts, comprising 5 layers in total. Before his demise, the first layer of the dominant heavenly art was replicated countless times and scattered across various galaxies and continents throughout the universe, ensuring that many would learn the art. However, only one individual could claim the dominant tower, and the one who obtained it would gather the scattered fragments of the dominant heavenly armor from across the cosmos, ultimately recreating the legendary artifact. By acquiring it, Huang Zhang embraced this monumental mission, vowing that in his lifetime, he would reunite the dominant heavenly armor, restoring the unparalleled majesty of the ancient divine artifact. As he read this, Huang Zhang was profoundly shaken. This was a human who had single-handedly forged the first divine artifact. He defied the heavens, shattering the ancient prohibitions that allowed only gods and demons to craft artifacts, thus creating the first divine artifact belonging to humanity. What an extraordinary figure this was. A divine artifact is considered such only if it can be wielded by gods and demons. Now, the dominant had forged one that could be used by humans. It ought to be called a human artifact. The divine artifact of the sword point sect can only be wielded by the descendants of gods and demons. The remarkable talents of humanity, such as Yi Wei, Shangguan Tianxia, Yin Xiong Tu, and even Du Zishi, can merely gaze upon the artifact in awe. However, the formidable master, the Overlord, has forged a divine weapon that can be utilized by the human race. Rest assured, esteemed Overlord, I, Huang Zhong, shall convey the will of the gods and demons, as well as the aspirations of humanity, and I vow to honor your faith. In my lifetime, I shall seek out the Overlord's celestial armor and resurrect the unparalleled majesty of the divine armor that once dominated the world. Huang Zhong murmured to himself, making a solemn oath. Suddenly, the small tower on the ground emitted a brilliant golden light, swirling upwards in response to Huang Zhong. Finally, with a swift motion, it pierced into Huang Zhong's brow, embedding itself deeply within his being. Chapter 58. The Sovereign Celestial Fist. The Sovereign Celestial Tower is divided into 9 tiers. The first tier consists of the countless herbs cultivated by the sovereign in his prime, judging by their current state. They are either long abandoned or have been entirely depleted by Du Zishi. The sovereign, a figure of remarkable ambition and unparalleled talent, mastered the art of crafting weapons, elixirs, formations, talismans, mechanisms, calculations, and puppetry, his capabilities seemingly boundless. The second tier houses the underground demons he captured and nurtured. In his youth, he trained these demons into puppets, forming a formidable puppet army to confront the divine and demonic legions. For over a month, he single-handedly battled against them, ultimately succumbing when no reinforcements arrived, falling victim to encirclement and assault. The third tier contains talismans and mechanisms crafted by the sovereign for combat, proving invaluable in warfare. The fourth tier is filled with various magical treasures, artifacts, and spiritual instruments, everything the sovereign left behind after equipping his puppet army. The fifth tier is dedicated to elixirs and celestial crystals. In ancient times, these crystals were essential for activating divine artifacts. The current crystals are merely remnants of celestial energy that have transformed the surrounding stones, far inferior to their celestial counterparts. Another fragment of the sovereign's celestial armor resides in this tier, comparable in quality to a high-grade spiritual instrument. The sixth tier encompasses the sovereign's lifelong insights into cultivation, containing various books on weapon crafting, elixirs, formations, and more. Above the seventh tier, the records of Huang Zhong's absorption of textual materials cease. According to the sovereign's legacy, the first tier requires the ability to communicate with spirits to unlock. The second tier demands the first level of divine realm, and the third tier necessitates the second level of divine realm. In the past, Du Zishi, at the spirit communication level, managed to open the first tier, while the figure in yellow aided him in accessing the second tier. The unlocking of the third tier remains uncertain, its timeline unknown. Upon realizing this, Huang Zhong could only sigh skyward, lamenting the treasure mountain before him that he could not claim. At this moment, what mattered most was the enhancement of his own strength. Only with greater power could he acquire anything, for without it, everything could be snatched away overnight. Huang Zhong contemplated, and although he was on the verge of departing, he resolved to practice the second level of the sovereign's celestial technique. The second level is not merely an advancement of divine abilities, but a form of martial art, the sovereign's celestial fist. Given that the sovereign's divine powers belong to the ancient realm, this fist technique must at least be classified as supreme. Mastering this technique to its utmost will allow the practitioner to learn the third level, which amplifies the power of the sovereign's celestial fist tenfold. Upon reaching the fourth level, one can enhance any ancient divine ability or lower, increasing its potency tenfold. At the fifth level, one can amplify any divine ability, also by tenfold. The sovereign himself devoted his entire life to reaching the third level. The fifth level remained a figment of his imagination, imperfect and unachieved, leaving him uncertain of its feasibility. Truly, this sovereign is a figure of boundless ambition, Huang Zhong mused with a wry smile, resolving to immerse himself in cultivation and seclude himself for several days. 10 days later, in the new prefecture of the Han Dynasty. In the southern region of the Han Dynasty lies Xinzhou, adjacent to the Grandfeng Dynasty. Renowned for its picturesque waterways and the beauty it has invariably produced. Among the 6 prominent sects of the Feng Dynasty, the Zhenyang sect stands out. Famed for its abundance of enchanting women, the leader of the Red Leaf Hall within the Zhenyang sect, Song Hongyel, is celebrated as one of the 3 most beautiful women in the world. Her allure is beyond description. It is said that during one of her visits to the Feng dynasty, as she passed through the imperial flower garden, all the blossoms wilted in her presence. And a peahen, upon seeing her, turned and leapt into the river. At this moment, Huang Zheng sat in a hotel in Xinzhou, his mind tumultuous with thoughts of Song Hongye. The man associated with her is valued at a staggering 100,000 contributions, enough to exchange for a bone-refining frenzy pill. Once his affairs in Xinzhou are settled, he plans to venture to Feng to seek information about Song Hongye's companion, which could lead to immense fortune. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent knocks echoed from below. "Please, quickly come this way." Huang Zheng turned to see 3 disciples clad in the attire of the Jianpai sect, strutting confidently behind a young waiter. Jianpai is the foremost sect of the Han dynasty, held in high esteem by the common folk. For a family to elevate its status, having a member join Jianpai guarantees royal favor and prosperity. These 3 individuals, mere disciples of divine strength, are not particularly extraordinary within the secular realm. Yet they flaunt their Jianpai garb with arrogance, exerting their influence here. The waiter led them to a room on the 2nd floor, facing the street, all the while wearing a sycophantic grin. These individuals are more brazen than officials, for while one might offend the bone refinement officers of the court, one must never cross the disciples of Jianpai, a rule well known throughout the Han. "Ah, quite satisfactory. Now, you may leave and hasten the servings," one of the disciples said as they entered the room, exchanging amused glances. Huang Zheng shook his head. Clad in a simple blue robe that rendered him quite ordinary on the street, the trio had already discerned that he was in the bone refinement stage. But upon noting his lack of Jianpai apparel, they dismissed him, likely presuming him to be a disciple of some lesser sect or a court official. With a single disciple of Jianpai present, even the most modest sect would hesitate to provoke them, a testament to Jianpai's clout within the Han. After the 3 settled in, a continuous stream of dishes began to flow from downstairs, while Huang Zheng, who had not savored secular cuisine in ages, patiently awaited his turn. Yet, despite his early arrival, only a solitary dish had been served to him, while the others feasted without delay. This is outrageous. These petty divine strength disciples presume to hold sway over me. A core disciple destined to lead. Huang Zheng fumed, though his ire was soon overshadowed by another's outburst. "Blast it! Waiter, where is our food? Are those people next door swine?" A voice from an adjacent room erupted in frustration. "What? Calling us swine?" The 3 Jianpai disciples were incensed. In a fit of rage, one of them unsheathed his sword and, with a swift motion, struck towards the neighboring room. With a resounding crash, the central wall panel shattered, and he completely disregarded the presence of any mundane souls in the vicinity, striking out with lethal intent. The clang of steel echoed as his sword appeared to be severed by some arcane artifact. From within the private box, a mocking laugh emerged. Such trivial divine power dares to be so arrogant. The sword point sect is utterly lawless. As this remark lingered in the air, 2 brawny men, alongside a captivating woman, emerged from the box. The 3 disciples of the sword point sect instinctively took a step back. Huang Zheng's heart raced as he recognized them. They were members of the demon clan, having assumed human form, and were at least in the initial stage of qi cultivation. No matter how formidable one's divine power might be, when faced with a qi cultivator, one is rendered weaker than an ant, especially when the opponent is a demon. The 3 disciples were petrified, acutely aware they had offended those they should not. One among them, emboldened, dared to speak. "Esteemed ones, ignorance is no crime. We were unaware that you were present." "Truly. Nonsense. Does the sword point sect truly believe it can act with impunity, brazenly taking lives in the bustling streets? Do you not regard the laws of the realm?" The 3 demons scornfully wielded the banner of humanity against the 3 divine power disciples. Though the disciples wished to protest, fear restrained their tongues. "Kneel," the enchanting demon woman said with a smile, "seeing that you 3 are young and ignorant, I shall grant you a chance for survival. Kneel and bow your heads, and you may go free." Instantly, the 3 disciples turned pale as ghosts. Kneel? Refusal meant death. One of the men threatened fiercely. It was a stark choice, kneel or perish on the spot. Their eyes met, conveying helplessness and terror. Huang Zheng, observing this spectacle, understood that the demons were deliberately undermining the sword point sect's reputation before the common folk. He rose and approached slowly. "Esteemed ones, you are all qi masters. Do you know the meaning of shame?" In response, 3 murderous gazes locked onto Huang Zheng. The divine power disciples were both surprised and relieved. Yet upon witnessing Huang Zheng's cultivation level, they could only shake their heads in despair. "I once heard a friend say that humans are shameless," while demons are valiant. Humans engage in treachery, while demons act with integrity. Today, witnessing you all, I finally comprehend that beasts are indeed beasts, and there is an inherent distinction from humanity. Huangjing harbored disdain for the three disciples of divine power, yet he felt a deeper loathing for the notion of the three qi cultivators forcing them to kneel. His words struck like gold, resonating with weight, leaving the three demon cultivators both ashamed and enraged. You seek death. One demon's eyes glinted like daggers as they fixed on Huangjing. Suddenly, in a surprising turn of events, Huangjing leapt, vaulting through the hotel window, vanishing from sight in an instant after his grandiloquent declaration of righteousness. Damn it, one of the men cursed. After him. They abandoned their pursuit of the divine power disciples and swiftly followed Huangjing out the window. Upon witnessing the three members of the demon tribe hastily depart, the three disciples of the pointing sword sect glanced around, their minds scanning the surroundings, and felt a sense of relief as the demons vanished into the distance. Let us leave swiftly, they urged, frightened and unwilling to linger. Stop, came a stern command. It was Huangjing. How had he evaded those three qi-nurturing demons? The trio was both astonished and delighted, eager to approach him with smiles and greetings. You three, which peak do you hail from? Huangjing inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of seniority. The three disciples, recognizing his demeanor, understood that he was likely a fellow member of the Pointing Sword sect. Senior brother, we are disciples of the Eastern Tower Peak. And you are? I am from the Azure Jade Peak. Indeed, they were comrades. Today, we are truly grateful for your assistance. How dare you? As disciples of the Mystic Gate, you ought to practice humility and focus on your cultivation. Instead, you flaunt your power in the secular world, disturbing the lives of ordinary citizens. This is a grave transgression within our sect. Senior brother, please spare us. We were wrong. We were wrong. As members of the Pointing Sword sect, one of the 6 great mystic gates, should you be compelled to kneel in public, the illustrious reputation of our sect, built over millennia, would be utterly tarnished. I hope you remember this lesson well. Yes, we appreciate your admonition, senior brother. Indeed. Senior brother. The three nodded earnestly, casting a final, profound glance at Huangjing before hastily departing. Chapter 059, A Punch That Shatters. Huangjing stepped out of the hotel, secretly amused. After leaping from the window, he swiftly concealed himself within the towering Dominance Tower, which shrank to the size of an ant and quietly settled on the ground. The three qi-nurturing pursuers, unable to detect his presence, conferred briefly before dispersing in 3 different directions in search of him. In the modest new prefecture, there were surprisingly 3 qi-nurturing demon clans. No wonder the disciples of Qingyu Peak had perished completely. Contemplating this, Huangjing resolved to inquire at the local government office. The highest official in New Prefecture was the governor, wielding military and administrative authority over the region. Unlike their great Shu, where each prefecture had 1 civil and 1 military head, the structure here was different. Arriving at the governor's office, Huangjing observed 2 rows of armed soldiers at the entrance, each nearing the realm of divine strength, appearing to be seasoned warriors. Halt! What business do you have? The soldiers, noticing that this skeletal practitioner showed no sign of fear, barked sternly. I request to see the governor. I am here on behalf of the Pointing Sword sect regarding the matters of the demon clans in New Prefecture, he replied. Pointing Sword sect? The leading soldier exchanged glances with his companions, revealing no hint of surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. Please wait a moment. With swift strides, one soldier turned and hurried away. What SMS? Huangjing sensed something unusual in their demeanor. The oddity only intensified his unease. Their attitude suggested they regarded him as a fraud. Following one of the soldiers deeper inside, he passed through 2 smaller courtyards until he arrived at a larger courtyard. Who has the audacity to impersonate a disciple of our Pointing Sword sect? A booming voice echoed as a middle-aged official, flanked by 4 practitioners, emerged before Huangjing. He did not recognize any of them. 2 were at the mid-stage of qi nurturing, and 2 at the initial stage. Who are you? Huangjing inquired. I am Huangjing from Qingyu Peak. I have already notified my sect about the situation in New Prefecture, and I shall handle it myself. Which peak do you belong to? You are Huangjing? Upon hearing his name, the 4 men's eyes lit up. One of the mid-stage qi nurturers smirked slightly. We are from the Unique Peak. Huangjing, you said you would handle this matter 10 days ago. Where have you been? We have already resolved it. And now you arrive. What do you mean by this? Trying to claim credit? The individual showed no fear of Huangjing's status as a core disciple. For their Unique Peak's master ranked first among the core disciples of the sect. Unique Peak? UA, Huang Jing's anger flared. Who sent you here? I have declared that I will manage this matter. Huang Jing, if we had waited for you to handle it, New Prefecture would have descended into chaos long ago. 6 members of Qingyu Peak were slain, and you have brought shame upon the Pointing Sword sect. How can you still claim you would handle it? Where have you been these past 10 days? What arrogance! Did you believe you could traverse from Pointing Sword sect to New Prefecture in a mere 10 days? Even the Emperor of the Great Han could not travel that slowly. Now that we have resolved the issue, you emerge to reap the rewards. Who do you think you are? The 4 men took turns berating Huang Zheng, portraying him as a deceitful opportunist, one who deliberately delayed and then sought to claim their achievements. Indeed, the gaze of the governor of New Prefecture towards Huang Zheng has markedly changed. Ahem, young Master Huang. These gentlemen have already assisted us in New Prefecture by vanquishing several calamity-stricken demonic beings. I fear you have arrived rather late. The governor interjected on behalf of the 4. What absurdity! If this matter reaches my sect, my reputation will be tarnished. You 4 are behaving disgracefully, akin to publicly passing gas and uttering nonsense. And you? How do you even qualify as a governor? Huang Zheng erupted in a furious tirade, his words causing the 4 cultivators to nearly leap from their seats in indignation. Were it not for Huang Zheng's status as a core disciple, such audacity would have warranted their immediate execution. Not long ago, at the Four Seas Hotel, 3 demonic beings of the Qi-nurturing stage wreaked havoc, compelling 3 disciples from my sword point sect to kneel publicly. Had I not diverted those 3 demons, our sect's honor would have been utterly disgraced. This incident was witnessed by dozens of patrons and the proprietor of the hotel. Do you still dare to claim that the matter has been resolved? Demonic beings roam the bustling streets. And while you 4 sit here sipping tea and chatting with the governor, is this how you conduct affairs? At this, the 4 were rendered speechless. Huang Zheng's account was corroborated by location and witnesses, leaving no room for doubt. 3 Qi-nurturing demons still at large? Their expressions shifted dramatically, caught off guard. Perhaps they are new arrivals among the demons. One among them hastily sought an excuse, claiming that they had already slain 1 Qi-nurturing demon. Huang Zheng waved his sleeve in frustration, turning to leave. Stop. There are still 3? Let us go slay them now. Huang Shidi, being a core disciple in the later stages of bone refining, would do best to remain at the governor's residence, enjoying tea and conversation, safety first. Laughter erupted among the 4, their eyes glimmering with disdain. Within the Sword Point sect, they could not confront a core disciple directly, but out here, they relished the opportunity to mock him. What does your status as a core disciple matter when your cultivation is so low? They felt elated. As mere formal disciples, they were wary of the elders and elite disciples within their sect, where a careless word could lead to dire consequences. Today, however, they could finally jest at the expense of a core disciple. There's no need to search further. We have arrived. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated within their minds. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 demons appeared simultaneously on the scene. The enchanting female demon giggled, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms as she fixated on Huang Zheng. Little brother, you run so fast. I knew you would come to the governor's office, he. You have some audacity. One of the mid-stage Qi-nurturing cultivators glared at the demons. What sect do you belong to, daring to provoke members of the Sword Point sect? Do you not know who this Huang Zheng is? He is a core disciple, the future supreme leader of our sect. If you dare to harm a single hair on him, it would be a crime punishable by extermination of your entire clan. Oh, you frighten me. Extermination of clans, you say? The little succubus bore a frightful visage, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth as she patted her chest. Unbeknownst to Huang Zheng, the antics of the 4 were a prelude to their intent to slay him first. How about this? Proposed a burly figure from the demon clan, grinning at Huang Zheng. We 3 will attempt to kill him, while you 4 protect him. Let us see whether we can slay him or you can shield him. Good luck with that. The 4 from the Sword Point sect exchanged knowing smiles, dismissing the notion of protection as foolish. No, this is decidedly unwise. Huang Zheng shook his head. What seems to be the issue, little brother? The succubus chuckled, her gaze scanning Huang Zheng's lower half. You won't know how good my little brother is until you try, but I believe it would be far better for me to slay all 7 of you. Huang Zheng's declaration resonated powerfully and dominantly. With my left hand, I shall slay demons, and with my right, I shall take lives. Let us see who amongst you 7 shall perish first. The provincial governor, upon hearing such blood-curdling bravado, turned pale and retreated in trepidation. With a swift motion, Huang Zheng unleashed 4 blades from his right hand, the demon-slaying sword piercing the air with deadly intent. Now in the later stages of bone refining, he could release 4 blades in a single breath. At such close range, it was akin to an ambush, a supreme technique for taking lives. Just as Huang Zhong, with his godly might, had once struck the qi-nourishing stage Imo Qian at point-blank range. The speed of his flying knives rendered his targets utterly defenseless. Death was all but assured. The four, who had just been laughing heartily, were caught off guard. Their bodies pierced by the blade light, one knife for each, executed with precision. Their corpses had yet to hit the ground when Huang Zhong stomped his foot. Unleashing a gale of power, star-shattering force, he executed the recently learned dominant heavenly fist. With a single punch, his fist morphed into a constellation, scattering starlight across the heavens. The surrounding air trembled with the force of his blows, dimming the sun and moon. The dominant heavenly fist exuded an unparalleled might. Reaching from earth to sky, the three demons turned ashen, for behind Huang Zhong loomed a colossal figure of a conqueror, reminiscent of a legendary king, sweeping through legions with a single strike, causing even the stars to tumble from the sky. The demon who had boasted of killing first was the first to be struck, letting out a wretched scream of agony, only to be met with a single punch that shattered his body instantaneously. A second demon struck at Huang Zhong with his fist, asserting, "I, in the qi-nourishing stage, cannot be bested by a mere bone-refining novice." However, an overwhelming force surged from Huang Zhong's fist into the demon's body, an ancient power that seemed capable of traversing realms. The demon felt as if, in that fleeting moment, he was on the cusp of advancing to the concentration stage. Huang Zhong's punch appeared to imbue him with tremendous strength, leaving the demon both astonished and elated, only to quickly realize that this power was far too overwhelming, far beyond what his qi-nourishing body could withstand. If I cannot bear it in the qi-nourishing stage, how can he unleash such force in the bone-refining stage? In his mind, the last fleeting thought erupted with a resounding bang. The entire demon body shattered into fragments. This formidable dominator's celestial fist could obliterate a person with a single strike. Anyone struck would instantly explode into a gory mist, leaving not a single recognizable piece behind. Truly a display of unparalleled brutality and sanguinary ferocity. Roaring with fury, an exclamation born from both rage and ecstasy, Huang Zhong realized that this divine ability, combined with the infinite divine demonic art, was utterly overwhelming. This was the true manifestation of a dominator's divine prowess, the epitome of masculine strength. With a swift motion, he delivered his final punch to the enchanting female demon, only to be met with a burst of golden light before her. The sound of tinkling jade echoed as fragments of jade slips scattered across the ground. The female demon's face turned pale with terror as she somersaulted away for dozens of yards. "Where do you think you're running to?" Huang Zhong sneered. "Did you not express a desire to test the prowess of my little brother?" With a flourish, he extended his hands, invoking the yin-yang dragon capture technique, and lo, two divine dragons transformed into claws, hurtling toward her like meteors. Yet, the female demon merely waved her jade-like hand, and a faint yellow talisman shot forth to meet Huang Zhong's dragon claws. It was the first time Huang Zhong had witnessed someone employing a talisman. Upon contact, the talisman morphed into a colossal longsword. With a single stroke, the sword unleashed an endless torrent of blade winds that cleaved through the heavens and earth, shattering Huang Zhong's yin-yang dragon capture technique in an instant, and then it descended toward his head. Good heavens! Was this the full power of a master of concentration? Huang Zhong hastily evaded. With a resounding crash, at least several houses within the governor's estate were reduced to mere dust beneath that single strike. When Huang Zhong looked up again, the female demon had vanished without a trace. Chapter 060. The immortal fruit behind Gij. The governor of Xinzhou trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. His estate had been shattered by a single strike from a mysterious warrior, resulting in several fatalities. However, witnessing the forbidden act left him in sheer terror. Would this youth, who had slain his fellow disciple, silence me as well? "Are you the governor of Xinzhou?" "Why, yes, I am, young Master Huang. I saw nothing. I know nothing. What are you afraid of? Write an official report truthfully and submit it to the Han Dynasty. Naturally, someone within the imperial court will inform my sect, the Pointing Sword sect. Remember to include my name, the core disciple, Huang Zhong." "Why, yes, yes, yes." The governor, unfamiliar with the term core disciple, sensed its significance from the weight of the words. He nodded repeatedly, raising his gaze to discern Huang Zhong's appearance, hoping to speak with him should he come calling. Yet, he was met with nothing but emptiness. Huang Zhong had long since vanished. With a single leap, Huang Zhong soared into the skies, his feet leaving the governor's estate behind. In midair, he unfurled his wings of divine magic and soared high. In less than 10 breaths, he had already darted beyond the city limits of Xinzhou. To the south of Xinzhou lies the Great Wind Dynasty, a water-rich region known for its intricate waterways. The naval forces of the Great Wind Dynasty are as renowned as those of the Great Chu. Huang Zheng now set his sights on the Great Wind. Eager to uncover any news regarding Song Hongye and to procure a frenzied bone refinement pill. This pill could only be concocted by the 6 major sects of the realm. And the Pointing Sword sect could not purchase it with crystal stones but could exchange it for contributions to the sect. However, the True Yang sect could do so. With a larger number of female disciples, it was said that they often sold frenzied bone refinement pills. For women, whether of the mystical or mundane world, are perpetually in need of funds. As Huang Zheng journeyed towards the Great Wind, he paused multiple times. Arriving at the second largest city of the Great Wind Dynasty, Hezhou, half an hour later. True to its name, Hezhou was formed by rivers, with numerous waterways facilitating trade. Merchants from various nations flocked here, creating a bustling marketplace. The True Yang sect also had a significant stronghold here, known as the Green Prefecture Hall. The hall's master, Tang Levzu, was a renowned expert, recognized alongside Yi Wei of the Pointing Sword sect, Duanmu Rou of the Heavenly Strategy Alliance, and Lu Chushan of the Divine Magic sect as one of the 4 great young masters of the realm, acknowledged leaders of the younger generation. As Huang Zheng walked the streets of Hezhou, the ambience of a water town enveloped him. Picturesque bridges and flowing streams were visible, a rarity amidst the commercial prosperity of the Han dynasty. Yet, after wandering for a considerable while, he encountered few practitioners. And even those he did see were merely at the divine power stage, military officers on leisure or warriors from affluent households. Not a single member of the mystical sects was in sight. He intended to locate the local trading post but found himself at a loss. As several practitioners he inquired with shook their heads in ignorance. What to do now? Surely he couldn't go to the governor of Hezhou? Moreover, the Great Wind Dynasty appeared to have little interaction with the True Yang sect, making it unlikely they would know the location of the trading post. Huang Zheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him when suddenly he caught sight of a familiar figure ahead, a silhouette that stirred recognition within him. How familiar it seemed. It must undoubtedly be a member of the Point Sword sect. Although Huang Zheng had not yet reached the level of photographic memory, he was not far from it. That silhouette was certainly one he had encountered before. He hastily quickened his pace to pursue the figure. The person seemed to be in a hurry, weaving through the streets and alleys of Hezhou, only traversing deserted areas, and soon arrived at the back entrance of a small courtyard. Huang Zheng followed closely, recognizing the familiar figure heading into the courtyard. Who could it be? Why had he encountered another member of the Point Sword sect? As he pondered whether to probe the individual with his spiritual sense, he had already realized that such an action would be considered impolite. Typically, one would scan with spiritual sense before engaging. Just as he contemplated whether or not to scan, a sharp burst of spiritual energy suddenly pierced through his own like an arrow. The Sighing Wall's entry-level technique from the Point Sword sect instinctively retaliated. However, this technique was effective only when both parties were of similar cultivation levels, and the one who had first scanned Huang Zheng was far superior in strength. Huang Zheng felt as if he had been ruthlessly pricked by someone, causing him to stagger backward, clutching his head and exclaiming in pain. A voice from the void expressed astonishment, likely not expecting Huang Zheng to also be affiliated with the Point Sword sect. This was a master of focused spirit, capable of not only scanning but also of taking lives. Upon being scanned, Huang Zheng discerned that the individual had harbored murderous intent, intending to eliminate this bone-refining practitioner, but was taken aback by Huang Zheng's formidable Sighing Wall technique. Is it you? The person seemed to recognize Huang Zheng, exclaiming in surprise. Who could it be? Huang Zheng felt the aura even more familiar and, with a leap, entered the small courtyard. A youth clad in a long black robe regarded Huang Zheng with an expressionless demeanor. What do you follow me for? Who permitted you to come here? Seen your brother Xie? Huang Zheng was taken aback to see the fellow core disciple, Xie Wuqiang, here. Xie Wuqiang showed no regard for Huang Zheng, making him feel uncomfortable. I merely passed by and happened to see your figure on the street, which seemed familiar, so I followed. Passing by. Do you know how far you are from the Great Han Point Sword sect while wandering through the Great Wind Dynasty's Hezhou? At that moment, another person emerged from the courtyard. This individual had a slightly round face, spirited eyes, and wore a flowing purple robe. His gait was graceful, and his gaze resembled 2 mysterious stars in the night sky, embodying the essence of various profound truths. Xiao Wangzhen, you wish to see who Huang Zheng is? This is the person. He is Huang Zheng. It turned out that this was another core disciple, Xiao Wangjin, a master from the Xiao family reputed for his exceptional mathematical prowess. What? You are Huangzhong? Xiao Wangjin's eyes, sharp as those of the wise, seemed to pierce through the mundane. Upon being scrutinized, Huangzhong felt as if his very essence had been calculated. The Big Dipper moves across the sky, and the celestial bodies cannot obscure your brilliance. Huangzhong, you indeed possess the qualifications to be a core disciple. Xiao Wangjin cast a discerning glance and immediately recognized Huang Zheng's uniqueness. He turned to Xiao Wuqiong, smiling. This individual is indeed worthy of standing on equal footing with us. However, he has gained the favor of the Xiao family, and I have no desire to befriend him. His words were laden with implication, highlighting Huang Zheng's extraordinary nature while subtly suggesting that Huangzhong had usurped their family's prized spiritual artifact, thus securing his position as a core disciple. Under Xiao Wangjin's calculations, Xiao Yun was undoubtedly capable of wielding the superior spiritual weapon, yet, to everyone's astonishment, it ultimately fell into Huangzhong's hands. The Xiao family, upon realizing this, found themselves at a loss for words. After all, spiritual artifacts are meant to resonate with their wielders, and for the artifact to reject Xiao Yun was a matter of disgrace. Yet, Huangzhong had ascended to core disciple status through this very means, which left the entire Xiao clan feeling quite resentful. Huangzhong, too, wore a smile. In this world, all that exists is governed by virtue, and friendship is no exception. If one wishes to be my friend, virtue must come first. His words carried a double meaning, implying that Xiao Yun lacked the character to earn the artifact's recognition, while also insinuating that Xiao Wangjin was petty and lacking in virtue. Xiao Wangjin merely chuckled, shaking his head before retreating indoors. Huangzhong, I see malevolence etched upon your brow. Within 7 days, you shall encounter calamity. Tread carefully, he declared, slamming the door shut. Wishing never to lay eyes on Huangzhong again, Xia Wuqiong maintained his expressionless demeanor. Let us depart. It seems you are unwelcome here. Huangzhong smiled, preparing to leave, when Xia Wuqiong called out to him again. Are you, perchance, here for the human immortal fruit? Human immortal fruit? This was the first time Huangzhong had heard such a name. He shook his head, then nodded in contemplation. Xia Wuqiong appeared perplexed. What do you mean by that? Are you shaking your head or nodding? I was not initially here for the human immortal fruit, but now that I have heard of it, I shall certainly return for it, Huangzhong exclaimed, laughing heartily as he turned to depart. These two are insufferable, each dismissing others with arrogance. Very well. If you seek the human immortal fruit, then I shall seize it for myself. The human immortal fruit? What is this human immortal fruit? Why have these two formidable cultivators gathered here? As Huangzhong stepped outside, he paid no mind to Xiao Wuqiong's expression, lost in thought. With a swift motion, he accessed the memories of the 2 demon clansmen and 4 fellow disciples he had just slain. Having just dispatched 6 individuals, he had only managed to glean the essence of 1 human and 1 demon. The Jianpai had no records regarding this. The demons, however, at last, he uncovered a sliver of a secret. This marked Huangzhong's first realization that by killing others, he could also seize their memories, revealing the secrets they concealed within. Upon taking a life, he had a chance to claim not only their essence but also fragments of their memories. While the essence was a certainty, the memories could encompass their abilities or experiences, or a combination of both. Ultimately, he could extract a portion of their consciousness. Within the memories of this demon, Huangzhong uncovered a startling truth. They were neither rogue demons nor disciples of the renowned sect, Mixiandeo. They are indeed members of the True Sun sect, which is even more inclusive than the Pointing Sword sect, accepting even demonic beings as disciples. This does not concern the Pointing Sword sect. Although they do not accept such beings, they do not oppose them either. However, the Celestial Strategy Alliance views the demon race as a formidable enemy that must be exterminated. Recently, Tang Luzhou of the True Sun sect inadvertently acquired a legendary ancient celestial fruit known as the human immortal fruit, which he intends to present to the Celestial Strategy Alliance's most beautiful and talented young master, Duan Muro, as a proposal of marriage. To divert the attention of the nearby Pointing Sword sect, they sent demon disciples to create disturbances within the territory of the Great Han Empire, which led to the incident in Xinzhou where disciples from Qingyu Peak were killed. Such occurrences have transpired multiple times within the Pointing Sword sect's domain, resulting in fatalities not only at Qingyu Peak, but across several peaks, successfully diverting attention from the True Sun sect. However, despite their meticulous planning, they did not anticipate that Xiao Wangjin and Xia Wuqiong would uncover the secret of the human immortal fruit. The human immortal fruit is a wondrous fruit that, according to ancient texts, originated from the primordial chaos before the heavens were formed, sprouting naturally in a time long past. Some say it is a celestial fruit cultivated by the immortals and demons of the heavens, with its seeds left to grow below. Ancient scriptures recount that the human immortal tree, resembling a human and as ethereal as an immortal, bears 10 human immortal fruits every 10,000 years. After 99,000 years, it matures and falls, transforming into a human immortal that ascends into the void. Those fortunate enough to obtain and consume it experience incredible effects. Tang Luzhou, unaware of how he came to possess a human immortal fruit, is reluctant to consume it himself and wishes to bestow it upon Duanmu Ro as a marriage proposal. Whether she accepts is secondary. The true challenge lies in safely transporting the human immortal fruit to the Great Chu dynasty. This news somehow leaked yesterday, and by last night, many formidable masters from various sects across the world had arrived in Hezhou City. Huang Zheng began to understand the unfolding situation. He realized why he hadn't seen any high-ranking practitioners on the streets. The lower-ranking ones had fled in fear, leaving only the truly exceptional experts to remain in the city. Had they not yet taken action? Was it because the human immortal fruit had not yet arrived in Hezhou? Or was it that Tang Luzhou was under the protection of even stronger masters? Given Huang Zheng's nature, he initially had no intention of seizing the human immortal fruit. However, the attitudes of Xiao Wangjin and Xia Wuqiong compelled him to pursue it with determination. Chapter 061, a resounding slap emerging from the small courtyard. Huang Zheng made his way to the Xianmin trading post located within the city. This establishment, operated by the Elzhou Hall, attracted not only members of the True Sun sect but also practitioners from various smaller sects in the vicinity, including those from the distant Jianjian sect of the Han dynasty. It held a respectable standing in the region. Following the path etched in his memory, Huang Zheng arrived at the back of the largest tavern in Hezhou, where stood a modest 3-story building known as Elzhou Tower. At the entrance, 2 late-stage bone refinement practitioners stood rigidly, resembling seasoned warriors from the mundane battlefield. Halt. What is your purpose here? The guards demanded, raising their hands to block his passage. Isn't this the trading post? Huang Zheng inquired, perplexed. The two exchanged glances and chuckled. An announcement was made yesterday, halting all transactions. Today, the trading post is not in operation. Huang Zheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Observing the guards, he noted their indifference toward him, while one of the men sneered. Why has Tang Elzhou summoned even the bone refinement practitioners? As he spoke, he began to step inside. The guards quickly bent forward with forced smiles. No. This fool must have wandered out, thinking trading was still on. Please, do come in. Suddenly, a sharp slap resonated as one of the guards was sent flying. The two who had just approached the threshold froze in astonishment. The speed was astonishing. They scarcely caught a glimpse of the figure. You, the other guard, a bone refinement practitioner, looked at Huang Zheng, a mix of shock and anger in his eyes. How dare you strike someone on the territory of our True Sun sect Elzhou Hall? You insulted me. Do you not think I was justified in retaliating? Huang Zheng replied coldly, fixing his gaze on the guard. You dared to call me a fool. Is that not courting death? Indeed, you had it coming. A voice boomed with laughter from behind, as another mid-stage condensation practitioner approached. This man wore tattered clothing that appeared to have gone unwashed for many years. A rarity among practitioners. Zhang Jiewa, you have the leisure to be here? The guard at the entrance recognized him. Ignoring the remark, Zhang Jiewa turned to Huang Zheng. Young brother, are you here to trade or to procure the immortal fruit? If it is the former, you would do well to leave immediately. Me? Huang Zheng chuckled. I am here to trade and, incidentally, to acquire the immortal fruit. Ha ha. Zhang Jiewa roared with laughter, seemingly pleased by Huang Zheng's audacious words. Come, let us enter together. The guards at the entrance were left speechless, their eyes wide as they watched Huang Zheng follow Zhang Jiewa into the building. This trading post had been closed a day in advance, and the interior was arranged differently from the usual trading setup. As the 4 of them stepped inside, they beheld a vast hall, extending for dozens of feet, spacious and expansive. Within the hall, numerous practitioners of the condensation stage were already seated, some in the early stages, others in mid, and even a few in the late stages. Aside from Huang Zheng, all present were at least early-stage condensation practitioners. As Huang Zheng, the bone refinement entered, a dozen gazes swept over him before swiftly averting, revealing a spectrum of disdain, astonishment, and curiosity. You arrived just in time. Go. Serve us all a cup of tea, commanded a somewhat impatient figure seated in the corner to the east, his cultivation at the mid-stage of concentration, suggesting he had been waiting there for quite some time. His cryptic words seemed directed at no one in particular. What are you staring at? Yes, you. Hurry up and serve the tea. Don't just stand there. He mistakenly perceived Huang Zheng, in his bone refinement stage, as a mere servant. Bai Jifeng, the one who spoke, was among the duo Huang Zheng had encountered at the entrance. Upon hearing Huang's casual mention of merely stopping by to collect the immortal fruit, he erupted into laughter, fueled by indignation. A mere bone refinement. How audacious. Get out. In truth, this bone refinement practitioner was far beneath their level. Likening him to an ant seemed an understatement. His furious command would have sent any ordinary bone refinement cultivator scurrying away in fear, and he anticipated such a reaction. However, Huang Zheng paid him no mind, seeking out a nearby seat and plopping down. Among the dozen or so individuals present, with chairs scattered about, no one's demeanor matched the brazen audacity of Huang Zheng. He occupied one chair while nonchalantly resting his feet on another, a posture rarely seen in the mundane world. Bai Jifeng, incensed, exclaimed, "Am I merely a whisper in the wind to you? I told you to leave, did you hear me?" Were it not for his esteemed status and the numerous concentration stage practitioners present, he would have already slapped Huang Zheng out of the room. Yet, Huang Zheng met Bai Jifeng's furious gaze, his voice rising several decibels. "And who are you to command me to leave? Is this your home? Nonsense." Bai Jifeng's fury intensified as he leapt to his feet. "Which sect do you belong to? Who is your master? Are you seeking death? Do you not fear for your life?" He identified Huang Zheng as one of the core disciples of the Pointing Sword sect. "Bai Jifeng, do you dare to threaten a disciple of the Pointing Sword sect? Are you not afraid of the consequences?" Someone else, speaking with an equally commanding tone, echoed this sentiment, their voice resonating like thunder. At the entrance, Xia Wuqiong, Xiao Wangjin, and a rugged man adorned with a full beard entered together. Xia Wuqiong and Xiao Wangjin paid no heed to Huang Zheng, while the bearded man merely smiled and nodded in Huang Zheng's direction. "Humph," Bai Jifeng scoffed, falling silent, seemingly dismissing the presence of the three core disciples of the Pointing Sword sect. "Lei Suishan, after all these years, you remain at the mid-stage of concentration. It appears the position of the next supreme leader shall not be yours." Another individual entered, causing a stir throughout the room. Song Hongya, one of the renowned three beauties of the world, the esteemed leader of the Hongya Hall from the Truyang sect. Huang Zheng glanced over, but Song Hongya wore a jade pendant around her neck that emitted a faint, ethereal glow, obscuring her features from view. Clad in a long dress adorned with crimson leaves, she exuded an enchanting allure as she gracefully made her entrance. Song Hongya is indeed a master of the late condensation period, and her authority over a hall surpasses that of the leader of the Pointing Sword sect. The True Yang sect comprises merely 5 major halls, equivalent to her governance over 1/5 of its disciples. Upon her entrance, even with her face veiled, her formidable aura and grace rendered the multitude of female cultivators present despondent. Several of them cast envious glances toward Song Hongya. At this moment, Huang Zheng realized that the bearded giant before him was none other than Lei Suishan, one of the 8 deities of Pointing Sword. Lei Suishan appeared to be quite amiable. However, just as this thought crossed Huang Zheng's mind, Song Hongya's gaze swiftly fell upon him. Due to the limited seating in the hall, there were no vacancies left after her arrival. Yet Huang Zheng audaciously occupied 2 seats by himself. Bai Jifeng chuckled, "Hongya, if you utter a single word, I shall immediately dispose of this brat," sparing us from his hindrance. In his eyes, Huang Zheng resembled a mere ant, even with 3 masters from the Pointing Sword sect present. Bai Jifeng was utterly confident in his ability to eliminate him with a single strike. Eliminate him? Song Hongya regarded Huang Zheng. No need. Such a trivial character would only tarnish your reputation if slain. She advanced a few steps, and a male cultivator in the early condensation stage rose to his feet, saying, "Sister Song, please sit here." He then shot a fierce glare at Huang Zheng. "Very well." Song Hongya graciously took her seat, despite her lack of agreement. Bai Jifeng remained displeased. Just moments ago, Huang Zheng had dared to challenge him. Since Tang Elzhou has yet to appear, shall we pass the time with a game? Bai Jifeng grinned at Huang Zheng. "Who among you dares to wager that I can throw him out within 3 breaths? Bai Jifeng was resolute in his intention to eject Huang Zheng. After all, that insolent ant had dared to confront him openly. "I wager 10,000 high-grade crystal stones that you will throw him out in 3 breaths." The woman among the pair of cultivators in the condensation stage, whom Huang Zheng had encountered earlier, tossed out a storage bag with a grin. "Su Siming, why are you so stingy?" A figure in the crowd, whose face was dark and indistinct, suddenly threw a storage bag to the ground, declaring, I stake 100,000 high-grade stones, betting he will be thrown out in 3 breaths. Huangzheng remained impassive, sitting quietly, curious to see who would dare to gamble against him. Interesting. How will this play out? Someone in the crowd mused. Lei Suishan narrowed his eyes. What if I say he cannot be thrown out? After all, Huangzheng was still a disciple of the pointing sword sect. Although Xiao Wangzhen and Xie Wuqiang remained silent, Lei Suishan seemed inclined to assist Huangzheng. Your words are meaningless. We have wagered our money, and he must be thrown out, retorted the initial betting pair, implying that if Lei Suishan intervened, they would too. Huangzheng could no longer restrain himself. Let it be known that this is a matter between Bai Jifeng and myself. Everyone is welcome to place their bets, but no one is permitted to interfere. His demand for all present in the condensation stage to refrain from intervening was met with agreement from the assembly. Haha. Lei Suishan chuckled, and Zhang Ji also smiled. Kid, you have some character. I wager on my exit. Should I leave, even if I lose, I shall compensate this sum. 1 for 1. A subtle stir resonated through the hall, prompting even Song Hongya, who had previously disregarded him, to lift her gaze and scrutinize Huangzheng once more. Huangzheng continued, for those betting that I will not leave, if I remain, and I win, the stakes shall be borne by Bai Jifeng. At a ratio of 1 to 2, the victors shall receive their share, as shall I, Huangzheng. A consensus rippled through the crowd, with everyone nodding in agreement. Huangzheng's proposition was both reasonable and logical, despite Bai Jifeng's offer of 2 to 1. The disparity in their respective abilities, he being a bone refinement practitioner and Huangzheng merely a spirit concentration practitioner, was immeasurable. Moreover, should Huangzheng lose, he would bear his own share, and now that he stood to win, it was only just that he claimed his portion. Reasonable indeed. The crowd continued to nod in accord. Bai Jifeng, laughing heartily, exclaimed, I'll take it, even at 3 to 1. Huangzheng shook his head, declaring, I said 2 to 1, and it shall remain 2 to 1. 3 to 1? I doubt you can afford it. Initially incensed, Bai Jifeng eventually took a seat. Muttering to himself, you think to provoke me, boy? Chapter 62, a momentous gamble. Ha, how amusing. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I shall place my bet as well. Amidst the laughter, a youth clad in white stepped forth from the inner hall. This youthful figure was none other than Tang Luzhou, the foremost young master of the true Yang sect, distinctly different from Yi Wei. While Yi Wei, even in casual repose, radiated brilliance and drew the gaze of a million, Tang Luzhou appeared as an ordinary young gentleman, so much so that had it not been for his identity, Huangzheng might have mistaken him for a mere dandy. With a glint in his eye, Tang Luzhou declared, I shall wager 1 million on each side. With a flourish, he tossed down 2 storage bags. His betting strategy was peculiar. Regardless of the outcome, he would neither win nor lose, purely seeking amusement. Very well. I too shall wager 1 million. Came another voice from the crowd, as spectators glanced at Huangzheng and Bai Jifeng. I bet on Bai Jifeng. Bai Jifeng, 500,000. Bai Jifeng, 300,000. Bai Jifeng, 1 million. The atmosphere in the hall was charged with excitement. In the blink of an eye, nearly everyone, save for Zhong Ji, Song Hongya, and the trio from the pointing sword sect, had placed their bets. Xie Wuqiang observed as Xiao Wangzhen made simultaneous moves, 100,000 on Bai Jifeng. Despite being of the same sect, they chose to bid against Bai Jifeng, albeit with modest amounts due to their camaraderie. I, too, shall wager 10,000 on Huangzheng. Lei Suishan unexpectedly placed a bet on Huangzheng, likely acknowledging his inevitable loss, but only wagered a token amount. 500,000 on Huangzheng. Zhong Ji surprisingly backed Huangzheng as well. 1 million on Huangzheng. The last to join was Song Hongya, utterly shocking everyone present. The crowd looked around. Now the smallest wager stood at 200,000. With even Su Siming, the first to bet a mere 10,000, having escalated her stake to 200,000. Doubts loomed. Could Huangzheng afford a loss of such magnitude? Not just Huangzheng, but any condensing spirit master present could scarcely endure such a financial blow. The total bets against Huangzheng now approached 10 million high-grade crystal stones, a sum that represented many years of savings for any condensing spirit master. Haha. Shall I place my wager too? Bai Jifeng's smile was ominous. I bet 3 million high-grade crystal stones that I shall win. With only a little over 1 million bidding on Huangzheng to win, Bai Jifeng's decision to wager 3 million indicated he was all in, likely risking his entire fortune. An inquiry arose. What if you cannot afford the loss, Huangzheng? Spoke Su Siming, the petite woman. He can afford it, Lei Suishan interjected. He possesses a high-grade spirit weapon from the pointing sword sect, he can cover any loss. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Selling a high-grade spirit weapon would indeed ensure he could settle any debts, instantly drawing countless envious glances towards Huang Zheng. Lose, lose, lose. The crowd secretly wished for Huang Zheng's defeat, hoping he would find himself penniless and forced to sell his spirit weapon. Yet, possessing a single high-grade spirit weapon was hardly a guarantee of victory for Huang Zheng. The exquisite spiritual weapon, upon a single utilization by Cui Dong, demands several tens of thousands of superior crystal stones. Moreover, the disparity in realms between Huang Zheng and Bai Jifeng is vast. As it was previously witnessed, Feng Jueqing summoned forth a weapon, which was swiftly seized by Yi Wei. Although that sword had yet to be recognized by Huang Zheng, the gap between focus and bone refining remains insurmountable. Should Huang Zheng dare to invoke a superior spiritual weapon, it could very well be snatched by Bai Jifeng. Is it beginning? Bai Jifeng gradually rose, advancing into the arena. Wait, Huang Zheng waved his hand. What is it? Are you having second thoughts? I have yet to place my bet, he stated. With a clang, the black Juezi electric sword was plunged into the floor at Huang Zheng's feet. Its dark blade was enveloped by swirling violet lightning, saturating the arena with the aura of the spiritual weapon. At that moment, countless eyes were fixated on this sword, with many eager to seize it for themselves. Yet, all understood that a spiritual weapon, once recognized by its master, would require at least 10 breaths to subdue. Even if it could be taken in 3, it would demand years, if not decades, of refinement. In such a gathering, who would dare to act? They would surely become the target of collective wrath, with death as a likely outcome. The crowd gasped in shock at Huang Zheng's audacious act of drawing the weapon and discarding it at his feet. Bai Jifeng's expression morphed into one of incredulity. What do you intend? You cannot be serious about using this as a wager. Who can afford such a loss? Not even the esteemed masters and elders of various sects could bear the cost of 3 superior spiritual weapons. The true Yang sect has only 3 known superior spiritual weapons across its entirety. Do you not possess unwavering confidence? What is the matter? Are you afraid to accept? Huang Zheng retorted with a chilling smile, then turned his gaze to the assembly. If you alone cannot accept, perhaps you should allow everyone present to participate. Why not inquire who else dares to accept? I will accept. I shall join you, Xiao Wangzhen boldly declared. Bai Jifeng, you cannot afford this. I will contribute my share. Should we win, we shall sell it and share the profits. I too shall accept. I want a portion. In an instant, Huang Zheng's spiritual weapon was cast forth, and the entire hall clamored to join in. Even those who had previously wagered on Huang Zheng's victory, such as Zhong Ji and Song Hongye, quickly changed their allegiances. Indeed, superior spiritual weapons are a rarity, scarcely seen in a century. Not only the focused cultivators, but even those of the spiritual connection realm present were tempted. Aside from the legendary artifacts, this is the pinnacle of treasures on the Heavenly Emperor continent. As everyone clamored to join, Bai Jifeng clenched his teeth. You think a mere bone-refining cultivator can intimidate me? I shall accept your wager. Accept? You all merely speak words without action? Huang Zheng scoffed. I present my real gold and silver, my superior spiritual weapon. You think you can merely chant empty promises? Do you assume my defeat is certain? One must at least make a show of it. Embarrassment flushed across the faces of many, as a group of focused cultivators were derided by a mere bone-refining cultivator. Song Hongya extended her hand and, with a flourish, tossed forth a storage bag. This contains all my savings, 12 million superior crystal stones, and 2 superior treasures. With a thud, another bag was thrown. This is my savings, 380,000 superior crystal stones, 1 superior treasure, and 2 medium treasures. This is mine. It encompasses top-grade and mid-grade crystals, along with 2 mid-grade treasures and 1 top-grade treasure, not to mention several low-grade treasures. Song Hongya was the first to take action, presenting the most valuable top-grade crystals and top-grade treasures, followed by others who gradually unveiled their mid-grade crystals and low-grade treasures. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of storage bags piled up at Bai Jifeng's feet, among the 23 individuals in the hall, except for Huang Zheng and Tang Ozu. Nearly everyone was on the brink of financial ruin. Yet, the total worth of all the assets here amounted to less than 300 million in top-grade crystals. With 31 top-grade treasures, 58 mid-grade treasures, and a plethora of low-grade treasures, the overall value still fell short of a mere 1,000th of a single top-grade spiritual weapon. Indeed, a top-grade spiritual weapon outside had an initial bidding price of 500 billion top-grade crystals. Should Bai Jifeng lose, he would owe 1 trillion top-grade crystals. Of course, none of those present entertained the notion of defeat. Their thoughts lingered instead on how to divide the spoils if they emerged victorious. Naturally, the distribution would be proportional to their contributions. Those who invested more would have a greater chance of acquiring the top-grade spiritual weapon. Huangzheng turned to Tang Lifzu, expressing concern. Brother Tang, it seems we are far from sufficient. If we rely solely on this amount, I would rather not gamble for my spiritual weapon, as even a victory would yield minimal returns. All eyes shifted to Tang Lifzu, who pondered this, sensing from the young man's tone an intention to wager on his human immortal fruit. Could it be that they conspired with Bai Jifeng to deceive him regarding the fruit? However, the idea of so many individuals uniting to trick him seemed implausible. Top-grade spiritual weapons? After a lengthy contemplation, Tang Lifzu resolutely declared, "Bring forth my human immortal fruit." A collective gasp filled the room. Tang Lifzu was truly risking everything by wagering the ancient immortal fruit. With the addition of the human immortal fruit, would it suffice? Tang Lifzu was indeed gambling with his life. The allure of the top-grade spiritual weapon was overwhelming. If victorious, he would only need to compensate the others. Perhaps around 500 million, and the top-grade spiritual weapon would be his, as he had contributed significantly. The human immortal fruit? Huang Zheng's expression revealed skepticism. The fruit's true value remained a mystery, for no one on the Tiandi continent had yet tasted it. To stake it against 1 trillion? That seemed excessively disadvantageous. Observing Huang Zheng's reaction, Tang Lifzu felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, someone behind him presented a transparent crystal vial, marking the first time the crowd, including Huangzheng, beheld the legendary human immortal fruit. This fruit bore human-like features, resembling an infant. I had filled this crystal with water to preserve it. If it were to leave the water, it would soar away, vanishing from sight. Tang Lifzu held it aloft, allowing all to witness the human-shaped fruit within the crystal, complete with facial features and limbs, appearing vividly alive. Its tightly shut eyes even lent the semblance of a newborn, albeit shrunken in size. Was this an immortal fruit or a living being? Many nearly mistook it for a miniature human. According to the ancient texts of my True Sun sect, consuming a ripe human immortal fruit, regardless of one's level, would result in an immediate ascension of 1 rank. If one at the later stages of spiritual communication consumed it, they might even elevate to the first realm of divine existence, significantly enhancing their natural aptitude and doubling their daily alchemical potential. I, Tang Liuzhou, can refine only 2 pills a day, while my junior sister Duanmu Ro from the Heavenly Strategy Alliance can refine 4. I had initially intended to gift her a pill so that she could refine 8 daily, thereby becoming the foremost genius in the world of mystic scholars. However, this is not the most astonishing aspect. The most extraordinary feature lies in the ability to condense a doppelganger within oneself, as long as one possesses sufficient strength to share, and is willing to progress alongside this doppelganger. When you reach the level of concentration, so too will your doppelganger. When you attain spiritual communication, your doppelganger will achieve the same. Thus, one individual effectively wields the combat prowess of 2. As Tang Liuzhou spoke, all present were profoundly astonished. Furthermore, as long as the doppelganger remains intact, one cannot perish. Even in death, one could resurrect through the doppelganger. This is the true marvel of the human immortal fruit. The shock was overwhelming. Huangzheng remained speechless for a considerable time upon hearing this. If this is the case, the value of the human immortal fruit far surpasses that of high-grade spiritual artifacts. Nonetheless, this is merely Tang Liuzhou's perspective, as no one has actually consumed it. Yet, without a doubt, all those present recognize that today marks an unprecedented gamble of monumental proportions. Chapter 063, a complete ruin. The Green State Tower stood under strict military control, surrounded by more than 20 experts in the concentration realm, forming a protective circle around the hall. Within this space lay an astonishing gamble, with treasures worth several billion crystal stones scattered across the floor. High-grade spiritual weapons, immortal fruits, and numerous storage bags were haphazardly piled like refuse. And should an outsider attempt to seize them, it would be nothing short of ludicrous. Of course, should an intruder venture inside, even someone at the spirit communication level, the assembled concentration talents would unite to compel him to retreat from danger. Are you ready? Bai Jifeng asked with a sinister grin directed at Huangzheng. 3 breaths? I only need a single breath to throw you out. You're courting death, you little brat. Huangzheng glanced at Tang Lifzu, who seemed somewhat anxious. After a reluctant nod towards the immortal fruits on the ground, he steeled himself and raised his hand. Prepare. 1, 2, 3. With a swift motion, Bai Jifeng unleashed all his strength, driven by the desire for the high-grade spiritual weapon and the preservation of his reputation. He reached out to seize. His gaze fixed firmly on the entrance of the Green State Tower. Indeed, his intent was to toss Huang Zheng out, not to kill him, which would prove challenging, yet not insurmountable. For someone in the mid-concentration phase, it was trivial. Even those in the late Qi cultivation stage would be easily cast aside, let alone someone at the late bone refinement stage. A single hand of a concentration expert could effortlessly lift a mountain towering 100 feet high. Was Huang Zheng truly more resilient than a mountain? All eyes were riveted on him. You've drawn out your spiritual weapon, without your greatest treasure. How can you endure 3 breaths? Contrary to the expectations of the crowd, Huang Zheng did not retreat in haste. Instead, he created distance to buy time. Knowing the confined space left him little room to escape from the grasp of the concentration masters. With a thunderous roar, he threw his head back. A colossal and imposing figure manifesting behind him, reminiscent of the ancient overlords, rising as high as the sun and moon. The ancient sovereign returned to the world. Powerful and domineering, defying the heavens, the overlord's wrath surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. Huang Zheng unleashed 4 rapid punches, each one fierce and authoritative, echoing throughout the Green State Tower, as if it might collapse at any moment. The momentum exuded was that of an ancient overlord, relentless and unconquerable, rivaling Bai Jifeng's earth-shattering grasp, leaving all present pale and disbelieving. A mere bone refinement master had managed to conjure the aura of a concentration expert. Indeed, he was the youngest core disciple of the Pointing Sword sect. I am the overlord, defying the heavens. I am the overlord, boundless in my might. Huang Zheng murmured to himself, each step heavy as if the ancient overlord had truly returned to the world. He advanced rather than retreated, and with his 3rd punch, he shattered Bai Jifeng's massive hand. Incredible! A bone refinement master had actually broken the grasp of a concentration master with sheer martial prowess. This was nothing short of astonishing. A tale that would reverberate through the ages. Indeed, one that might never be echoed again. The challenge of transcending realms, exemplified by talents such as Yi Wei-yi, represents the pinnacle of genius, an exceptional individual who only appears once in a millennium. Huang Zheng has now surpassed 2 realms, although it may not be considered a challenge. Having shattered a hand that focuses energy has left all present in a state of utter astonishment. Particularly affected is Tang Elzhou, who nearly suspects Bai Jifeng of deliberately holding back. At this moment, merely a breath has passed since Bai Jifeng made his move, followed by Huang Zheng's consecutive 4 punches. The speed is astonishing, both parties exhibit extraordinary swiftness. Enraged, Bai Jifeng ceases to care whether he is throwing or attacking with a swift motion. He forms a hand seal and descends from the air. The Xianong Wujia seal. This celestial-level divine technique was once wielded by Yun Wuxiwei of the Divine Technique sect, capable of killing from 1,000 miles away. While Yun Wuxiwei could only manage a 10-mile range, Bai Jifeng has mastered at least a 50-mile range. Now, he does not need to kill. Merely throwing someone would suffice, a task deceptively simple yet profoundly challenging. In a flash, 5 fingers suspended in midair emitted 5 radiant beams of white jade light. The 5-fingered seal, Xianong Wujie. The term Wujie signifies an inescapable calamity. No one has ever evaded this technique when employed by a master of the Divine Technique sect. The speed of this grasp surpasses the previous one by an immeasurable factor. And while it appears directed forward, the entire hall, every corner to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, has been ensnared, a phenomenon known as encompassing all, Xianong Liua. If even the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies cannot escape, how could a mere bone refinement practitioner like Huang Zheng? In an instant, Huang Zheng indeed vanished from sight. A collective sigh of relief swept through the hall, though Tang Elzhou's complexion shifted to a hue of red and purple. At last, they had captured him. Bai Jifeng was after Huang Zheng's life. It was utterly embarrassing that it took 2 attempts to seize a bone refinement practitioner. Next, everyone anticipated Bai Jifeng effortlessly tossing Huang Zheng outside the hall in a beautiful parabolic arc. However, Bai Jifeng appeared as if immobilized by an invisible force, remaining motionless for an eternity. 3 breaths, 4 breaths, 5 breaths, 10 breaths elapsed, and still, there was no sign of movement from Bai Jifeng, whose face had turned ashen. Witnessing this transformation sent chills through the hearts of all present. Suddenly, in the spot where he had vanished, Huang Zheng reappeared. His excitement was palpable as he reached out to seize everything within his grasp. Stop! Tang Elzhou exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Wait! Song Hongyan interjected, sharing in the fervor. Almost everyone erupted in anger. Bai Jifeng, is this deliberate? You dare conspire with him to deceive me of my immortal fruit? Bai Jifeng? Tang Elzhou longed to act first, seizing the immortal fruit for himself. However, Such a move would lack grace, being in the territory of the true Sun sect today. He could only fixate his gaze upon the immortal fruit, occasionally sizing up Huangzhong, calculating that should Huangzhong attempt to claim it, he might swiftly eliminate him. I didn't. Bai Jifeng, either terrified or anxious, was drenched in sweat. He suddenly disappeared? Disappeared? You deceive the spirits. Do you not hold him in your grasp? Suddenly, a realization struck Bai Jifeng, and he cried out frantically, only a spiritual artifact can evade my Xiantong Wujie seal. Only a spiritual artifact can endlessly shrink and expand. He must have concealed himself within a spiritual artifact, reducing himself to an infinitesimal size. Which is why I failed to notice him. Once a spiritual artifact is diminished to a certain extent, even if it is in one's hand, one might not perceive its presence. When an ordinary person reaches out, how much dust can they grasp in the air? Yet it is utterly impossible to detect it. A spiritual artifact, particularly one that has recognized its master, can conceal its aura under the owner's mental command, becoming smaller than dust. It is exceedingly difficult to locate without prior knowledge. There is another spiritual artifact? How dare you allow us, mere condensation realm practitioners, to continue living? The gazes of everyone swiftly turned towards Huangzhong once more. Indeed, I avoided his earth-shattering strike by relying on a spiritual artifact. Huangzhong extended his hand, revealing a treasure pagoda that hovered in midair, emitting the aura of an inferior spiritual artifact. Hiss, it is truly an inferior spiritual artifact. Envy and resentment surged throughout the crowd. At that moment, not a single person present was free from jealousy towards Huangzhong. How could a mere bone refinement practitioner possess so many spiritual artifacts? If glances could kill, Huangzhong would have already been reduced to ashes, his treasures plundered clean. Brother Tang, may I now claim these items on the ground? Of course, and to those who wagered against me, I shall compensate each of you. Compensate? We all wagered our fortunes against you. The crowd was on the verge of tears. Today, over 20 talented disciples from various sects, several of whom were candidates for future leaders of the esteemed Xianmen, had been reduced to ruin by a mere bone refinement practitioner in a single wager. The one most despairing was Tanglzu, a treasure more precious than a superior spiritual artifact, the elusive human immortal fruit, which he had not dared to consume even a bite of, was now lost in a gamble meant to please a beauty. To renege on the deal? That is an option, but it would lead to utter disgrace. Even within the true Yang sect, many would look down upon him, and aspirations of becoming the supreme leader would be dashed, unless he resigned himself to a life as an ordinary disciple of the true Yang sect. Is that conceivable? He, Tanglzu, the foremost young master of the true Yang sect, would forsake a brilliant future for a legendary human immortal fruit? As Tanglzu pondered, the eyes of all present were fixed upon him. Indeed, everyone was watching. The loss of all others paled in comparison to the magnitude of Tanglzu's predicament. They were eager to witness the decision of this prodigious talent, this youthful expert, with some even displaying amused expressions. Huangzhong was also observing him. Tanglzu remained silent, and Huangzhong dared not move, lest he provoke Tanglzu into action, in which case he would gain nothing at all. Tanglzu remained oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, his mind a tumult of contemplation and conflict. Finally, he beheld Huangzhong, who was merely at the bone refinement stage, standing fearlessly among the condensation realm practitioners, evoking memories of his own youthful self. Well, Tanglzu gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "Heroes emerge from the youth. I wagered and must accept my loss. You, take it." A profound reluctance enveloped him as his gaze fell upon the celestial fruit. With a sigh of relief, Huangzhong exhaled deeply. The others, while harboring disappointment, could not suppress their admiration. Fortune had smiled upon him. He was on the verge of prosperity. Huangzhong was exhilarated. Having gambled away over 20 valuable items today, he would soon attain notoriety across the land. Just for this moment, he felt as if he might awaken from a dream. A sudden realization struck him as his hand grasped a storage pouch. This was no mere illusion. It was indeed reality. Huangzhong, you ought to consume this celestial fruit at once. If you delay until you leave this hall, I fear many would not hesitate to make another attempt, advised a voice. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet the world can be perilous. Huangzhong, please eat now. We shall protect you. Lei Suishen, a member of the Point Sword sect, was the first to support Huangzhong. Though he ultimately succumbed to the allure of high-grade spiritual artifacts and lost everything, as Lei Suishen stood in solidarity with Huangzhong, Xiao Wangzhen and Xie Wucheng cast envious, frenzied glances at him. Once again, it is he who has claimed the high-grade artifact, and now the celestial fruit. His fortune is ceaseless and as vast as the mountains. If only we could eliminate him and seize his good fortune, our futures would be boundless. At that moment, Huangzhong remained oblivious to the peril that loomed over him. He lifted his gaze toward the celestial fruit, contemplating, should I consume it now? Should I? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind as he reached for the divine fruit.